Okay, I think we can start now. I'm still having trouble with the chat box widget not working, but it was working yesterday when I was testing it on the actual scene, so maybe it will like wake up or something. I don't know, it's not very responsive for YouTube, unfortunately. But yeah, today's gonna be a special stream. My sister's in the chat. She's basically the sponsor for everything that's gonna be happening tonight. I actually have to go and get the set because I forgot to take it out of the box. So, one moment. Switch over to here for now. And maybe this will work now. I have no idea. Now it's not even like the main chat is working. Wow, that took a while. Let's relaunch the widget, I guess. I don't know, man. Okay, let me go get the set then. God, I'm like so unorganized. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not showing up. I'll try to do something else in a second. But yeah, let me go get the thing. It's gonna be a lot of this. You've seen it on the thumbnail. I can't even put it on like show the whole box because it's so fucking wide. I just hit auto adjustment on my other monitor. Incredible. Okay, so all I did with this really was I just opened the side of it and just like went to look at the manual. That's all I did. So all this stuff inside here still unopened. This is like the first part. This is just like the books and shit. Alright. I don't even remember what's... Oh yeah, I guess there is like stuff in here as well. Let me get the booklets out. Sorry for the noise. So that's like... There's two booklets in here, and one of them is... just seems to be the TV itself. And just let me get all this shit out. This is just one unit, okay? And there's a second half of this in the rest of the box. I can just like show it to you like this. So yeah, it looks like I am live. Everything seems to be fine. So I'll just like put this to the side for now, I guess. I don't really have any place to put this or anything. Yeah. Before we start properly, I'll try to fix the chat replay again. If it doesn't work, then it just doesn't work. They're all numbered, thankfully. Alright. I don't need this white cardboard here anyway. God, okay. Shit's like falling on the floor already. This is number 1 and number 1. And these, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this yet. This is the kind of set where you don't know what you're building until you've finished it. Mario unboxing, yeah. Okay, let me try to get the chat widget fixed one more time. Like refresh properties. I'll delete the URL and put it back in. That sometimes helps. Copy the thing. I don't know why it's like so unresponsive on YouTube. Like on Twitch it works just fine, but not with YouTube for some reason. Maybe it's because I'm not logged in from YouTube or something. Okay. Let's see. And let's launch the widget again. Once we get this rolling, it should be fine. I'll try to send something. God, okay. It's so strange how this is just like... Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't really know how you're supposed to activate this. I even made a note for myself that's like how to make this work. It's start the stream and then launch the chat box. But that's not working. So I may just not have it, you know. Yeah, I think we can just like go on without it. I'll make a pinned message though. Stream, if I can. I don't remember if I can do that. Yeah, I can pin message, so I'll do this. All right. And then I can pin this. And you can just paste the links if you want. So, because I didn't want this for the UI. So let me put on this as well. I've already had this enabled, but we'll keep this going. And yeah, we'll just have this in the corner. I'll turn it down though, it's kind of loud. Actually, it's the desktop audio that's kind of loud. If you can just put it in the chat, a link to the video. I'll just open it. Alright, let's keep this here and turn off the preview. Alright, we can start. So, what's in here? This is the only thing I opened, by the way, this sleeve with the notebooks. You know, it's funny because I was building this Lego Mario set that I also got for my birthday, and they don't come with these anymore. Or maybe it's just those sets that don't come with them. I need to turn this down. But yeah, I was surprised that like they just don't have them anymore. Or maybe it's, you know, it's made for kids and they want to like attract them with phone apps and stuff. But it's like a almost 2 GB app just to get some instructions, you know. And actually get a proper look for this, and you can maybe pause the video, or I'll do this. They have this as well. Let me turn this on this one as well too. Yeah, okay. If I'm not gonna have chat, I'll just get rid of this and make this larger. Yeah, I think that's better, and I'll do it for this other scene as well. And get to it. This chat is trying to consume me. What's it? Here and this. Yeah, okay. Move this a bit. Alright, and this is fine. We'll just live with this. No chat box cause fucking Streamlabs, but whatever. Seems they don't show up in the chat. Oh, what the hell? Hang on. They do show up for me. Is this like a thing that I can set up? Auto chat, closed captions. There's this blocking it. I didn't expect it to just like not accept the live chat maybe. This is my first time trying to do this kind of thing. Okay. Try to update the chat box too, because maybe it's filtering them out. Let's try one more time to. You know, I have absolutely no faith that it will actually. You can try to paste the link again, or if it doesn't work, then just like an incomplete link, maybe like without the HTTPS. See if that works. Meanwhile, I'll put on like the. I'll put on some of this. Yeah, I was just listening to this time. I'll have this, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube chat, man. Let's actually start doing this. The TV, it's like fucking 247 pages. This can go into the box for now. And this is what we're doing. I'll switch to this one so it's easier to see. So yeah, I'm guessing this is what they want. So there's these stickers for the cartridges. And yeah, just try to paste the link a bunch of times and see if it works. It might be Streamlabs filtering it. Who knows? Music is a bit loud, okay. The mic is a bit further away from me, so I might just turn it on. Yeah, try it with spaces. I didn't set it up to filter out links, that's pretty annoying. Yeah. You can never win with this. One with spaces seems to work. Hang on, I don't see it. Okay. It keeps auto-switching from live chat to top chat. Okay, let's try this then. Oh god, it's Google. Oh, it's because this space too. Okay. A bit rocky, but it's fine. Only people who are moderators can send links in chat. That's so dumb. Why don't they let you just, set it up for yourself? This seems kind of quiet now.
3 entries in the collection of remakes.
Alright. I'll try to like move the mic a bit closer. And let's actually start this. Alright, first bag. Going up.
Remakes finally being finished in late March of
Let's
this year.
see.
I am a member of the community, and an old one at that. I've been through a lot.
Stuff already flying off the bed.
I've learned more than any sane individual should be allowed to know.
And yeah, I'll be trying to finish this whole set on stream. I don't know how that's gonna go.
An iceberg deeper than it has any right to be.
We'll see. There's gonna be tons of these on the floor by the end.
Share all the weird and wild knowledge
But that's
there is
life,
to
you know.
This iceberg mostly goes over the final mix games.
God, I hope my desk is big enough to do this. I just kind of assumed that it is.
We will dive into this madness.
Alright, we got this.
Along the way.
Alright. Probably not gonna be talking as much throughout this. I haven't seen this video though, so this will be nice. Okay. These little bits here. This set has like 2,800 something pieces. I don't remember. I can't really check right now.
The Dragon Dildo is a weapon obtainable throughout the series via several methods in each game it appears in. In the first FNAF game, you must
God, I would love to have some scissors right now.
In FNAF B2, you simply obtain it at the end of the game.
I can only afford one pair of scissors though.
How much bonus content you've done. In the main story of FNAF B3,
Nope.
you don't
Okay.
find it at all.
I tried
The
to get
weapon
away.
itself is incredibly powerful, rivaling most other weapons.
Okay.
It typically can only be equipped by Freddy. It also prevents the use of Lead Stinger under certain circumstances. The Refurbs. The Refurbs, in this instance, refers to a super boss from FNAF
I know this set
B2
has like a bunch
that
of
can only be
Easter eggs
fought after
inside it
completing a
as you
specific
build
set of
it.
bonus content. They are notoriously
I
difficult.
haven't seen what
even
all of
considered
them are
impossible
though.
to an extent. Unlike most enemies in the game, their
Is
AI
centered
is
right?
handcrafted via
Let me
events,
see.
and thus they always
Yeah, it
move
seems
first.
okay. You can just see my
The
mic to the
achievement
side, just
associated with them
because you
only
know there
further
was
shows
supposed to
off
be
the
like
fact that they are
space
never
reserved for
intended to
chat,
be
but
beatable. Only
I'm
obtained
not gonna
after
dwell on it.
surviving 20 turns against them rather than defeating them.
okay. So this one is here.
The interior walls.
See how fast we
The
can put this
interior
together.
walls is a dungeon.
If anyone
found
doesn't
in
know, we're
Night
putting
X
it
of
together
FNAF
the
B1.
NES.
It is void
right
of
now.
oxygen, meaning
At
you'll
least I
slowly
think so. This
suffocate while
looks like-
traversing it outside of combat.
Yeah, it
unless
is,
you
okay.
frequently use
Yeah.
an oxygen machine.
I already
It
forgot.
also has roulette tables that move around the
So we
environment in a
done
pattern.
this.
If you touch the roulette table,
I
you're sent back
put
to the start without
more of these.
mercy,
I've never seen these pieces
even if
before.
only a party member touches the roulette table. You progress via
TBH.
keys dropped by the playing
Oh,
card
these ones
enemies.
go like
These enemies may also drop godly
here.
tier weapons, which are by far the strongest available weapons in the
I
game.
probably should put the
The
brick
dungeon
separator
ends with a
somewhere else.
non-canonical
so I
fight
can find it
against
again.
Phantom BB. FNAF B2 Golden Freddy encounter.
Well, this is
In
fun
FNAF
so far.
B2, certain
It's into
random
NES speed
encounters
on
may
any
contain
percent.
Golden Freddy,
Yeah.
who will appear and either kill
Okay.
the enemies, the player,
And
or
this
both.
long one.
It is possible to
here.
survive this encounter and escape him. Or
But
Is
it,
it?
needs these like bolts inside it. Should
save
probably do that
import
first.
Scenario.
These are tough
The save
bricks.
import scenario is a semi-hidden
Or I'm
bonus
getting
game
weaker.
baked into FNAF B2, unlocked by loading a complete
yeah.
save file from FNAF B1 Night XXX in FNAF B2. It features Freddy and Co. traveling back in time where they are revealed.
Should I
to
turn
be
up the volume on the
Refurbs
video, or
mentioned
is it fine?
previously. After defeating the
a little
FNAF
bit
B2
quiet for
gang,
me.
they all team up to take on BB. Vending machine.
And it
It's
goes.
possible to unlock a
inside
vending machine
these.
in FNAF B1,
Maybe I should move
2,
the
and Act 3
instructions a bit
by interacting with
here
a
so you can
specific
see them
object around
better.
100 times. This vending machine grants the player access to final shop tier items and stat boosts. In
This,
FNAF B1 and Act
this
3,
seems okay.
the object is a broken crunk bottle. In FNAF B2, the object is a carousel.
Let's have it be like this.
Kingly weapons. The kingly
I've been
weapons
obsessed
are a
with
set of
Lego. I
weapons
even
in
have this
FNAF
huge
B1
box with
that are
random
dropped
pieces
by
back
party
at
hats
home.
randomly with a low chance. They're considered the ultimate weapons.
I used to have a lot of
FNAF B2
Legos.
also has a similar set
I'm
of
not sure where they
weapons
are
known as the
now.
Real weapons, dropped by streamers.
Yeah, I used to like
Springtrap
before
can also
Lego
obtain
Mario
an
was a
ultimate whip
thing.
in FNAF B3
I,
through random drops.
It'd be just a little bit louder. Okay, that's good
The
for,
Rap Gods.
for us.
The Rap Gods refer to an event present in FNAF B2
I used to have a
and
lot of
3 where
Legos,
the player
but,
can fight famous real-world
yeah, they
rappers
just
and
kinda
gain a stat boost
spread
or
around the
special
house
item from doing so.
As I got older,
In order to do this,
I used to just
player
make my
must
own
obtain a
Lego Mario
cassette radar
sprites
and
and play
locate
with them.
tapes and rooms of the
Before
game
we
map.
had Nintendo
Upon
merch
collecting
over
the
here.
final tape, the Rap God fight begins.
Okay, is there supposed to be a
FNAF
second one
B2
here or
debug
no?
room. FNAF B2 has a
Doesn't look
debug
like it.
room, presumably used
Okay, we're
to
making
make
something
testing
else
the
here
game
now.
easier. It is accessed by encountering Shadow Freddy in the parts and service room, then
Four
surviving
of
the
these.
encounter, which requires editing the game file.
Let's just put it on
Afterwards, a
this.
poster will appear near the stage for the player to punch. Punching it 2,500 times
I
grants
hope you're
access
ready,
to
by the way,
debug
because this is
room,
gonna be
where the
like
player can
a
do
7-hour
things
or
ranging
8-hour
from
stream.
buying free items
I
to
might have to
renaming
do a
their
break
character.
to get
The
some
developers
food
are
in the
even in
middle.
this room. The Future Puppet. The Future Puppet was originally a scrap boss
Right,
from
let's
FNAF
see.
B3,
Just
but
goes
was later
on
added in
this
an update
way.
for Act 0 of FNAF B3. In this fight, the Future Puppet attacks itself in battle, displeased with the paradoxical nature of its existence.
Hey, I remember
Unused
Ninjago.
dialogue
It was
can
a
be
bit
found in
after
FNAF
my
B3 that shows just how
time.
annoyed Springtrap would have been at the sight of a third puppet, as well as this comically unfinished attack sequence for the Future Puppet.
Yeah,
Bonnie's head is armor.
it's weird,
Simply
isn't it?
put,
How like Lego
Most people don't realize the fact that
connects
Bonnie's head
so
in
many
FNAF B1
generations.
is actually a shield you
It's
can
no
equip,
pun intended,
giving
I
you
guess.
some of the highest defense any equipment can in that game. Due to the nature of the head, though,
It's
you'll need to
cool.
give it up in order for
It's
Bonnie
cool
to
to
join
like
you.
Lego.
XXX Gamma Encounter Rate. In FNAF B1 Night XXX, the encounter rate for Gamma
And this
Party cats
goes-
is
there's a
notoriously
knob here
horrible.
and a
In any
straight
map they
one.
appear in,
This one's
you
too
will
long.
always be pulled into a random encounter upon taking a single step. This
Oh, we can see
makes
everything
getting Foxy
clearly.
a
This, by the
living
way,
nightmare,
over
composed
here,
of
that's the
save
old
scum.
webcam that I had before I
Withered Freddy.
uh,
Withered Freddy is a boss
planned to
and
do the
party
stream,
member in FNAF
and
B2.
I tried to just
The
do it
reason
with
he's
just
on
that
here,
one, but
while the other
as you
Withers
can
are
see,
not,
it would have been
is due to how
like very
often players
unwatchable.
will and have missed him. His appearance happens upon defeating the final camera,
and this
which
goes
typically causes the player to
inside
not
here.
backtrack and find him, and instead progress the story. Due to this, most players are left wondering where Withered Freddy is. He is always
They were
there.
right. I have no
You just
idea what
couldn't
I'm
find
building.
him. Another anomaly is that a lot of events are tied to his existence.
This
Boss
is
Rush
like,
requires him in order to appear.
6x4. That's
Combo
too big.
skills. The combo skills are typically considered the
6x4.
ultimate skills for animatronics that learn them. The only exception
goes
is
like-
Springtrap, where typically they're not considered worth using at all. The combo skills in FNAF B1 are learned via defeating the toy animatronics, while in FNAF B2 they appear in the form of keystones that spawn in chests around the
very
map
strange.
as cameras are defeated. Springtrap learns his skills by level up.
I used to really want Lego
Infinite copper
Minecraft as a kid,
coils.
but
In
it just
FNAF
came
B3,
out
it's
when I
possible to
found
obtain
out
an
about them,
infinite number
and
of
you couldn't
copper
find it
coils.
anywhere.
Due to the way the chests containing the coils
We even
are
went to like
programmed, it never
Legoland
actually
in
gets
hopes
set to an
to
open
get a
state
set,
through simple
but it wasn't even
interaction.
there.
This is best seen by exiting and re-entering the
But
map,
what can you do?
which causes the graphic to
So
reset.
turn it around.
Interacting with a chest even after opening it will simply replay the opening animation and
like
grant
a
another 2
3x2.
copper coils. This can be repeated as many times as you want. The copper coils cannot be
goes
sold
here.
or really be considered valuable in such high quantity. FNAF posting. Simply put,
FNAF
FNAF
posting.
posting is when someone posts FNAF on the FNAF B subreddit. This
Wow.
isn't allowed, but it happens all the time,
What?
typically in the form of a meme or source filmmaker animation. There was even once a person who literally just shared their favorite Minecraft skin, which had nothing to do with either FNAF or FNAF B.
What?
What a legend.
What a legend.
Boss Rush. Boss Rush is the mode in FNAF
That's
B2
so
that can be
badass.
accessed after obtaining Withered Freddy. A crystal will be found in the parts and service room,
this
which when given a
goes-
valid password will initiate Boss Rush mode. In Boss Rush
Oh,
mode,
it needs
the player
two
must
more
fight most
here.
bosses in a row while under a handicap.
You imagine like
Beating Boss
building
Rush
this
mode
from
rewards you
scratch,
with
just figuring out
technically
how this
nothing,
is supposed to go together.
though it does count towards unlocking the refurbs.
Will I
Donuts.
put this in right?
Donuts
yeah,
are
I
a
did.
bizarre item found in the FNAF B games. It doesn't typically appear in
Okay, I need
shops,
to, like,
and instead only appears in
Be
vending
careful
machines.
with this, because I
Gives
remember
an
these
ally 10
easily
tech
snap.
points on use, which is twice the amount a normal attack would give.
Okay,
Very strange item
so
for
we
sure.
got so far.
Skill crystals. In FNAF B2 critical mode,
Free
in the baby
unlightened
scenario,
brick
the player will
helicopters.
encounter unusual
Haven't heard
crystals
of those.
floating in place. These crystals serve the purpose of teaching skills to party members that can't level up. What these crystals actually
Okay.
are in
What's
universe
this one?
is unknown.
8x4 and one more.
Q and W scenarios. In all
Okay,
3 FNAF
put
B
this
games,
aside
the
for
player can
now.
hold the Q and or W keys when starting a new game to
Oh,
instead
wait,
initiate an alternate game where they play as a different character. In
One
FNAF
of
B1,
these,
Q grants the BB scenario
Two
and
of
W
them.
grants the Vile scenario.
and this
In FNAF
gray
B2,
one.
Q grants the BB scenario and W grants nothing. In FNAF B3, Q grants Act 0 and W
Oh
grants
wait,
Puppet
no, this is
scenario.
supposed to be like on the side.
Timer flip
Yeah, I will
doesn't
save the
work.
stream.
It's true.
Maybe I'll
FNAF
even like
B2,
make a highlight
Bunny's
video
skill
out of
timer
it.
flip doesn't do
Who knows?
anything. This isn't intentional,
things
obviously,
happen.
but instead an oversight. FNAF B1, timer flip does nothing on purpose.
I
That is a
definitely
joke.
wouldn't just
It literally
let this thing
does not
go.
do anything under any circumstances other than say, and I quote, it
even if
didn't
this
do
video gets
shit.
like copyright strikes for the videos I play, I'm still gonna
Metal
keep it.
Streamer. A rare encounter in FNAF B2, the Metal Streamer
Unless
is a
my
very
account
durable
gets terminated
version of a normal
while-
streamer that takes a
While
lot
the
of
stream is in
firepower to
progress,
even
in that
take
case I can't
damage.
really do anything.
Luckily, it has low health, meaning just about any hit is a killing blow. Metal
Okay, so we
streamers
got
drop
this.
a lot of EXP and tokens, making them efficient grinding
It's
fodder.
a
They also have a
five-
chance
it's
of
a
straight up
6x2.
running away, so that's cool. They're a clear reference to the metal slimes from Dragon Quest.
Okay.
Shadow Freddy. Shadow Freddy is an Easter egg in FNAF B2 unlocked by random chance when entering the parts and service room. If he appears,
Okay,
he'll crash your game when talked to.
one last one
if
of
you
these
fix
pieces.
the crash by adding a missing file to the game, he'll instead go
Turns
away after
around.
the interaction, and
Wait,
the
wait,
debug
what?
room will be accessible.
Oh, it goes on these, okay. Man, all these like like
You still
line
there?
joints.
Still watching, still listening? Good, because there's still more to go. That was only the first layer. The second layer is where things start to really pick up.
Oh boy, can't wait. So this goes this.
Freddy shits himself to death.
Oh my
In FNAF
god, what
1,
is
it's
this
possible to
video?
not find the kitchen key upon
It's
opening the
54
chest.
minutes. This is just the
as Freddy
second
warned
layer.
prior to opening it,
If there's no key in here, I'm going to shit.
he certainly does. So hard, in fact,
It's on sub
that he
fandom with
kills
tons
him,
of fan games,
giving you a game
based
over.
on other
The
franchises,
actual
even fan
odds of
base
triggering
fan
this
games
secret
based on
death
other
are
fan
1 in
games.
30, though you can
My God,
force
it's
it into
like Friday
happening
Night Fun.
by holding Q. Workout button. The workout button is a missable late addition to Act 3. It's used
It's
to show
always
the
meant to do
party's
this-
speed
this
stat,
step, yeah.
something you can't
Okay.
view from the menu. It is located in the future FNAF
Yeah,
B1
knob
location in
and-
Pirate Cove.
One of these. Oh my god, there's a lot of these
Snoop Dogg.
pieces.
In FNAF B2, having exactly 420 tokens when collecting the final tape will result in Snoop Dogg appearing in place of Tupac. There is almost no real
What am I
difference between the two
watching?
rappers in battle, besides a few skills.
Christ.
BB's influence. A rare event
Okay.
can occur in FNAF B1 whenever a battle begins. There is a 1 in 51 chance that the message BB's influence rang over the
FB
battle.
lore is just Shadow lore,
Skills
but
were
more
disabled
vulgar.
will appear,
It's
resulting in
amazing.
the party being
I wanna
unable
play it
to
now.
use skills for the next 3 to 5 turns.
This goes in here, huh? Okay.
Bobo. Bobo is an Easter egg in FNAF B3 in which a distorted
any
balloon
extra
boy covers the
ones?
screen
No.
randomly upon changing maps for the duration of the player's time spent
This
in
is
that
so
room.
weird
Upon triggering
to
the
put
Easter
together.
egg, Bobo will bellow out a low-pitched "Hi," and an achievement will be given to the player.
Hey, where does this go? Over here.
Critical mode, medium sodas. The developers were kind enough to provide 2 chests in FNAF B2 that only spawn in critical mode containing a combined total of 2 medium sodas. How thoughtful.
Of these?
Phantom
One-
skills.
One little
The
knob.
Phantom skills are skills given to Springtrap in FNAF B3, which always cost
I
tech
always
points.
hated pieces
Each
like this
skill
as a kid,
is given
'cause
to
I would always
Springtrap by
lose
defeating
them.
a Phantom
I'm
animatronic.
forgetting I need to like put
The
it
average
over
player
here.
wouldn't know,
Put my hand over
but
here
there
so
are
you can see what I'm
two
actually
sets
doing.
of Phantom skills. One given to the player if
And
they're
there's two
at
more
or
here
below
that I
the
need to
level shown
place.
in Atari Land before fighting the Phantom. And a weaker version given by being higher
lucky that I
than
have
the
two of them
aforementioned level cap.
Left.
The game checks
It's almost
for
like
the
they
level
planned this out.
before the player fights the Phantom animatronic, meaning you won't lose
Here.
out if you level up
And-
after winning.
This needs to go inside this.
Overworld Pizza Pass.
Very
and
satisfying
Caffeine
to, like,
Revival, a
snap
fact
these together.
Popularized by Markiplier's Let's Play of FNAF B1.
Yeah, I wanted video
the player
requests,
can actually
but
heal
you'll have
party
to like
members using
put in
Chica's healing
either
skills
just the
in
video
overworld,
URL,
saving a
like
lot of
what
tokens
happened, what's
in the process.
after the watch question
Bunny
mark,
Hop is incapable of stunning.
or just like a
Bonnie's
spaced
skill,
out
Bunny
link.
Hop cannot stun,
But just a
despite
video
its
URL is
description
fine.
stating it can. There is no explanation for why this is, as
I
even
can
in the
put
very
it up
first
in a
build of the
tab to
game,
watch
it
later.
still doesn't stun.
I need one
Shadow
of these long
Bonnie.
ones.
Shadow Bonnie is a secret boss only accessed on critical mode of FNAF B2. To encounter him, one must defeat all cameras as Just
Okay.
Toy Freddy, then enter the women's bathroom. Shadow Bonnie will be there, waiting. With Just Toy Freddy
One of
alone,
these.
Shadow Bonnie is borderline impossible to defeat. Attempting to bring any other toys into the fight will cause Shadow Bonnie to vanish. However, any other party member is fine, though there is no legal
Okay.
way to obtain another party member
we go.
like this in critical mode.
Also, it seems
Broken
like there's
toy
a
animatronics.
long chat
In
delay.
FNAF B2, the
They,
toy animatronics
uh,
at the end of the game
not sure what's
end
the
up damaged in a very
relation to
subtle,
this.
almost unnoticeable way.
Because
For
last
example,
stream I did,
Toy
the
Freddy
stream,
loses an
the
ear,
chat delay
and
didn't seem
Mangle
to be
gains
that
a dent
bad.
in her head. These details are so minor and meaningless that it's a surprise the
Yeah, I'm
effort
glad
to
they put
implement
arrows,
them was
'cause
put into the game.
I wouldn't find
Lucky
where to
items.
put this.
The lucky items are pieces of equipment found throughout the series that increase
Yeah,
token and item
another
drops.
red one.
The lucky pizza
here.
doubles token drops, and the lucky soda doubles item drop chances. In FNAF B2 only, the lucky items are exclusive
which
to higher
one?
difficulties.
But
They're
then
typically
this,
found
the-
after
the
defeating a
little
certain
one,
number of game progressing
the
bosses.
large one and the red
They'll
one.
drop
okay.
randomly in Act
We've
3
done
from
this.
certain enemies.
And now we need another flat one.
Toy Bonnie uses Bonnie's skills when fought. In FNAF B1, Toy Bonnie, when fought, strangely uses Bonnie's skills instead of his own. It can be assumed this is because his skills are context sensitive. This somewhat also applies to Toy Chica, though she only gets a modified version of
Okay,
Pizza
that's all
Pass.
of them, I think.
High is incurable. High is a status effect in the FNAF series that is, in all ways, just confusion. For some unknown reason, however, if inflicted, High cannot be cured. Instead, the timer must run out on the status effect for it to go away, making it extremely dangerous and annoying in higher
Oh,
difficulties,
it's like on
and one of the
top
most
here.
impactful of the status effects one can be inflicted with. 9 Backup Bash. 9 Backup Bash is a skill present in FNAF B2 that is essentially a version of Backup Bash with 85% accuracy.
There's
and hits
plenty of them
9
built
times.
in. Yeah,
It is
we'll
almost
see.
impossible to survive
We'll see what they
and
are.
a few late game bosses get to have it. It has
There's like this
become a
blank
punchline
space here
for
that I'm
most
supposed to
jokes
just cover up
surrounding
right
bad
now.
fan game
It's
balance.
strange.
FNAF B1 Debug Room. In
But yeah,
FNAF B1,
if I
much
don't
like
see a
2,
link or
there
I
is a
don't
debug
acknowledge
room.
it, try
It is
again.
accessed by inputting a code in the bathroom by holding Q after
yeah,
forcing Freddy
YouTube
in the women's
filters them
bathroom,
out.
which causes a crack to spawn on the show stage.
So, like,
that needs to be punched
you
just
could
as
put
the
in
poster
just, like-
2,500 times to reveal the debug room within.
You could just put in something like this.
Paper BB.
And
In
that
FNAF
should probably
B2,
not be
there's
filtered
a 1 in
out.
50 chance a paper plate doll of Balloon Boy will appear in the office upon entering. If interacted with 200
It's a
times,
bit of a
it will
large
give you
jet delay,
500
so
tokens, then vanish forever.
Don't worry about it.
Springtrap in FNAF B1 location.
Alright.
In Act
got
3,
this.
it's possible to find a hidden room in one of the generator mazes
These
in
green
which
ones
Springtrap
are
dwells.
suspicious.
This is in very clear reference to the equivalent
That's probably
location
gonna
in
be
the
a
FNAF
part of an
series
Easter
where
egg.
good old Willie A got spring locked and boarded up, and where the
This,
animatronics were programmed
this,
not to realize there was a room. Interacting with Springtrap can elicit a
this
what,
one.
a yes, and a punch. If Springtrap chooses
So
punch,
true.
Freddy will take 1 damage. The room also contains unplayable arcade machines, as Springtrap puts it.
It needs quarters.
Only one of the arcade machines won't elicit this response, and that's a machine labeled Five Nights at Fuckboys 4, which Freddy will outright refuse to play. The Hydra Dildo.
So based,
The
Freddy.
Hydra Dildo, like the Dragon Dildo, is a weapon one can obtain,
God, what is this
specifically in
series?
FNAF B3. Prior to Act 1,
Okay, yeah,
Springtrap
it
has to have
works.
placed the Blanket Poster's poster back on the wall where he
Oh.
found it, or else there will be no poster for Golden Freddy to punch in
I
Act
need to
2.
add another tab
Punching
myself.
the poster 100 times in Act 2,
Grants
grants
Golden
Golden
Freddy
Freddy the Hydra
Oh,
Dildo.
no.
Good old Willy
No.
weapon that
No.
not only gives him 500 extra attack, but also lets him move twice.
Baby seal.
Golden Freddy poster after 10 cameras. In FNAF B1, defeating 10 cameras causes the battle background
this
in the
back
west
for
corner
now.
to permanently change to the Golden Freddy Easter
Yeah,
egg
it
from
works.
FNAF 1. This is
Oh,
also
you're just testing? It's just a short video. Let's have a seal as a break. So then I have that one video of the seal like throwing a tantrum over learning to swim. It just goes like egg, egg. I've got seal. These are weird pieces, by the way. I've never seen one of these. God. It's inside here. Yeah, this looks like it's building something. Red and green. What could it be? Okay. That's great. It's good to have the two tabs open.
present in Act 3.
I
However,
can
it is
switch
there by
between
default.
videos. Okay.
Godly weapons. As mentioned a layer
Running out of
above,
pieces
the
for this
godly
first
weapons are rare
bag.
drops from the playing card
Making
enemies of the
progress.
interior
Okay,
walls.
this goes
They
here.
grant the holder a major boost in all stats and provide an extra action,
And
allowing the holder to
wait,
move
this
twice.
second one goes right behind it. Let me get
Caillou.
the brick sepal.
In FNAF B3 Act 2, Golden Freddy is capable
Oh
of
my
going to
God.
Starbucks by taking the Cam 10 exit. Once there, ordering a latte grants the player a 1 in 30 chance,
The
or a
seal
guaranteed
tantrum
chance
has
of
been
holding
found.
Q, for a Go Animate version of Caillou to appear and to talk about how horrible his life is. It seems karma holds no punches for spoiled brats in adulthood.
Fucking hell.
Poison is comically overpowered in FNAF B1. Poison in FNAF B1 lasts indefinitely and deals 10% of the victim's max life points and damage per turn. Freddy has a 40% chance to inflict it when using Lead Stinger. I think it's clear what this is in reference to.
Is it? Because I kind of
With Layer 2 done,
didn't
it's
understand.
time to move on to Layer 3, where not only do things get more real, but things get a lot more surreal, a lot more hidden, and a lot less known.
This is where shit gets real.
Only one supply closet encounter. In FNAF B1,
Oh, thank you, Icar. Let's put this in. I love this video. Oh hell, the annotations work. Oh, last page of the first bag. Looks like you get one extra of these. That's good. I should probably have like a separate bag for these separate pieces. Wonder how many of them are gonna be left by the end. So I should start with this one. It's here. Girl, I'm gonna get copyright striked if I play that. I mean, I will anyway, but maybe there's a Nightcore version of Shakaron Macaron. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, and this goes... And there we go. It's our first bag assembled. Probably not gonna be able to show this off as much when it's more complete. But who knows. They really went like... Alright, bag number 2. This is gonna be the like cartridge slot mechanism. So this is bag 6, 7, 7. There's 3 bags labeled 7. 3, 4, 2. Okay. And this one is 5. Good thing I have sharp teeth. How many bags does this set have? Like 18. I think. And some of these have the same number. Alright, let's go back to the other one.
There's quite literally one possible random encounter in the supply closet. This encounter is against a single Gamma Party hat.
Oop,
It can be implied this is for those playing a Night XXX, or just anyone who needs to fight Gamma hats safely.
And there's another bag
And this
inside
lighter.
the bag.
In the very same supply
He
closet,
fell.
you'll find a chest.
It's
containing the
okay,
lighter.
he's learning.
If you sell that lighter for 7 tokens, the chest will refill. This can be used to farm money infinitely. Upon getting Foxy, the
Alright,
trick
let's see
stops working.
this.
Hold for alternative battle music. In FNAF B1, there are a lot of cases where bosses have alternative battle music
these over
triggered by
here,
simply
maybe.
holding down the Q key before the battle starts. There are also
Hopefully you can
moments
still
in the
see
future
them. The
FNAF
chat is
games
covering
where
it
this
up
can
for
be
me
done
right now.
too. Shitty title.
Sure, you can see the mic,
.png.
so...
Shitty
This should be okay.
title.png is an unused graphic in the title screen folder of FNAF B1.
Okay.
Quite literally just the most beautiful piece of art ever composed. It features a variety of
the
stretched
hell?
out and crusty Freddies.
Stretched
I'd
out
hang
and
it on my
crusty
wall,
Freddy's.
wouldn't you? Permasilence. Permasilence is a weird status effect in FNAF B3. It is inflicted most notably by Vile during
I'm
his
scared what
fight
the
in
deep
Act
waters
3.
are for this one.
Permasilence prevents the one with it from using skills until they die. Death is the only way to remove permasilence, thus making you question if it truly is perma. Skyla Dildo.
Bags
The
and bags
Skyla
inside.
Dildo
Yeah.
is a secret final dildo of the series obtained in Act 3 during the Vile chase
Secret
scene.
final dildo
If
of
the
the
player
series.
chooses
You
to
don't
instead
say.
head for Pirate Cove and does so before Vile can enter the show stage, they will be able to find a chest containing the legendary weapon. It dramatically bolsters all of Freddy's stats to a significant extent, only excluding defense, which is just barely increased by
Stretched out
comparison.
and crusty is the
This
ideal
can be
type
tricky,
of art.
however, requiring
True.
perfect timing. Else, Vile will appear in the show stage before you can even enter Pirate Cove, locking you out for good.
You made this one. I'm gonna call this one Luigi.
The puppet is always watching.
That's where he's gonna
Ever
live
find it
from
a bit
now on.
weird how when the puppet timer runs out, the puppet knows
Just
exactly
goes
where
on
you
top
are and
here.
arrives within seconds? One could easily assume,
He told us this
given
is
the
Saga of
puppet's
Games.
power,
I don't know.
he is
I don't
somehow
even know what
always
these
capable
games
of
were
watching
before I
you,
clicked this
and thus
video.
always knows where you are in the building.
Okay, this
Show
one.
stage BB XX Oversight.
There's two of
FNAF
these.
V1,
Is this,
after reaching
one's
level
too
20 as
small.
Foxy,
Yeah, I think
BB will
it's
appear on the
other
show
one.
stage and be swiftly
one.
beheaded by Mangle if you interact with him. However,
Let's
on
go
Night
like this.
XX and
Yeah.
XXX, because you cannot reach level
Literally
20, there is also
1984.
a camera requirement to make up for it. The only issue is that on Night XX specifically, if you defeat more than 5
This
cameras,
is very
BB won't
strange
show
to
up.
put them like
This is due
inside
to a
this
basic
frame.
operator error. The game checks for equals 5 instead
I
of
wonder
greater or
why.
equals 5, meaning if you defeat 6 cameras, you're locked out of the Mangle fight.
Classic.
fucking room. This entry is
My
merely
God.
referencing the hilariously named map where you fight Phantom BB.
The
in FNAF
fucking
1.
room.
If you haven't,
It's like
I
that one
really
room in
suggest
Bone
looking
2
at the
with all the
switch and
bosses.
variable
It's just
names
called
in most
fuck.
mainline FNAF B games. It may get a laugh out of you.
It may get a laugh
Debug
out of
Room
you.
2.
Oh, we got one of these spring
In FNAF
joints.
B2, there is a second
I love
debug
these.
room found within the first.
I never
It
have
can only be
enough
accessed
of
by
these.
entering a password into the sign
I
in
like
the first
making
debug
like
room.
little mechanisms
In
with
this
them.
second room, you can get good, shatter Freddy's masculinity,
one.
break the toys, and buff BB, alongside adding unique characters to your party.
The fucking room of fun. We're gonna get
Nerfed Omega Shop
demonetized
Troop
from swearing so
XXX.
much.
In FNAF B1,
Good.
unlocking the Omega tier shop typically requires defeating 3 Omega hats. However, this changes
And
to
this
just
red one
2 if you're
goes
playing
on
on Night
top.
XXX,
Yeah.
because apparently the devs know mercy. Defeating even 1 is nigh impossible, so only having to
Right.
defeat 2 is
Not sure
godly.
what this is, but we made it.
The Toilet BB exploit. The Toilet BB exploit is where the player purposely doesn't buy the cupcakes from BB in the sewer section of FNAF B2, and instead fights Splash.
I
Woman
don't think I
immediately.
explained how
Doing
long I've
this,
been waiting
the
to do
player is
this,
sent
because
back to
I
the
got
women's
this set for my
bathroom,
birthday,
but is then flushed by
and
Toy Chica
it's
again
2
without
2 weeks
hesitation.
later now.
The player now has all their
It's just been
tokens
sitting
back,
in my
allowing
room
them
and
to buy
I've
a
been
ridiculous
very
amount of
eager to
medium
put it
pizzas and
together.
sodas from a heavily discounted BB shop in the sewer.
So I'm very happy that we're finally
Konami
able to
code
do this.
in the bathroom. The debug room of FNAF
I'm doing the
B1 is
NES
accessed
right
through
now.
code. But what I didn't tell you
It's
is that
the
it's
it seems
actually
to be the
Konami
order.
code.
These they
Code
want you to put
itself
them
is
together.
up, down, left, right, BA, start. But in game, the code
This
is
is our
UU,
Minecraft server. We can
DD,
swear as much as we want.
LRBAS.
So
Supply
true.
closet floor, no space in editor. This one is simple. Just look at this image.
Right.
There are literally no floor tiles not taken up by an event. Something about this is just kind of funny to me.
That is pretty funny. How you
Act
meant you've
3,
meant to walk there?
Bonnie-less. In older versions of Act 3, it was entirely possible to
This
skip
goes
having Bonnie
inside.
on your team and
Not
complete the
inside,
story
but
without
to the
him.
side here.
Though this was fixed in a later update. Top Hat Toss ignores
I should
defense.
put on the Mario
You'll never
64
stated in the
DS
description of the
iceberg after
skill.
this.
Top Hat Toss ignores defense entirely.
I
It
did see
doesn't
that
at
one
all
before,
use
but
defense
it's
in its damage calculation,
I haven't seen it in a hot
making
minute,
unavoidable
so
damage regardless
this
of
should
the
be
target's defense.
fun. I remember there
This
was
is not
one
true
scene
for
where
the
it just
referred
flashes a
version
smile
of this
dog at
skill.
you,
Gygus BB has 100 HP.
and the guy had to like
One may
apologize in the
assume
comments
fighting
because
Gygus
it
BB, he
freaked people
simply
out.
has infinite HP, or an amount so high it becomes arbitrary. However, simply looking
Yeah.
into the game files tells you that he only has 100
Yellow,
HP and simply
and
resists
is that
death,
all?
meaning no matter how much damage is actually dealt, he cannot die.
It looks like it's everything.
Fearless Flight does get weaker later on.
The fucking
Chica's
room.
fearless flight
Yeah,
skill
that's
states
so
that it gets
good.
weaker later on, and anyone who has used it in rapid succession would tell you this simply isn't true. However, that's not what the description means. The damage formula for fearless flight uses
Wow, this is
both the
some
regular and
technic
magic
stuff.
stats. Magic attack and defense are never actually acknowledged in FNAF B, not even being viewable, due to the fact that the opponent's
This feels like
magic
a
defense is
combination
considered in
of
the
a
formula,
normal Lego set
which
and a
increases as the
technic
game
Lego set.
progresses.
With all
Chica's
these,
magic attack is
with all the
considered in the
pieces that
formula,
look like this.
which only the godly weapons can increase. Fearless flight slowly begins to get worse as the game progresses.
It's not even really a jump scare, it just appears for one
Vaporwave tile
frame.
sets. FNAF B2 and 3 have unused Vaporwave tile sets that never get used even once in either game.
One Russian Half-Life
Each
iceberg
tile
that
set
has
is a
7
modified
parts at
version
least
of a
40 minutes
pre-existing
each.
default
Oh my
RPG
God.
Maker asset, and it can be implied the tile sets
Probably
were
still
used
not
for the save
everything that
import
that's
scenario at one
in the
point.
game that there is to
How
cover.
much can we fuck up FNAF? This was apparently the basis behind FNAF B. While I remember reading it myself and several people told me to put it on the iceberg, I can't find a source for where
Right,
this was
good.
originally said. So
Just
take this
like,
with a grain
just
of
like
salt.
the picture. And hard to angle it
Skip
so it's the
first
same.
puppet. In FNAF B2, you can skip the first
Let me see if I
puppet by
can get
interacting
this
with it
better on
7
the
times.
zoom.
Doing this causes Toy
No, not
Freddy
really.
to snap and toss the puppet into a
Maybe when I
nearby
make the
present.
controller,
The second
I'll
puppet
zoom it in a little
will
bit.
still activate after this, however, and there is no way to
Okay,
wind
it
it
needs
back
2
up.
of these.
There is hardly any benefit to doing this.
Been live for
Overworld
53
Golden
minutes
Freddy.
so far.
After
If
surviving an
anyone's
encounter
just
with
joining
Golden
us.
Freddy in FNAF B2, there will be a chance for him to appear on just about any given
Oh,
map
we
the
get to
player
cover
enters
it
in
up
the
now.
pizzeria. And if the player doesn't react to his presence and run out of the room immediately,
can fuck up
he'll
FNAF
charge
a
and
whole
force
lot.
the player
You don't
into
even
an
need
unwinnable
parodies to
battle
do
where
it.
he immediately kills them.
Yeah, security breach.
Vending machine
I
in the
saw a
ceiling.
video
The
recently that's
vending
just can
machine
I
in
beat
FNAF B2,
security
when
breach without
activated,
seeing a
seems
single
to fall from the
glitch?
ceiling, implying it was there the entire time.
And it was on the
And
final
the
version
ceiling
of
was
the
able
game.
to support its weight just fine. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
Wow, this is strange. I've never seen smooth
Freddy
tiles
absorbs
like
the
this in
Yif.
Lego.
In the save import scenario, the player fights Golden Freddy, who immediately attempts to end the player with a fatal Yif. However, Michael's Hap prevents this. What's so interesting, and something no player would ever notice without digging into the
Thankfully,
game
he
files,
censored
is that
whatever
Freddy
he
also
was
gains
just about to
180
say.
attack after this, which can be very easily interpreted as Freddy quite literally absorbing the Yif.
My fucking god.
The Also Puppet switch. In the FNAF B1 puppet fight, the switch Also Puppet is turned on and off
That's-
over and over again every other turn. The switch causes the overworld
I didn't
tint
lose
to
it.
apply to battles,
It's okay.
meaning the lighting of the battle changes every other turn for some reason.
And it needs
The
a
Nightmare
short one that I
refers.
missed here.
I didn't put too many CC entries in this iceberg, but this was one of them. In the older versions of CC, CC1 had a post-game where you could fight a few bonus bosses. One of the bonus bosses were the Nightmare Refurbs.
What's over
This is
here?
interesting, considering the Nightmare animatronics were at no point mentioned before this, making their sudden appearance a bit jarring. It can be assumed this is why it wasn't kept in.
Those words weren't in the Bible.
BB stat debuffs don't work, and BB stat debuffs still don't work. In FNAF B1, and as the entry suggests,
Let's go,
too,
we got the
BB
rods.
scenario's debuff functions that make BB start out not at full power don't work. Instead of decreasing his attack and defense, the game decreases the chance he'll
One
have his attack and
and
defense
second
debuffed when hit by an attack or defense debuffing skill. Because there are none in
There
FNAF
we go.
B1 and 2, this functionally does nothing.
I guess it's kind of
Top Hat Crash
it's just meant to
Recoil.
look like the
In
mechanism
FNAF
and
B2,
not really
Top Hat Crash has an
work like
unlisted
it,
recoil
except for
effect,
the up and down
damaging Toy
movement.
Freddy upon use.
I'm guessing.
First, Bunny Hop listed an effect it didn't have,
Okay, so
and now
we
Top Hat Crash doesn't
need
list an effect
this,
it does
1
have.
and 1.
Wild. Foxboy. Foxboy is a rare Easter egg in FNAF B3 accessed in Act 1, 2, and 0. Certain maps have a 1 in 501 chance.
Oh, I
in
wasn't
Act
meant to
1
put this
and
in all
2,
the way.
Or 1
Oh,
in 201 chance in Act 0,
Okay, at least
containing
it's still
Foxboy upon
can
entry.
come
When spoken
out
to,
somewhat.
Foxboy will say one of 3 things, depending on where you found him. If found in Act 1, he'll say,
Ah, baby,
if found in Act 2, he'll say,
I'm still baby.
and if found in Act 0, he'll say,
Yeah, I helped make the vile jokes, but nobody believes me, so I just
Okay.
stay quiet about it.
There
I
is
just
a further
assumed I
1 in
meant to
6
put
chance
them
upon
in all the
speaking
way.
to him that his voice line will be what I can
I wonder
only
how many
assume to
people
be
made the same
vocoded
mistake.
to no sleep until clear, though I'm not too sure.
Okay, can I put this in now?
Confusion and
Yeah,
high are interchangeable.
it's safe now.
As
We
stated a while
can
back,
do it.
high is basically just confusion. However, it is quite literally the same status effect in game terms.
By the way,
as
who's here
skill
from Mastodon?
Confusion lens inflicts
Because I made
high.
a post there as well.
Phantom Refurbs. The Phantom Refurbs are a super boss found in Act
Oh,
3 able to
okay.
be fought after obtaining the Phantom
You do
Shard
this.
item. In the fight, the Knight XX
That's
animatronics are fought, now powered up after the explosion Cranky's death caused.
Meant to be
They're incredibly
going
strong
this way.
and require an immense amount of stat boosts and strategy to beat. Evil Pizza Pass's weird description. Literally just look at this image. The entire skill is generally just a really strange piece of the game.
Evil Pizza Pass.
Withered Foxy Skip. To the average player, defeating Withered Foxy is a part of recruiting Mangle in FNAF B2, but in reality, he can be skipped as easily as just finding a new voucher and taking it to the vending machine. The only reason why you'd ever have to
Where
fight
does
him
this
is
go?
if you
These
want him to be
flat
recruitable.
ones.
Or, you know, you don't like exploiting the game.
Can't see where this is supposed to
Tokens are a real currency. As seen in FNAF B Act 2 and 3, tokens are a real currency. Golden Freddy uses them to buy things
go.
at
Oh,
Starbucks
okay,
and
it's
Walmart,
here.
while Freddy uses them in place of real money to buy a record for Bonnie. This is most interesting when you consider a plot point is Freddy accidentally leaving his legal United States currency back in the 90s, implying not every business accepts tokens as valid payment, but some do.
What is this supposed to? Oh, it's supposed to like
Springtrap Tutorial.
go on
In
the
FNAF
side.
B3, there's an
here.
unused common event that explains how Springtrap works. It explains his 2 actions, his combo skills, and the fact that guarding costs him SP. It is unknown why this goes unused,
Okay, I
so
see.
it could be because it spoils
this
the
is what
fact that Act
these,
2 exists.
Little joints here are. It's for.
Puppets
these
in the
springs.
plumbing. In the
I
sewer
put them
section
in
of
wrong.
FNAF B2, the
Okay.
puppet can still attack Toy Freddy if the timer runs out. Though, interestingly,
As
the
being
puppet
guided
doesn't
by the
come down
colors.
the toilet.
Is
He
there a
emerges
tire
from
here?
within the toilet. This
are you
implies he was
plotting,
somehow
Lego?
already in there to begin with. Is there some shortcut we don't know about? The puppet always attacks first. In FNAF B1,
Okay,
the
we
puppet
got
has
this.
a nigh unavoidable basic attack he uses before anyone else moves, used on the first turn. It always targets the first party member, usually Freddy, meaning it can be telegraphed.
Okay.
Who put the office camera there?
Where are we putting?
No, really.
What is this?
Toy
Like a
Freddy has a valid point. Why is there a
clown
camera in the
car.
office? Who put it there? Where did the security guard go? Yep. Nope, it's confirmed. It's confirmed. The office camera was the night guard. And now you know Freddy Fuckboy is coming. He's gonna kill you. It's over. You're dead. No running away. I'm sorry. This is just the way it is. It's
what
over.
is going?
Enemy basic attack not as affected by your defense.
But it does
When hit
pay with
a
golden
basic enemy
teapots.
attack, you'll take more damage than the enemy would if you did the same.
Imagine.
This is because the enemy
Someone
basic
daring to
attack
not take
slightly ignores
currency
defense
from
for some
Shadow.
reason. It's a weird fact, and one that really just doesn't look too fun.
It's like I should like move to the side a bit. Here.
Well, the 3rd layer's done.
Okay, we got this.
Now we go on to the 4th, where things really start to get
36.
weird and really obscure. Are you ready?
No. I don't think anybody in chat is ready.
Toy animatronic battlebacks. In some of the original FNAF B1 builds, the toy animatronics had their own special battlebacks that appear to be there in order to fix the way their battlers cut off. In reality though, they just looked kinda weird when the boss died, as it would create a large hole where the battler once was. LastDance.ogg. Last
we got
Dance
a
is
file
a
extension.
song in all 3 FNAF
That
B
means it's
games.
scary.
It is associated with finality and the game's climax, typically appearing before the final boss fight.
Put this here for now.
There is no known source for where this audio came from, outside of the time Zane WD asked one of the creators and got a response that it was custom audio. The general mood of the audio, combined with its mysterious origins, makes it a funny little thing to think about.
Put this together wrong.
CC Red Herrings. Another CC entry, this time referring to the various joke images present in CC's files, specifically there to confuse
Okay,
people.
it's this.
There are a lot of them, and they're pretty funny. FNAF B1 Puppet was rich. In the first builds of FNAF B1, the puppet dropped an insane amount of tokens. Man really had all the wealth, didn't he?
I like how that's in this layer. A character
Atari
was
BB.
rich.
Atari BB is a set of unused maps that were apparently used for a cut ending.
This is Creepypasta
More on
audio.
that later.
Turn this up a little
S
bit.
attack and S defense. S attack and S defense are the magic stats. What's so weird
Okay,
is that they're
this
actually
seems
given
like
new
a good
names
volume.
internally, despite never being shown or mentioned in game. The
You
S
tell me if it
in S
isn't, no.
attack and S defense may stand for special.
Okay, so this goes on here.
The toys didn't always have their own skills in FNAF B1. As the entry
Rich
implies,
people are
the
scary.
first builds of the game featured toy animatronics as bosses that simply copied
That's
the
so
classic
true.
animatronic skills. This is still somewhat true, as Toy Bonnie
need
and
to
Toy
put
Chica
this
both use
on
classic
them.
skills in their boss fights in FNAF B1.
One. These? Okay.
Weird Cameras Troop. Yep. Fucking yep. The Skype chat. Before the official Discord
Ass
server
attack.
came the Skype chat. This is where many historic events took
Better
place.
put the Skype
such
logo
as
there. I don't think
AWD
people nowadays
being
even know
blessed
what
with
Skype
CC
was.
development. A few screenshots still exist of it, and I'm sure anyone still in it can look back at the old messages. I lost my login information. Swapped
So
bathrooms.
true. Who
The
hasn't?
women's and men's
This just looks like
bathrooms swapped
a
places
weird
in FNAF
like
B2.
clown car
In
to
FNAF
me.
2,
Or like
they're
a,
in the opposite order.
like a jet of some kind. Like a jet car.
The refurbs have their own skill set.
Let's
In
go.
FNAF B2, the refurbs you fight actually have their own
Here.
skills separate from the classic ones. These skills
just
have
linked by
modified
these
formulas,
two.
presumably to make them more fair. Except, Backup Bash almost always hitting. That one's a little bit bullshit, don't you think?
Oh, you can see it. It's like you're just like freely moving around.
Stab someone in the groin, party implications, during Splash Woman fight.
Party implication.
The stab skill Splash Woman has in FNAF B2 uses the bizarre use message of grabbed a trident and used it to stab someone
Oh, I
in
have
the
to
groin.
like pry.
While this
bring
isn't so
this
bizarre at
in
first
somehow.
glance, you have to remember, only Toy Freddy can fight her. You cannot bring anyone into the battle with you under game legal circumstances. Why would the skill
That's
have to
satisfying.
specify that it hit someone when there's
is
only one
correct.
target it could
I think
hit? This was fixed in FNAF B3, where her stab
Okay.
skill uses the message, stabbed deftly with her trident.
I put this in backwards, didn't I? Yeah.
Past Puppet music references. In FNAF B3, the Past Puppet's music starts off as mass destruction, then becomes wiping all out at 50% health. This is in reference to the first and second puppets from FNAF B2, which use mass destruction and wiping all out respectively and appear in that order.
Okay.
Good ending rumor. There was a rumor that in FNAF B3 you could get a supposed good ending by not killing Phantom BB, and thus you wouldn't trigger the death scene. This allowed you to kill Springtrap. This was
need
apparently
3
just a
of
bug
them.
and cannot be done in newer versions of the
No,
game.
2. It just
In
says
reality,
it's free.
This is a hoax, caused by a video claiming to show footage of a good ending, but it was just a bugged fan game.
Okay.
Didn't stop it from becoming a genuine rumor though. The
Right.
summon script death loop. In FNAF B3, any enemy with 2 or more actions can put the player in a
Looks
death
like I
loop
did.
if it
Okay,
lands a
it's
blow that
secure
finishes
now.
off the last
Okay,
party
I s-
member without using its
I
second
see
action.
now.
This causes it to gain infinite actions for some unknown reason. It
Probably
makes it
shouldn't
attack
be
nothing
putting too
infinite.
much stress
This
on
is
this
strangely
for
caused
now.
by a
Well, it's not
script that
really
allows for Golden
secure,
Freddy to summon allies
but
in Act
it
2.
does. It does work.
FNAF the movie. FNAF the movie is a video uploaded by one of the developers that features a complete
Of course.
shitpost of an animation in GoAnimate. It's art. Pure art.
Oh boy. Okay, this goes here to secure the things, I
The
guess.
Space Jam Takeover. The Space Jam Takeover was an event on the
Okay.
official subreddit back in
This
the
was scary for a moment. I was
2015
worried that I
time
would
period.
like completely fuck up
The entire subreddit was
structure of
reskinned
this
to be
and have to
Space Jam
restart.
themed.
from some point.
It was horrifying. A true nightmare.
Okay, and this goes here.
There are a
This
lot
is
of other
secure.
takeover
Okay,
events.
this is secure now
This one is
too.
the most memorable to me.
I guess this is just to simulate some kind of thing that was in the NES.
The aesthetic controller. The aesthetic controller was an item originally revealed in
Oh,
a video
bag
on one of
free.
the
Okay,
dev's
these are
YouTube
all
channels, but
leftovers
ultimately
then.
went unused in game.
I
It
hope
can still
I
be
didn't
used as
forget
intended
any,
if hacked into the game,
but
though.
they all
It
are
distorted the screen to a
single
degree related to
pieces,
the number
well,
inputted upon
hopefully they
using the
are.
item.
Okay, let's try to put them in here.
FNAF World Halloween Edition. The troll game, FNAF World Halloween Edition,
The troll
contains a
game.
FNAF reference in the form of the enemies Party Hat A and Party Hat B. Simple as that.
Okay. Time for bag free. Not as difficult to find this time.
80s Endoskeleton, Foreshadows Prime.
This
After
one ripped
defeating the
much
80s
too
Endoskeleton,
easily.
it'll call out a word. Prime. This is in reference to the Act 3 boss, Endoskeleton Prime, which was foreshadowing. From here,
And a
to beat
small
the
one.
game, you'll end up getting a unique password for Act 3 that does...
So I will be
something
getting
unusual,
some
to say the
buttons
least.
this time. It's starting to come together, you know? Oh my god, there's a
Comically
piece of
large
hair
vial
stuck
sprites.
between these bricks.
Look at him. Look at him.
I'm
he
looking at
is
him.
huge. Massive.
He's a big fella. Okay,
The Chipper/Tyke controversy. When FNAF B3 came out, dozens of people
Cool.
would continue to
The
contact
troll.
one of the developers to correct their mistake.
oh my...
Act 2 introduced Chipper for a few
By the
minutes,
way, in the
but the
TV
character
part,
shown is
I
actually Tyke,
saw a
the son
glimpse
of
of it.
Chipper.
You just
Email after
have
email
like...
about this error
you
led
have
to
to
the
put
new
in,
lore
like,
that something
you
happened in the
manually
games
have
that
to
made
put in
Tyke
every
change his name to
pixel
Chipper.
on the TV screen. Like, by yourself.
Tower and Pizza LLC. This image explains it way better than I ever could. Just read it.
Oh god. Large individual.
Unused ending. More on that now. We come to the part of
More
the
on that
episode
now,
where
okay.
things get weird. The unused ending is what would have preceded the Atari BB maps, where a different ending takes place.
Okay. Put
One
this
where it
aside.
reveals Freddy is the cause of a spatial
I
collapse.
didn't show it off when I
It is
finished the
unfinished.
bag, but
Even
here it
ending
is.
with a simple ending here. It is unknown why this ending goes unused.
I have to be careful to not drop it.
Chatsy. Before the Discord, before the Skype chat, there was a Chatsy.
Oh, look
room.
at these. These
It
look
was
so
a mess,
cool. I don't know
but
if I
a
can
fun
show
one.
it to the camera
It
too
was
well.
created after I used Chatsy for my fan game and invited one of the subreddit mods to talk. They then
I have to
created
turn
a
on
chat room for the subreddit,
autofocus,
which
but
quickly evolved into
the power and reset
funny.
buttons.
There were even moments where outsiders joined, thinking it was an actual
Hang on.
adult chat room for explicit content.
No, I wouldn't be able to. You're already
I'll
demonetized. You
face
definitely will
myself,
be now. Yeah.
thematic purpose. A
Good
lot
thing
of
I
fan
don't have it
games
set
will
up.
Use I'll Face Myself because it's a cool song without realizing why it's used in the first place. It plays during a fight against the toys in FNAF B1.
Oh
See the
boy.
connection? You're fighting
This
a
is how they
variation
made the
of yourself.
NES in
You're
1984.
facing yourself.
Literally 1984.
Freddy Fuckboy hasn't fucked at all.
My
He's a
god.
goddamn virgin. 2 Snoop Dogg troops.
Lord. Okay,
Yeah, I don't get
let's guess
why.
what this is gonna be. What do you think it's gonna be? I think it might be like power
The beach could be
port
yours.
or something
.png.
to simulate it.
The beach could be yours.
That or a
.png is an
controller
image
port.
of a carousel used
No, the
in
controller
FNAF
port would
2 that
be
floats in the tile
on the
set
front
folder for some
here.
unknown reason. Combine its funny name with its unused nature, and you have yourself a weird situation without an explanation, similar to the CC red herring.
Is this what I... No, wait. What the hell is this piece?
debug room modeled after Mother 3 debug rooms. Compare them side to side, realize that FNAF 2's final boss is a mother reference to begin with, and finally understand the universe.
Okay, there it is. Ah. Thankfully it
Well,
didn't snap my skin.
Here we go. The last layer. This is when the knowledge gets so obscure, I'm not even sure how I figured all this stuff out.
This is where the graphics get so good, you will actually notice how good they are. Oh, look at that. Huh.
Hedgehog's Dilemma. Hedgehog's Dilemma is a metaphor that essentially goes like this. Two hedgehogs seek each other's warmth in the cold of winter, but cannot grow close, as their spines hurt each other. It's a metaphor for human intimacy. What does this have to do with FNAF?
Oh,
An X-Zero, an item by the same name as the metaphor, can be found with a 1 in 100 chance upon trying to use the vending
nice
machine.
Majora's Mask
Using
music.
it causes a series of text boxes related to the Hedgehog's Dilemma to show up, inevitably ending with Toy Freddy stating that it was
Let's see.
kinda hot. One can easily draw parallels between the metaphor and Toy Freddy himself. FNAF B1 BB was initially spriteless. In the first build of the game, the hole in the wall that BB stands in front of
These
was
rounded
BB.
pieces.
Interacting with the hole triggered BB dialogue. He didn't have a sprite, it was
There
instead
it is.
just a hole in the wall.
Oh, it's just one piece. Okay.
FNAF B takes
See.
place in a post-apocalypse.
Some
According
kind
to
of
an
rounder.
often
Oh, I need
overlooked bit of lore
8 of
found
these.
in
Oh
the
my,
book's
this is gonna look
Valerie
so
from
weird
FNAF B1's W
when this is
scenario.
put together. 'Cause these
Using his
slits
innate
between them are
mechanical
gonna be very
knowledge,
visible.
he constructed a time-traveling machine and used it to head to the distant future, long after a dystopian end times had wrought upon humanity.
I'm supposed
Not
to have
only
8
does
of
this
these.
imply the game is
5 of these,
post-apocalyptic,
okay.
but one of the devs outright stated it. BB's influence
The
on the
One
Mother
Piece.
Universe. Another entry best explained by an image. Character-specific dialogue quirks.
My
Most
sister always said I
characters
was
have
very
their own unique
fast when I
dialogue
was
quirks that most
putting
people
together
seemingly
Lego
don't
sets,
notice.
but
For
I don't know
example,
about
BB
this.
always talks in caps, and Mangle ends every sentence with ellipses. The typical quirk is just typing in all lowercase. The most obvious ones,
Okay, these
Chica's
glass
quasi-inability to
ones
say
and
anything but,
2
Devour my hot
of
bird
these.
ass Freddy.
and Foxy's inability to go long without saying fuck.
This?
FNAF B1
And
Puppet
one of
was never
these.
expected to be beatable. As the entry implies, it simply wasn't, which is why it gave such insane rewards if you won. Once it was proven to be beatable, the rewards were lowered drastically.
Gotta have balance.
Screaming Piano. In the first build of FNAF B1, there's a piano in the back room that
Wasn't there like a similar thing
Screams.
in Undertale? Where some boss was
Speeds
supposed
beat
to be
FNAF B1
not
solo
beatable, but
before
it
it
turned out
launched.
to be actually... No, it was 2020 mode
Yep.
in
Yeah,
FNAF 1.
Yep. yes. Tech
Typing
was called
quirks.
question mark. In one of the early builds of the first game,
This
Tech
just
points
goes
were simply
on the
called
flat
question
thing
mark.
Here.
this can be easily seen in Wade's playthrough of the game. Only one copy of FNAF B was
Okay, it
personalized.
goes...
I fixed it
this.
with brute force. Someone once joined the Discord with a strange issue. Though he tried and tried, he could never get his game to let him play as Freddy. I sent him a patch. I sent him another patch, and patches after patches, but it never did anything until the final patch, where I had the game brute force BB out of the party when he was added and replaced him with Freddy.
What did I just...
It was a weird event. FNAF.7z.
Oh, it goes on... I forget
FNAF.7z
there's
was
like...
the original name of the file
There's
containing the game.
spaces behind
At
it.
that time, Five Nights at Fuckboys really didn't have its identity down yet. The beta build.
Too large. and
Found.
1 by
The beta
3.
build was the very first build of Five Nights at Fuckboys available from the
Okay.
developer's Tumblr account. For the longest time, it was lost, unable to be found, and on the same level as
Okay,
most
now
fake
it's
internet
starting to
legends
look
of
like
cursed
something.
video games. Until the day the developer uploaded every single non-public version of the game series she could find and dumped links into the general chat of the Discord server. This is how we have all the information we do about the game.
2 of these.
The first build of the game was found, so please, do research it. You can now. Oh,
It's supposed to be
it's finally
together.
over.
It's supposed to be like
I
this.
thought I was going to die recording all this.
Wow, we're actually
It took so long.
through with this video.
So long. Oh my god. I cannot believe I actually managed to get all this done. First I had to make the image, then I had to write the script, then I had to record. I didn't have all day to record. I had to record this over several days, so you might notice a little bit of mic quality in continuity. But
Would I wait to have a
It's done.
personalized version?
it's finally done. And all I have to do is video edit.
That was a big ride. Oh, but and we're not
I'm sure
even
I'll hate that just as
once
much,
1/5 in.
if not more.
Okay, and this goes on here.
I need to take a shit really badly.
Okay, let me put on the Mario 64 one. Superior. Nice. Oh, thankfully it shows me which one I watched. Is this too loud? Link to the FNAF B movie, by the way. I don't know if the chat is ready. Is this the Go Animate one? Yeah. 46
Are
seconds.
you ready for Freddy? I'm going to have the time of my fucking life. I'm going to punch the fuck out of this door until it opens. Punch, 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 punch. Okay, this isn't working.
Go Animate free trial.
Freddy, my fucking head is gone.
Your new voice actor fucking sucks. Let me guess. You want me to go find your fucking head?
Yes.
I fucking hate you.
We were robbed from Comedy World. Maybe I should put on AVGN. I think that would be appropriate.
Before this video begins, I'd like to give a quick shout out to the 2 creators of the icebergs. Yep, I said 2. I
The
figured
second one is the
covering
one you
just
wanted.
one of these
No,
would be
I
too
wanted
short of a
specifically
video,
Mario
so
64
I've decided
DS.
to combine the 2 of them for a much better experience. Shout out to Amazing Andrew47 and WWW Wario on Reddit. Both links to the original
Hopefully.
posts will be in the description below, and with that out of the way,
I'm
let's
like
begin
90%
with Super
sure it was
Mario
this video.
64 DS Iceberg.
Oh my, okay. I need to put this together first.
Released in 2004 for the Nintendo
Oh, these are
DS,
tiny
Mario
pieces.
64 DS is essentially a remake
It's
of the
stuck in my
original
fingers.
Mario 64. It's very mixed on whether it lived up to the original or not. Some say it's the superior version, while others say the original still has it topped. Whatever the case may be, you're probably here out of some interest for the game, whether you played it before or wanted to learn about it. This
I
game is amazing,
this
with a
wrong.
brand new set of characters
Think?
to try out with upped graphics and everything.
Wait, what?
The new content that 64DS brings to the table is genuinely really good in my
It has
opinion.
to be like this.
Now, as it turns out, the original 64 and the DS version both have very different topics when it comes to icebergs.
The normal Mario
and you'll
64
soon
one
see
replaced
the
more.
vast differences between the two.
Let me check the comments, cause. Yeah, okay, let's check the other one. Was it this one?
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you.
No, I don't think this is the one. Because there was an apology for it specifically. Negative. Oh, that's not it. Maybe this is fine.
Okay, I'm gonna be
Ocarina
real
of Time?
with you.
No,
I'm not
I
gonna
haven't seen
waste
that
your
one.
time with the stupidly long intro. You can probably understand how these iceberg explanation of what into it. L is real 2401. This is a classic famous rumor
Ray
relating
and
to the
these
plaque in
arch
the castle
ones.
courtyard
I
that
could never
has
find a
the
use
star
for.
above it. Some people think
Also,
that
this is a very
plaque
strange
says
brick
L is
color.
real
It looks blue on the camera, but
hinting
it's
at
like
maybe
teal.
Luigi being in the game, or the release
We
date of
compare it
Paper
to like
Mario
another
in
blue,
North
like
America.
this blue and
In
this
reality,
blue.
this plaque doesn't really
You can
say anything.
just barely see
The
it's more
texture is in
green, but it's
32 by 32
a lot
pixels,
more
so
green
even
in real
extracting
life.
it from the game, you can't really make out what it says. If I had to guess, I would say it says Eternal Star, but again, it
And
probably
it just
just
goes
says
like this,
nothing.
and then this gray one. next
Space
to
World
them.
95 beta. Space World was sort of a public exhibition sort of thing where Nintendo would show off upcoming video games, and of course, Mario 64 was shown at Space World 1995, 1 year before it was eventually released. This is one of
And
the
this
most famous
goes
video game
here,
betas
like
out
this.
there, with tons of footage of it existing around the internet, and that's
They don't really
probably
go
why
together,
it's on
they're
the
just
top level
next
of
to
this
each other.
iceberg. Whomp's Fortress Tower 1-up. In Whomp's Fortress, if you punch the back of the tower that appears after you've defeated King Whomp, there will be a 1-up. Most players wouldn't probably think to punch it on their first playthrough,
This is
but
supposed to
in
just
terms
be,
of
like,
obscure
free
secrets,
like
it's
this?
paradoxically pretty well known. Bob-omb Battlefield Bridge Hanging. On the underside of this bridge in Bob-omb Battlefield, you can hang to it like any of the other climbable
Very
ceilings in this game.
strange.
There's
this
pretty
is
much
meant
no
to go
reason
together.
to actually do this,
None.
which is why it's kind of obscure. Half A presses and parallel universes.
No, this kind of
Now,
just
I
has to
could
be.
make a stupid, tired joke at the expense of Pan Koek or TJ Henry Yoshi, but God knows both of them are sick of this by now. So I'm just gonna
Okay.
basically summarize some of the stuff that's in the video,
Uh,
but honestly,
here,
Kenan
and then
does
this
such a better
goes
job at
here.
explaining it than I ever could. Basically,
It's strange
a
of them to
parallel
put a
universe
teal
is
brick
a copy of the geometry
bridge.
of any Super Mario 64 level that exists way out in the distance relative to the regular level. Normally, in a casual playthrough, you would never ever be able to
Snob
access these,
here.
and these are only useful in terms of things like
That's
the 0A
strange.
presses runs.
Strange
Half A
brick.
presses are
You barely
basically
see it,
just
but it's like
a notation used in isolation.
it's like a little
So
L.
what Penin describes in his video is that in Watch for Rolling Rocks, he does the entirety of that star with the A button held down. So he
And this is
notes it
supposed to
as
go this way.
0.5 A presses, but he says in a full game run that it would just be counted as 1 A press. People in the comments section seem to not understand this to this day, saying that no, you can't, the button is not analog,
You
can't
can't.
have half an A
You
press.
can't do
Whereas he
this.
specifically says it only exists in isolation of that specific star and tool-assisted speedrun. Impossible Coin / Goomba.
Okay.
This is another Pen & Koek topic.
Doing good
Super
so
Mario
far.
64 has a
think.
few coins that are not collectible.
With time
One of them
and
exists in
progress.
Tiny Huge Island because one of the coins
Okay, where does
spawns
this
underneath
go?
part of the level.
This needs to be
And
earned
in
again.
the final Bowser level, there is a triad of Goombas, and one of them spawns
There's 2
where
by
there is no
2s here.
ground, so he appears at the death
L?
barrier,
Like this L
and
is
his
real?
coin
Oh
cannot be
god.
collected.
It's more
Again,
likely
Just
than
watch
you
the
think.
video Pen & Koek put out on this that he did a couple years ago. Big Boo unused text. There's a piece of text within the game that goes
And then
unused
2
that says,
of these large
You're
these are
mine
6 by
now.
2s.
I'll pass right through this wall. Can you do
Hope
that?
this is entertaining because
you can make
I don't know.
NPCs say this extremely easily, but it's unknown as to why
hey,
they're
maybe in the
unused.
future I'll do like
Maybe the Boo in
modeling
the castle would
streams
have said
because I
this.
always wanted to
When
do
it comes
that,
to
but
things like this, there's not much we can
never
do but
felt the
speculate.
incentive to do it.
Don't become his
knows?
lunch. In Hazy Maze
Where's
Cave,
this
there's a sign that
to go?
says, "A gentle sea dragon lives here. Pound on his back to make him lower his head. Don't become his lunch." The first 2 sentences make sense, but the last sentence seems to contradict the first one. Dory can't even harm you in this game.
Oh, it's like directly.
Honestly, it was probably just the
top of the
translators
other
having
one.
some fun, since
So
Dory
this
might
goes
look a bit
here.
scary to a small child playing this game. Mirror
Man,
room.
imagine putting
the mirror
this
room in the upstairs
in-
floor of the
back
castle is
into
where Snowman's
the
Land
box.
is accessed, but many players naturally want to go
like
through or
piece
behind
by
the mirror.
piece.
There
everything
actually
in the
is
correct
collision
back
back
to
there, but
seal
no
it
way to
up.
access it other than maybe backwards long
Wouldn't that
jumping.
be fun?
In the DS remake, you actually have to enter the mirror to find Wario as well as a secret star. dancing
make Mario
flowers.
Bama in Rio.
Mario 64 has a few
Oh, like,
weather effects,
you think,
such as
like-
snow, as
Oh,
well
I
as
meant, like,
lava
real-life
bubbles
modeling.
in Lethal Lava Land and
But
Bowser
that's
in the
also
Fire Scene.
that's a
The
even
lava
more of a
bubbles
possibility.
basically stick to the floor, or in this case the lava, and play their bubbling animation.
Okay, and then this
There
goes
exists
here.
a similar effect in which flowers will stick to the floor and
Yeah,
play a
look at this
dancing
front
animation.
here. It's actually,
Volcano blocks.
I think that's
A
actually the
bunch
back.
of cubes are just
I
thrown
can't
about
tell.
near the star platform inside the Lethal Lava Land volcano.
Oh, this
They're
is.
probably just there
Oh,
for
look at that!
decoration,
So
but,
this thing
you know,
here,
they're
it's
on this image anyway, might
it
as well explain
sets
them.
whether this is
Secret
like
aquarium.
locked
I
in
Don't know why this one is on here. You literally
or
need to
not.
go there to get all
That's very
120
clever.
stars.
It even works when
You
I
can
hold it
backwards
sideways.
long
That's
jump
very
into these
impressive.
fish tanks, but there isn't anything
How
there.
did they think of this?
Ghoul
Okay.
Metal. In Big Boo's Haunt, there's a signpost that
Get
says,
Legos and
"You don't
create
stand a
him."
ghost of a chance in this house. If
Got
you
it.
walk out of here, you deserve
A ghoul medal.
This is literally just a pun on the word gold medal. Yellow
Okay,
cap
and
switch.
now I need one of
The
these.
3 cap switches in the game, the red, the green, and the blue one, are all actually the same object,
Goes
but
here.
each color switch just has a
I
different
like the
parameter
color
set.
coding.
There does exist
Makes
a
it
4th
easier
yellow
to
switch in the
figure
game,
it out.
much like the ones from Super Mario World, and
Mario
would have
Bama
unlocked
will-
Koopa
Mario Bama will
shells.
become real and
Broken
get into your
paintings.
house.
There are several paintings in the upper floor
Finally.
of the castle that don't act as level warps, some of which are direct
It's
copies
like that
of
one,
existing paintings on other floors.
It's like that one
If you ask-
McDonald's commercial that was like, like Arabic commercial. I don't remember what it was. It's like, it was called The Big America. Hang on. This one.
Affirmative. What? Copy that.
This is what Mario Bama is gonna be in real life.
לכל אחד יש רגע שהוא פשוט חייב ביג אמריקה.
Here you go, Mr. President.
God bless Israel for the big America.
מקדונלדס מציגה סדרת ביג אמריקה.
He looks so weird.
משובח
He's like
בשישה
a
טעמים נפלאים.
like an animated rubber mask. I don't know who they got for this, but it's scary. It's
משובח
scaring me.
בשישה טעמים נפלאים. מקדונלדס.
Christ. Okay.
Me though, it's just Nintendo
turn this
being
out before they
resourceful
think
with
it's
their
sponsored.
textures and chose to give the upstairs walls some more flair. HMC alcove.
Okay, I need
There
this
are a
frame.
few little ledges in the toxic
And the
maze
yellow.
that don't lead out of the maze. Presumably they exist as a means of letting players
Oh,
breathe
okay, it's
for a
this
bit,
one.
and without their health draining as they navigate the maze.
And this.
ET in the pyramid. The hieroglyphs in the shifting sand
Big Texas.
have the letters ET on the right side. Ignoring the conspiracy of aliens built the pyramids, this was either just a random bit of humor snuck in, or the letters
God
are placed there
bless.
at random by the Japanese texture artist.
He looks
without
so
any
weird. You
thought to
probably
their
can't see on
significance.
this small
Jolly
screen,
Roger Bay Vanishing Fog.
but
This one is interesting.
freaks me out.
When you first enter Jolly Roger Bay, there's
Something
a
off
subtle
about
fog
him.
that rests above the water, and the skybox has a sort
Got
of
this little
yellow-green hue to
bee
it.
thing
After
here.
collecting the first star, it goes away forever and doesn't come back even if you select star 1 again. You have to start a new file just to see it again. It's honestly very overlooked
he's
and not
like-
as pronounced as the other details in levels such as the Womps
I
Fortress
thought
Pyramid
these were like
appearing,
lily
or
pads
the
when
Big
I was
Dud.
pouring
After
them out of the
defeating
bag.
King Bob-omb, one of the pink Bob-ombs will say, "Thank you,
Yeah, I
Mario.
need
The Big
this
Bob-omb
upside
is
down
nothing
and
but
do,
a big
like, the
dud
same
now."
thing to them.
Additionally, the pit that previously
Over
only
here.
had 2 steel balls rolling around it has 3 in it, and it'll only
Yeah,
go
it'd be
back
easier
down
to
to
just
have
make
2
them
if
and
you
then
select the
put a
first
thing
star and
through
fight
it,
King
instead
Bob-omb
of doing
again.
it the other way around.
Yoshi's saddle. In every official picture of Yoshi, the saddle or shell on his back has a white outline. In Super Mario 64, it is entirely red.
E-boss.
Even stranger is that the rim of the
Never
saddle
find
is
him
actually
again.
modeled, but colored red instead of white. Yoshi's polygons are colored by the game itself, and the only textures he uses are for his eyes. Bugged fire texture.
Now,
When
one
Mario
of
is
these
burned, the
as
smoke
well.
textures that spawn behind him are meant to look different than the ones shown in game.
Nice.
It's
okay.
extremely subtle, and
Way better
unless
if you do
it's
it the
been
other
pointed
way
out to you,
around.
you'd assume that's how it was intended to look.
Um,
Unagi's tunnel. In Jolly Roger Bay, Unagi the eel has a small hole that he emerges from. There's actually a tunnel behind it that is fully modeled, but Mario has no way of accessing it, and it's unlikely that a normal
Nice.
player would even see it.
Weird.
Blarg. Blargs are enemies that appeared in Super Mario World and a
What?
couple other Mario games before Super Mario 64 would be
Oh,
released.
okay. They're meant to go
An
in upside
untextured
down. I was
model of a
confused. I
Blarg
thought this one
exists in Super
showed
Mario
them.
64, along with a few animations, and it can be reinserted into
I thought
the
these
lava land
were
with a simple
meant to
code.
like show
Please
this
walk
being
quietly in
upside
the
down, but
hallway
no,
is
you
a
just need
rather
to put them
obscure sign
in
that exists on the
upside
upper floor
down,
of the
like
castle.
against them,
No idea what this one means.
like
Mips
that.
throwing. The rabbit that appears in the castle can't be
Very
thrown normally.
interesting.
He can be thrown underwater.
And I need 2
This
more
is only
frames.
possible if you clip through a door and bring Mips
I
into
need
the
to keep
room
this
with
scene
the 2
for now,
pillars.
'cause
A
this is where I'm
1996
doing all this
developer
stuff right
interview
now.
also showed that Mario was able to throw Mips by the ears
Frame and
earlier
frame
on in
and put them
development.
together.
JRB box. This box on the Jolly Roger
fully
Bay ship
dark
has some
outside
weird
now.
collision on
Probably
it, and it can do
turn the
weird
window
amounts of damage to you if you just kind of
down.
look at it wrong. It's really just such a strange object because most players would just
This
walk
is
right past
this
it without
goes
even
upside
thinking.
down here.
And it
Okay,
doesn't
I
really
see what
pose
we're
much of a
making. We're
challenge
making
even for
the
new
controller
players.
ports.
Womp King turns into the castle. King Womp complains that
I have to
Womps are
hold
used
this
to
together
build
right
things,
now.
and after he dies, a castle is built where
Okay,
he
and it
once
goes
was. If you
in
want to be
here.
more morbid, maybe they used his body to lay the foundational brickwork.
There we go. Okay.
Wet Dry
And
World Skybox.
we put this
Wet
on
Dry World
here,
is a unique
and this
level
is
in a
gonna
couple of
keep
ways,
it together
and it's one of the few where
somehow.
the skybox is not shared with any other level in the game.
Careful not to
According
rip this
to a tweet from Super
instruction
Mario
booklet.
Bros, it's an
Oh, and
edited
this
photo
has
of
a
Casares
button
in Spain.
like text on it as
This
well.
also relates to the
See 1 and
skyboxes
2.
are photographs point on the iceberg. Debug menu names. By
Okay.
inputting a specific cheat
I
code,
see.
you can access a hidden level select in Mario 64. This
Okay,
level
and
select
these two
contains a beta
will go
version of
here.
the title screen, as
Okay,
well
there's
as
a
a
Mario
bunch
64
of different names
cam.
for all
Yeah,
the
we're
levels in
watching
the game. Mainly
iceberg
these are just
videos.
shortened versions
We're watching
and/or
anything
different
really,
names
but
of all
right now it's
existing
iceberg
levels.
videos.
Anyone who's coded anything will tell you that using shorthands for names of things
You can
is
suggest a
extremely
video if you
common.
want.
True locations of the painting worlds. Like with most video games, we
Yeah,
rarely
this
stop to
cartridge
think
slot
such
thing is
benign questions
very
as, I wonder
impressive.
where this specific
I
level
wonder if
is
this,
in the
this
Mario
other
universe.
camera can
However,
show
Womp's
anything.
Fortress returning in Mario Galaxy 2 implies that the paintings are sending Mario to
can
real
see,
locations instead of him just
at the
literally
front,
entering a world that only exists
I press it
within that
down
painting.
once and it
For
just
example,
locks
if
it
the
for
painting in
one.
Womp's Fortress was
One time
destroyed,
it's
Womp's
open.
Fortress would still exist
Very
independent
cool.
of it, and the same could be said for any of the other painting worlds.
And the 2 button.
Tiny Huge Island
Yeah,
also
and I'm
seems
guessing
to be
last
similar
thing
to
to
the
do, yeah,
giant
it's the
land from
power
Super
and
Mario
reset
Bros. 3,
buttons.
specifically the one level where
They
you
go
can change
on the
between the
front
big and the
here.
small version. And Tall Tall Mountain may harken back to the athletic levels from the first Super Mario Bros.
Not to drop this
I guess I
as
should
do
also
this.
just go over Tower of the
Power
Wing Cap true
and
location here
reset.
as well, since that's also on the same level of the iceberg.
Hang on, this
Tower
way.
of the Wing Cap has buildings nearby, which implies that they are connected to a piece of land far below. But of course, we don't
Very
know
hard
anything
to see this
about the
text,
land
but
down
trust
there.
me, it says power and
Haunted
reset.
dirt texture. Some people claim to see a face in this dirt texture in Bob-omb Battlefield, but
Okay,
I
see.
don't see anything.
Well, that's
Maybe
bag
the
3
iceberg
finished.
image is referring to a completely different dirt
Technology.
texture, but
Yeah.
honestly, if you guys see anything, please let me know, because I straight up don't notice anything.
By the way, thank you
Lethal
everyone
Lava
who's
Land
here for the
painted
first time as
fireball.
well.
While
Nice
there's
to
no
see you.
shortage of
Hope you
fire
enjoyed
in
the
Lethal
stream.
Lava Land, none of the fireballs in the game have faces. It
Okay,
does
and we're
closely
doing bag
resemble
4.
the fireballs that rain down on
we're
Mario in the
doing
final battle in Super
pretty fine
Mario
on
World.
time. We've been
Island
live
of
an hour and a half.
In the Bob-omb Battlefield skybox, there are a
Okay,
few islands
I
way
see
out there. Obviously inaccessible
something.
since they're just part of the sky
We're just
texture.
barely gonna scrape the
Mario enters
light
Wet
gray,
Dry
it
World
seems,
early in
in
the
this
Got
bag.
Milk commercial. I don't think that this is true because in the Got Milk commercial,
go.
Mario has 37 stars, and while Wet Dry World is in the upper floor of the castle, getting to the second Bowser level only requires 30 stars to open the door, as well as the 1
Alright,
star
and I
that's
haven't been
required to
drinking
collect
water.
in Dire Dire Docks.
Probably
So
should
it's
do that
entirely
right now.
possible that you can get upstairs with only 31 stars, let alone 37. Zelda 64 beta assets in Wet Dry World. Ocarina of
Water
Time,
drinking
known as
ASMR.
Zelda 64 earlier on, was in development around the same time as Super Mario 64, and the two series just generally have a lot of shared history, as
Drink
being two
milk.
of
I don't
Nintendo's
have any on
biggest.
hand.
A few screenshots of
I
the
would
Zelda
if I could.
64 beta kind of resemble Mario 64, specifically Wet Dry World.
Mario
and these
milk
doors
drinking.
are almost the exact same. There's also the famous Space World 95 video of Zelda 64, where a very different looking Link is fighting a copy of himself with none other than
I
Metal
was so
Mario.
absorbed in this one
Bob-omb
for creation.
I think the
that
iceberg
I
image
completely
is referring
forgot.
to this
Okay, there's
image,
two
which depicts
little
a bunch
bags
of
in this
bob-ombs
one.
in an empty field next to some unknown
I'm not sure
figure.
which one.
In the Nintendo 64
I guess I should just put them
development kit,
together.
There apparently existed a man with a sombrero, so this could just be him. Come to think
Maybe,
of it, it
like,
is kind of weird how Mario
when I
is the only
BRB
human
to get
set
some food,
foot
I'll
in
make
any
some
of the
hot
levels.
cocoa.
Secret slide dimensional rift. I guess this might be referring to the
Is that
fact
Minecraft
that
glass?
the slide in
Yes.
the castle is way too big to actually fit inside of the castle. I don't know, it's a video game, it doesn't have to really make that much sense. Like, Mario goes into paintings and stuff and no one questions it. Swamp's Fortress interior. Fortresses are usually built in order to protect things,
So I
but you
just
can't go
lost my
inside of
chat
Whomp's
window.
Fortress.
Oh, it's
The
here,
Japanese
okay.
name is essentially the same, but it could be read as Whomp King's Fortress or Castle. But like, they probably just named it that after they built the level. In Galaxy 2, you actually can enter the center in order to fight King Whomp. Side note, but
Died
if you want
from
a ROM hack that
dehydration.
lets you play a reimagined version of Whomp's Fortress, and
was
that
a
lets
sad
you go
day.
inside of the fortress, play Whomp's Castle by
And
Philip.
where free people
The
cared.
end screen. I've heard a
Okay.
few people say
Try
that
to
the
separate this as
perspective
much
on
as I
the
can,
end
even
fake
though it
screen
probably
looks
doesn't
kind of
matter.
weird. And
But
I can't
whatever.
deny that in the background, if you look closely, there's some weird thing
It
that
reminds me of
kinda
that
looks like
one-
a weird Yoshi.
One video that I remember watching as a kid. I don't know if any of you know what I'm talking about. This video. I always wanted to do this. This brief is kind of bad for 4x3, but it's fine. But this is a classic video. It's a Minecraft creeper mug, but I never use it because I have this Nintendo Game Boy shaped mug, and I also never use it because it's just awkward to use and it's difficult to clean. So yeah. It looks cool on the shelf though. But yeah, I love this video. This is red brick, it's over here. And then 4, I guess, to complete this. I also like how the sound of the bricks falling out is before they even start falling out. I was worried for a sec I missed something here, but no, it just looks a bit out of perspective. Okay, 1, and then this middle one here. Where do we go? Mom, I've been fooled. There is no Wii in my box. Reverse music is so good. I remember I tried to make a Lego Wii as a kid, but I did not have enough bricks. You know how it is with Lego. Okay, and this goes over here. This is me and him right now, we're in sync. I just like one piece then. There it is. We made an IKEA. Oh, I got this wrong. I need a 1x2. This one, and it goes here. Nintendo really just went fuck this guy in particular, send him Legos. It's 1x2, oh there it is, okay. Dane. Wonder how this guy is doing now. Hopefully well. I really like the room that he's in, like the wood paneling on it. I always wanted to have a room like this. Okay, I get the securities finally. Screen here. Okay. It's very satisfying. I keep saying this, but it's been so long since I've put together a Lego set like this. I did put together the Lego Mario one, but it didn't have these paper instructions. It just had like the in-app ones, and before the app even downloaded, I just put it together from the box. Yeah. Oh no. I love this video. It's so good still. I need 2 of these here. You had a troll. Wait, you had the chance to troll a person this way. Wouldn't you do it as well? I would.
Rainbow Rides Village. Super
I
Smash
wish I
Bros.
could.
Melee has a recreation of Rainbow Ride from Mario 64, and in the background, there's a tiny little town on a mountainside, which is not present in Mario 64.
Okay.
Yoshi commits suicide.
This is correct.
After collecting 120 stars and getting up on top of the castle, you can talk to Yoshi. He will give you 99 lives and jump into the horizon, which some people interpreted as him committing suicide. Removed courses. A total of 32
Need to make a Lego
levels were
disc
planned
now.
for the game, but there are
Remember there
only
was
15
a
main
video
courses,
that like a
as
kid
well as
made.
8 other levels,
That was an
making that
inspiration
23 levels in total.
from
Big
that
Boo's
video,
Secret Laugh.
and he did actually make a
In
Lego
Big Boo's
disc.
Haunt,
I
you
remember
can
the plot was
sometimes
that
hear a
his
lower
mom
pitched
took away his Wii because he was
the
playing
boo
it too
laugh
much,
used in the game.
and it was just like, screw you, I'm gonna make a Lego Wii and continue playing Mario
120
Galaxy.
has spiritual significance.
It was a very good
Apparently,
video.
the
I
number
don't think it
120
exists
is
anymore.
something called an angel number, and whenever it shows up in your life, it serves as a message from angels that it's time
Yoshi
to take
commits
initiative in a
unalive.
creative
And
undertaking.
this is a
or
massive. This is starting to weigh a little
I'm gonna
bit.
be honest with you. I have no fucking idea what this means. You can assign meaning to any numbers that you want. 120 is not unique in this regard. So
I need another one of
sure, I guess
these-
120 has
these
spiritual
weird
significance,
middle
but
lip
spoiler
ones.
alert, I don't really believe in this.
And it goes
Cold crevice.
Okay.
There's a sign in Cool Mountain
where the sand
that
colored
refers
one
to
is.
a place called
Here.
Cold crevice down below. This doesn't really mean anything, and it's just a nice little bit
We're
of
about
alliteration.
halfway through this book.
Moving on. Mario 64
Which is good.
Freemason
Okay.
initiation. The game begins in a Masonic hall, where there is a checkerboard floor, symbolic of the
4 of
world
these
of polarized
in a row.
opposites, the physical world on which the ritual is based. There's also
Hopefully
a
we'll be
solar
done with
disc,
the dark
red
gray
carpet, and the hall is
by the
3
end of
layers.
this bag.
The coins in the game are actually pentacles, and they are the coins from tarot and occult symbolism. In this game, you
Oh yeah,
play
this
the
is the
role
kind
of
of
a
stuff that I
Mercury-type
like.
character traveling to the Earth in
The
between
Mario
the
coin
realms.
is a cool.
The thread goes on to basically describe a bunch of shit that is, you can kind of link it to Freemasonry, but I mean, it's like, come on.
It's Mario.
Come on, dude. How Bowser got into the castle with his
Supper
sub.
Marcus.
In Dire Docks, there's this hole that leads to the outside of the castle, which some people have
You can't
theorized
do
is
this
how
to
Bowser
Mario.
got his submarine in there. Big Boo's Haunt Forest. When Mario enters Big Boo's Haunt, he's actually entering into that little
Man,
cage
and when we
that
get
comes out
started
of
on the
Big Boo in
TV, oh
courtyard.
my god, I'm
So
gonna need to
why
stand
is
up
it
and just
changed
stretch.
from a regular sunny day to a
I can
nighttime
kind of feel my
forest?
back already.
Well, my theory for this is that since
where
he's
is
shrunk
this?
down
There
to
it
the
is.
size of the cage, the blades of grass around him and sticks and stuff
And
look
I
like
need
a
another
forest
one
to
of
him.
those
That
diagonal
doesn't really
clips.
explain why it's suddenly nighttime, but hey, no theory.
Time I find the
Original
harder one
resolution
to find
textures.
first.
Mario 64 textures are, at their biggest, only 32 by 64 pixels wide, which is tiny in comparison to the textures that are used in video games and stuff today. Now, it is entirely possible that Nintendo may have created their own textures from scratch,
Okay,
but they could have
and we've
also used
got
textures that used to
this.
be much higher
Let's go
resolution
here,
before crunching
okay.
them down to fit on the N64 cartridge. But it seems that we might never actually know what these original textures looked
Oh.
like.
Wait. Put this in sideways. I'm just waiting for the Super Paper Mario Underworld theme.
Ally with info. A toad on the upper floor of the castle.
'Cause you know
says,
it's gotta
"Here,
have
Let me
this."
tell you a little something about the castle. In the room with the mirrors, look carefully
And
for
I need
anything
one
that's
more
not
here,
reflected
and
in the
it's
mirror.
just for these two.
But in the DS version, they
Distinctly
changed
enough.
the end of that line to say, look carefully for anything that's not reflected in the mirror. And an ally with info. I think this is a vague hint that you need to use the power flower in order to pass through the mirror. And I guess in the Mario universe, it wouldn't be too unreasonable that a toad would consider a flower to be an ally of his. I would have said that the toad is referring to Wario, since you need to
Oh,
enter
there's
the mirror
the
to access
smile
the
duck.
level where he's imprisoned. But
Yeah.
the toad will still repeat the ally
Scary.
with info line if you're playing as Wario. The toads have unique dialogue that depends on which character you're using, so it's not like they just copied over the dialogue they used for Mario. It was
Fell
an
off again.
intentional
I
thing
don't
that
like
they left
these
in.
things,
Metal
whatever they
Mario
are.
texture. Initially, I wasn't sure what the Metal Mario texture could be, but eCumber on Twitter made an amazing discovery about the origin of this texture, so please give them a follow, because this part of the video
Let me
wouldn't
try this
exist without
again.
them. Basically, eCumber was looking through a dump from a Silicon Graphics Indie, which was a workstation that was used at the time, and they found this image. If you flip the image upside down and squish it down
Man, I
to be
did this
64
wrong,
by
I
32
think.
pixels, it's almost an exact match for the Metal Mario texture used in
Yeah,
game.
it's supposed to go down.
Wet Dry World, negative emotional aura. Okay,
Like
this one is one that I feel very strongly about, because for some reason, whenever I play Mario 64, I just kind of want to stop when I hit Wet Dry World. You know, it's just such a weird feeling level. It feels almost claustrophobic, I guess.
Okay,
So Wet Dry
let's
World
see,
is composed of two different parts. The
we've
main
done
part where you
this,
are raising and lowering the water
and
level, and there's
then-
like secrets and
this-
stuff, and there are all these
weird
little
double steps
enemies
here.
running around that like flip you around and stuff.
One,
and
but you put in
there's
two.
the little town part. Now, as a kid,
did
I
I-
don't
oh,
think
no,
I
there
ever
is-
actually got to
When
access
did I
the
put that
town
one
without
in?
like looking it up. And even today, it's like kind of weird and cumbersome to get to because you have to raise the water level, lower the water level, blah blah blah. And
6
once you're
of
in that
these,
town,
and I
you
need
can't
to
really get
make
out.
towers
It's
out
all,
of them.
like boxed in. So the level feels, again,
Look at that.
claustrophobic. And there's just
Interesting.
I don't know, it just feels, again, it feels like there's a negative emotional aura there that I can't really explain. I guess maybe
And
the
single-
music
okay, hit on the-
combined with the very
hit on the-
dull
an orange
visuals,
tile.
combined with the weird skybox and the feeling of being boxed in. I don't, it just feels so weird.
And I need
like, I'm glad,
this
I'm very
L,
glad that at least one
this
other person in the
bench
world
piece.
feels this way about Wet Dry World, because it's a weird level. Peach is behind the
I
stained
remember,
glass
like,
window.
when I first
The
played Super Mario
stained
64,
glass
I didn't really
painting
feel
at the
any
front of the
specific
castle
way
is
about
certainly iconic.
any
But once
specific
you go
level.
inside,
I
you'll
just
notice
was
that
just
the
so in
texture that
awe
they
that I was
use for the
able to play an
interior
actual
version is
Nintendo
actually
game
slightly different.
and not just
So,
a Flash game.
There's the belief that
Vibe check
this isn't
failed.
actually a window with just two sides. There is a little tiny area inside there. And at the very end of the game, when Peach finally spawns in front of the castle, there's the belief that she was actually behind the stained glass the whole time. It makes sense in the
Right, okay,
context
we
of
got
Mario
this,
64.
and then
The whole game
yellow
you're entering
and
paintings, and stained glass is,
This
well, it's
one
not a
probably,
painting,
yeah.
it's a piece of art.
This goes
So
over-
Peach being
over
trapped
this
inside
one.
there thematically would make sense. Toad's literally trapped inside the walls. A few Toads in the game
This doesn't wanna go
verbatim
in.
say the lines, "We're trapped inside the castle walls," or "The princess is trapped somewhere in the walls." And even Bowser in the final fight says that your friends are trapped in the walls. Again, this might
This
just be a
go
figurative
on.
thing, but what's more
Supposed to be,
interesting
like,
to me
over
is, I'm
this.
sure most of you know this,
Okay,
that
yeah.
the first Super Mario Brothers game,
I can sort of get what
Bowser
he's.
turns
Yeah, I
toads into
also get
bricks,
what he
and,
means. I just
you know,
never
Mario
had that
smashes
happen to
the
me.
bricks. People think that, oh, he's murdering them,
You know,
but
Mario
no,
64.
he's just
It's a
freeing
game
them
that
from the
you
bricks or
tend to
something.
notice things
The point
more
is,
the
I
more
would
you
like to
play it.
believe that if
you know,
you were
first
to
time
take this
around,
line literally, Bowser
just kind
has
of
again turned the toads into
not
bricks,
paying that
and
much
they
attention
are literally
to
part of
details.
the walls now. Hazy Maze Cave is the castle's septic system. This is kind of just a meme.
Oh no.
The Hazy Maze Cave room, you could
Fell
interpret it as a
inside.
fucking toilet because the walls have like pipes there.
Okay.
It's kind of gross, I guess. There's this
Interesting.
image
I wonder what
which
this is.
I hate looking at it, but I'm gonna make you look at it too.
Oh my god.
So, there you go. Bowser broke the door. The door that leads out of the castle courtyard has a layer of bricks around it, which could imply
What
that
an
they had to be
image.
placed there after the door had been broken through, as they mismatch the colors of the rest of the wall.
This
The
goes
possible
the
hole
light
that these
gray
bricks
on
are
top.
filling is suspiciously Bowser-sized. Forbidden door.
My friends
Possibly
live in the
just
walls.
the one in the mirror room again. I think I've talked
It's
about
the only
that
way you
door
can
like
get
3
by
times so
nowadays.
far.
Just
Wiggler's body parts are
smuggle your
used
friends
in the
through the
Bowser
walls.
fights. The yellow spheres that border the Bowser arenas look very similar to the ones that make up Wiggler's body. However, if you
Is
replace
this
the
like
texture
a
that
controller
Wiggler uses for
port,
his body,
or-
the spheres around the Bowser arena won't change,
Maybe it's a
and vice
power
versa, meaning
power
that they're
plug.
not
It is on
actually
the opposite
using
side,
Wiggler's
so
body
it
parts.
could be.
Full Omen Archives.
Could be.
Okay, it's time for a bit of a history
a
lesson
power
here, so
thing.
bear with me. In 1993, Silicon Graphics
outlet.
signed a deal with Nintendo to produce the GPU used in the Nintendo 64. Silicon
And the
Graphics
flat
also
piece goes on
developed
top.
MIPS, standing for Microprocessor Without
Upside
Interlocked
down.
Pipeline Stages, which is where MIPS the rabbit in Mario 64 gets his
And
name
I
from.
kind of just
The Omen Archive was
made
a
an
leak of
amalgamate
Nintendo
of two
technical
of different
documents,
things
which
because I
was
forgot what I was
perpetrated by a
making.
Silicon Graphics employee. The
I
archive
need
was
to
a
put this out.
.rar file that was
This is back
uploaded to
now.
the internet in 1999, titled omen.rar.
It's here.
Even the reason it's called Omen is unknown, but in short, this is the reason early Nintendo 64 emulation was able to exist. However, since these resources were obtained illegally, any emulator developer looking to use the Omen resources is liable to be sued due to using these illegally obtained materials. I'm no expert
What
on
is
the
this?
subject, so I implore you to do your own research on this topic, but that's basically a
glue
short
together.
history of
Okay,
the Omen
it's
archives.
the
The
opposite
June
way.
29th, 1995 build. This was apparently a beta build of the game, which had a glitch where textures would rapidly flash, possibly causing seizures.
What
There
was
is
the
very little
text there?
information on this
I can
build.
pause it if you want. I'm not sure just what you mean. I wasn't
These
looking.
resources were a reason.rar, even that was uploaded to the Nintendo Graphics employee. This is the reason early Nintendo 64 emulation called Omen is unknown. But
Not
in
sure.
short, this is the reason early gets his name from. Interlore. Silicon Graphics with me. In 1993,
All
okay,
data
using
from
spheres body.
inscription.
Those spheres border the Bowser arenas look very similar to the ones that make up Wiggler's. The possible bricks are filling is suspiciously Bowser-sized. Forbidden door.
Yeah,
Possibly
I'm not seeing any
Bowser arena.
text.
Full Omen MIPS PU.
Unless you mean like this. Let's go forward.
The June 29th, 1995 build.
Okay.
This was apparently a
This falls
beta
out
build
easily,
of the
so
game,
be
which had a
careful.
glitch where textures would rapidly flash, possibly causing seizures.
Okay, yellow.
There is very
and
little
two
information on
brown
this build
ones.
of the game, if it exists at all. The first time the public laid eyes on Mario 64 was in November
Don't worry
of
about the text,
1995,
okay.
months after the supposed June 29th build.
I thought that was
Ironically,
teeth.
the circulation
Hang
of
on.
this iceberg image after
I was looking at this with the corner of my eye. I thought this was like a mouth. You can't see the cursor. Hang on. In YouTube review cursor. Okay, I thought like this here was a mouth, and this was like the upper teeth. This was like an ear and like a weird eye. I was like, what is this showing me right now?
the supposed June 29th build. Ironically, the circulation of this iceberg image has filled all the search results of this build with more fan-made stuff than any actual evidence of this build's existence.
Okay,
So for the time
black.
being, I'm gonna say that this build isn't real. I should mention that from this
And,
point forward, a lot of the content on this iceberg is mostly made up for the sake of being creepy or mysterious. Now, I'm all in favor of shitposting for the sake of perpetuating creepy myths, but the purpose of this video is to be educational about Mario
That's so
64,
true.
so I'll mostly be skipping over the bullshit ones. Mario 64 is definitely personalized though, that one is 100% true. The Wario apparition. Okay, I love the Wario apparition as much as the next guy, but this was not an actual thing that happened in Mario 64. This image on the side of the iceberg only exists because of a 1996 Nintendo E3 conference, in which Wario's face is superimposed on top of Mario 64, where he insults the game in true Wario fashion.
Ah, this is terrible. Boy, who would buy stuff like this anyway? Oh, what? You think this is fun? You gotta be cuckoo crazy. You want fun? Wario show you fun.
However, because of this line, the Wario apparition, there have been a bunch of fan creations around the internet with like weird, creepy Wario and Mario 64 things. It's really great. I'll link a few in the description or something. Toad projection. I couldn't find any information for this one, but my best guess would be that sometimes in the castle you can get the camera to misbehave, and you can see objects standing in an empty black void. I know for a fact that this works with the star doors, and I couldn't get it to work with Toad, but they're also objects, so in theory they should work. The Bowser Room. This is an edited image by Chris O'Neill of Oni Plays.
I think I put in
don't
too
really
many
watch
of
Oni
these
Plays, but
here.
there's some episode where they just talk about making this image back in the day. Nothing about it is real, so let's just move on.
Yeah, I put too many of these
Brain
here.
diagram. Allegedly, there's some brain diagram
to
hidden in the
put them,
assets of Wet
like,
Dry World, or
one
possibly some
to
other
the
stage,
side here.
but I could find no tangible evidence of this, and honestly, I've looked through all the textures of Mario 64 more times than I'm willing to admit, and there is no brain diagram that I know of. Course in the Bowser painting. There are several paintings of Bowser and Peach throughout the castle, and there are some of the few paintings that you can't enter. Of course, Bowser has 3 different levels to his name, but I guess that brings up the question. Which level would you enter if you could hop into the Bowser painting? In the original, the
this is
background
supposed
used
to
is
be
completely black,
all the
but
way
in the
to the
DS
side
version, it
here.
has sort of a greenish-gray background, which matches
God,
up
don't
most closely
fuck
with
this
the
up.
Bowser in the Dark World background. I guess it's fitting, since you first see the Bowser painting right before you're thrown into the Dark World.
And this goes here. Oh, there's the music. We got the music, boys.
Delicious cake.
Oh.
A string of text in the Japanese version just says delicious cake, and it's located in between the names for the secret aquarium and the castle's secret stars. The only guess I could make is that the developers intended for there to be actual lines of text on the end
For
of
some reason,
each
this
screen,
doesn't
but
go.
delicious cake there as a placeholder, decided not to enable the text, and just left the delicious cake string unedited, which honestly wouldn't be too out of the question. Internal plexus of the castle. The exterior of Peach's castle is actually way too small to contain the maps they were able to explore inside. This is standard video game stuff, and this video by Skelix illustrates this pretty well. I think this also relates
This
to
is,
the
like,
secret slot
delayed
dimensional
now. I
drift
don't-
thing that I mentioned earlier in the
I don't
video.
understand.
NFR cartridge differences. NFR
Oh yeah, I've
cartridges,
seen the
meaning
follow-up
not for
video
resale,
as well.
were copies that were sent out to stores so that customers could view or even play demos of them in the store. Some NFR carts were specifically made so that you'd be locked out of certain areas, or they may have even contained content that didn't make it into the final game. However, the NFR cartridge for Mario 64 has no differences than the one that was
Got all this
actually
'cause I put
released,
one too
aside
many.
from the not for resale label on the cartridge. Miyamoto
Okay.
stole Mario 64 from Argonaut.
I need to
Argonaut
this
Games
back
was
here.
a British development studio that worked with Nintendo in the SNES era, and their most famous game was probably Star Fox. In an interview with Eurogamer, Jez Sand, the founder of Argonaut, revealed that they had pitched a Yoshi game to Nintendo,
A
which would have
free
apparently been the world's
more.
first 3D platformer. Nintendo didn't
can't
want to
fit
take
free,
such a
what are
big
you-
risk with an outside company using their pre-existing characters, and the 3D Yoshi game never ended up being made. However, it did get repurposed to
Oh,
become
this-
Croc,
I
which was
placed this.
released on the PS1 and
Oh, we got
Sega
Croc,
Saturn.
nice.
Sand then went on to say in the same interview, quote, Miyamoto went on to make Mario 64, which had the look and feel of our Yoshi game, but with a Mario character, of course, and beat Croc to the market by around a year. Miyamoto came up to me at a show afterwards, and apologized for not doing the Yoshi game with us, and thanked us for the idea to do a 3D platform game. The thing is, though, I don't believe that Miyamoto completely
Wait,
stole the idea for a
A
3D
sticker, or is
platformer.
this printed on?
Video games have been moving towards 3D at a gradual pace,
Okay, oh,
and it
there's...
seemed like the natural progression
Yeah,
of how
look at
video
that.
games would evolve over
I
time.
don't, yeah, you can't see
And it makes
it.
complete sense that Nintendo
can
would
see it
release
from
a Mario
back
game to help
here.
launch their new console. Jez Sand went on in the interview about some other stuff Nintendo did, and I won't deny that Nintendo
Yoshi
definitely
64
fucked Argonaut
AU,
over in the
yeah.
end, but again, I wouldn't claim that Mario 64
Yeah, you can
was outright
see here.
stolen from them.
Audio
Shared
and video.
nightmares. I'll leave you with a more thought-provoking one for last. Super Mario 64 was many people's first experience with a fully 3D game, and of course many people played it when they were kids. That also means it would naturally pop up into people's dreams over time as well. There are a select few moments in this game that stand out to many people as being creepy, intentional or not. The mad piano, the giant eel, the infinite staircase. I've
So
even heard a couple
weird
people
how
who were
these
afraid of
kind
the
of
chain
just
chomp when they were
sit
younger.
here loosely.
In a game as open-ended and expansive as Mario 64, for the time, it's no wonder that a lot of people would end up having similar dreams about it. Here's another thing that isn't really related to dreams, but I found interesting anyway. In your mind, I want you to picture Mario running around in Super Mario 64. Now, did you imagine Mario falling into a pit? Allegedly, it's hard for people to separate the two things, almost as if Mario can't exist in your mind without having him fall into a pit. The reasons for this are seemingly obvious. Many of us probably have a fair share of memories from falling off courses like Rainbow Ride, and Mario's scream when he's falling is probably burned into your brain right now. Still, it's a fun little thought experiment to try out.
I just thought of Bottom Battlefield.
So, you've made it to the end of the video. I know it was a long one, but I hope you learned something new.
Think about Mario.
You did stick around until the end,
It works
so it
so
clearly
hard.
interested you. I could go on with the repetitive YouTuber outros like this video was really hard to make, or please like and subscribe, but this video's gone on long enough. I do genuinely
this
appreciate
goes
any support you'd be willing to give on this video, and honestly I had a lot of fun making
here.
it. But for now, goodbye.
Wow, that's another video. Another video in the books. Don't think about Mario. Please, you have to wake up. Let's see. Put on AVGN. But on it, watch the season that's like the one that has Action 52. I don't remember which one it was. Could watch. I think we can take a break from the iceberg videos for now. There's the. I love this one. We've watched like 5 videos. Yeah. I mean, this is appropriate to be watching for this.
It's a Nintoaster. And yes, it works.
It's such a classic too. I need a corner.
Are you ready for some action? Some action 52?
Some action.
I
Some
suppose
action.
so, because I get requests for this game all the time. Like this one
Hang on,
right
what
here.
is...
Action 52. Fuck this game. Please do a review of it.
I
Glass
didn't actually put
10.
this in. Okay.
Wow. I guess I gotta do it now. Let's start with the cartridge. It's the
Okay.
free
Thankfully, it's a
instant
small
of the
piece.
NES library. Games came in gray, black, blue, silver, gold, but clear.
The Chinese
You
video?
can tell
What?
just by looking at it. This is a
Let me
game
see.
That's so bad, it has nothing
I
to
didn't
hide.
see it.
Another thing, if you play it for more than an hour, not that you'd want to, it gets really hot and smells like burning plastic.
Maybe you can send it again.
It's not because the
Make the
toast
video a
is
bit
same
louder.
thing
Yeah.
happens if you play it in the top loader. Not only is this game crap, but it's crap that comes with a price. $199.
That's
That's
money.
a lot of money. But there's 52 games. So let me calculate this. $199 divided by 52 equals, well, you gotta pay tax too. So let's just say $4 a game. Wow. What a deal!
The Chinese
52
the
action-packed
rapper video.
games
I
bundled
know
into
what
one
you're
cartridge,
talking
all for
about.
an efficient price. It was every kid's dream. More games! More games! Yeah! Lights, camera, Action 52. Oh!
Make your selection now.
Well, let's get this thing started. We're gonna have ourselves a little marathon here and determine if the $199 was worth it.
Need to figure out how
Game
this is
number
supposed to
one,
be
fire
put together near the end there.
Okay, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. And would you know this is the only game on the entire cartridge that's 2 players only? Gee, which game should we start with? Well, how about
Okay,
the
this
only
corner
game you
piece I
can't
put
play
in wrong.
alone? Well, that's $4 wasted already. Number 2, Star Evil.
This goes here.
Who's gonna dodge that?
Okay, now it
Nobody.
makes sense.
Not the first time. You'd have to know. Oh, this is gonna be a vertical 2D shooter, and there's gonna be an obstacle immediately at the start of the game.
What is the...
That's one way to get you on your toes. Other than that, it's real easy. As long as you keep firing, none of the enemies come anywhere near you.
I feel
Guess
weird
that
saying
makes
this, but
sense.
this might
If I
need
was an
lubricant.
intergalactic vacuum cleaner getting shot at, I'd be
This
like, oh,
piece
fucking hell,
here.
there's a menorah shooting Q-tips. Get out of the way.
Unless the
Not even
cartridge
the
has
first
something
level
that kind of
boss
thing
wants
that
to be
pushes it.
involved. Sometimes it doesn't show up at all, and you're stuck in a dead end. What happened? Did the game give up? Oh, that's another $4. Next.
Only
Number
104
3,
of them.
Illuminator. You're not even allowed to see in this game? Real fun idea. For a room that has about 1,000 light bulbs,
Okay.
it sure goes dark a lot. And they're just decoration. Thought you could light a room with a light?
And even
no,
these back
you gotta kill
details
vampires.
look very nice.
But after you've killed one, you only get 1 second before the room goes dark again.
I don't know if there's supposed to be something else in here.
Who wants
No.
to play a game that's pitch black? It's so black I could see my reflection in the screen. The question is,
No,
how
it's
much more
just
black
like
could this
this.
be? And the answer is none. And no, you can't go any higher.
I'm saying it
This
might
is
need lubricant because
Great
this
fucking
thing
game.
doesn't really
Number
go
4,
down. that well.
GeForce. What? Or just GeForce. It's another 2D shooter. You know what? This would be okay for Atari 2600. The only 2 controls are move and
Unless I
shoot.
can like push
This
this
game
in
was
a
made
little
in
bit.
1991, the same year Super NES came out. Not to mention, if you want to play a good 2D side-scroller game on the NES, try fucking Life Force. And what is this anyway? An inside-out dolphin shooting at roadkill toads? I don't know, I'm just using my imagination. That's all you have when you play this miserable pile of goat shit. Number 5, Ooze. Oh, wow, a title screen? Really?
Let me see this.
Oh my god, it's... Shipical.
GeForce Movie the game.
Oh,
Such a weird
righty
moment.
then. Okay. Well, this is the first game that uses the B button for jumping. Any gamer who grew up with Super Mario Bros. Expects A to jump, but that's the least of her worries. To jump over a hole, you have to tap the B button and then press over. If you're holding the B button like you normally would, it locks you vertically until you let go.
Yeah,
It's
6
an
weeks, right?
anomaly of game programming. You know what's really weird? Whenever you restart the menu, it always starts at Ooze. Is that the programmer's personal recommendation? Well, so far, every one of these games is a bomb. But out of 52, I'm sure that eventually we'll find one that's decent. I hope. Number 6, Silver Sword. Well, green, and more green. What is this? A cabbage patch on a golf course infested with killer scrotums? This is a disgrace to the NES, the same platform that brought us games like Legend of Zelda. Silver Sword. The sword isn't even silver. Maybe it's corroded. Number 7, Critical BP, or Critical Bypass. Oh, now it's spelled with a Y. Oh, that's
This is such a
dreadful. Like an optical
strange
illusion.
system here.
Well, that's pretty bad when the game causes eye strain and you can't even fucking look at it. What is this anyway? A pogo ball and a Segway shooting at birthday presents? Ugh, Critical Bypass. It's critical that you bypass this game. Number 8, Jupiter Scope. Nice, another space
I wonder if
shooter.
this wears
This
out
time you're
or
a dead
something.
whale shooting at flaming condoms. That's what it looks like. The screen never moves. It's like Space Invaders, except without many invaders. Half the time, you're just sitting around waiting. Come on, give me something to shoot at. Losing at this game is impossible. Just hold down the fire button and move back and forth. Okay, what's next? Number 9, Alfredo, or Alfred N. the Fetick. Yeah, Fedek. You never heard of Fedek? What happened? Where's the fucking game?
Why is this not
Well,
going
there's
down
no
now?
game here. What happened? Did the programmers pass out, or did they just figure nobody would check all 52 games? Well, that's $4 wasted, but I guess I can't say I'm really too excited over playing a game called Alfredo, also known as Alfred and the Fedek. Number 10, Operation Full Moon. Now, that's puke green if I ever saw it. The nauseating hue combined with the texture of vomit makes me think that this game ate Silver Sword and barfed it out. Number 11, Dam Busters. Those damn busters. Well, it should have been
The
called
NES is
Alien
rebelling.
Fever Tomato
Yeah,
Crop. That's all
I'm
it is.
not
You're a
sure what the
beaver
deal with
shooting
this is.
tomatoes and navigating through a maze. Oops, dead end. What the shit? You can't go back? I'm trapped? You're shitting me. This game is shitting me.
It's fine.
Number 12,
I'll just
Thrusters.
see later
Another
maybe if I
space
can
shooter.
fix this.
Well, it's the same game as before, just different.
I'm not sure what
graphics.
happened, to be honest.
Where do they come up with these objects? I'm running out of imagination here. I can't decipher
well.
anything. Especially when the game starts having a fucking seizure.
Okay.
Number 13, Haunted Hill. Wow,
Which one did
a
I
human
do?
being. I can't believe it
I
actually
did
looks like
this.
something. Man, her boobs are bigger than her head. It's a shitty side scroller.
Yeah,
with
it
the
works
same
on an
bad
emulator,
controls as
the
before.
Alfred one.
Sadly, it's the best game so far. Out of the way, you fucking ghosts. Here comes Mrs. Tits, jumping like she's on the moon. Die, you onion-faced balloon floating, thing. I died by touching
Okay,
the
I
air?
stopped here. You sure?
Number
Yeah.
14, Chill Out.
Right.
I wish I could chill out. This is horrendous. This one's basically an Eskimo snowball massacre. Climb down shits and ladders and throw snowballs. What's this? I died in midair?
Three of
That seems to
them.
be a theme we're running into here. This game doesn't even care it sucks. Gee, how much money do we waste so far? Like $56, I think? It's already
RGB
exceeded the
output.
average price of a Nintendo game. Number 15, Sharks. Yeah, sharks. Sometimes sharks. Most of the time not. Well, you're stuck on this one screen, but you sure have full reign. You can swim through the ocean floor. And that's all it is, just hope for sharks to come and shoot them. Number 16, Megalonia. Another space shooter? Flying through McDonald's arches? No
Oh my god,
thanks.
this is...
Number 17,
difficult
French
to put in.
Baker. Oh man, you're a chef and the kitchen is really getting out of hand. Everything's trying to kill you. Hoagies, envelopes, and dog nuts. And what do? Hit them with your rolling pin. And
There
don't
we go.
drop
I had to
down,
loosen it
you'll
up a little
disintegrate.
bit.
That's always nice. Number 18, Atmosquake. Oh, another space shooter? I pass. I'm only up to number 19. Jeez. Fuck. Number 19, Miang. What the fuck? Okay, get this. You move from square to square, hoping that the next square won't
Oh,
make you
okay.
explode. So it's like a memory game that can only be done with trial and error. Good lord. Number 20, Space Dreams. Oh my, what's this gonna be? Why, of course, another space shooter. This time, you're a pacifier shooting at weird dolls, rabbits, and safety pins. Safety pins as enemies in a video game. Where do they come up with this stuff? Gee, what kind of enemy
Alright.
could I have for this game? I have 32 games left I have to program, so I have to hurry up. Ah, safety pin! That'll be perfect.
So on top of this blue one,
Next game.
I
Number
think
21, Streamers. You're a clown climbing up platforms like
streamer is
Spider-Man.
appropriate.
Ooh, a rabbit in a hat. What does that do? Nothing at all. A bag of money? How about that? It turns into a green, frowning face?
Okay, we have to put
Is that
this
supposed to teach you a
aside.
lesson that taking money is greedy? No, I think I'm reading way too
Oh
deep.
boy, now I have to
Oh,
like
then the game crashes.
solidify this now.
Good. Number 22, Spread Fire. What is this? They should have called this Shooter Games 52. This time, you're a lobster. You don't go anywhere, and half the time, there's nothing to shoot at. These kind of games must have been the easiest to design. Make a black background, covered in dots, and call it space. You know what? It's getting old.
Oh boy, what is
Number
this?
23, Bubblegum Rosie, or Bubblegum Rossi.
I remember seeing a
Yay,
YTP
I've
of
always
this where
wanted
he
to
just
play a
plays
game where
random
I'm a little
Steam games
girl
instead.
Shooting bubbles. Wait a minute, you can't even kill people? Well, what do you expect? They're bubbles. You can jump on the enemies. Or wait, can you? And falling in spikes doesn't hurt you. This game has no rules. Number 24, Micro Mike. Wow, look out, Micro Mike, you're going too fast. Even if you have the quickest reflexes, you'll never be able to avoid the walls or other random objects that stand in your
Wow,
way.
what-
If only Micro Mike would slow the fuck down. Number
Like this?
25, Underground. Well, at least it looks like Underground. Wait a minute, this guy can fall
We've
down
made
50 feet and
steps.
survive, but if he touches the mushrooms, he spins around like a bowling pin and dies? What am I supposed to do here? What do I do?
Okay.
Wow, 25 shitty games and still going. This is an endurance, man.
It's supposed
I've
to
never
be-
played such
yeah,
a
it's
huge
supposed to be like
compilation
this.
of crap in my life. Was the whole idea to make so many shitty games that there'd be no more shitty games left to make? Out of all these, there's got to be at least one that's tolerable. Number 26, Rocket Jock, or Rocket Jockey. You're a cowboy on a rocket with a lasso. If you actually used the lasso, that would be kind of cool. But I guess they figured they didn't have enough games that shoot. Yeah, kill those cows. Turn them into a bowl of cereal with a puppy dog. Number 27, Non-Human. Well, isn't that an appropriate title? Everything about these games are non-human, except for that very human-like face.
That's supposed to go
Or
here.
are they aliens? What are these for? Other than the faces just being the area where you die, which takes up half the screen. You know
Careful
you're
with this
playing a
book.
great game when you can't
Yeah,
even
I
jump over a
tore
hole.
it once a bit.
You can try all day, but you'll always fall down into the purple dimension of green faces. Number 28, Crybaby.
This is good life
By
advice.
now you'd be crying, so it's like the game is
It's always the
mocking you.
dimension with green faces
Okay, what's
in
wrong
the
with
end.
this picture? Baby, adult, baby, adult? Then what about him, huh? What the hell's going on here? Why does the floor look like ice cube trays? What are you attacking with? Why do you die when you fall off the furniture?
The evil
Why?
keyboard
What?
NES.
Why? Number 29, Slashers. Slashers? I thought it'd be like a horror game. Instead, it's a poor man's version of Double Dragon. Saying that is being extremely generous. It makes
hell?
bad dudes look like a masterpiece.
Wait,
At least the
what?
backgrounds change. What are these, beer steins? You're not even allowed to walk past anybody. When an enemy appears, you stop dead in your tracks and can't move until you have a punching match to the death. There's zero strategy, you just mash buttons. And what are these, hookers? I guess this guy doesn't understand the concept of a hooker. You're supposed to fuck her, not fuck her up. Die, boob lady! Number
put
30,
this
Crazy
together wrong.
Shuffle. Could the characters be any smaller? You're a tiny, indescribable object shooting tiny dots at other tiny objects. Sounds like fun? Well, guess what? It isn't. Number 31, Fuzz Power. Well, fuzz is right. You're some guy with a big nose, big feet, and lots of fuzz. You roll around fighting blow dryers and hair combs. What's that, popcorn? Oh no, I'm getting hit. I'm losing my fuzz. Now I'm naked. Yeah. Whoever
Place this
came up with
wrong?
this is an asshole. Whoever came up with this is an asshole.
God damn it.
Ass. Hole? Asshole.
Can't put this in because there's like
Makes a lot of sense.
put something else
Number
here.
32, Shooting Gallery. They the easiest shooting game ever.
I need to
The
figure out
targets never disappear
if there's
until
something
you
I
hit
can
them.
do.
There's no time limit, you never
Change
run
this.
out of ammo, and you can't die. Which means the game will never end. Fortunately, you can go back to the menu by pausing the game and hitting select. Ugh, except for this game. The one fucking game that doesn't end crashes when you try to quit. Reset. Number 33, Lollipop. Are you kidding me? Why not a sword or a machine gun? Who wants a fucking lollipop? How do you climb up a ladder? Want to take a guess? Pushing up on the D-pad?
Okay, I
No,
need
you
to
jump. Who the hell jumps up a ladder?
put
And you know
this-
what?
pull
The
this
controls in all
apart.
these games are so bad, I've forgotten that B is jump and A is attack. I've been playing for so long, I've sort of adapted to its crap factor. I swear, next time I play a regular platformer, I'm gonna try jumping with B. Number 34, Evil Empire. Oh, game sprites so small you need a magnifying glass? That seems to be a theme here too. Look at that. There's some crazy shit going on over there. I want to join the party. Oops, dying in midair. I can understand dying because you're jumping from too high, but can't they at least make you die when you hit the ground? Number 35, sombreros. Well, I guess you're wearing a sombrero, shooting at vacuum cleaners on the street. Not much to say. I've lost all hope. 52 games, they all probably suck. I could think of some pretty bad games, like Little Red Hood. That's a horrible game, but at least it's one horrible game, not 52. You know what's more fun than playing Action 52? 52 card pickup. You know how you play that? Pick up the cards. Number 36, Storm Over the Desert. Ooh, another title.
I'm not gonna be
screen.
able to put this back together.
So you're an army tank shooting at other army tanks, which happen to be pink. Also, there's no way to die. Anything you touch will explode. Those pink tanks are fucking pussies. What the hell? A giant Saddam Hussein? How'd they fuck up the scale this bad? The soldiers aren't giant, so why Saddam? Now
Oh,
I'm
classic
getting
Ross
tired.
episode.
Someone at least
Alright.
try to kill me? Hey you, get over here.
Let's do that. Oh, come on.
Number 36, Storm Over the Desert. Explode. Those pink tanks are fucking pussies.
What the hell?
Explode.
Okay. Sure.
Hey, welcome back to the Game Dungeon. Today we're looking at Mabus. Mabus? I'm not even sure how to say this.
Mabus.
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 Mabus it is! This is a first-person, sort of adventure game. Now before we get too far into this, let's take a look at the box cover here. Whoa, something's happening. We have a blue Minotaur thing in your face, a blade
Did I
that looks
put
sort of like the
this
one from Krull,
too far to
spiky
one
vines
side?
that form a
I think
hand,
I did.
blood dripping off the title blades, and it might be hard to see here, it also says the Ultimate PC Video Game. That's a good bit of trivia. If you had asked me yesterday what the Ultimate PC Video Game is, I wouldn't have an easy answer for you. I would have guessed Ultima. Now we know. And finally, a 3 CD game. Now this
God,
came out in
okay.
'95, so a game that had 3 discs was still impressive by itself. The assumption was any game that big must really have something going for it. It wasn't cheap to put that in the stores. And if that's not enough, I think we have another game on our hands where the ending has never been documented. So let's see what's in store. Well, we start off and we have a slow approach to an island while we get the opening credits and some music. Let's jump right into the
Let's
music
see.
since we have some
How
time.
does this go back?
Now, I'm a fan of
together?
scores from the 80s and 90s with good synthetic elements. And if I were to hear this theme in a movie, my first thought would be this sounds like it's a sci-fi B movie. Not necessarily terrible, but not that great either. This is an easy example, but if you hear the Terminator theme, Even if you know nothing else about
Okay,
the movie,
where
you can
is
tell this
the-
has some soul to it.
The panel
Or
where
hey,
I had
Short
to put
Circuit.
this together.
Great robot
It's somewhere
music.
here.
We have something special going on with this thing. It never hurts to open your game with good music, but that's not quite what we're doing here. Anyway, to speed this along,
There
we
we
make it
go.
to the island
Like
and a
this.
robot is
Okay.
parachuted in.
I think I put
And
this
here's
together
the menu.
correctly.
This one is a little unconventional as we have a robot preview. I guess this is a big enough deal to stick it right in the main menu. Why not? And below that, we have a bad sign already. Game duration. We have 1 to 2 hours. I really don't like this. If a game wants me to hurry, it should get a monster to chase me or something, not give me a hard time limit. See, some people will argue that this was a necessary experimentation phase in games of what worked and what didn't.
Finally, I
Well,
can put this
no,
in here.
I'm saying that ship already sailed. Again, this is a first-person adventure game,
And we
sort
can
of like
finally
Myst.
advance.
Hey, wouldn't Myst be
We're in
more
live for
fun
2
if we
hours and
added a
30
countdown
minutes.
timer to the game so the
By the way, is
player
the
had to
audio
hurry
right?
up? I'm saying Myst because that was a pretty famous game by 1995.
Should I change it?
Sold 6 million copies. So if you were going to make changes to that formula, it served as a good point of comparison to see whether it's more or less fun. Timers. Alright, I'm going with the maximum time limit, I guess. Let's start the game.
Good day. I'm Admiral Terrence Jefferson, in command of Special Operations Pacific.
You can call me TJ.
A grave situation has come up, and you've been chosen for this mission because you are the top person in your field.
This guy goes on for over 2 minutes talking in this very calm and sedative voice. I feel like he would have made a better psychologist than an admiral, but whatever. In a long-winded way, he tells you there's a radioactive disturbance on a secret island with
Oh my
mutants on it.
god.
And you have to go in and contain it, otherwise it could
Keep
spread to the
putting
American
this
West
in
Coast
the
and
wrong
Australia,
place. Thank God for
maybe
this
the
brick
world.
separator.
It won't actually be you going in though. Instead, you'll be piloting a drone. That's what we saw in the intro video. And that's it. Let's go. Whoa, look at this HUD. Jesus,
They
what
knew
is
you would
this?
have trouble with
What's
this.
that green bar for? Is uplink important? What's POH? I'm getting overwhelmed. Abort! Abort! Self-destruct!
Don't give up now. We're depending on you.
Okay, I'll cancel.
Captain
That's actually a
Hyde.
nice touch that they give you a chance to reconsider
I
if
need
you
to
really
drink
want to
more
kill
water.
yourself. So I can turn around and go nowhere. If I turn around again, I can go forward. So I move forward a couple screens and... Uh-oh, what's that? Laser! Laser! Ah! I was clicking on it! Nothing happened! Oh, damn.
Okay.
I guess this doesn't bode well for the mission. Ooh.
The robot has been destroyed. The island has been destroyed. Soon, the world as we know it will be destroyed.
Oops.
Excuse me. I'm leaving to be with my family.
Wow, they're not downplaying the significance of my screw-up, are they? But this
And
can't be the first game to do
here,
this.
okay.
But I have to say, this is one of the shortest
hopefully
transitions
that's all
I've
of
ever
them.
seen in a game, going from making one mistake to the world ending.
Okay, these I can...
Oh, you didn't shoot the first monster 1 minute
wait,
into
I
the
didn't
game?
put these
That's
in.
it. The whole world is dead. Good job, asshole. You've killed us all. I hope you're happy with yourself. Oh, and notice how the timer continues to count down during the credits.
Wow, I missed
So that's
a lot. I need
Mobbers.
to
The
pay
game's
attention
over.
to these
I guess
instructions.
we're done. I'll go ahead and quit.
Okay.
So really,
These I can understand
oh,
being
a slot
duplicates.
machine. Okay, that's weird. If 3 evil blue aliens appear, you'll be eligible to win Microform's complete CD-ROM collection. Okay, let's spin it. Big money. Here we go. Oh.
Alright, here's
Oh.
the progress
Well,
so
that's
far.
interesting. This game motivates me to want to quit the game more. So let's do it. Aw. No good. Try again.
Yep.
Better luck next time. I can't say I've seen this in a game before. Perhaps... Oh, I did it! I won! I won! Oh my god, what now? I could be the first of 100 people to return the consolation form. Ah. And it gets such classics as Music Game, Trivia CD, and 24 Hours Something Assistant. Ah, yeah, okay, I'm feeling less like a winner now. Plus, something tells me this contest may be over. That is one downside to playing games over 20 years after the fact. But who knows, the company is still around. Best I can tell, they started off as a media production and printing company, got into games later, but then stayed with media production. That would be sort of like if Nintendo went back to making playing cards. See, look, if you go to their site, you can buy a USB drive shaped like a hockey stick. Now's a good time to mention this is a Canadian game. Okay, so maybe there's more to this game than just watching the Earth blow up after 2 screens.
Is wrong.
If I could figure out how to kill that monster, I think I might have a chance. Let's consult the manual.
God, if
oh,
I
I'm
can
sorry,
get to
there
this
is no manual. Now, once upon a time, I did have a copy of this, and I'm pretty sure it did have a manual that came with it, but I didn't commit it to memory, and it's since fallen prey to the ravages of time. But surely somebody posted it online, right? No, nobody did. It's not up anywhere.
Hang on, I need to find like a screwdriver or something.
This is not a Commodore 64 game, so that means I still have a chance to try and figure out how this works. I'll be using the time-honored method of just hitting buttons and hoping something happens. Well, after multiple deaths to animal mutilation,
so I
figure out that it's not about aiming so much as clicking on the screen at the right moment.
I think this is at a bad
kind of
angle
like
and it's causing
Slayer.
it to
This is
stop.
probably so the game had time to load the right animation video off the CD. Now let's try it out. Fuck yeah, now we're cooking with lasers. Actually, best I can tell, all your weapons do the exact same thing on all enemies, which is kill them. The toxin gives off a cloud, and the missile reduces them to polygons. But let's be real, the lasers are the best.
I do have a screwdriver in my room, but not on me right now.
Your laser charge is almost empty. Use it wisely.
Oh, quit being such a downer, Admiral. Can't a man enjoy his work? Anyway, being able to defend myself opens up a lot of the game. There's a lot of things to see on the island. The swamp, some sort of ancient temple, an airfield, a rickety bridge, some ruins. Along the way, you have multiple enemies looking to kill you, occasional cryptic puzzles, and dozens of ways to die. Seriously, if you go 3 or 4 screens in the game, you're risking death. It almost reminds me of a board game with a spinner on it, where one of the options is die. Another thing that may happen is
you
you
can't
have
see
to
it on the
swap
camera, but it's
CDs once you
moving
go
very
past a certain
slightly
zone.
to
I like
here.
how the Admiral breaks the 4th wall here and tells me to put the disc in.
Insert data disk number 2.
Now here is a benefit of playing this game 20 years later. Not only am I running this game off of disk images so everything loads immediately,
Would I have that
but
in
I
your
splice
room?
them all together into
'Cause I
one
sometimes
big
need to
image. So I don't
unscrew
even
some
have to
things.
swap. Ha! After a while of walking around and looking at things that look like they could be puzzles but aren't, I'm mostly just dying in this game. The
Alright.
Admiral likes to pop in to advise
Let's do
me
back
not to
5
die.
then.
Do not follow that path. I repeat, do not follow that path.
Although sometimes he warns me against things that won't kill me.
We are not sure that the bridge
Bag
is the rate
5,
of the robot.
where is it?
We advise you turn back. Our satellite has detected a life form around your position. Be ready to fire.
Okay, there it
It
is.
feels like everything is random. Why give me advice at all if there's a random chance of it being good or bad? Now again, 90s adventure games almost never play fair. So after getting lost in the jungle long enough, I decided to break down and look for a walkthrough. Well, I found one. From 2008.
They still had people
Looks like I'm not the only
say
one who's playing games.
there was
this
like
way.
call Apogee say
Didn't get a
like
manual, but we
Aardwolf,
do get a walkthrough.
and they had
And
to
a
like
map, too.
remove that from the game
I'm
because people
glad,
kept
because
calling
the
them.
navigation on this was a bit of a mess, where you might go north then end up facing west. You know, even though I didn't use it much, Rama had a built-in compass for navigation. I could have really used that in this game where I'm in the thick of a twisting jungle rather
It's
than
gonna make a
empty
very
alien
interesting
corridor.
time lapse, I think,
Anyway,
if I were
this
to
helps
do it.
tremendously. I like to partially judge adventure games by how badly I need their walkthroughs, since I almost always end up needing one. Because some adventure games I would never, ever figure out what to do. I would die an old man before I solve some games on my own. Well, after looking at this walkthrough, I'd say that Mabuse appears to be beatable. but it would take a long time and be really not worth it figuring it out on your own. No regrets. Well, it looks like part of the
I was really
reason I was
excited
having
about this
trouble was
mechanism,
because
but
there
I'm
was
not
a
sure
secret entrance
what
with
happened
critical
to it
information. Also, these alien keys that I need are randomly distributed around
Oh wait,
the
there's
game,
a loose
sometimes
brick
in
there.
dangerous areas. More on that later. I will say the
no.
level of detail in this walkthrough is impressive. For example, the author figured out that a yellow alien that you have to come in contact with in order to progress will spawn at a certain
There's
point,
one of
but
these
sometimes
things
it won't happen in the
fell
same
out.
game, and you have to leave
Now I
and
have to
come
like
back later.
somehow put
And
this
sure
back
enough,
inside.
I had to come back to this spot in the swamp 3 times before it triggered. That is not great design for an encounter you have to find. Anyway, the alien gives me a thing,
I mean, it works.
and the Admiral comments
Just
on how
as
it's a
they did
translator.
before.
A lot of people think that the alien apparatus is a translator of sorts.
I like how they know what all these things are, except when they don't.
We don't know what this item is or what it's made of. We do know that it seems to be an electronic device of some sort. It could be a weapon, a key of sorts, or even a computer.
Other highlights of this walkthrough are how blue aliens will rob you, but only if
Gambling
you
bags.
face
We're
rooms at
quickly
a
approaching
certain
the
angle.
7-7
So
bag.
remember, you
Yeah.
can't get robbed by blue aliens if you
Hopefully.
don't see them. Now, I should mention, this is a pretty straightforward walkthrough. It's not full of commentary or sarcasm, but the author goes out of his way to mention this part. Note, if this is the first key you pick up, Admiral Jefferson will get as far as saying, "We don't know," then you sink. You can finish his sentence with, "When to shut up."
We don't know what.
Thanks, Admiral. Due to your poor timing, everyone dies. While spending time with your family, be sure to mention how it was you that killed them. 2,000 hours of testing didn't indicate a problem here? As much detail as this guy put into the walkthrough, if he is going out of his way to criticize something so starkly, it must be pretty bad. Okay, the missiles are good too. So with the help of the walkthrough, I navigate the Egyptian temple, which is kind of weird since this game takes place in the middle of the
They
Pacific.
can press this
Some of
together
the
a bit
sculptures
better now
move,
that this is
but
open.
only when I move. I like how we have a mystical portal that could lead anywhere, but instead of taking me to another dimension, it just takes me back 3 screens. Okay. We then exit the temple,
This
and
is
I
so
swear
hard to
the
get to.
Egyptians use the same sound
The
effect
entire
for their
mechanism
doors as
relies
Doom
on
does.
this one little brick here.
On the rest of the island, we get more monsters to kill. Yeah, a volcano.
The volcano is about to erupt. I strongly advise you do not continue on the path.
Yeah, thanks, Admiral. That never would have occurred to me. And then on to Disc 3. Bum-bum-bum. Oh, what's this? We cannot save on Disc 3. This is another one of those odd decisions.
Whoa.
I
That's
guess
something
that
you don't
raises
want to
the
happen.
suspense a bit, and it's not such a
Alright.
big problem since I can save 2/3 of the way through the game,
Probably would have
or
had
even
to do
come
this
back to
anyway,
the Disc
so-
2 part of the game and save again. But I don't know what to think. This just threw me off.
You have encountered the shattered hull of a World War II Japanese destroyer. We have confirmed that the ship was badly damaged by U.S. aircraft and must have run aground on this reef.
Okay, is that important to the plot? Or anything? So the other half of the island is mostly just a bunch of jungle, but what's this? A UFO and my favorite line in the game so far.
It seems you've come across an alien
Let's go
spacecraft.
back here because I
Now
need to check
things are
this.
beginning to make sense. More later.
I love how casually he says this. There's no surprise in his voice whatsoever. Ah, of course, now this all makes sense. Typical aliens. For some reason, I keep imagining the president convening with his top military staff about some sort of armed conflict, looking over some satellite photos, then bam, Admiral Jefferson steps up and says, "Ah, an alien spacecraft. Now this is beginning to make sense." It would be perfect. This actor should go down in history for this line. And remember, he said more on this later. I can't wait. Anyway, he's right. It is an alien spacecraft. And I get part of the alien code, which the walkthrough says I need.
This way.
And here is where I run into a new problem. I need 3 alien keys for a door I need to open later. I have 2 of them. The walkthrough states that the last one I need shows up in one of 3 places. Well, now let's talk about the randomization of the game. This last key is in none of those 3 spots. I checked
Alright,
over
hopefully
and
I
over.
put this back
The
together
walkthrough
correctly.
is wrong. Not that I blame the creator. I'm sure it's an honest mistake. He already went above and beyond creating this walkthrough in the first
Let's do this then.
He probably wasn't aware of this particular alien key randomization algorithm that my
By the way, look
particular
at
game
this.
happens to be
It's
using.
all like the same
So since
piece.
it's not there, this leaves you with one of 2 options. First, explore the entire island from every angle. It's not enough to just be in the same grid block. You won't see the key unless you're in exactly the right position. Now this is not my preferred option because not only do I have a timer running, but the key could be in another place that will kill me if I stay there too long. Or
Very
the key
unusual
may
color
not
for
even
bricks.
exist
This
this
is
time
another one
around.
of those teal
I would not put it past
ones.
this game to sometimes
Actually,
generate
all
a
of them are
playthrough
teal.
that you can't beat, either due to a bug or hey, maybe it's just a way to pad out the length of the game some more.
This sounds
well,
like
I'm a
alternative
believer in
universe
cutting my
leather.
losses when they're
He
bad
likes
enough. So that leaves me
Ross
stuck
a
with
lot.
option number 2. Start a new game so I can roll the dice and get a better alien key randomization. All my saves are useless now.
This
go.
works. I just have to like wait for it to
Alright, so
actually
this
go
time
down
I
by
have
itself.
the key. The only way I could get it was to get mugged by the blue alien, but the walkthrough says that's okay this late in the game. You've made your peace or something. I don't know, so let's go to the big door.
Alright.
And we are greeted by non-stop alarms from my robot about radiation, EMP waves, and alien energy.
Alright, I'm gonna
Wow,
stop
I
fucking
really
with this and
appreciate
actually
this
move on.
slow-ass sequence while these alarms keep going off in my ear. Okay, I'll spare you. There's no reason for all of us to suffer. Although I want to emphasize, this does not go away once I open the door. Oh, a boss! Let's do this.
Right.
Fire!
Get this,
Fire! Fire!
and Get this.
No! I hit the button! I hit the fire button! This stupid game only detects that when it wants to. And I can't reload my save. I have to go back from this too. Ah!
This is what playing old games is like, in a
Okay,
nutshell.
fingers crossed. I'm doing nothing differently. I'm just more paranoid this time. Fire, fire, fire! Yes! Eat lasers, motherfucker!
Your laser charge is almost empty.
I know, I
Use it
know!
wisely.
Come on! So I make it to an alien device and these damn alarms are
Where's this
still going
L
off!
piece? Oh, and it's
Good
not an L
God!
piece, it's this.
This is exactly what I want to hear while concentrating on some sort of puzzle. Just end it, please! Oh
There we
no,
go.
another one. I'll speed this up for your
Okay.
sake. Oh
Only blue
God,
alien
we
prank.
did it. The alarm stopped. I almost feel like that was the only purpose of this game now, to make the alarm stop. Okay, backing up. Oh, what's this? Did I do that? I didn't press a button.
Did I do that?
Congratulations.
Thanks.
The situation seems under control. We knew we could count on you. In the name of the country, we are grateful.
You're welcome.
Goodbye for now. Until the next time.
Wait, what about the aliens? You said this was starting to make sense and would tell me more later. Well, it's later now, right? Now you can explain what happened? Or maybe why my drone is getting launched into space? Hello? Okay, so here we are in space.
Okay, now we're actually looks like we're gonna be
Yep.
getting to the outer shell.
But what's
okay.
this? The Moon Patrol.
Alien just died for
Of
no reason.
course,
It was a joke.
Of course this is to be continued. So there's the ending. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're here to share this with me. Getting invested in a game, then getting an ending
Have
like
any
this
of you
to
seen
stew in
the
by
Niet Free
yourself
video?
helps shorten your life.
And,
I mean, look
if,
at this. Oh,
let me
hey, did
rephrase,
you notice there's
is there
no
anyone in
other
here who
music?
hasn't seen the
One
Niet Free
theme for the
video? Because that's one of my
entire
favorite
game.
ones.
That's great. Oh, I'm a double winner. You know what? They say I could be the first of 100 people to beat this game. I think that could be true. I thought about blurring out my victory code, but you guys can have it. That's my gift to you. All right, awards time. This sure inspired some.
I don't know why
First
there's a
award,
flat piece here.
Best exit screen slot machine. I'm not big on slots, but like so much about
Niet
this
free,
game, I
niet
don't know what
free.
else to think of this. Next award, Blue aliens bad, yellow aliens good. I'm glad they sorted that out. And the final award, I'm sure some of you saw this coming, the
Yeah, it's a
ultimate
great
PC video game. It says it right there on the box. How can you argue with that? Mabus is a game that leaves me walking away confused. Like, what is Mabus? The game literally does not say that word once. Why were the aliens here? What is this
okay,
blue Minotaur
you're about
thing?
to be
You probably thought that was the blue alien
enlightened
that robs you and blows up at the
when
end,
it comes
right?
to video game
No!
design.
Look here on the slot machine.
Oh
That's
my God.
obviously the teal
Look-
alien.
Look
We
at this.
never
I'm
see
making like a
this
fucking
thing, and it looks
CPU
rad.
cooler
What happened?
over
Why
here.
does nothing get explained? The more I think
Oh,
about
Lord.
it, the more I realize this game needs yet another award. So here it is. Best
After this
story
one, we'll
by
play
a
it.
6-year-old. It has everything thrown in and nothing to tie it together. Here's how I imagine the story pitch went down.
This probably would fall apart
Okay,
if I just
so you're
used
a
a
super
little bit too much
soldier
force.
who controls the robot, and your robot has toxic darts and lasers and missiles, and the admiral tells you what to do,
Prepare
and he
yourself.
sends your
Be
robot
afraid.
to an island that doesn't show up on any map.
The island of Alora Tora does not appear on any regular map.
And you go through the jungle, and mutants attack you, but you shoot them with the laser and blow their heads off. Then you go through a swamp with alligators, and there's an old bridge and a temple that was built
and
by
then
the
one flat
Egyptians.
one
The
at the end.
hieroglyphics in this temple bear a strong resemblance to
This
Egyptian
really just looks like a CPU
And
cooler
a
or
yellow
something.
alien gives you a translator, but the blue alien takes it away again. But you leave the temple and you go to the volcano
Okay,
and fight
I
the
see.
pterodactyl. And then there's a big
Now we need two
shipwreck,
of these.
and then you
Oh
open the
boy.
secret door
I need
that's
to, like, streamline
radioactive,
this. Let's put
that
this
has
aside for
alien
now.
energy, and you punch in the code and stop the radiation and save Earth. And the admiral says you did a good job, but more aliens are coming from the moon. I want ice cream.
Alright. Niet free. Classic video that everyone needs to see. Right.
Welcome to the second episode of Ross's Game Dungeon. If you're hearing this, that means I'm still alive. Last time I talked about a good game. Today I'm talking about an interesting game. LucasArts style sparkle? Niet 3, Revenge of the Mutant Stones. Now, despite the word Niet being Russian,
Is that
this
the
is
Monty
actually
Python
a German
music?
game. This is a Tetris game, but like the title implies, this game is a mutant. This game does a lot of things no other Tetris game does. If you think you're a Tetris
Everything began
master and
falling.
just charge in, you're gonna die.
That's an omen.
More on that later. Now you might be wondering why I'm
More on
starting
that
on
later.
Niet 3 and not Niet 1 or 2. Well, sometimes in games, the third one in a series can take a big departure. Duke Nukem 3D, Grand Theft Auto 3, Doom 3. These are all games that had big jumps in technology that made them radically different from their predecessors. Well, Niet 3 is one of those games. So I know some of you are feeling cheated right now,
I had to
but what can
skip
I
the-
say?
the
All the other
MS-DOS
Tetris
nudity.
games with more nudity or hardcore sex
Just-
scenes have already been
just
discussed
in
to death.
case.
There's nothing I can add to them that hasn't already been said.
It's okay.
Besides, you get to watch a Peeping Tom's vacation photos mixed in with your credits.
I need
I'd
to
say
build
that's off
two
to a
of
pretty good
these.
start for a Tetris
So
game.
let's do another
At least
one.
for 1993.
Probably,
This is a
probably
long intro, though.
won't take too
It actually
long.
reminds me of how modern day games will sometimes have 10 movie clips before you can get to the actual menu. Sometimes they make them unskippable unless you hack the startup files. That happens because some producer worth millions who may not even play games wants to make sure his company's name is plastered in everyone's face forever. I don't think that's the case for the
There's some
7
classic
people
music that
involved
Monty
here,
Python
though.
also used. Okay, I
I'm
see.
gonna skip ahead here. Here's the game. The way this game works is you have many levels that
very
you can
in
choose
character.
from, where each one is its own special Tetris challenge. I'm at the first stage here, but once I beat all the levels you see on the screen, I'll progress to the next stage, which has another full screen of levels for me to tackle. Rumor has it that there are 7 stages in all, so that's 126 levels plus the bonuses. The music and graphics are generally pleasing and very cheerful. The beginning levels are very easy. It's all to make this game very accessible and friendly and try to get people to start playing. After you beat a level, you earn a small amount of money which you can use later at the store to give you special power-ups. You also get a score, but who cares? Now what really sets this game apart is almost all the levels are sort of like mini puzzles that the game gives you hints on at the beginning. Like look at this level. New friends are appearing. What does that mean? Let's find out! Half the game is filled with these fortune cookie style hints to guide you. Okay, so far so good. Just regular Tetris. Ah, see? There. Those are your new friends. That's the tricky thing about this game. Every stage is different and there's some catch to all of them. Sometimes you can figure it out from the description, other times you have no idea. May I introduce the electric barrier? What the hell does that mean? Okay, again, normal Tetris. Whoa, okay, now you see what the catch is. Every level is like this. It keeps you on your toes. There's all kinds of tricks in this game. You have some with only right angles, some with indestructible blocks, some that switch which block you're going to get. The list goes on. The original Tetris, despite being fun, is still at its core just a death march where the pace gets faster and faster. So this is a great contrast. Many challenges that you can beat and progress through. You earn money from the challenges that you can use to make the levels easier. Wow, this sounds great, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's insidious, is what it is. Between the upbeat music, bright graphics, easy challenges, fun riddles, you're going to miss the fact that this game wants to kill you. Now you're probably saying, well, of course you can die, Ross. It's a video game. You don't understand. Because you're probably thinking there are lots of harder games out there where you can die a lot that are really unfair.
Put this
Ghouls
together.
and Ghosts, Battletoads,
Incorrect.
I Want to Be the Guy, and so on. This is much more quietly sinister than those. This game doesn't want to just kill you. It wants to watch you squirm and suffer first. Then, when it finally does kill you, it doesn't want to kill your player. It wants to kill you. Some of you are probably confused. Allow me to demonstrate. Here's some footage from one of the easier levels where I made a mistake. I had to get one line, but it messed up as this compressor was raising from the ground to crush me to death. Like something out of a Saw movie. Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna make it.
This is very interesting.
Do you see this?
Maybe I can
What you're looking at now isn't a mistake in editing.
put this a bit forward.
When you die once in this game,
so you
the
can
whole
actually
game
see
quits.
this a bit better.
You don't lose a life, you don't go back to the level select, the whole game quits. I'm sure the programmers would have taken this a step farther if they thought they could get away with it without being sued. Like force your computer to shut down, or start deleting random data, or hey, better yet, find a way to send electric shocks into your body through your keyboard. I mean, holy crap! How many games do something like this? And if you get kicked out of the game, you get to go through that long intro all over again every single time. You can speed it up some, but the point is one death in this game has big consequences.
Alright. Let me check if the
Come on.
camera is
I'm
not-
tapping the
Yeah, it's
buttons
okay,
right
it's
now.
fine.
Doesn't matter. There. God. Now you actually can avoid
Checking the
this if
camera
you hit
temperature.
escape just before you die.
Don't worry.
Then you'll only go back to the main menu. It makes me feel like a fighter pilot hitting the emergency eject before my plane crashes into the ground. Even then, you'll be seeing this animation a lot to load your game. It looks awesome the first time. Not so awesome the 50th time. Do you remember seeing earlier the option to save your game? Well, guess what? You have to pay to do that, and you have to pay a lot. I mean, you're lucky to be earning more than $10 per level this game. Most of the time, you don't even get that much. And one save
Okay,
is
and this is
$80.
standard.
That's a lot of levels on average before you can save. And these levels are going to be trying to kill you. The levels on this first table are a joke. They're just there to give you a false sense of security, along with the whole bright and happy vibe this
It's a
game
warm
exudes.
camera.
They're designed to lower your defenses, so you build your confidence, then you get trapped, then they move in so they can murder you.
They're warm but not hot.
No.
Thankfully.
No! Oh, no, no! No! Did you know that a lot of serial killers charm their way into their victims'
I so
homes?
love
They'll
his
smooth
tangents
talk
in
them
his
and the victims
videos.
let them in willingly. Well, Nyet 3 is the Ted Bundy of Tetris games. And if you
Alright,
think
did
you'll
we
be
put in
alright
this-
if you just save your game periodically, think
this
again.
in?
Remember earlier when I said you can buy items at the store to help you out and make the game easier? Well, I was sort of lying. These items don't make your game easier. The farther in you get, you literally start needing them just to beat the levels. They can blow up the metal blocks, give you a long block when you need it.
Maybe I can
They
make
are
this
your salvation,
easier to see.
but they come at a cost. You don't have nearly enough money to just buy the power-up you need and pass the level each time. Oh no. You have to be a miser and
Let me see
ration
if I
out your
can
money,
place
making
the
it stretch as far as
second
you
one
possibly
better,
can.
maybe?
Look at this stage. I can't see anything and I need to make 4 lines not knowing what's below me. That's death. But if I use a special item, now I can breeze through it no problem. But there is a problem. The problem is that that's $50 I just blew and I'm gonna need a lot more than that if I hope to survive this later on. By spending $50
God, this
now,
camera
I'm gonna run out of
sucks.
cash and get myself killed later. That feels a little like my own life, actually. So I can't play this game casually. Now that I know what I'm up against, I need to go back and load my game and play this level blind so I can hold on to that precious $50 for later. Once you get to the 3rd or 4th stage, you gradually start realizing this isn't so much a fun puzzle game as it is a survival horror game. In the later
This is what I have
levels,
to
there's
do.
always a certain
I can't get the
terror
camera to
entering a
look
level
any
where the
better
hint
than
is
this.
too cryptic to understand. You
I
don't always
can
know
put
what's
this back
coming,
here.
but it's never good. So the more you save, the more you're damning yourself on later levels when you need more money, and you don't have it because you were playing this game to have fun. That'll teach you. So what this does is create this feverish mentality where you try to push yourself as far as you possibly can in between the saves, knowing full well that if you die, you lose everything. It makes this game so high stakes. I do not recommend playing this game if you have a heart condition.
I'd love to make a game like this just
God,
to.
oh God. Oh
just to
no,
fuck
no,
with
no, no.
people.
Oh. Oh. Let's talk about the music. The music in here is generally pretty good. However, they cheat a lot. By that, I mean the majority of the tracks in this game are just synth remixes of classical music. If you're a classical music fan, you might find this game a neat little quiz to see how many pieces you recognize. I recognize this track. I actually only knew this as the Alfred Hitchcock Presents theme, but it's a classical piece. Funeral March for a Marionette. That's actually a pretty metal name for classical music.
I was just
So while
supposed
this
to be a
game
flat
cheats
one.
by using classical music, its picks are
You
pretty
couldn't
good.
make a
If I
net
ever
free
hear
game. Don't
yakety
test
sax
me.
one more time, I'm going to kill somebody. It does have a little bit of original music though. The slideshow intro music is great. I encourage anyone inclined to do a remix of it. I'll listen to it. Okay, so let's address the elephant in the room. What is the deal with this guy? My first thought was that he was sort of your guide in all this, but now that I've explained the lurking evil contained within this game, I don't know anymore. I mean, look
Funeral
at him.
March for
He
the
has this sort of
Gothic. Oh, yeah.
Freudian look to him, so that's kind of cool, but something is off here. Look at his clothes. He dresses like a 50-year-old colorblind fat woman. What's going on here? No socks. Is he naked under that coat? Has he killed before? His role here is really unclear. He records your name, he's the middleman for buying your life-saving
I wonder
gear,
if I can
but
do
then later on he'll explicitly
this.
make bets against you at some points in the game. Maybe he's just meant to be like a tough coach or trainer to make you a better and more paranoid Tetris player. But I don't know, I'm just getting this sinister
I'm
vibe
hugging.
here.
I'm
If
trying to
you're a
clamp
big
this
guy,
to my
he'd be perfect
collar.
for doing cosplay, but nobody would know who the hell you are except me. Now it's worth mentioning I have not
That is
actually beaten
the
this
worst
game.
thing to clip.
Back in the day, I only
right
played
now.
the shareware copy, but now that the full version is free,
No, that's not gonna
I
work.
better understand where this heart of darkness of a
Try to
game is
just
headed.
put it where it
I made
was,
it to
I
stage 5 out of 7. I think I could beat this game if I stayed at it, but I really hit the enjoyment threshold once I hit this stage. Like if I was in prison and somehow had access to this game, I would absolutely keep playing it. I mean, what the hell else would I do? Plus, I'm curious how it ends. The problem is that I started to understand all too well what I was
Okay.
going to have to do in order to beat this game. These later levels are less
You
about
wouldn't make
Tetris
an
and more
yet
about
free
intense
game.
resource management and planning. Plus, having to
Okay.
really maximize what little money you have as efficiently as possible hit a little too close to home for me. Anyway, if anyone watching this
nice.
wants to continue where I left off, I am including a link to my saved games along with a link to the game itself in the description. One thing that is pretty
1 by
rad
1.
about this is that if you try to beat this game, you are headed into uncharted territory.
And 3
I'm
of
serious.
these green ones.
I looked online. I cannot find any mention or playthrough or whatever for the ending of this game. If anyone has beaten this game, they're not talking. For all we know, whoever beats this game will be the first person in history to do so. Now, odds are somebody has beaten it before, but this game came out 20 years ago. So if anyone beat it, they could be dead by now. For me, that's some of the beauty of obscure games. You're seeing things few other people have. I mean, how many modern games can you say where no one has seen the ending? Hell, nowadays companies try to stop people from posting the ending up online before the game is even released. Not here. If you beat this game, you will be the Indiana Jones of the Tetris world. Now, what the ending will actually be like is kind of a crapshoot, because honestly, PC games are notorious for having really lame endings, even in otherwise good games. Tyrion's ending is okay, but for a game like this, anything could happen. Some of the best game endings
Or you
I've
can't
ever
really
seen
see
have
what
been
I'm
from
doing
puzzle
right
games.
now. It's
I
kind
mean,
of
you all saw that intro.
difficult
For all we
right
know,
now.
the ending is the weird guy sailing off on a Tetris-shaped yacht full of topless women while he showered in all the money that you gave him for supplies. We don't know. If anyone does beat it, contact me. Maybe I'll have a short follow-up episode. Now, for those of you who are brave enough to try to beat this game, I can tell you exactly how to beat this game, or at least maximize your chances of doing so. You'll then also understand why I'm not going to. You might want to get a pen and paper out for this part. Okay, deep breath. First off, save your game at the beginning of every stage. Anything new can kill you, and you should assume it will. Next, go through each level one by one and write down what the gimmick is. Invisible blocks, snakes,
Okay.
hell, whatever. You're going to die over and over while
And
doing this. Then you need to
this.
reload your save game one by one by one. Then you can maybe buy some items you can use to exit the level so you can preview maybe 3 per life. But you shouldn't save your games with those in your inventory as you'll need money for the real threats. While you're writing down what the gimmick is, also write down how hard the level is. Can you beat this level without items? If not, what are the cheapest items you need in order to beat this level? You should also have a chart of exactly how much this level is going to cost you.
What the
If it
hell
doesn't
is
add up,
this?
you'll need to figure out ways to suck it up and beat more levels without items. For levels that have diamonds, do a cost-benefit analysis of what items you need to get to the diamonds versus how much you can get back in return. They may not be worth it. Don't accept any of the bets after the first 3, except for the endurance one, so just lose money. After you figured out which are the hardest levels, do a few of them first. That way, if you screw up, you don't set yourself back too far. Make a list of exactly what order you'll attempt the levels in so you can maximize your chances of success. God, that is a hard phrase to say fast. To each save point, try and push as many levels forward as you can before your save. At levels 4 and up, you need to save at least halfway through the stage, probably even more. If you have a background in accounting or statistical probability, that will help. So, for anyone who missed that, the short version is you'll probably need to load your game at least 18 times before you start trying to actually beat the stage. It's a pure grind, the prep work is not fun, but the difficulty level is so high, this is the only way to do it. And to anyone who thinks that's just because I'm not
Oh, you have
skilled
returned,
enough,
okay.
that's like saying you have more skill at Russian roulette. Like you know just how many times to spin the gun chamber before
I should play that last part again, because it really explains what this game is.
this is how much you can get back in return. You might want to get a pen and paper out for this part. Okay, deep breath. First off, save your game at the beginning of every stage. Anything new can kill you, and you should assume it will. Next, go through each level one by one and write down what the gimmick is. Invisible blocks, snakes, hell, whatever. You're going to die over and over while doing this. Then you need to
Needs to
reload your
go
save
by the
game
thin
one by
one.
one by one. Then you can maybe buy some items you can use to exit the level so you can preview maybe 3 per life. But you shouldn't save your games with those in your inventory as you'll need money for the real threats. While you're writing down what the gimmick is, also
Here you
write down
go.
how hard the level is. Can you beat this level without items? If not, what are the cheapest items you need in order to beat this level? You should also have a chart of exactly how much this level is going to cost you. If it doesn't add up, you'll you'll need to figure out ways to suck it up and beat more levels without items. The levels that have diamonds do a cost-benefit analysis of what items you need to get to the diamonds versus how much you can get back in return. They may not be worth it. Don't accept any of the bets after the first 3, except for the endurance one, so just lose money. After you figured out which are the hardest levels, do a few of them first.
Yet
That way, if
Free
you
is
screw up,
such
you don't
an
set
insane
yourself
game.
back too far. Make a list of exactly what
It's
order
the
you'll attempt the levels in
greatest
so you
game.
maximize your chances of success.
Oh, wait a
God,
second.
that is
This
a
is,
hard phrase to say fast. To each save point, try and push
Can
as
you
many
see
levels
what this
forward as
is
you can before you're
right
saved.
now?
At levels 4 and up, you need to save at
You
least
guess
halfway
what
through the
this
stage,
is.
probably even more. If you have a background in accounting or statistical probability, that will help. So, for anyone who missed that, the short version is you'll probably need to
can you
load your game
guess what
at
this is
least
so
18
far?
times before you start trying to actually beat
So I
the
can
stage.
see.
It's a pure grind. The prep work is not fun, but the difficulty level is so high, this is the only way to do it. And to anyone who thinks that's just because I'm not skilled enough,
I was wondering what the
that's
what
like
the
saying you
point
have
of
more
this is also
skill
on an
at
NES,
Russian
but it's
roulette.
not
Like you know
actually
just how many times to spin the
meant
gun
to
chamber
be-
before pointing it at your head.
meant to have a point to it.
Oh jeez. Okay. Okay, long block. Yes. Okay, get in there. Okay, one more line. I can do this. Okay. Oh jeez. Oh hell. Okay. Long block. Okay, long block. There. Turn. No, not there. Okay, I'm ready to wrap this up.
Maybe now it's
So what have
more
we learned
clear.
here today? That surprise nudity is a good way to get someone's attention, and that evil is everywhere.
Definitely seems
apparently.
like a game.
Okay, that's the end. Unless somebody beats
Oh wait, I
this.
need
Thanks
to.
for watching. And if you're sick of squares, stay tuned for the next episode, which will have
This one by
triangles.
2x1
dragons.
as well. We're getting very close to this getting finished. So what should we watch now? Not sure. I like the Baldi's episode as well. I might put this on now and we can
Hey Joey, we're here, man. Don't
and put a different series after this.
Hey, welcome back to the Game Dungeon. Today we're balding it up with Baldi's, a real-time strategy game. This is another new game for me. I played the demo a while back, or rather I tried to play the demo, got confused, but wanted to come back to it sometime. Well, it turns out sometime means about 20 years later. But here we are.
Another
Let's see what
Thomas
this is
the
all
Tank
about.
Engine video.
So we begin, and nope, it's not that simple. Again, this is a strategy
Do you
game,
have anything
what the
in
PC
mind,
did
or-
best. So naturally, this came out first for the Atari Jaguar in '95. Man, I forgot that even existed. A year later, it got ported to
Baldi's
DOS and
Basics.
Windows. The DOS screen is
Would
pretty
you
nice.
play
We get a
Baldi's
scrolling
Basics?
menu and some art. I like it. And despite the centerfold pose in the background, the Windows copy is pretty damn Spartan in comparison. But we're already getting robbed because the Jaguar version had a
Okay, we've been
full
live for 3
claymation intro
hours.
video. This came out
Should be
on
finishing
CD.
this up
They didn't have
sometime
space
soon.
for it? Why didn't we get that? This game was different on everything. Later, this came out on the PlayStation and Saturn too, and they had sort of a fake 3D mode that looked good. So this might be the only
That's
time I've
okay,
heard
uh,
of a strategy game
can find
being better
something.
on the console. So anyway, we
Alright.
get to... Oh wait, so we do get the claymation intro, but only on DOS. What the hell? This does not show up on the Windows copy. Well, too late. I'm going to be running the Windows copy because it has 4 times the resolution of the DOS one. I can't say no to that for an RTS. So we're all good to go, right? And hey, this game runs natively on modern Windows. No emulation required. Okay, so this is what you see running it 20 years later. You'd think by 96 they would have figured out that computers were going to get faster, but I guess not. I mean, look at this. This isn't playable. Anyway, I
this
figured out how to
these
slow
little
it down, but I
things.
had to take my best guess on the frame rate. So we're coming to you in glorious 20 frames per second. It was still too hyper for me at 30. An interesting note is that this does not happen on the DOS copy. Even if you double the processor speed in emulation, it never runs too fast. So this was unique
Okay.
to the Windows copy. I don't always
You
understand.
weren't sure what this was before,
So we
you
begin,
probably know
and
now.
Now what? Well, when I played the demo, I figured out you could pick them up and drop them. If you drop them in the water, they drown. That's no good. If you drop them in the house, they look like they're busy. And that's about as far as I got. There's some in-game tips you can turn on, but these are not that helpful. It keeps telling me to build a barracks even when I have one built. Then tells me I can put baldies in trees. I'm not seeing a lot of trees on this map.
This looks like a
Also,
thing
he likes fish.
I can put in.
This is a sharp contrast to the PlayStation version, which gives you a lot of helpful advice. Like the number of builders to maintain a house. That's super helpful information. I still don't know how many I really need for the bigger ones. Well, now, some 20 years later, I have access to a manual. And it's like a magic spell being lifted.
We made
So
Mario
this game is about
1-2.
going bald and what happens next. Well, it seems
Pretty
that if you're
cool.
going bald, the next
cool.
step is to form a paramilitary group and set out to destroy everyone who still has hair on their head. So, that's what we're gonna do.
Back
The Baldies
6.
get assigned as workers, builders, soldiers, scientists, or angels. Despite the name, the workers don't seem to do any actual work. Their main purpose is to
Also,
breed.
let's
Now, this is one area the Windows and DOS
clean
versions
this up
differ.
first.
In the DOS version, they show them jumping on a bed. But I guess the developers decided that was too sexually
Lazy game
risque,
reviews. Yeah,
so
I
they
love.
toned it down to just him
I
doing
love lazy
aerobics.
game reviews.
In fact, the manual says as
Just
much.
forgot about
Workers
him.
will watch television or exercise in their room. They also
I remember
breed
seeing
in
a
here, but
Doom
this
video
is a family
from
game,
him.
so we're unable to depict this activity graphically. So they wanted to show baldy orgies, but decided they better tone it down before their game got banned. I've heard it said before that art is a compromise between your vision and reality, and that's what's going on here. I mean,
Okay,
I don't even know what the plan was. All the baldies are male, but whatever. Back to the game.
God,
the
this
goal
is
is
so
to upgrade your base of
difficult
operations with the builders, and you
insert.
can either make advanced breeding facilities, a military barracks,
I have to
or
do
a
it one
lab.
by one, I think.
You defeat the enemy by either
Otherwise,
sending
it's
your
just gonna go
soldiers to
everywhere.
go kill them, or by using your inventions your scientists come up with. This opens up another layer of complexity. The scientists, you need to have both inside the lab
think
and outside gathering samples.
Bag 8 or
What they
something is in the
research depends
BDM.
on multiple
Okay, so that's all of
variables
these.
I still don't fully understand. Some research seems map specific, other research is tiered, so you have to research the bottom level first. Others require you to harvest specific animals in order to obtain, and they're not
And
always
this is
there.
still just the NES.
Even then, some animals you have to drop in the ocean first. And the ocean will produce different fish depending on which animal you drop in the ocean. But then, after it's all done and researched,
Oh,
I
yeah,
can make
we
a
get
green
the
fish.
finisher.
I guess this is helpful? I'm still not sure. Some inventions are obviously helpful, others feel really convoluted and they're kind of a waste of time and resources. It's all bizarre. Anyway, the soldiers are simpler, but they still take some management. By default, all they'll do is punch the enemy.
Alright.
You don't win wars like that.
Put
In
this
order
to
for
the
them to
side
bring the
here.
pain, you need to leave some behind back at base preparing munitions. This is another area where the game versions differ. In the Windows copy, it just shows the soldier doing physical training. But the DOS copy shows the baldy loading ammunition. The more soldiers you assign to this, the more ammo you have later to commence the attack. I think the DOS version is better here. It gives me this image of some 20 or 30 bald guys all sitting at tables loading rounds into magazines for hours on end. It really sets the tone here that despite them looking goofy, the baldies mean business and they're coming for you. Watch out. And that's what I do for the next several levels. I breed my troops, supply them, then send them to the enemy base to wipe everyone out. Most of the inventions don't seem to help that much. I'd say at least half of them are variations on the same thing. You lay a trap, a Harry walks over it, it kills a couple of them,
Yeah,
then
same.
disappears.
I could put on a
It can
Doom video
electrocute
from
them,
OGR
hit
after
trap
this.
them, snare them, explode, inflate them, set them on fire, etc. Again, the baldies are not to be reckoned with. While this does hurt the enemy, you have to factor in how long it takes you to research
The
these
baldies
items
will destroy
versus how long
everyone.
it takes them to breed back their own population. I find it to be a losing proposition most of the time because they're like cockroaches. They're just going to bounce back. You have to kill them at the source. On that note, one of the better inventions is the skunk bomb. When you try to take an enemy building, you typically take heavy casualties. But if you use a skunk bomb, you can flush them out of the house and
Okay, I
gun
need
them
to
down
make
as
one
they
more.
run out the door. While it's practically a massacre, this prevents casualties on my end. Skunks save lives. I have to say though, this is sort of in contrast with the cartoon graphics, bright colors, and happy music. This strategy can be so effective, it feels more like I'm running an execution squad. Family game my ass. This is war. This is only reinforced later on as it's not enough to simply wipe out
So
the
this is probably
enemy's
gonna
base.
be just
The game expects you to hunt
click
down
to
every
hide
last
the
man and kill
side
him.
of the NES.
Anything less than complete genocide is unacceptable. This becomes a real pain because sometimes the Harrys will hide in the trees, and the only way to flush them out is to develop snake technology. But even then, you have to go and manually check each tree on the map one by one until you can find the one or multiple ones they're hiding out in. I feel like a commander in World War II trying to hunt down Japanese fortifications in the Pacific. I know they're out there, but there's 20 islands they could be hiding out on. It's gonna take a long time to find them. A lot of the levels are very doable, but they're a slog because of this. Also, it feels like you're always waiting on your Baldi's breeding to take off. There's a delay to the start of pretty much everything. This makes me start losing my patience and I start foregoing the skunk bombs. These bombs take time to develop, a lot of scientists to train, and there's a limited
World
number of
War
skunks
Bull.
anyway. That's all time I could spend breeding more Baldies or loading more magazines. The game starts incentivizing me to not even worry about the inventions and instead turn our Baldi society into a permanent war state, focused only on combat and breeding. This proves to be the most efficient way to burn through the levels. I lose a lot of Baldies and take heavy casualties, but there's always more to take their place. The Baldi Empire will
Alright, and
prevail.
now just cover this up.
19 levels later, this approach carries me to the second world of Snow and Ice. It's worth mentioning this is a long game. It has 85 normal levels, 9 bonus stages, and even some secret maps. This is going to be a long haul. Now for anyone who thinks they're clever, suggesting I should use cheats to speed through some of them, let me tell you something.
There we go.
This game has no cheats. At least none that I'm aware of. Oh sure, every major game site that mentions this game likes to point out the cheat where if you hold down F8 and click on the map, you'll spawn hundreds of Baldies. Well guess what? They're all wrong. This
Got
does absolutely
one side of
nothing.
the NES done.
Not clicking on the map or even the mini-map. Not the Windows version, nor the DOS copy. Now, since there's so many damn versions of this game, maybe
I am
there's
back
one
to the
out there
center
this
with
actually
this.
works on. But as far as I'm concerned, this is all bad information. This is quarantine
check
all over again.
Something.
Anyway, after going through the dimensional portal, we're in Winterland. The manual points out that just like real life, this game has 5 worlds: green, ice, European, desert, and hell. The ice world is pretty much the exact same thing, except a different backdrop, and the Harrys are wearing parkas now. We also get somber piano music, which makes me wonder if the composer had seasonal affective disorder. I'll talk about the music quick a minute.
What?
Except for the main theme, it's mostly minimal piano music that gets old fast.
What
In fact,
happened?
the entire game
I think
only
someone
has
just
5
followed.
tracks, 4 of which are
thank
piano
you.
solos. Now the DOS copy has title music, menu music, maybe some other
At
tracks
the one time
too,
I
don't
was
know.
away
The Windows
from
copy
my
doesn't even have music in the menu.
stream.
I added that in earlier.
Can
But
I
hey, on the
check the history of
PlayStation,
this?
I'm not sure it has any more tracks, but the music sounds way better overall. I guess no one is to blame here since it came
Must be for the
later and I
NES,
approved
yeah.
the change. But man, I wish I got that music instead. Anyway, to me, the best part about Ice World is all the extra stuff going on in the background. We have lollipop flower things, an ice cream truck, giant ice cream cone, the North Pole, a snowman, snow woman, snow pig, An open refrigerator?
Hi, new follower.
Oh, hey, that's why it's so cold.
I think someone
Somebody
followed
left the
me on
fridge open.
Twitch.
A surfacing submarine,
Hang on.
a submerged car, and a downed
Twitch.
spaceship.
Let me look it up.
There were
I'm
extras
even
going
logged in
on in
Twitch right
Greenworld
now.
also, like the Easter Island heads,
Oh, I'm not.
Stonehenge menhirs, and of course the land
God.
sharks.
Wait,
But I
maybe
feel
I
like
can
the game
check
really
my
starts opening up with the
Streamlabs
scenery in
history.
Ice World. And besides the background, the maps themselves start going off the deep end. This was happening a little bit in Greenworld with geometric shapes, the Americas, chains. But in Ice World, they just don't care at all.
Thank you for
and the
the
whole point of some of
subscription,
these maps
Laura
is so they
Cano.
can have a picture.
I can see it now.
Besides Antarctica and some shapes,
Right.
we have a star belt, a worker baldy, a giant skeleton.
Back to this.
What is this? A tribal tattoo? And who is this guy? I'm sure 500 people will recognize him in the comments as soon as I post this, but I couldn't place him. As far as the
Wait, I was
gameplay
doing
goes,
this.
Ice World is really just more Green World with ice. So naturally we moved to Europe World. I would have thought Green World was already
Oh,
looking
it's
kind of
4 by
European, but apparently not enough.
8x1.
Now's a good time to mention
like
this is
this.
a Scottish game. So the first thing I noticed in Europe World is how there is trash everywhere. It's just littered with junk. There's minimal scenery, it's mostly just trash. You can step on the
Just
toothpaste.
roasted them.
And just to remind people, this is Europe. The buildings are now mega European. And instead of the Harrys, we're now just killing tourists. You might think this would make us the bad guys, but no worries, they'll kill you if you don't. This is war. The game never stops reminding you of that. If you give them an inch or show compassion, they'll kill you. I'm noticing a bug where I think the
Another
enemies
8
invent
by
something, then I hear relentless water splashing that never stops if I'm on the wrong part of the map. It's like this for the rest of the level. Europe is where the game starts to give me some real
Snowman still wins
resistance
Snow Pig
also.
the free gender.
Up until now, it's been a bit modest about laying traps for me. But now, it unleashes its invention arsenal on me.
Oh
This
boy,
is still
okay.
not a problem because the Baldy army is mighty, and overwhelming numbers continue to be the answer to everything. I will say though, the cow research can be a nice addition. You drop a cow into the lab, the scientists make him cool, then you introduce him to the enemy base. Hey, look at the cow! Hooray, a cow! Come pet the cow! Boom! It takes out the building. This game does a surprisingly good job of making you not feel safe.
You
Most
can't comment if you're
RTSs, you have
just
some
logged in.
sense of security
Yeah.
inside your base.
That's okay.
With watchtowers and troops.
Glad you're
Not
enjoying
here.
the stream.
They can lay traps for you anywhere. Take away the very ground you walk on. There are no rules in war. Anything can happen, and that's reflected here. I can only assume this game is a metaphor for baldness itself.
Cow.
Having hair is good. Everyone who has hair, this is exactly what they feel like. Just like this. So this is what's on the line when you go bald. I have a stake in this game since I currently have hair, but is it going to stay that way? I don't know. My father has a full head of hair, as did his father. But wait a minute. I have an uncle on my mother's side who's not exactly with a full head of hair. This man used to have an afro, and his father was uh-oh. Now some people can look good bald, but others it's a curse. It can look like transforming into a different person. So if the Baldies win, what's the best option? Well, I don't think I'll go the Skullet route and just act like it's not happening. That look doesn't always have the greatest association. Unless you're a professional wrestler, then you can do anything. Now,
There's
I
this
know what
one
you're thinking.
piece.
You're thinking, well, what about Benjamin Franklin? He had long hair, was going bald, and everybody likes him. Well, that's true, but that was Ben Franklin. Not
There it
only
is,
was he
okay.
a complete Renaissance man, but he spent the American
Having hair
Revolution in
is so
France
awesome.
going to parties and getting laid every night, and he's hailed as a national hero.
That's so
He had so much game, he could have worn a mop on his head, and it probably wouldn't have made much of a difference. No, I've thought about this, and
Okay.
looking again to
We
history,
got
I think
this
Lenin
long
might be a
piece
better
now.
model for some. Regardless of your thoughts on
then
socialist
4
philosophy and
of the
communism,
same
I think
one.
we can all agree he was onto something for how to look classy when you're losing your hair. Okay, this photo looks kind of bad, but that was before he finalized things. Back to the game, there's not much else to Europe World besides trash. Though we do get a parking meter,
I love that.
stoplight, and crashed missile. Next up is Desert World, and it's basically a cross between ancient Egypt and a theme park. We have Baldy Tutankhamun ruins, a Baldy Sphinx, lost luggage, a downed airliner, and wire spools. The AI is definitely more aggressive by this point, but I'm able to keep up until this level. Wow, this level. I have to say, I don't get humbled by a game every day, but this one sure did it to me. This level is a giant middle finger to the player. You spawn with the enemy right next to you, which could still be manageable, but just to give you an extra challenge,
I might need to go and get
the
some
enemy
food
has a
later.
slight population advantage.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna do a
alongside
BRB
tier
or just
5 breeding
eat
facility
on stream
and a
while this
research lab
keeps
ready
going.
to go. You are so screwed on this map. I tried
Whichever
everything
works.
I could think of. A military rush, even though I don't have ammo. Multiple buildings and focusing on military. Multiple buildings and
still a
focusing on
bit-
research.
a bit of time
spreading
away.
my buildings out. Trying to condense everything into
But it
one
should be
giant
okay.
building. I'm not even going to cover every other tactic I tried because it's a long list.
I lost the
I get
mini-game.
weakened, countered, and
What
just
did you lose?
outdone at every turn on this map. If I could build on the edges here, I might
Are you
have a
playing
chance.
something?
That wouldn't protect me from their inventions, but it would stop every random Egyptian from wandering into my buildings and killing my people, which might give me just enough of an opening to get some sort of foothold. Nope, not an option. You are bombarded on this map. In addition to the frequent invasions, they won't stop with the traps right outside your door. I honestly thought this level was
Eat on stream,
impossible
become
for a
real
while.
mouth.
It's easily one of the hardest RTS
The
levels
fact
I've
that
ever
it's you
played.
of all
I probably
people
lost some
telling
of
me
my own
this
hair
is
trying to beat
amazing.
it. I kept going through this pattern where I would give up, then come back later and try one or two different strategies. Well, one of them finally worked. You'll have to forgive me if I don't reveal it, since I thought it would be better to keep the challenge preserved for anyone who wants to try this summit of a map. But here's my proof. As usual, I gunned down every last man, which earns me a passage into hell. Well, they don't seem to be kidding. Hell looks very hell-like. The entire surface seems to be made out of skin, with teeth, pimples, cuts, piercings, and ears to go with it. Doesn't seem to bother the sheep any. We also have hell mushrooms, eyeballs, and the Ridge of Souls. Our enemies are now bearded devils, which feels a little more justified than the tourists and Egyptians from earlier.
Man,
And
I
what
need a
else is there to say?
2x2.
Hell is hell. The AI holds back absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
It's
Baldies.
an onslaught of mines
Great
and
one.
blood rain trying to grind us into the ground. Also, by now, I have a conspiracy theory developing that maybe somebody else could pursue further. Okay, so we have our usual pictures in the maps going on in each world, but then we'll have ones that look like they could be part of a larger pattern, like a jigsaw puzzle. In fact, this one literally is a jigsaw puzzle pattern. I have to wonder if there's a secret picture hidden in all these maps when rearranged that show us the map to Baldy Atlantis or something. If anyone has time to kill, feel free to analyze this.
There we go.
You can see all the map overviews in the DOS version without having to play through them first. But let's cut to the chase.
This is how
The
Helen Shadow
final
looked like
level,
before being
the
corrupted.
raid. This map is a
I don't know,
boiling
ask
point
him.
of everything you've already faced in hell.
Only he
You
knows.
have 3 factions of devils, limited building space, and relentless sabotage from enemy inventions.
Who knows what the
You're
Helen
under
Shadow
attack
looked like?
so frequently, it feels like trying to build sandcastles on the shoreline with the waves crashing in every few seconds and heavily eroding what you've made. Although I'll say this already feels more beatable than that abomination from Desert World. And it is. After a few failed tactics, I finally get a foothold and overrun hell with baldness. Satan's gonna need a toupee after I'm done here. Now, do we get an ending? Well, the menu was so bare bones for the Windows copy, and we already missed out on the cool claymation intro. I'm honestly expecting this game to just give me a generic level completed screen, then spit me back to the main menu. And no, we actually get a little more. We get a CGI cutscene. I don't know if it's a bug on my end, but there's no sound at all. We see them walk out of some of the houses, and that's it. The title of the game. This is more like a demo teaser video than anything resembling an ending, but I admit, it is indeed something. Now, I can only imagine the Jaguar copy as a claymation parade in the streets, fireworks, the entire Baldi Kingdom being shown off, but who knows? I can't even imagine trying to beat this game on a gamepad, especially that one.
There's some weird
Anyway,
pieces
as far
that I've
as I
never
know, this
seen
video is the
before.
first documentation of any ending to this game. I couldn't find one anywhere else. But wait, this game has secret levels. Well, according to the internet, you unlock them by starting on level 4 or later, then dropping a sheep into the ocean, then slowing the
man.
game down so you can grab 10 dolphins into your research lab. Then complete the level. Well, I do that, and what? Is this like that cheat code that doesn't work? No, this information is correct. We get a level with the developer logo on it. It's pretty straightforward. I beat that, and the next level is still locked off to me. What do I need to do? Do I need to do the same thing on level 4 of the next world?
Then
Okay, I try that, and no, same thing. I have no
This in
idea
the
how to play
front,
this level,
smooth
and I'm not
one.
sure anyone else does either. This game has secrets within secrets. Okay, awards time. This game earned them. First award, Best Exploding Cows. These are the best exploding cows I've seen in a video game. Not only do
Okay,
they
this
kill
is where
everyone
the
in the vicinity, but they
slot
take out
is gonna go.
entire buildings and even crater the earth down to the groundwater. I don't think these cows have been topped since. Next award, Old School PC Gaming. Now you might think this award would apply to all kinds of games, but while I was playing this, I couldn't help but think this checks off every stereotype I can think of about old PC games.
getting close to the
You
end
need
of
a
this book,
manual.
only this much
The
left.
game has heart. There's a hell of a lot of gameplay.
Oh yeah, I don't know if
It's
they
hard as
figured it out.
nails,
I
and it
haven't
has
seen
a
them
weak ending.
mention it in
When I
a
think of
follow-up
classic
episode
PC
of any
gaming,
kind.
this is exactly the sort of thing that comes to mind. And finally, Baldness Supreme. If anything, this game has given me new respect for male pattern baldness, because now I feel like I can see what people are up against. The Baldies are relentless and utterly indomitable. They are absolutely more than meets the eye. You really come to appreciate the power behind them while playing this game. Even with the absolute worst the Harrys could throw at me, they still could not be stopped. Even hell couldn't stop them. If there's any lesson to be learned from this game, it's that you shouldn't feel bad if you go bald. Because with opposition like this, you never even had a chance.
I'm missing one piece. And that makes me worried that it's gone somewhere. Or I put it somewhere where it doesn't belong.
Okay, you go there. You go there too. You... Oh, shit.
Wow. I forgot about that. Missing one 5x2. That's strange. Oh wait, flat ones here are supposed to be Arcade America. Oh yeah. I was gonna watch LGR after this. Let's see the Doom ones. This is fine.
It was Christmas time, December of 1993, and there I was, just about to turn 7 years old and thoroughly
I
transfixed
need to
by
check
anything with a CPU
my
inside
sync or
it.
something.
And luckily, the household my family was visiting for a Christmas party had a shiny new 486 in their office. The guy who owned the computer was
One
browsing,
piece was
showing
left
off
in the
latest
bag.
games he'd downloaded from a local
My
BBS,
God.
like Halloween Harry and other platformers. Then something happened that changed my entire perception of video games. I saw this. I specifically remember him opening the door, shooting things until they collapsed in a bloody heap, and looking around at the green vats of slime.
By the
All
way,
in an
this
environment that
is
felt entirely
I don't know what
believable.
this is.
It was textured, it had lighting, it was 3D, and just then my dad walked
very
into the room,
strange
saw
piece.
the gory carnage, and thought, maybe this game isn't made for little kids. The dude on the computer apologized, shut it down, and let me play Commander Keen 4 instead. And while I was notably impressed by that as well, I never forgot that other game.
and now we
Green
fill in
Vats
this
of
part.
Slime, the guns,
And that's
the
gonna be it from
demons,
bag
that
6.
feeling of doom. I thought about it every so often for years. Those images burned into my brain.
Been streaming for
It
3.5
was not until
hours
many
so
years
far.
later, in the days of peer-to-peer file sharing services like Napster and Morpheus, that I finally got to play it for myself. I found
So
some
that's
shady
pretty cool.
executable for Doom 95, and those memories came flooding
Then
back
these
as I
flat
played
ones
through E1M1 for the first time. Yeah, I'd played games like Unreal and Thief at that point, but Doom? It was still able to get its hooks into me with no problem at all. The shooting, the music, the level design, the way enemies consistently surprised me, it felt shockingly fresh, even though the game was 8 years old at that point. And now,
And
with it
then on
approaching
this side as
23
well.
years old and a new Doom looming on the horizon, it's finally time to discuss the
It's
one and
gambling
only
time.
Doom here on LGR. And yes, sometime later
Alright,
I
check this
repented of
out.
my file sharing sins. Here's my personal copy of the game, which came in this slim cardboard sleeve directly from id Software. Now, originally Doom was a
Yes.
shareware game, meaning that there was a sizable chunk of it made
And then
available
this
for free,
secret
including
compartment
the
here
level I saw as
I'm
a
not gonna
7-year-old.
open right now because
If you
I'm
wanted the
afraid
whole
it's gonna
thing,
break.
who didn't?
And this
You
time
couldn't
only
just go to
one
a computer store
split
and buy
piece.
it. You had to order it by phone or by mail, and when you did, they'd send you this package. That's why there's no barcode or anything like that on here. It was never officially sold in stores, at least
Now
not
the
in
bag
USA.
7 is
It's
weird
got
because
this little box,
here's bag
screen,
7-1,
disc, and a stapled together manual,
bag
which is of
7-2.
surprisingly decent quality. However, that's not to say that Doom was never ever sold
And the
in
big
American
one.
stores. For one thing, the shareware version got all sorts of retail releases, including this one that was bundled alongside GT Software distributed games like Wolfenstein 3D. The box looks a little more substantial than the official full version release, but it's still just a shareware episode that you could download for free.
Alright.
It wasn't until 1995, with the release of The Ultimate Doom, that store shelves were graced with the full version's presence. The box art may not be as impressive as the others, but it included all the original episodes, plus an additional 4th episode, and the latest patches, which made it an attractive option for old and new
Alright.
players alike. There were also a slew of third-party add-on packs for Doom,
So which
like
bag
the
7 do I
omnipresent
use here?
D-Zone series of packs, which added all sorts of maps and custom content. Also worth mentioning for collectors is the Doom Collector's Edition, released in 2001. This has some pretty metal box art and includes Final Doom, Ultimate
And
Doom,
okay, this
and
is
the
gonna
sequel,
be
Doom 2.
the game
But
and
yeah, for the rest of the video, I'll just
the
take a look
cartridge.
at
Oh,
Doom
sorry,
and
bumped
the
the
Ultimate
mic.
Doom, because I mean, they make me moist, and I'll probably explode if I don't play them again soon. Doom begins with this
Let's gamble,
fantastic
gamers.
splash screen and some appropriate mood-setting MIDI music by the magnificent maestro Bobby Prince.
Oh man. There we go.
While a demo plays in the background, you're
We're
free
making
to
the
peruse
hinge,
the
it
options,
seems.
look at registration information, or start up a game and dive into the depths of hell. And since hell is quite nice this time of year, I recommend choosing your difficulty and doing that. And I always love that Nightmare difficulty is brutally honest with you. It's unfair, no complaints. If you play it, it's your fault. Now, I could very well talk about 100,000 topics
There's
in
many
regards
re-releases
to
of Doom
from
levels
here
as there are
forward.
Rayman levels
The
on
creation
PC
story of the
and
game is fascinating. The people
God.
behind its development are legendary.
I wouldn't
the tale
know.
of how it played a
I don't know
huge
much
part in
about
creating
Rayman.
ESRB is interesting.
Letter
The
would
idea that
know.
its level design and
He
weapon
loves
selection
Rayman.
are the daddy of all FPS games, and the fact that the
I have
technical
Rayman
feats that
Origins
this
and I
was
never
pulling off in 1993
finished it.
were like
I barely
something from
started
another
it even.
world
I
back
just
then.
didn't like having
But
to
because each of
open
those
up
topics
Uplay
deserve
every
a video
time.
of their own, I just want to talk about the gameplay in general today and how it
I
makes
should
me
do it,
feel.
though.
Namely, there are a few things about Doom that make it distinctly Doom, and nothing else has since compared. Well, other than Doom 2, which is
flat
arguably
pieces.
a better game, even though it's more or less an add-on to this one, but that too is for another
God.
video, another time.
Have you ever
isn't
seen
Doom 2
flat
great? The
pieces
new
like
enemies,
this?
the
I mean, I have
phenomenal levels,
not,
the super shotgun.
but I was
Ah!
never like.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
I was never a huge Lego collector.
So, what is it that makes Doom Doom? Well, for me, it's a combination of controls, level design, pacing, weapons, and atmosphere. If any one of those were taken away, it would be another thing entirely. Much like if you're mixing drinks and leave out a key ingredient in one of them. Sure, it's still more or less the same drink, but it's also different enough that you may as well give it another name entirely. With Doom, that cocktail of control over your character, the layout and features of each map, the expertly crafted speed and difficulty, the enjoyably lethal array of guns, and the overall feeling of exploring each level, all of these come together in a way that makes Doom distinct.
Minecraft cookies.
And in my opinion, is where the so-called
Now we
Doom
flip it,
clones
and we
of
do
the mid-90s frequently fell short.
on this
When you're
side.
controlling
Almost did
Doom
this wrong.
Guy, as he is so creatively called, everything feels like it's in its place. Like it has a purpose, and nothing is extraneous.
This
There's an
mechanism
intimate
is
sense of
strange because
connection
now
between
it
your
works
hands, the
when I
hardware,
don't
and
use
what's
it for a
happening on
while.
screen. It's like your
very
keyboard and mouse transform into a
very
piece of finely
interesting
tuned weaponry,
thing.
one
I
that's
mean,
more than capable of
when this is
wiping
up on
out
the
the
shelf
entirety
or
of Hell's
something,
forces
I'm
if
not
you're
gonna
skilled
be
enough.
messing with the
just
mechanism
when you
so
think
much.
you've got the hang of it, repetition gives way to surprise, as something you forgot was there catches you off guard, or something you didn't know was there kills you.
Eat
This
Lego
leads right
kids.
into the level design, which seems kind of nonsensical at first glance. I mean, this is supposed to be a space military base for the most part, and if that's the case, they ought to fire their architect. The number of dead ends, labyrinths, and secret doors is downright bizarre in that respect. But what it lacks in logical believability, it makes up for in pure fun. Over 2 decades later, and the levels hold up in ways that
what is this
surprise
plastic
me
in
even
there?
more
Okay.
on playing through it again. It's a web of carefully constructed
plastic,
switches, windows, doors, passageways,
I know.
secret areas, and floor toggles. And while each one is placed with an explicit purpose, not all of them are there for every player on every playthrough. Sometimes you want to do a speed
Alright, now we
run,
need to
sometimes
get
you want
these
to take it
green ones.
slow, other times you just want to search for secrets, and beyond that you may want to go for a new record in terms of items grabbed and enemies slaughtered. 100%ing the game is something I've never done, but the manner in which these levels are constructed makes me long to pull it off someday. And then seeing spots where Doom isn't afraid to do something crazy to the player, like tossing them into a strobe-lit dark room
Interesting.
or
Wonder what that's
instantly
for.
dropping them into a pit of demons because they stepped on the wrong floor tile, makes me yearn for more
I might also
first-person
do that
shooters like
Amnesia
this that
stream
didn't
soon
bother
where I play
coddling you.
random
Speaking
sounds
of which, the
in
pacing
the
of the game
background.
keeps you on edge throughout the entire campaign.
I want to do it sometime
From
soon.
E1M1 onward, you're greeted with a game that's simple to
this
control, yet
goes
wickedly
here.
fast.
I'm glad
and
that this has
unafraid
a
to dole
thing
out the
that you
pain.
can easily
Doom
take
goes
out.
balls out in the way it tosses demons at you, often from within
so you can
areas
get to
that have
this
since been
mechanism
termed
somewhat
monster closets. And if you can't see them,
easily.
you can hear them. And that compels you to move forward. To put it simply, if there's demons, you're probably going the right way. And each enemy is designed in such a way that directly counters the moves and weapons you've gained thus far. Some feature hit-scan weapons, others utilize projectiles that can be
supposed to go like
dodged.
this?
Several will chew your
Oh, it's
face off
supposed
if
to
you're
be
too close, and others will compel you
here.
to use your most powerful weapons, even if you're running low on ammo and probably should be saving up for later. But man, how hard is it to save up when the weapons are this good anyway? Doom builds on the formula set forth in Wolfenstein 3D in so many ways, then bumps it up so many notches that it's hard to even compare the two. Yet it's easy to lose sight of how legendary it is, seeing as practically every first-person shooter from here onward has aped the basic Doom loadout to some degree. Punching for basic melee, a chainsaw for ballsy
last
risk
two there
takers,
not
a
need to
pistol
be
for
there?
when you're low on everything else, a shotgun because taking down multiple enemies is great, a chain gun that puts the pistol ammo to good use, a rocket launcher for blowing things up, including
pretty sure I
yourself,
did this
a plasma
correctly.
gun for tearing through enemies at a rapid rate, and the one and only BFG 9000, the biggest fucking gun indeed. Every one of these is a skillfully crafted tool for dispatching violent justice on the hellspawn that roam the once hallowed halls of
this is
wherever the hell
very
this
hard
is.
to get on.
But once you
Okay,
figure out how
we
to
got it.
best use each gun, the fun never ends because you know that there's
I
a proper time and place for every one of them. And usually
And now
that
it's
place is
just the
dark,
hinge.
horrific, and
Now we
downright
need to
delicious in its brooding sci-fi atmosphere. The aesthetic of Doom is timeless, if you ask me. That happy little side effect of the game engine where everything was dark in the distance, it's arguably the single most important thing for giving Doom its distinctive look. Darkness is everywhere, only a few steps away, even in what appear to be brightly lit rooms.
And then just 5
There is no
of these
hiding
flat
from
ones.
it, and it will probably tear your soul from your mortal form in no time.
And two.
Unless you've got your trusty boomstick on hand, and in that case, keep the finger on the trigger and do not let go. Whether you're scouting out science facilities or meandering around the halls of the damned, Doom's levels ooze style of the most dreadful variety. Yet it's not as dark as id Software's next game, Quake. It's still got that bright dash of delightfully pixelated color here and there, if only
Okay,
to remind you
these two.
that what you're fighting for is probably worth it, and it's the early 90s, bright colors are still cool in video games. And every so often you'll run into something that the devout of the time took much offense to. Upside-down crosses, pentagrams, images of demons, and various other bits of satanic imagery that really nail down the fact that Doom is pretty freaking metal. I'm not just talking about the design of things either, I'm talking about that stellar soundtrack by Bobby Prince.
What? Wait, what? Just like that.
Sure, much of it mimics the songs of Metallica, Pantera, Slayer, and Judas Priest, but I say bring it on. This is a game that was clearly made by 100% all-natural geeks, fueled by copious metal albums, soft drinks, leftover
This needs to
pizza,
be
and
over
D&D
here.
campaigns. Doom is an interactive monument to early 90s popular culture, and more specifically the culture of dorks who just like the sound of hard rock and the sight of blood and guts on a computer screen. My kind of people. But beyond how enjoyable it is to play, how influential it was on gaming, and how unique it was to stick in my mind for all those years as a kid, Doom is about much more than that. Doom is all about its community. The culture of creativity that this game inspired is the stuff of legend, and the crazy thing is, it wasn't even released with modding tools. Yet immediately after release of the shareware episode, players of the game got to work on creating utilities that allowed users to mod the game into practically whatever they wanted. Chances are, if you've given much of your time to Doom at all, you've given some time to trying out or making your own custom WAD. Simpsons
Is there a
Doom,
mistake
Star
in this
Wars
picture, or
Doom, Back to
am
Saturn
I doing
X, Kill
something
Barney,
wrong?
on and on and on. And to this day, there are still tons of them being made.
This
Not
goes
only
like
that, but
this.
source ports, total conversions, and modding overhauls have transformed Doom into things that are absolutely mind-blowing. Not to mention met with mainstream success. Who hasn't heard of Brutal Doom at this point, you know? And it's not just the excellent single player that got so many people modding the game either, it was the included multiplayer modes. These not only
These
let
flat
several
ones on the
players go through
side
the
need to
entire
go
campaign cooperatively,
here.
but they could also compete in what the game called Deathmatch. Yep, you've got Doom to thank for cementing the popularity of this
pay
mode
attention to
that
free
is
things, I
still
have no
incredibly
clue.
popular in multiplayer shooters to this day.
What are you playing?
It's a testament to Doom's original gameplay that got people that enthusiastic about it, so much so that their enthusiasm turned into a rich creative outlet. And seeing as that outlet has turned many a modder into a professional game developer, the influence Doom has had is, well, it's hard to fathom. And that's why I have to talk about it, and we'll be talking about it for years in the future.
Be like down the
However,
center.
Doom 2016 turns
What
out,
confused
well,
me.
frankly, I don't care. I'll play it, I hope I enjoy it, but either way, it doesn't change how I'll feel about all I've just said in this video. Regardless of where Doom's legacy ends up in Bethesda's hands, it's the original Doom games that still have my heart.
Go.
Or more aptly,
Took
my
way
soul.
too long, but it's fine. Alright. Tomodachi Life. Oh, I love Tomodachi Life. Should we watch Arcade America? Was that Ross's Game Dungeon still? me see. Yeah, okay.
One piece at a
Let's do this. It's also a classic game.
Welcome to the Game Dungeon. This is going up on the 4th of July, so I want to cover one of the most American games I know, Arcade America. Not only is this an American game, but it's all about America and was developed in Dallas, Texas, which as we all know is the capital of America. So it does not get any more American than this. Oh, here's the intro.
Anyone who doesn't know about this game, they should. The game that everybody needs to see. Anyone beat it legitimately, yeah.
Freaking A! Besides, the band couldn't make it. Yes said no. The Who said what? I don't know. Third base. Whatever. Look, this is the big time, kid. I need you here ASA pronto. Don't blow it or you and your monsters will be carrying tickets at the local multiplex. What's playing?
I hate this game already.
I like the view of
His
California
voice is so
from Joey's
close to
house here.
Leather's.
Okay, this
He
intro's
sounds
a little
like
long,
Leather
so I'll
if he
try to
got older.
explain what's happening. From what I can surmise, you play as our hero Joey, who's part of a band, Joey and the Monsters. And as you can see, they're literally monsters. He lives in Southern California, obviously, but he has to get to Woodstock with his band in time so he can perform a show. Problem is, he's a heavy sleeper and the monsters just can't wake him up. But then one of them has a bright idea. Yeah, this should do the trick.
Are you sure this is the right thing to do?
Trust me.
Yeah, come on, don't be a pansy.
Hey, that was my soft spot.
So, the monsters go a little overboard and rocket themselves all across the United States. And incidentally, cause California to fall into the ocean. But come on, that was gonna happen anyway. And hey, Joey wakes up!
What time is it?
Mission accomplished!
Babu! Anybody?
Ah!
I gotta find
Christ.
Joey has his work cut out for him. He has to haul ass across America,
I miss games
find
like
his
this.
band members, and get to the show
They don't make
on
them like that
time.
anymore.
So what is this game? Well, it's mostly an arcade-style platformer broken up with some driving mini-games, but this game is a journey. In fact, for this episode, well, it's not going to be a playthrough exactly. I'm going to show you what I think
like as
are
if
all the
Leather was
highlights of this
American.
game from beginning to end.
I used to think
so by
Leather
the end
was
of
American
watching,
when
you'll
I first
hopefully get
heard
a
him.
feel as if you played it yourself. And as a spoiler, this game has an ending worth watching.
Okay.
But before we start, I want to show you the difficulty options. Tough guy, sounds good.
This game is every
Mondo
day in
tough guy.
America.
Tough guy!
Mondo weenie.
Mondo weenie!
As far as I'm concerned, that could be true.
I feel like all difficulty menus should be described this way. There's a catch here, but I'll get to that later. For now, let's go with tough guy. I'm a tough guy. I have an 8-inch scar on my left arm, a 1-inch scar above my carotid artery, almost died from that one, scar tissue on my right knee, multiple scars on my right hand, and I can bring my tongue to a point because a small chunk of it was cut off. I think that makes me qualified to play this game.
Tough guy, yeah! Look at the tough guy!
Hell yeah! So let's go!
Ready, set, go!
This doesn't feel right.
First, you get thrust into the driving portion I mentioned
like very
earlier.
slightly
Looks like Joey's
angled
driving on
down.
Interstate 5. Good thing it survived the rest of California sinking into the ocean. In my opinion, this part of the game sucks. All it is a mini game where you switch lanes to get power-ups to use later, or crash into things that take time off the clock. There's a timer in this game. Remember, you have to make it to your show, and you only have 4 hours. Nice. It's ironic you shouldn't be running over things because that's easily the best part of this minigame. Most collisions are generic, but others are custom animations I think are hilarious. For the sake of this review, I'm going to try and run into every unique obstacle I can find so you can see the animation. You get different obstacles depending on what part of the country you're in too. And those are the only good things I have to say about this minigame. It feels lazy and there's a lot of it. I mean, look at the map. You have to drive all of that. Nice. Or I guess I have to drive all of this. I mean, sure, this isn't Desert Bus. Nothing is that awful. But Desert Bus was designed to be torturous as a joke game. This is the real deal. They expect you to play this. But we made it. Alcatraz!
Hey, everybody, it's Doughy Joey.
This might be funnier if I had context. I love these overview shots, though. They look so cool.
In this corner, Surf of LA. And in this corner, 10,000 of the roughest criminals that ever died.
I think this game has trouble counting 10,000.
What does Mondo even mean? I have no idea what Mondo means. I just kind of roll with
This
it.
game is loaded with cornball jokes.
By the way, you have these
So here's the main game. Again, it's a platform.
symbols for the
You can jump
the
and climb
logo
up
and the-
ladders. You also have this belly
on the
bump
front
attack
hinge.
to take out enemies. As you can see, it's very easy to get hit. Your life is represented by the Twinkie bar. The goal of each level is to get to the exit where you pull a cord to leave. And I just got shocked by electricity. Some of these hazards feel like they come out of nowhere.
Rock and roll!
Rock!
You think you can get out of Alcatraz? You can't get out of bed! I got out of bed! Oh yeah? Try getting out of this contract!
Throughout the game, you can pick up phone calls
Okay,
where you
this
just
is
get
more
totally
like it.
random conversations. They're either funny or strange. And I'm dead. Yeah, you may not have noticed, but your health does not replenish after each level. Also, if you die, all the enemies respawn and you go back to the start of the level. And in case that's
Oh,
not
it's-
enough of a challenge for you,
I see, it's
you also have
going
timers
to
within
emulate this
timers.
hinge
Remember how you had
at the
4
bottom.
hours counting down while driving? Well, it keeps counting down here too. And you have 10 minutes to beat every level in the location or you're dead. And unlike
That's
health and
quite
lives, which you can
creative.
find more of, there's no way to
I
get
just
more
need to
time.
get this in.
It's always counting down. You can only lose it. All right, almost there. Damn it! I
Now I
hate
need
these
to-
grand timer
Securities,
games where if you
okay, I
take 20
see.
seconds longer than you're supposed to, you've already screwed yourself, but you won't even know it until way down the road. Not that I seem to be having that problem. I'm finding this game pretty damn hard so far.
Not bad!
There we go. This
Yeah, I don't know about that, Joey.
This
I
is
lost
good.
3 lives in this level alone. So I continue through the prison, and naturally, I get to see an inmate ghost take a crap.
Get out of here, kid. You're bothering me.
and this goes onto the NES.
Oh,
Okay,
and I
this-
forgot to mention, you do have a ranged
All
attack
this is
with
for
your
the
slingshot,
cartridge then.
but each shot takes away ammo, which you have to find one piece at a time. Except Texas. There's always plenty of ammo in Texas. And I make it.
Okay. Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Hey, there's a phone call coming up. Listen carefully to this one.
Hey,
Yeah!
got the hinge.
Joey, I gotta tell you, you're going way below the 2-inch tolerance line. Hike 'em up, buddy!
Okay, did everyone hear that? I must have listened to this 10 times by now. What
Oh,
I
Soldier
heard was,
TF2.
this is Pete from the local Polars Union 101. Joey, I gotta tell you, you're going way below the 2-inch tolerance line. What the hell does that mean? Does Joey also work as a pollster? What's the 2-inch tolerance line? Is that a joke about gerrymandering? Well, I listened to it again, then I realized I think he's talking about the Bowlers Union. But wouldn't that be a league? So this guy called them up to tell him his bowling
You
could
got
be
the
better.
Nintendo.
Either way, do you see what I mean about these phone
There we
calls?
go, we finished
You never
it.
know what you're gonna get. I like how Joey doesn't even reply. He just hangs up. I would too. America! Okay, I'm about to complete this level and the whole area, but let's pause things a
That's
second.
one part
It
of the
turns out
set
I was
done.
supposed to find a secret item in order to get the good ending to this level.
Now we do the
Kind of like
cartridge.
Ghouls and Ghosts, but not as extreme.
shouldn't take
when
too
you
much
get the
time.
bad ending, you're given a hint what item you were looking for. Now let's watch and see if you can guess what the item is.
Dude!
Yeah, don't eat that, Joey.
Where's the mallet? You're supposed to have the mallet, don't you know? Find the mallet!
Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to find.
Hey, wait. You left your fart in San Francisco.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I think I was supposed to find a mallet. So let's retrace our steps. Can you spot the mallet in any of these pictures? No? Well, maybe that's because it's not there. Here's what I was supposed to do.
Looking for a good time, fat boy.
Ah, of course. I was supposed to smack that particular piece of rebar, listen to the poltergeist pinup girl, and hop into the hidden dimensional portal.
Okay.
And there
Wait.
is the mallet.
3 of
I
these.
grab it and head back out. And of course, all the enemies respawn. I'll skip through this, but not first without showing you how to flush away the ghost crapper. So here's what should have happened.
Yeah, I need 3 of these as well.
Sir comes out, ring of the bell. He's dancing. Right cross and pow! The first goes out. Second goes coming in. Ooh, that must have hurt. Third goes. He looks up. He's looking poke. Ooh, that hurt. Okay, Joey's dancing. Left, right combination. Circles down. Oh my God, total.
I bet Joey is a good boxer. He reminds me of Butterbean.
Wait, Joey, I gotta use the cane.
Not now. We gotta go.
That's what I said. I gotta go.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, the humor is all over the map in this game.
Did you
have
guess
no
it?
end of cheesy jokes and toilet humor, but you also have great slapstick and pockets of madness
Nobody can
creeping
guess
into
it.
this game. So there's something for everybody who doesn't run away screaming.
There we go.
So you beat the crap out of your drummer so you can make it to the show on time. An experience I'm sure many musicians can relate to.
And then
You start heading to Las
Easter at the
Vegas.
front.
Although the reality
This
here
is
is
a
this is a
tiny
death
cartridge,
march.
by the way.
I burned through
I wonder
4
if the-
lives in Alcatraz.
I wonder
I'd
how
be dead
big
right
an
now if I
actual
hadn't found
NES
an
game
extra
is
one.
compared
I'm going to
to
die near Las
compared to
Vegas
this.
out in the desert like so many before me. But then maybe that's
'Cause I know this
fitting,
is a
as
little
I
bit
wouldn't be the
smaller
first
than an
person to come
actual
to Las
NES.
Vegas in utter desperation. I've heard Las Vegas described before as a place to go to when you want to ruin your life and you don't have a lot of time to do it. That sounds about right to me. Up ahead is the real desert bus territory. Although Joey's coming in from the north because his navigation skills are rather
Baby
creative.
cartridge.
Score! You know, I've actually driven across the US like this. Except I was going from Los Angeles to Virginia.
Listen, I need
There's
to
a lot
start
of
from
nothing
here.
out west. Did you know on many highways out west, they've artificially added turns to them? Just because they used to go in a straight line forever, and drivers would start getting hypnotized by the road at night and fall into a trance. Nothing like having zombie drivers going 70 miles an hour or more at night. I guess cell phones are in the lead for turning drivers into blind missiles nowadays. Alright, we can skip the rest of this. Although in this game you can
needs to
see
be
the
a
other half of
3 by
Potty
2
Pigeon.
here.
On to Vegas!
Nice. Okay.
Great view of Nevada.
We'll do the cartridge, and I might do a little break then.
Hey, Joe.
Get some water and maybe
You're just in time to catch my
eat
second
something.
egg.
Although I think there's
Oh,
also
so he's
the
dead.
controller to do,
That means
so
we
I
don't
might
have
do
to
that
rescue him now,
as well.
right? So it's pretty much more of the same, except with a Vegas theme this time.
There.
I'll be frank, I'm really not into this kind of gameplay. It's very Donkey Kong-ish, with some extra dimensions to trip you up. I'm not saying
sure
it's
what the
bad.
point of this hole
After
is.
all, some people really
The
like
Rust
Donkey
goes by
Kong.
the same
But this
path.
difficulty
By the
is
same path in the
rough.
crew
I
episode.
mean, we have health that doesn't replenish.
I never
traps that are
noticed that,
hard
that's
to
pretty
see
cool.
Or feel like they come out of nowhere. You're timed every step of the way with constant road traps to cut your time shorter.
Right, and now we do
That's all the time I got to get to Woodstock.
these.
You have mandatory secret items which you can miss and not realize until
That's a
it's
very
too
cool
late.
use of the
You also have
slits
secret
between the
areas
bricks.
that are just red herrings
Use
that
these
don't take you to
tiny-
the item you need.
Tiny ones.
You have limited ammo you have to collect piece by piece, except Texas. You have pure cheap shot traps, and the hit detection can be
And we
bullshit.
have a cartridge.
Gee, that burger sure looks good. Too bad the
All
game
this for
doesn't care.
entertainment.
Although
Goddamn,
it has
Nintendo
no
thought of
problem
everything.
turning the tables with the bouncer knocking me out cold with his eyebrows.
Alright.
None of these are game
Very
breakers in
important
themselves,
part here,
but
we have to
altogether, this game
attach
nickels
the
and
sticker.
dimes you in terms of difficulty. I'm sure there are some people out there who
Oh,
can
it
ace
falls
this,
out of my
but
hand.
I'm not one of them. As predicted, I died in Las Vegas. So it looks
Just
like
like real
I'm not
life.
a tough guy. Not by Arcade America's standards. The thing is, my spider sense tells me I'm not even Mondo Weenie material. I'll
Cartridge
just die
is
somewhere
born.
else. I guess I better go back to easy European games like Serious Sam and Stalker, because this game is a little too hardcore for me. In fact, even the developer that made this, 7th level,
And
wasn't tough
we got
enough
a
to handle
cartridge.
this game as they
A
shut
little
down 2 years after it
tiny
was
NES
made.
cartridge.
Well, thank God this game came with cheat codes. Otherwise, this
Don't
video
look
will
at the
be
back.
almost
It
over.
ruins the
I decided to give
illusion.
myself the 50 lives cheat code. Think of this like the Konami code for Contra.
Okay,
And
so
to
we
give
have
you
to
an idea of this
insert
game's
this like
mentality,
that, and
being
then
able to shoot down is a cheat code. I am not kidding. What you are seeing right now is a cheat. So,
trying to
back
eject
to
this
Vegas.
though is
You know, I've covered some hard
I don't
games
know,
on the
it just
show already,
ate
and
this.
some of you probably think I just suck at video games. Well,
It's
this
gonna
game
stay in
isn't
there for a
likely
while.
to change your mind. It's about taking things slowly, memorizing patterns, and then throwing that all in the garbage so it can
Well.
sucker punch you because you need to move through it as fast as you can. Kind of reminds me of my old tech support job on the phone. As far as platformers
well,
go,
that's
I'm just
two of the
okay.
free stickers,
I was able to
and
make
the
it
next
to
one's
hell
gonna be
in
the
Super
controller
Meat Boy.
then.
That's about my limit.
Bag 8, and that's not on my windowsill. I need to actually get in the box.
Although
for
comparing
this.
Super Meat Boy to this
By the
game
way,
is kind of like
the
comparing
instruction
Formula
manual
1
for the
racing to dump
TV
truck
is
parts.
like this thick.
You belly bumping fool! Go, man, go!
Rock and roll! Rabba-dabba! Now, I did find a secret
is
demonic
that?
portal, but it wasn't the right one. Story of
Okay,
my
no,
life. Could
Guys,
have gone better, too.
I thought this was bag
So
8.
we continue on, and Joey shows off one of his many talents.
It's bag 18.
Here we get to see the giant clown statue licking
There
the
it
world.
is.
That's a famous
But I
Las
have a
Vegas
feeling that's not
attraction.
the only
And I find it
bag
annoying that the monster I need to grab is right here, just dancing around. Why can't I just throw him in a sack and be done with it? I know I shouldn't be applying logic to a game like
No
this,
comment
but I
on
feel
that.
like they're rubbing my face in it with this.
Jesus Christ.
And hey, another portal. This one is,
That's all the remaining brick bags on the floor. This will probably be needed for the controller.
yeah. This level is an elevator shaft. Yeah. And we end Vegas with some slots. I could not find the secret item, so I get a musical number instead.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be another bag 8, so I'll leave it like this. I think that's.
Bye.
I think that looks cool.
Find the coin! Find the coin!
Like
Coin,
that.
huh?
Okay. It's gonna be in the middle of its mouth.
Joey, I wrote a new song just for you, babe.
Strange wire.
The game doesn't do a very good job of making me
Apparently,
want
I
to
can make the
rescue
entire
that.
controller with this
But
bag.
here's what should have happened. I did that earlier.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me if I don't believe this. Also, detach.
So what do you think? Will Vegas have a giant protective dome over it in the future?
Perform that one more time, will you, pal?
The NES having a snack.
Okay, Jesus! On the road again. Just about nothing at all happens in this driving section. It is worth
We've
noting
been
that
alive
your
for
ammo
4
switches
hours
to
and we're about to
chipmunks at this
finish
point,
the
because
NES.
hey, why not?
I don't know if that's
This
good
route
pace
is one
or
of the
not.
longest in the whole game, and even more convoluted than the others. I mean, Joey's adding what, 1,000 miles by taking the scenic route? It makes me wonder if they originally had something planned for Montana, like maybe a dinosaur bone park, but then it got scrapped for time. Anyway, we'll skip through this, though things get interesting once you get closer to the Grand Canyon.
I need, this one. Continued on part 2. Go.
So here we are at the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, just
I
put in
would
a second
fully
one.
endorse us building a water slide this side.
Ow! 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 Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
There's like a normal 1x2.
I found
It
this to be
should
the hardest
exist.
level in the game. At
Oh, wait,
first I
I
didn't
need,
realize this
uh,
wasn't a platform. Then I
one of
assumed I could
these,
just walk
okay.
across a small gap. You see why I need those 50 lives. You get around in this level by harassing asses and getting them to kick your ass across the map. Considering how basically everything hurts Joey in this game, yet getting kicked in the head by a donkey is harmless and something you should do, once again, cartoon logic. These are some of the only multi-screen levels
warm
too.
wire.
You have to ride the donkey rage to the top.
Joey?
Uh-huh.
I can see you coming.
I'm coming.
Okay,
These
I'm getting
conversations
an idea
do
of how
not
big
get
this is
old
gonna
with
be.
me. Anyway, what I found frustrating with these levels is that you can get caught in these endless donkey loops with no exit until you figure out what trigger you're supposed to have. No one wants to be in an endless donkey loop. I also accidentally discovered the inner chipmunk sanctum. No mortal should gaze upon this for too long. So I make it to the exit.
Pump it up! Pump it up!
Bump, bump, bump. And the next level is just more of the same. I actually discovered the secret item just because I had so much trouble getting to the legitimate exit. And hey, another phone call.
Joey!
Yeah!
Is it a bird? A plane? No, it's a crack on the horizon.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Joey, 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 Joey!
Respect the confidence.
Born to ski pavement. Wow.
I love how we just drive off with a blood trail. Again, this game keeps me guessing. I mean, adding in something like that, you get into this weird zone of where you're not sure who the target
I think there's like
demographic is for
110
this
pages
game.
in this
It's maybe a
manual, and
little
we're at
too intense for kids.
197.
Maybe a little too juvenile for adults.
I meant
I get the
200
feeling this game doesn't
something
even care, and I
pages.
respect that. Plus, is anyone hyper enough to dig this wacky, over-the-top style?
I don't know if I want to do
also
this right
going
now.
to
This
have
is
the
gonna be
patience to play
difficult
through
to
slow-paced,
put
difficult
in
platforming? I mean, this
and keep
is
it
the
from
internet I'm talking
swiveling.
to, so of course the answer is yes. But it still surprises me. Once again, I think we miss another planned location, as we seem to be heading right through Albuquerque and Denver. But that could just be Joey following the interstate system. So, passing through Colorado, I hit a skier, and I obviously kill him, judging from the bone and eyeball flying out from him. But Joey's not a murderer. This is vehicular manslaughter at the very most. He shouldn't have been skiing in the road. Well, I won't rat on Joey. He has enough problems. And with that in mind, we head to Mount Rushmore.
What's taking so long?
Okay.
Uh-oh. What's this guy think he's doing?
Giving you that nose job you always needed.
I cannot tell
Hang on, what?
You do look a lot better.
The level's pretty much what you expect. I like how Jefferson's eyes follow you depending on where you are.
Wait, I need to like put this through now? Okay.
And here we have another case of the monster being right there for you to grab him. To add insult to injury, the special item you need for this is a pickaxe. Hey, I think I see one right now. And we get another phone call.
As the father of your country, Joey, I implore you to rush more.
Okay then.
Yep. Moving on,
I
this is
love
the
that.
last level they put any effort on.
I think this was in Mario Bomber.
Every
that
level
one
after
line.
this feels like they had a deadline to meet. So they just said hell
I know.
up it
I just
and
heard
didn't
it
add a
sampled
background.
somewhere.
They don't stand a chance.
Who doesn't, Joey? We do get another phone call though.
Hello, Joey?
Yeah.
Forget it.
Okay.
I don't even get an exit animation for this level. Or the next one. Now, I originally didn't find the pickaxe for this stage, even though I can see it right there, and I was tempted to leave this guy behind since he's the one who blew up my house. But the cutscene isn't very interesting when you fail it, so I'll show you the good ending instead.
Has anybody seen Abe? Abe! Hey, where's Abe? Where are you? Where are you?
Where are you?
He should have quit while he was ahead.
And a forced assassination joke, because why not?
Alright.
You know, I noticed it's gotten brighter since Joey was in
Yeah,
Las
this-
Vegas.
I don't know
Which
any
can make
other game
sense
that
if Joey
does
was going
that
from east to
phone calls
west,
like that.
or if this trip took more than
More
one
people
day.
should be doing that.
I mean, so far this game has gone from night
I know
to
Nick
day
wanted
to night to
the
evening
Slav
to night
game
and
to
back
have
to day.
phone calls,
Again, I understand the game doesn't care,
which is
but
most
then why
likely
make such a
inspired
big
by
deal about
this.
the clock? And once again, I think they cut corners because we're taking a needlessly long route to Oklahoma that just happens to go through Minneapolis and Chicago. Looks like we're going near Tulsa. I went there coming back from LA. Tulsa has their own citadel that looks like it was
Feels
built
like
by
building
aliens.
an actual
I think it's
controller.
smaller than the one from Half-Life 2. Along the way, our ammo switches to cow turds. I get hit by a tornado and try to pet
I
a
need
bull.
to put them one more here as well.
And here we are in Oklahoma. Yeehaw!
Oh, thank God, this is...
Yikes.
Hang on, I need... Where's my blue... What?
You're gonna pay for that.
And here we get a new gameplay mode. It's just a top-down mud crawler, I guess. These levels are way easier than the platforming, although the controls are lagged and don't always register when I'm trying to turn or move. You know, I think this might be the first and perhaps only game to take place in Oklahoma. So congratulations, Oklahomians! You've got your own game! Maybe I'm wrong, however. There could be a farming simulator that takes place in Oklahoma.
Okay, I can't
So this
find
level
the
is
blue...
just Joey rolling around in the mud, pretty much.
the little
At
blue
one point, I
thing.
get sucked up into a mud vortex and
But
get
thankfully,
transported
I
to a
have
world
one
of
in
raining
this
cows and cow
spare
pies.
bag.
This might be somebody's dream come true, but it's not mine.
Maybe
there are
they
no
just
phones in the
expected
level
you to
since apparently
keep
Oklahoma
this,
doesn't
I
have
guess.
them. And when I get to the
Interesting.
end, well, just take a look for yourself.
Hopefully I don't need any more of these blue ones, because I don't have any more.
Now I know you wouldn't come all this way knocking on my door without something for me.
Uh-oh.
I want it.
You don't mean.
I need it.
Could it be?
I gotta have it. My.
Alfalfa laxative?
Yeah. Alfalfa laxative. Yeah. Alfalfa laxative.
Christ.
You won't get by if you ain't got that good green something that I want. Alfalfa laxative. Alfalfa laxative. Alfalfa laxative. Bring me some sugar, baby. Yeah.
Like it's different game modes. Yeah.
Sorry, I was in shock there for a minute. Anyway, that's the bad ending. I'm not going to show you the good ending. I'm sorry. So now we're on to Texas. Out of all the states, Texas is the
He
most
was
Texas.
afraid.
I don't have many good stories about Texas. Not that I think there aren't
the
thousands.
laxative.
I just don't know them. I'm not a Texan, sorry. But there is one I've heard that's going on right now. Normally I don't like to talk about current events here since all that does is date the videos, but this one is worth remembering, even years from now. Right now there's an activist group called Open Carry Texas, where their main thing is to carry guns out in the open and bring them everywhere. They're taking assault rifles and going into restaurants, cafes, groceries, department stores. This is just the most normal thing in the world. Okay, this guy is from Kansas with an anti-tank gun, but we already drove through Kansas, so we're good. I wonder if these activists are worried about the restaurant scene from Pulp Fiction or Natural Born Killers. Looks like that won't be happening in Texas. Good job, Texas. Besides totally not making us look like a third world country, you're ensuring the rest of America, or the world even, does not forget about you. You already had the Alamo, and now you have this. So guys, remember, when you think of America, think of Texas.
This feels like I'm building something out of the spare bricks in my
tumbleweed,
chest. The way it's looking right now.
and a giant Zeppelin opens fire on us. These things happen. Oh, and naturally we
The
switch
magic
to
happens when you
bullets
put
for
the
ammo.
cover on.
Welcome to Texas. And it starts off like any other
Seems like
day
the
in
longer the
Texas,
stream
as
is
you
going,
can
the
clearly
more the
see.
chat delay is. Really makes me wish Twitch wasn't up to it.
Fortunately, Joey's packing some heat himself. Naturally, our goal here is to fight off Mexican jalapenos from taking over the
But you know how it is.
alamole, while beans and tacos rain down from above. This is making me hungry. We also have an awful
It's making
Donkey
me
Kong
hungry,
Country
too.
gameplay knockoff. Jump in the cannon! Okay, jump in the cannon. How? Can I jump in this one? No. Well, I found a secret portal. Oh, that went well. So I find out I have to jump in the cannon in a very specific way. Only in
It's
this cannon
insane.
and only from this elevation. Now we can rip off Donkey Kong Country. We get another blank background level. But hey, a phone call.
Whoop. Shoot. Okay. Crisis averted. And that just goes right next to the other one. Alright.
Joey talks
That's
the
cool.
talk. And here's a bonus one for you.
What? Don't forget to put your ice cream on your pie. Remember the Alamo.
The Alamo. Wow. We also have some examples of that hit detection I love so much.
That was a cut engineer line
Yep.
in TF2. She just
I've
goes,
sort of
remember
resigned
the
from liking
Alamo.
anything at all about the gameplay at this point. It's the rest of the game that's keeping me going.
Fearless leader.
Bask in all that is Joey. This is just more Alamo and more poorly done Donkey Kong. Here we get another pep talk on the phone.
Hey, Joey. Bookie.
And one by one for good measure.
Oh, man.
And I get to the end and I have no clue what to do. I tried smacking the box from
See
both
what
sides.
you want me
I
to
tried
do
heading back
here?
down to interact with the monster. Turns out I have to smack it just right. Come on, guys.
Please? Can I shoot it, or touch it, or pull the trigger, or blow holes and things with it, please? Please, please? Pretty please with napalm on top?
This is so America.
You're coming with me.
Chilly today.
You want a slack off? I just got I'm playing
Hope you like
Pokemon now.
puns. I don't.
Slack off. You can name him Joey.
Can't take the heat.
Make it.
So we
Make
leave
it
Texas
last a
and our
long
ammo
time.
has changed to tax. So clearly I should run over those with my car. And we're headed to Louisiana. Now I
Oh,
do
okay.
have stories about Louisiana. Besides being
that's
born
cool.
there, I
Just,
lived
like,
there for a year or two
cover it
later
up.
on, and there was some first-rate politics going on while I was there. My favorite were the hijinks of State Senator Derek Shepard. In July of 2008, Senator Shepard got arrested for breaking into his ex-girlfriend's house, punching her in the stomach, then ran away when she threatened to call the police, but not before stealing $100 and a cell phone.
State Senator Derek Shepard had allegedly assaulted her.
Fuck politics. I made an NES controller.
Stole her cell phone.
That's
and
what's
$100
important.
in cash.
I just need start and
The
select
situation
buttons
may
and I'll
cost
be
the
done.
lawmaker his reputation. Deputies say when they went to the senator's home to execute an arrest warrant, Shepard wasn't alone.
Our officers peered inside of Senator Shepard's home.
Be
And
careful.
they noticed two ladies in a room with Senator Shepard, one in which was performing a lap dance on his lap in a very provocative way.
So when the cops went to go arrest him, he had two strippers over giving him a lap dance that he tried to sneak out the back door. And can you blame him? He probably had a lot of stress going on in his life and needed to take his mind off things. But wait, there's more.
At the state
Oh,
level,
I
the
see. This
senator is
needs to
accused
be-
of theft, burglary, and assault. On the federal level,
This is for
he's
the
facing
D-pad,
charges of
okay.
mail fraud,
Nice
wire
use of
fraud,
the
and money
knobs on the
laundering.
Lego.
Political experts say it's going to be
This is
hard
to
to clean up
simulate
all of this
the
legal trouble.
That's his main
D-pad.
problem right now. It's a PR nightmare for him.
nipples. I don't know how to say it.
The more he hides naturally, the more
The slack off is called Joey America now.
So
I'm
he was
so
already
glad.
under investigation for a lot of things by the feds, and this was just the cherry on top.
Okay.
I find this so fascinating because normally you hear about politicians either embezzling or else they're having an affair. They usually have their act together just enough to stay out of other trouble. But Shepard, the stuff he was up to, I would expect to
And
hear
look
on
at that.
the
We made an
Jerry
NES
Springer
controller.
Show. And it's not just him.
And
This
it's-
was also the same year that the state legislature
It looks
tried to
a lot
triple
better
their
IRL
own
than it does
pay,
on the webcam.
effective immediately, while the whole country was in the middle
Unfortunately,
of the
there's not much I
financial
can do about it, but I'll put
In
it up.
Louisiana, they just can't steal the money fast enough. Also, you may know
There
that
we
the
go.
state song in Louisiana was composed by a former governor as a
I
love
wonder
song
if I
to
can
his
plug
horse.
this in. Oh,
Anyway,
okay,
if
it's
anyone
not
has
over.
stories of local politicians doing things that clearly demonstrate that the people have elected either a madman or else a not so smooth criminal, let me know. I'm talking really over the top stuff. And we've made it to New Orleans.
Oh, it's you.
La fa su na pas tu la
Okay, this and then
amateur.
Here we get platforms that phase in and out.
let's go to
Platforms
like
that fake me out because
And
they're
then
not platforms.
here.
And annoying trumpets for all. Oh, in
Second
case anyone's
last
worried,
page.
there aren't actually phasing platforms in New Orleans. The rest of this is more or less accurate.
Wow, freaky.
Oh, yeah. Another phone call.
Feeling
There we
incontinent?
go.
Well, I've got voodoo doo-doo dolls. They pee, they pass gas, and they're going fast.
Yeah, Joey, hang up. Let's get out of here.
Man, oh man, it sounds bleak.
Now, I haven't tested if the giant parade masks will actually eat
Okay, I
you
see what this is
in
trying
real
to
life.
be. This goes on the back here.
You got the time?
Time, who's got time? I gotta go.
Oh, I need to put this
You
in
really
now.
have to wonder what Joey's answering machine is going to look like once he gets back from this. So we find the pet bat and skull and leave.
Do you believe in voodoo? Me either.
Monster people, voodoo people. I really have to question what value these two add to the band, but whatever.
This is very difficult to insert into this cable.
I can't go to the ball and find my glass slipper and meet the and find bat and skull.
And no brick separator is gonna help me with this.
Stop it.
God, that end screen is like not even a second.
Bees! Now we're headed to Florida, and like
There we go.
Texas, I don't know many stories. Writer Dave Barry is the master of Florida madness anyway. Well, now's as good a time as any to talk about the music. It's a Saturday morning cartoon. That sums up everything about it. But I want to say, it was actually a
Goes in
pain in the
here.
ass getting this
Right.
music to even work. This game was released for Windows and Macintosh, but it won't run on modern
And
Windows.
this
Oh no.
connects
I had to
here.
fully emulate Windows 95 to get this sucker to run. And in the process, it reminded me what
see.
a nightmare sound card drivers are. I'm sure this interests maybe 2% of people, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Creative Labs used to be the pioneer in computer sound. But as time went on, their software seemed to get shoddier. I always assumed it was just incompetence, but it was much more sinister than that. In 2008, a programmer going by Daniel Kay reverse engineered
I like-
and released custom drivers that
This
caused
just
all
kind
the
of
features of their sound
barely
cards to work on
stays
XP
inside,
as well as
so it's
Vista.
easy to
He did their work
take
for
it
them.
out.
Well, Creative responded, threatening a lawsuit, saying only they had the right to make driver decisions, and what he was doing was theft. So, in other words, Creative's business model was to intentionally break their drivers and turn off features on new copies of Windows.
Well,
so
that's
you would
the
be forced
NES.
to go and buy their new products in order for them to work, even though the existing hardware was physically fine. Talk
Here we go.
about assholes. For the very few of you who use dedicated sound cards, I want to encourage you to never buy from Creative again. Here's a senior citizen getting hit by a car. And here we are in Florida.
That's one
Fashion
half
show.
of the set done, I guess you can say. The TV itself is a huge beast on its own.
Would you like some lotion, dear? It'll make you look younger.
Yuck.
Mmm, sun flavored. And here we have a repeat of the Oklahoma gameplay. You have gators instead of monster trucks, and suntan
Alright.
lotion instead of cow shit. I would tell
Let's,
Joey not to
uh,
eat the swamp burgers, but
let's
you
do a
know he's not
BRB
gonna
here.
listen.
Ooh,
It's a pretty
Also,
quick level.
the
Probably
end of
would
this
take
is just
longer
how
if
to
I
use
knew
the
what I
brick
was doing,
separator.
but you're stuck with
But we
me.
finished this
Especially if you've been
booklet.
watching this long. You're a patriot.
This whole booklet is done.
Okay, I'm going to show both endings, since if you're lucky,
Let's
you'll
clean
have
this up,
nightmares either
and
way.
then I'll do a break.
Here's the bad one.
You idiot! If you don't know by now, you gotta find something to complete the level. Let me help you. Treasure! Get it? Treasure!
Treasure solves lots of problems.
Sorry for the sound of the plastic bags being broken. Oh, and by the way,
Moving, blubberbutt.
the blue piece that I was missing earlier. Good thing I
And
had the
here's
spare
what
bag with
should have
me.
happened.
Right this way, my dear.
So this will have to go somewhere, I don't know, on the window probably.
A sight to behold.
So I have it nearby.
Yeah, this is clearly the good ending.
A work of art, don't you agree?
It's a very cool looking system though.
A tuck there, then who knows? Perhaps a bit of world domination?
Florida!
Alright. I'm gonna do a BRB and get something to eat, and then we'll be back with the TV. So see you then. don't think this would be so loud. Alright. Banana. We can provide a banana for scale for the NES. So here's the thing. Looks better on that webcam right now. Banana for scale. Kind of like exactly the size of a banana. Alright, let's put this to the side. I'll eat this and then we'll do the TV. So, okay. While we're doing this, maybe there's a game that I can play with one hand. I got a few. I'll see if it even works. Let me put on the setup real quick. Maybe this will work. Alright, let's go back to the game view. Alright, this one doesn't work without full screen. God, okay. Banana eating stream. Scene, which was my view. Scene, yeah, okay. Hi gamers. Hello. Cursor. Banana eating music. Do this, put down here. Green. Alright, see if this works. No. Maybe the new one will work instead. Yeah. It should work without full screen. For a specific window. Now let's just do a window capture. Screw it. Who cares? If the game is not gonna get captured, then let's just do it this way. I've been doing this last time. Yeah, and I need to set it to fit to screen. Form, fit to screen. Awesome song. There we go, now it works. I just need to change the options. We'll be back with the Lego shortly. I just need to eat this banana. Alright. Game options. Let's see how high we can go. Icy Tower, my beloved. Pretty much the only game I have right now that I can play one-handed. How high can we go with one hand? I just like this guy's music. Actually not doing too bad. Let's not jinx it though. Hang on, I need to lower the peel. I muted the game sounds because his voice is kind of annoying. 150. I want to do a stream one day where I just get a bunch of demo discs that I have and just play every game that's on them. One-handed sick tricks, yeah. 200. Ah, shoot. Okay, let's try again. I'm halfway through the banana. Oh man, I'm getting worse. Actually, I'm gonna put on the sound so you can hear what I mean. They gave him a cooler voice in the new one. Like 1.5. Some people can like go up to 2,000 with these. Babo. Yeah, that's what I thought he was saying. Staying alive. He's dead.
Try again.
How would I get so far on the first run? Beginner's luck, I guess. Goddamn, okay. We've done the bit, and I'm done with the banana. Okay. I don't want to be staying alive with this audio. Alright, let's go back to this.
Her nose looks like an alien head.
After this, we might switch up the content a little bit.
I hope everyone sleeps well tonight.
Maybe some music.
On the DC! Besides the LA trip, I've also driven from Louisiana to Virginia all in one shot before. It took me about 13 to 14 hours. Also, my music player died just before the trip and I didn't have a car radio. So this game doesn't show what it's like to be smacking yourself in the face and screaming to try and stay awake. On second thought, I guess it does.
I put it in the box.
And not a lot happens, so I'll just skip forward.
Here we go. You can see why this is gonna be so complicated.
Vote, 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 and you'll never be lonely again. Happy birthday, Mr. President.
I can zoom this in.
I promise to love and kiss you every day. She's talented.
If you want to see,
rock the
I don't
boat.
think you can read the text.
So here's the
Maybe.
non-Texas capital. You get around in this level by hopping on missiles. A phone!
I'm a Scottish rapper. This gig in your career's in the crapper.
And that's one other thing, is that it's compatible with the Lego Mario, which I do actually have.
I like how there are constant pork barrels
I've
raining
been live
down
for
in
4
this
hours
level.
and 43
Also,
minutes.
if you attack the lobbyists running around, you can hear them say bribe. This game came out before the Supreme Court made the ruling on corporations being people. If it was made today, you know they would have something going on with that. I'll tell them you're on fire, Joey. And here's the
Bag
Pentagon.
9.
I've been to DC a few times before. There weren't actually
Here we
this
go.
many missiles flying around. Not yet, anyway. I have to say, this game makes me really curious about the whole world they've created here. Honestly, Joey and the Monsters seems like a tie-in to a show or comic or something. Except nothing like that exists.
You should see my
That
floor
sucks
right now.
because I think Joey is an awesome character. Maybe one of my
got a
all-time
barrel.
favorites. And I'm not just saying that because he's obese.
You have to put the
picks his
pixels of the game
nose,
you want one
cleans
by
his
one.
ears,
Yeah.
picks his belly button.
Some people have the
butt
like
like a
modded
bear,
versions of this
has a
TV
healthy
where it's different
plumber's
Mario
crack
levels.
going on, grunts like a
Pretty
caveman,
cool.
and moves the way I do when I'm standing around. I like him because he's trying so hard to make things work. He's enthusiastic, he's friendly, he has this clear optimism, but you can tell he's tired and he needs more sleep. Look at the
Okay.
bags under his eyes. This all started because Joey couldn't wake up. I think Joey is moonlighting and working 2 jobs. Remember at the beginning when your agent Lance Boyle asked how you're doing?
What's
Joey
on my
doesn't
floor?
say
It's
fine.
currently
Joey is
9
tired and
plastic
overworked,
bags.
but he's
Well,
trying.
more if you count
I
the
think
small
Joey
ones.
represents Americans now even
So
better than
about
when this game was
14
made.
or 15
I would love to
plastic
see more
bags.
of what Joey does when he's not doing the band. I can easily imagine Joey mixed up in some sort of seedy
There's a
underworld for
Famicom
his
with
night
Contra
job.
version of this
Like
thing.
maybe
Oh,
he
that's
also
cool.
works as a bouncer for a cheap strip club.
Sucks that Konami is such a bitch with
There's
its
so much potential
everything.
in Joey. I
would've
don't
loved a
know
Konami
why he
version of
dresses
this.
like an 8-year-old. Maybe that's a band thing. Propeller beanies are metal. So besides the White House, there's also a mini game to find the Watergate.
Oh, I know
tape.
this TV has a very complicated
grab the evidence?
mechanism for
Then
moving the level.
become president, I think.
Hopefully I won't mess that up like I did with the ejection thing. By the way, this thing.
I don't know what her story is at all.
You must believe me. I really care.
You better care about mine and the rest of the band.
And now the bad end.
No more taxes. Vote for me. Lots more money. Vote for me and
No,
I'll
it's
get your
stuck.
baby out.
Okay, whatever.
I'll have to vote absentee.
Cute baby, huh? So I head to New York. It's pretty uneventful, except for some guys firing at me with a machine gun from the back of a truck. I'm sure New Yorkers are accustomed to this, but for me, it's something new.
Alright, and I need 2 of these small ones. They
All
don't
right.
seem to be in this small brick pile. It's over here.
That lady must be made of steel.
Wow, they're trying hard on that joke, huh?
Hear that crowd?
Yeah.
That's
Oh no.
you, Joey.
Yeah, me.
Good going, Sam.
I found New York kind of disappointing. In the
Make your
game,
full
I mean.
plastic.
Real New York is one of the
I hate
locations
fireworks
that's
and I have no
actually
clue
more
why.
interesting than what's in the game. Anyway, the backdrops are great, but they recycle
I used
almost
to
every
love them
enemy
as
in
a
the
kid,
game here.
but now
At
it's
least we get to
like-
see what Beaker from the Muppets
Yeah, I
would
only
look
need
like if
one
he
of
turned the
these.
crime.
I
I
assume
guess
there
I feel
would
kind
be
of let
2
down
on each
because this is
side.
the shortest platforming in the game, and it's the last level.
As a kid, I
this is
didn't
our
really
last
like,
stop before the big concert.
Well, I
So Joey
liked
doesn't
fireworks
sumo
then,
wrestle with
but
the
not so
dinosaur
much
as the
now.
final boss. He just does
It's
what he
just a
always
whole
does.
lot of noise.
Speaking of Joey, can anyone place his accent?
Crazy, man.
I'm thinking he might be from New York, but I'm not an expert. I love his awkward, forced speaking style. Okay! He frequently talks like he's half awake, in the military, and is hard of hearing. Joey's awesome. Sort of like a Rodney Dangerfield on stimulants. So let's start wrapping this up. Arcade America is a cartoon freak show odyssey of the USA that I think is utterly
got
fascinating
this.
and amazing, all wrapped up in a game that I absolutely hate. I love this game, and I hate it so much I never want to play it again. Despite this game being about 18 years old, I feel like it's aged extremely well and hardly feels dated at all. What's happened is this game has stood still, but America has become more like a cartoon since this was made. If anything, I feel like this takes place in the future. What with California sinking, the protective Vegas dome, and the Grand Canyon water slide. Damn it, I want that water slide. A lot of the game is a bit crude or juvenile for my taste, but the rest of it is so cool and strange it more than makes up for it. I want to see more of it, a lot more. I just don't want to see this actual game again. This platforming was painful for me.
I'm surprised
I
somebody
want to see
else
Joey
feels the
Reborn
way
as a
about
graphic
fireworks,
adventure game or an open world
as I do.
RPG. Something where the characters and story take front seat, because he deserves
So I
it.
don't hear anyone ever
Arcade
being
America
like, "It
is
was
90s
fireworks
weirdness
doing
at
the
its
movie."
best. Just please, God, no more drunk platforming and mini games like this. I hate this. I'm the wrong person to review it. I want it to just die. Ah!
Oh, I need some in the middle as well.
I will always carry a torch for you.
Sorry, lady. I got a show to do.
Yeah, let's get to the show. Joey, Joey, Joey.
So it's
Now, when I
lose-lose with
played through
them.
this, I was only able to rescue 4 band members.
How many
But
pages
really,
does
I think
this
that's
book
plenty.
have?
Why does Joey have so many
200?
damn members anyway? Maybe they're like Slipknot and have multiple drummers.
242.
In any event, I think we can still
And
put
the
on a
rest is
pretty
just
good
the
show
piece
with 4 monsters
description.
and Joey. Let's find
Put
out.
this to the side.
Woohoo! Here we go.
Maybe it will go by faster though.
Sorry, kid, if you don't have all your band members, you can't play.
What?
What? Ah! I should have stayed in bed.
This is bullshit.
Don't worry. You can always...
Attaboy, Joey, you show 'em. Full moon tonight. You worked your ass off and risked your life to be here tonight to perform for them. It's not your fault if your slack-ass band members can't be bothered to show up. Thank you and good night. You can all go to hell. Man, so that was the reality.
What should we
But
play
let's
after
see
this?
what could have happened if you did the impossible and got your whole band here on time.
And now the group you've all been waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
Joey and the Monsters.
Yeah!
Whoa, this is like an optical illusion. Okay.
Joey!
Okay, I guess this just has a piece missing in the middle. Hard to tell from this drawing. Alright, now we go here like this.
That's the end. Happy 4th of July, everyone. See you next time.
Okay, and this for some reason. And this goes to the side here.
They're loose. I gotta find them.
You bastards.
Okay. Oh wait, this is on the wrong side. It's supposed to be on here. You can try to do something else other than Game Dungeon for a while and maybe come back to it later. I mean, we've got plenty of time, so... Let me see what I have in my... 3. Let's see real quick. Be something I can play. Okay. Nope, nothing really. I had a suggestion for a Thomas video. Not sure if I should. Okay. What would be good to watch? My god. Trying to think of like long videos. I only think of icebergs. I can put on some like tracker music, I guess. Playing this before. Lover is messaging me. I don't have any videos we could watch. I just watched short videos of animals 50 times in a row. God. We don't really need video for this. I'll just have this like that. And this goes here, like that. You remembered one good video, okay? Oh, this was Toho. Okay, everything's Toho to you. Oh, what? Yeah, I'll put this on in a second. Alright, let's see what this is. Oh, okay, this video. Sure. Okay. Do this.
An anime from the ground up, right? You were to make it as bad as you possibly could on purpose, you know, like you know, as a joke, right? And you were to put it out there and be like, hey, look at this bad anime I made.
All right.
Pretty funny, huh? Would it look like this?
And then it goes in
Would it
here.
look like Nora? Was this anime created to be bad on purpose? I fail to see how this came into being. I really do. You know, there's only so many ways that you can say, well, this anime is bad. But Nora just transcends that. Nora, you know, like if there's a line graph and, you know, here's Berserk 2015 and, you know, let's put that on there. And then like Gunbuster is
Oh my
way
God.
on the opposite end of the anime spectrum where the good stuff is. I think Nora would be the very end of the line. It's that bad. I legitimately thought that when I was watching this, that the Laserdisc player that this was being played off of had some kind of weird skip every other frame mode on it, right? Because I don't know if you've ever had like an old VCR or an old Laserdisc player, but they do that. And I thought it was stuck in some kind of weird ass
Not even into
backwards
Toho, it's just
mode
that its
that I
music
didn't
is
know
so
how to get
catchy.
onto,
It is
and then it starts
catchy.
speeding up again, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And then you start, you know, you realize it hits you.
I'm not saying
Oh
it's
my
a
God.
bad thing, you know.
It's not something wrong with why I'm playing it on. The internet isn't screwed
just
up.
being
My Laserdisc player
mischievous.
is playing fine. This anime actually is real, and it looks like this, and you can never go back. I remember a
Yeah, we're going
time
for this
before Nora.
a bit more
You know, when I thought that pretty
quickly
much
than
all
the
anime was at least
other
kind
one.
of
Maybe I'm
good
just
and that I
warmed
could pick
up.
pretty much any VHS tape. I picked out Shonan Baku Sozoku, pretty good anime. I was like, oh, okay, this is great. I should show people this. And then you pick out Nora, and then the darkness sets in, and nothing is the same. In a medium that
I
is
need
constantly trying
1x2s
not
on
to
the
animate
side.
things, because drawing things is hard, obviously, right? Aesthetics are incredibly important. I shouldn't have to point this out when talking about an anime, that anime has to be, you know, animated. It's like right in there in the name. But when you're not animating things that are, you know, like if you are stuck on a character's face.
It's very kind of a
Or
bad
nothing
thing
is
to
happening,
be
right?
recording right
You
now because
want
this
that
is
one still frame
all
that's gonna be
black
focused on for
right
like
now.
5 seconds or so, not to look like
But not for
hot
long,
pile,
don't worry.
right?
We'll
Because
get
if it
to
does,
some
you're gonna notice
brightly
people
colored
with
stuff
dots for
soon.
eyes. You're gonna notice that signs that have letters on them aren't properly spelled, and nobody spell checked it because nobody who worked
We
on
are
what
20
you're
pages
animating
in
knew any
already,
English.
so
This one sign,
that's almost
my God, deep
1/10 of the
picture.
way in.
I read this and my brain throws an error. I almost blue screen trying to understand
Hold the
what
phone.
the hell
What is this that I'm
going on
making
in this
right
show.
now?
Nora says hell to animation. Let's just throw all that out. We don't know how to spell. We don't know how to animate. You barely know how to draw. I don't know how you get a character and you can't draw a circle for an eye.
Love those
and have
eyes.
like an octagon or a
Wow.
rectangle for an eye, but that happens in this anime. Nora was only released on VHS and Laserdisc. Shocker. I know that this didn't get released in any other format. It's almost like nobody wanted to re-release it. You know, they didn't think some jackass from the year 2019 from the future was going to start making fun of their anime from the 80s. that
Okay,
they
I see
barely
what this is
probably
now,
got out the door.
but man.
But like, here we are, and it's a thing, and I'm
Okay.
looking at it, and I don't know how to describe it. It is the most... It's like frustratingly confusing how this went out the door. It doesn't make any sense. Make a video about me if you
cartridge out
can.
of
Nora
here.
screams at you from the darkness beyond time. Does Nora have a story? What is Nora about? Well, it kind of has a story. I'd like to tell you the plot, but there really isn't any. Nora is a bounty hunter for some reason. She has psychic powers for
Okay.
some reason. She can stop time for some reason. She can teleport for some reason. Also, she doesn't need money even though she's a bounty hunter, which makes her some kind of ultra instinct tier elder god, capable of doing literally anything she wants because she's Nora,
The
goddammit.
picture.
There are supposed to be checks and
I
balances.
didn't see
so
that.
things like this,
But
they
that's
don't
great.
happen, right? What series of events even led to this being pressed onto a laserdisc? Who was responsible for this paragon of animation? Well, when looking up Nora, one name and one name only comes up: Mikuria Satomi. Not a lot of info on this guy, but he's listed as something that I almost never see in anime, as 3D art director on the famous 3D helicopter scene from the Golgo 13 movie. All the other info that I can find about him says that he was on the bleeding edge of computers at the time, and on the other side of the laserdisc,
Okay,
you can
this
see him
goes
drawing
here.
his perfect angel Nora on a computer that must have cost more than this entire anime. And I say special, but it really just gives us no info about how this anime got made. It's just him and his crew goofing around, and it was probably made entirely
There's
as an
few
excuse
pieces
to
left,
get
and it
some
doesn't
girl
even show
to
that I
dress
have
up
another
as his
bag.
anime waifu.
Probably gonna be
There are
next
entire
page.
where it's just him showing off his motorcycle to some cosplayer that they hired. If you wanted to dress up as Nora and walk through an anime convention at a blazing 60 seconds a frame, this is what the official Twinkle Nora Rock Me cosplay costume looks like. And if you try to track down the original manga
we have to make
that has
this
never
barrel,
been
I
reprinted,
guess.
by the way, you'll find a picture of Nora on the cover riding a motorcycle that looks suspiciously like the motorcycle that Nora's creator is showing off. Now, I'm not saying the guy who made this anime made it specifically so he could spend the budget on a sick Kawasaki motorcycle, but maybe, just maybe, you don't also spend the rest of that budget on a 3D intro for your anime special at a time where computers take up an entire floor of an apartment building. I
Okay.
have never
It's like
seen
a
an anime
power
that looks
or
so bad that the
coax
flip
of-
book illustrating
what is
what
it
the
called?
anime is supposed to look like when it's
The
actually
TV
finished
cable,
is
I'm
better
guessing, is
animated
what this is
than
supposed
the
to
anime
represent.
itself. Maybe you don't draw
Okay,
one
bag
frame of
10.
the anime and just shake the camera up and down to simulate an
By
earthquake.
the way, I have
You
so
know,
many
maybe you
spare
don't make
pieces, it's
Nora
almost
into
its
an
own
anime.
bag now.
Maybe you say to yourself, you know what, that 3D sequence in Golgo 13, it was not up to my standards. Maybe I should stick to making manga. Maybe that's it. maybe you do something else. Maybe you start working on the CDI, which apparently this guy worked on.
Oh boy,
for
we
some
got
reason.
gears.
I don't even believe that, but it's in the Wikipedia article on the guy's Japanese Wikipedia page. To make that many
It's
mistakes
starting.
in life is just unheard of, but it's there and it's staring me in the face, so I have to at least mention it, right?
Maybe it's probably better
Let's
if
say
I
something
have
nice
this
about
over
our
here, because
perfect
this seems to
Angel
be the
Nora's
most lit up
perfect
place
anime.
right now.
At least the music is good, right? Honestly, it's not that bad. The problem is that no matter
Okay.
how good the music
And
is,
this
it is
goes-
completely
By the way, you have like this car
overshadowed
hood.
by what little
here.
animation there is. If you
Who
can
knows
even
what that's
call that
for?
PowerPoint presentation an animation.
Make an evil Mario
That
with
doesn't happen
despair,
once.
please.
That happens twice. That scene that I uploaded onto YouTube,
We're only
which you're
halfway
probably
there.
watching right now if I'm doing
Well,
this
the
review,
remaining bags
is
are not that
a minute
large.
into the anime. This isn't something
They have a
that
lot of
happens,
little
like, way at
pieces,
the
but
end
oh
when they
man.
ran out of
All
money.
these
It
gears,
is
that's
right
gonna
there,
be
front
fun.
and center.
Put
It's
together.
not hidden. They wanted you to see this. They were proud of it.
Proud.
I'm sorry if I sound a little bit off my
Wow,
game
okay.
today, but I tend to not have to use terms like PowerPoint, animated manga, 300 IQ 1 frame per second big brain experience. I don't use terms like this when I normally talk about my anime, right? You know, I've been calling this anime Nora because it's easy to say, but that's not actually the full title. The full name of this anime is Twinkle Nora Rock Me. Does that sound like too many words to have as the title of your anime? You wouldn't go and name a new Dragon Ball series Sparking Rock the Dragon Ball Z, right? Because that's too many words, it sounds stupid. But even the name of this anime is complete garbage. Twinkle Nora Rock Me. Try and say that more than 2 times. I guess this is the part of the video where I tell you that Rock Me
Our
Nora,
first
or
mechanism.
Nora Rock Me, or Twinkle Rock Me Nora, whatever the hell you want to call this anime, it's actually
I'll try
a
to make
sequel.
something
This
out
was
of the
not
spares,
Japan's
but
first
most of them
attempt
are
at making
just
Nora
one by
into an
one.
anime, if you can believe that. Just
know?
a half a year earlier, another
So it's
Nora
very
anime
difficult to
came
do
out,
anything
and it
with
looks
that.
nothing like this. It
But
doesn't
I'll
look
try,
anything like this.
if I don't
It may be a
forget.
little boring, sure, but at least it was animated. An attempt was made. The original Nora anime came out January
Hang on, is this?
21st,
Did I miss something?
1985.
Okay, I
Twinkle
skipped.
Nora Rock
No, I
Me
did not skip
came
a
out
page.
November 21st, 1985.
What are these red
they
pieces?
made one OVA, and then in the span of a few months, somehow
I'm
this
supposed to
happened.
have 2.
I am a worse person for having seen this. When the comment section on a 2-minute clip from your anime looks like a therapy group for Vietnam War veterans, that's kind of a red flag for your anime. You know, it's one thing to say an anime doesn't look good, or that the character designs are boring, or that it's not animated well. But even if every frame of this anime was done by Studio Ghibli,
The red
I
pieces
could
are
not
blood.
call this a good anime. And man, oh man, that is really, really saying
I
something.
don't see the
Let's
red
talk about
pieces
voice actors
anywhere.
for a second. The voice actor for Nora also voiced Best Girl Barry from Twinkle Heart. You guys watched Twinkle Heart, right?
Hang on, let me check. If they didn't both fall somehow.
That's pretty much the most specific piece of anime trivia that has ever been said on YouTube. This anime fails on almost every front I can think of. There's no animation, there's no story. This thing barely qualifies as an anime. I would like to point out that animation is a visual medium. It allows you to make literally anything happen. Anything at all. If you use your imagination, you can make a show where a spooky skeleton pushes people around, or a political drama about the ups and downs of
Bag
democracy.
and-
Nora says, forget all that, we don't even need animation where we're going. Look at Twinkle Heart.
Wait.
Things are moving. The character designs are interesting, and the colors
There were
pop
6
out
of
at
them
you.
here, and
Now
I
look
used
at
all
Nora.
of them.
Animation masterpiece. Sukaban Deka has a girl that fights people with yo-yos. What does Nora have? Nora has a fat police chief and an Ewok that dances. Listen, I could understand if this was given away for free
Oh my
as
God.
a fan project, but
There's
no,
a second
this was put on
10 bag.
shelves, store shelves in Japan, and somebody really paid
By the way,
actual hard
look at bag
earned
14.
money for this, and that is
It's
just
literally one
I could
piece
fill
or two pieces.
hours of footage and video trying to figure out how this
I
happened,
thought these duplicate bags
speculating
were
about what
over,
series
but apparently not.
unfolded, what domino flipped over to create this
Organize it.
disaster. And I might even have some fun doing that, to be honest with you. But when it comes down to it, there are no real solid answers here. Just speculation and madness.
Some of these have like different
It's a shame
numbers
it honestly
as well.
looks that bad, because the original manga, from what I can tell, it looks really nice. Good line work, it looks very pulpy, it reminds me of good things. Things with animation, things I like. You know, things that look like anime, like Lensman and Space Adventure Cobra. Stuff that I've seen and
Oops.
enjoyed. This
First time my
anime
pieces
is
escaped
so
from me.
densely packed with things that are wrong. It feels like reading Highlights magazine. In this scene, they decided to animate this one guy in this crowd. Why him? Why was that so important? It's like peeling an onion. There's so many layers to this 1 2-minute piece of animation. It's incredible. If you were a madman, and I mean an absolute mad lad, and you wanted to own a piece of animation history, a cell from the film that this anime came from could be yours on eBay for the low, low price of 122 American dollars. Nora might look like it was sent back in time by Terminators to warn us of a future where the Berserk 2016 anime exists, but Rock Me Nora's true value lies in its spectacular mediocrity. It is the sort of lightning in a bottle that could only happen in the 1980s. It exists as a boogeyman to keep future animators in check, to show them what can happen when you don't do your job.
Now
Better
these
tighten up that
weird
animation.
pieces.
You don't want another
If
Nora
I saw
on your
these
hands.
just out in the open, I wouldn't even think they're Legos. Supposed to go in here. Put this in now. Supposed to go here. That's very weird. It's the other way. It's so strange. I have never had a Lego set that goes together like this.
This anime has broken me. I don't want to talk about anime anymore. Anime was a mistake, and I realize that now. And
That was a
I think I'm
great
gonna-
video.
I think I'm gonna lie down for a bit. I'll see you guys later.
Let me check.
Proud.
Go check something. I was watching this, it reminded me of Caleb IA, and he's also a really good YouTuber. I'll put this on for
One
now.
of the largest things
and
in JoJo's
I'll
Bizarre
put this
Adventure is
in the
this
other.
overwhelming power that transcends time, space, and
What is this?
reality.
Unholy World of
He's
Jesus games. Okay.
Very noticeable. Most
Daddy,
people
okay.
can recognize him over a
can do that after this.
majority of the characters in this franchise. This person is none other than the phenomenon himself,
It
Dio.
reminds me of like old JonTron when he was funny.
Dio is so many things: charming, sadistic,
The one
manipulative,
with the ending.
insane,
Yeah.
mama's boy, and
I've already
so
seen that
much
video,
more.
like,
He
at least
has
twice.
a lot to go over, so I think it's time that I do.
This
It all
step with the
begins
gear.
with Phantom Blood. Now, contrary to popular belief, I don't believe that Dio was born evil. I think that Dio's environment is what truly turned him. Now, Speedwagon says that he's been evil forever, and considering that he's most
Oh my
likely
God,
been
look at that.
building this contempt for the world ever since he could form these thoughts, I wouldn't say that he's that far off. The true descent, though, most likely began after his mother's passing. Future evidence proposes the idea even
It's like
further, but I'm going to be
working
sticking
with
to
hardware for the
available
first time.
information. Now, Dio is vocal with the contempt that he has for his father, as his father is the reason for his mother dying. Or at least that's what Dio says. Dio has known this world from nothing to the age of 14. Now, I believe that 11 to 13 are some of the most crucial years in building character as a young man, but this was Dio's reality.
There's a
This
second-
was some time gap.
The
This
second
is all
one
that he knew.
here,
There was no
and then a
good
corner.
portion for a large area of his life. So
Another
this is who
corner
Dio became.
wall piece.
Anger, deceitful, and more than anything, and I mean this in the most negative way, competitive. So what happens now that Dio meets a positive reality? Or well, at least positive by comparison. Dio keeps the show going. A change of environment doesn't warrant a change in character. At least
Yeah,
not
it looks like it's
immediately.
one
If you
space
take
here.
Jason
This
out of
seems
Crystal
good so
Lake,
far.
it doesn't mean that he isn't Jason anymore. This situation is the same case with Dio. Now, with this new family dynamic, he's found a new territory waiting for
The
his
wrong
wrathful
piece.
hand to cast a terrifying shadow over everyone in the Joestar Manor. Alright, well, what happens when people don't take what Dio does sitting down? Well, he takes it as a massive sign of disrespect. And in terms of reaction, I see that disrespect messes with that Dio complex, where he's meant to be above everyone that he knows. Now, when you think about when Dio has been disrespected before, the feeling most likely ran side by side with a feeling of insignificance. And I imagine that the last thing that Dio would want to feel is insignificant. Now, there's one huge thing that makes Dio who he is by the end of the part, and I say that's his respect
Okay,
for
I need
Jonathan,
one more,
or more
one
so,
by one
his
on top
ability
here.
to give respect to someone that isn't him. The world had molded Dio into this terrifying power that he is, but it was Dio who had
Yeah,
brought
and this
out
goes on
Jonathan's true
top.
strength. Dio had tried his absolute best to crush Jonathan, even his bones, but Jonathan had become Dio's #1 adversary. Dio notices
Yeah, this
this
makes
adaptation from
sense, and this
Jonathan.
gear fell
He
out.
gets that he's the one that did
But
this.
if I did not
but
notice that,
he
that would have
respects
been
Jonathan so much
awful.
for it, since he was able to break through it all. Respects him so much
Right, and
that
this
he
goes
even
on
took
the
his
other
body.
side here.
Tell me how normal that form of respect is.
Can't really see this right now. Another one of those, and this
Dio in Stardust Crusaders.
sand one.
Now, I don't think that this would be
Okay,
unreasonable
this
to say
one,
that this
okay.
is Dio's most popular form. And it can't just be the design that gets all the credit here, even though it is a considerable contribution. I'd say what defines this version of Dio is that he had done the absolute most in our short time with him, and it's also fueled by his sanity that's a thread away from being snapped. So to say that he completely lost his mind is to undercut him here, because knowing his power, he could have gone like a lot further. It's pretty ridiculous. But let's go over what made Dio in this part. Maturity. Dio moves a lot more different now that he's had a lot
We're
of time
making
to
it
think
work,
underwater.
and
How
as
he
far as I know,
runs
there's
his
gonna be a
plans now
crank
versus
on
how
this
he's done
side that you
before
can
is
turn
considerably different.
while
We learned
you
that Dio
make the
has
level
had
go.
his hands in a lot of power in the world. So even with the short time Dio was back, he moved with tactical precision. Now, he was always smart, but it shouldn't be too out there to notice that he's a lot smarter than before. Journeying for the power that you want to attain rather than... Well, actually, Dio in Part 1 had a game plan similar to this. I just say that it was a lot more messier by comparison. Dio in Stardust Crusaders just, moves a lot better. Well, aside from his
This, and then
handsomeness
this-
and mysteriousness,
this shape one.
what else does Dio have? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's off the deep end. Dio was already showing signs of his complete loss of sanity with the things that he's done in part 1. In part 3, it looks like he tried to keep it together, but man, the power of Jotaro is just what brought it out of him. There are more things to connect to part 3 Dio, but I'd say that that information is in the next part that I'm going to mention, and that's part 6. Now, Dio in Stone Ocean is a very interesting character, as he's largely different from the character that we see in part 3, even though it's the same Dio that came straight out of the water. This is most likely due to Araki wanting to update his execution of Dio and wanting to elaborate on the character that we didn't see much of before. In Stone Ocean, we see Dio being a completely different person. And while it's only to Pucci, the difference is still polarizing. The most noticeable thing is that Dio is nice, but that's not even seeing the full picture. This is the first time in a long time that Dio has seen someone as a friend. He finally has someone that helps ground him when he gets too far. The conversations they have aren't the average overwhelming ones that Dio has with everyone else. Dio gives his seasoned thoughts given his experience, and Pucci asks the right questions that keep it all going. Imagine if we were to see more of that in Stardust Crusaders instead of Dio's very abrupt pop in and out. It's very different because people love nuance. But putting that to the side, having Dio be this intriguing well of knowledge
we do these free tires.
So much to his character, especially when he talks about the gravity that we all share, or his elements of the heaven plan. This was a great Dio, and I hope that people see it.
Oh yeah,
soon
this is
anime
this could be JoJo spoilers if you care about that.
Alright, so I imagine this is where you expected part 7, Steel Ball Run. Well, since a lot of the stuff shared is between parts 1 and 7, I want to dedicate a video to that alone, meaning that you'll see an individual video going on.
What's next?
Jonathan Zeppeli and Dio versus Johnny, Gyro, and Diego. So that would be going about it like that, rather than going about a video where a character like Jonathan has only been in quotes 2 parts, because that would be pretty odd, I'd say. So that's how it's going to be done. So thank you all for watching. I've been in the lab working on a bunch of stuff that you might see sooner or later. And hopefully I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, peace out and Godspeed.
It's okay, it's JoJo. Now we're gonna watch the Unholy World of Jesus games.
I'm not doing a Christmas video this year. Bye!
Okay.
Hello, I'm JC. Jesus Christ. It's Christmas time, the best time of year, named after my dad, God Christmas. And you know what that means?
I love Kid Icarus.
What can be said about Jesus? We all know the story.
2
2,000 years
in the
ago,
front.
a man had a beard.
Finally, this
Some
is gonna
people
be
loved it,
secure.
so they banded together to form Organization 13. And
Yes,
some people
yeah.
didn't, so they killed him and he T-posed. His name backwards is Sausage, and as you can probably imagine, with a fan base as loyal as Jesus's, it was inevitable that at some point there'd be tons of video games based off of his stories from the Holy Bible. And there are a lot of them. Trust me,
time to drink.
there are a lot of them. There are too many of them. I'm not even kidding, I have too many of them. There are so many Bible games. And why do I have so many of them?
That's because Jesus Christ is meant.
No! I've even talked about one of them nearly 8 years ago on this very channel called The Zoo Race. Even though you probably can't tell, it's a racing game about Noah's Ark. Except in this version of the story, Noah tries to bomb all of the animals with explosive barrels and the losers get left behind in the Great Flood. Move out of the way, sheep! I'm getting on that ark! Every man for himself!
And you, Reuben? You're a rhinoceros!
The video I did about that single game was 25 minutes long with an 8-minute filmed intro. You know, the Dark Ages. And that's extra embarrassing because you don't need that much time to talk about it. You can sum it up entirely with, what's this? What's this? I'm sick of all your shit! But the thing is, games like that, and the Bible game on PS2 are a bit too nebulous for me today. They're about the whole Bible. And today I wanted to specifically look at games that were only about Jesus.
Time to
Starring
flip
Jesus,
over.
controlling Jesus, loving Jesus. And this also means I'm not going to be looking at dance praise, praise champion, or guitar praise, because they're all basically the same thing and they all play like... Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my friend. So let's not waste any time and jump right into it.
Okay, we need more lily pads in this TV.
No, it's that guy, the sensitive one that gets really upset about everything. What's his name? Max. Don't worry, he doesn't mind. He's dead. He's been gone for 2,000 years. Where have you been? Oh, can you get your phone and give him a call then? Can you add him on WhatsApp? Well, I don't want him there. Can you get him out? I want Jesus heart surgery! The first game we have today is called Run, Jesus, Run! The feds are after you! Well, let's see what this is all about then.
Almost 1/5 of the way in.
No! So yeah, that was fun. As it turns out, Run Jesus Run is also known as the 10-second gospel, and that's because the game does indeed last for 10 seconds. Just like me. And no, I don't mean it lasts that long if you game over. Even if you beat the game, it only lasts 10 seconds. It's very true to his real life. You run left and right while hitting spacebar on each screen to, as the game says, do Jesus things. You save the sick, you walk on water, you jump over a hole, my favorite Jesus thing. And if you do enough of those things at the correct time, you beat the game with all of your apostles. So what have we learned today, boys and girls? The lesson here is don't bother. You'll end up dead anyway. At least the length of the game is just enough time to make you think if it should be read as Run, Jesus, Run, or Run, Jesus, Run! But we can't just leave him there with his friends Mufasa and Plus Sign. Especially with his schlong hanging out. They didn't even take the ring off. So you know what we have to do? We have to save Jesus.
See you in a moment.
Save Jesus! Save Jesus! It's a game on Steam. Steamsus. And the first thing the launch page told me was, this game doesn't look like other things you've played in the past. As such, we don't have much information on whether or not you might be interested in it. I can't wait! How do you like your Jesus? Good or simple? I quite like my Jesus to be on the fastest setting. Okay, let's go. It's time to save Jesus.
More gears.
The story here is that Jesus has spent so much time saving you that now he's got stuck and needs you to return the favor. Well, you know what they say. When life gives you lemons, then... Level 1. Click to get rid of the sand blocks. Okay, simple enough.
Loose this up a little bit so it spins better.
Did we just murder a Roman centurion by dropping a bundled collection of human skulls on his head? That was metal as shit! And yep, that's basically what you do here. You click on blocks to make a boulder roll on top of Romans and then go, yeah! Whether you use a sack of skeletons, a spiked cannonball, or a rolling, obese cow, you just need to click on blocks and hope the physics kill all of the Romans, being extra careful to stop the rock that is on fire heading straight for Jesus. And no, you can't hit Jesse, otherwise he heads off back to his dad's house for the weekend. My favorite thing in the game, though,
so easy
are the
to
explosives.
take out.
God, they're so violent. They just launch everything
Hello?
right into the face of everyone,
back.
even Jesus. I haven't had this much fun since the last time
I
I
don't know
sang
why
a
this is-
hymn. Sadly, though, I'm getting bored, so I got to this old whiffly
This
Johnny and
doesn't
stopped.
stay.
Kill Jesus!
I don't know if I like that.
Okay.
I might just like swap this and this grey piece so it's a bit more stable.
Yeah, I think I'm done. Sorry, everybody. I know I came back from heaven to check on all of you, but you all seem to be doing perfectly fine without me, so I'm gonna go. See you later. Bye.
Jesus approves murdering
Did you
people.
know that there is a fighting game on
I saw the
Steam
screen for a split second,
where
thought it
you
was
get to
Boom
play
too.
as Jesus Christ? I'm sorry, I think I just pooed myself. Hello. This is Fight of Gods, and even though the game isn't explicitly about Jesus, who cares? You get to play as him beating the shit out of Moses. What more
Alright,
do
what
you
do we
need?
got
Fresh
here?
off the cross and ready to pound down. So what are the pros and cons of this game? Well, the pros are, it's a fighter. You can play as Jesus. You get to beat up Moses. And the cons are... There are no cons! Just look at how he arrives into the arena.
I'm back for the people.
Jesus doesn't need to try and get out of his prison. He takes the prison with him and kills you with it. And don't worry, if fighting Moses is a little bit too racy for you, then you can always beat up Father Christmas. Aha! Take that, you bearded nonce! This is for all the years you didn't get me the Hot Wheels garage set. In fact, you wouldn't even exist without me. Where do you think the name Christmas comes from? I am your daddy and you are my bitch! The only problem with Fight of Gods for me, though, is that I blow chunks. It's way too hard for me, and I can't tell if it's because the game isn't very good or I just can't play it right. Every special move I tried happened by complete
one more
accident,
here.
and even when I changed the difficulty down
Badass
to very
Jesus.
easy, I still got destroyed. This game nails you harder than me. Seriously though, this is far too hard for me. I just can't keep up with it. What do you think I am?
No.
A priest? If you don't stop kicking my ass, then I'm gonna stigmata all over the floor. I'm so sorry for failing you, Jesus. Can you please forgive me? Right then, on to the next game.
Oh no.
Oh, damn! I forgot to bring it with me. Well, I'm not getting it. I'll send a disciple. Oi! Uh-huh. Go to my flat. Yes, Jesus. I left a game in my bedroom. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Do you want anything from the shops? Yeah, get me a Monster Energy.
Okay. Another one that's supposed to go in here. Someone might have asked who would win in a fight, Santa or God. Santa can spawn infinite
What am I
presents.
getting into with this game then?
That's all I got, really.
Okay, bye. And then, Jesus? What is going on here? Oh, look, it's my favorite biblical figure.
Never got an
Jesus'
answer.
staff. Wait, so why is this game called Jesus? Who or what is Jesus? I'm completely lost. Which is because this is a game for the MSX2, a Japanese home computer system from the 80s that was famous for kickstarting Metal Gear, but is now more famous for having nothing in English. Like, come on, I can't even make a joke about what's going on. I get given a load of options, I click them to make something happen, then these squiggles turn into new squiggles, and then this lady's face goes from
Yeah, it
relatively normal
works.
to banana yellow with the hand of a crab. What am I doing? I don't
And now we have to
understand
secure this
moon
in
language.
place.
Who even is Jesus? Is this Jesus? Is the ship called Jesus? Why is this game called Jesus? Oh, Lord Jesus, is that you? There's a God somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Right, so apparently there is in fact an English fan translation of the Famicom version of this game that you can play on an NES emulator. And at the very least, everything makes a little more sense. Until this thing pops up and kills everyone, at which point I don't know why Jesus' name is all over this game because he very
Another
clearly
wheel?
abandoned us. Alright, fine, this game was a stupid
Oh
choice,
no,
but
there's
you
gonna
can't
be
blame me
two
for looking
more
at
of
it. It
these,
was
isn't
literally
there?
called Jesus. I had to give it a look, didn't I?
Let's do it in advance, because I don't really like
Came
putting
back.
on these tires.
Like Jesus. So why don't we check out something that's more obviously about Jesus with his name in the title? Like, I don't know, 5 loaves and 2 fishes! You all know the story.
My
One
God.
day, a man went to the corner shop to get groceries for 5,000 people, but they only had 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. Oh no! Luckily though, Jesus was there, and he turned that small shopping bag into a feast. Only one time, though. Sorry, Ethiopia. You know what? With stories like this, people eating nothing but bread and fish, kids nowadays don't realize how lucky they have it. They've got all the food in the world and they still complain it isn't good enough.
Hey, I want my pudding! No, you haven't eaten your fingers yet! But, Mom!
Here's another story for you. In order to play this game, I actually had to sign up to a Bible study forum and purchase a yearly subscription to access the download
We're
page.
doing
You're
pretty
welcome,
well
Zealot.
with this
My
so
username
far.
is...
If I had to estimate,
Goddy has a great body.
I feel
Now we
like
need to pick a profile picture.
it would be like
and
maybe 3 more hours.
there are some fantastic ones. Here are some of my favorites. Yippee! Sunday school! The famous religious figure
R2D2.
My superpower is Jesus! On a mug. I love Sunday school! Help. The one I ended up picking, though, is definitely the best.
See,
Friend of the worm. It's so
we're like
threatening.
1/5 of the way
Who's the
in,
worm?
so
Why is he my friend?
yeah,
Where's
maybe
God?
it
Who
will
is
be
the
like
worm?
3
I'm starting to think I
3
donated
hours
money
or
to
so.
a cult. So now I have pleased the almighty worm. Please don't kill me, worm. I have to fill out the rest of my
3
details.
and this
First name,
goes
Span.
on top.
Last name, Ish. City, Spain. State, Churros. Yeah, I think we're done. And here we go. 5 loaves and 2 fishes, which should probably just be fish, and the word 5 is written while the number 2 should be written as a word like
Yeah,
the number
another
5, but I'm not
secure
gonna be that guy, otherwise I'll be accused of
security system here. No one's getting through this.
What my wish is just to be with you and serve you all my life. I was weak, but you gave me strength to see.
Oh, okay, it started again. Is that all we're getting? Is that the whole song? But where's my favorite bit?
That's because Jesus Christ is my
Network engineer! Oh my god! God! Has he heard me calling to him? Is my faith being tested? Oh, joyous day! Sing Hosanna to the King of Kings! Hello, I'm Spod! Actually, I'm Spons. No! Raid Shadowland! Never heard of it? Where have you been? Can I join you? It's the sponsor of today's video.
Christ.
Along with torment your attacks, remove your healing. It's a
Raid
night
Shadow
on him.
Legends.
Well, then
Even
log
in
for
my
7 days
videos it
total
shows
before
up.
January 20th.
Well, I guess I can't really
And tell them they have BO. Golly
blame
gee, thanks, Grandma.
anyone but myself.
And my present to you is my download link. And my QR code for Grampy. Which will get you the epic hero Tyrell. What's going on? Why can't I look up?
Alright.
Why am I stuck staring at his lump? His eyes are up there.
Well, it looks like you're steering us in the right direction.
What are you talking about? I just got here. Wait, where did I come from? Where am I? Who is moving this boat? In fact, scratch that. Why isn't this boat moving? We're going slower than Mary Magdalene's libido. And bloody pissing hell, man, these controls are so broken. All it takes is the slightest feathery tap of the keyboard, and you go apeshit flying off in every direction imaginable. I know
Wait
we've
a
only
second.
just started playing this deeply spiritual journey, but I think I'm already feeling the presence of Jesus. Oh wait, no, it's vomit. The boatman tells us we need to head to the town nearby and convince my uncle to come with us to
I need
see
to add him,
me.
like,
So off we go, and no, we can't go any faster,
Do
because
one
going
by-
to see the Son of God is not that exciting, even if he did get dressed up for the occasion. Hey, cool hat! Thanks, it hurts! We then find my uncle busy working in a well with his lovely collection of JPEGs, and he's not
okay.
happy about us going off to see the
I have to
G's.
take
So
this
now it's
out
time to
even though
argue
the
with him.
instruction shows this being already
So
on
why
it.
do you want to go now back
It's
to the
like,
shore and listen to this
Have
Jesus
this be
teacher
here.
all day?
And if you think for a second that these dialogue choices affect anything, you're a complete wrong man. Because in every conversation, only one
And
of
then a
these
gear
choices
goes
is the
in
correct
here.
one to get the game moving on. And if you pick the wrong response, guess what happens?
Jesus was basically an ad for God.
Well, now I've heard everything.
I
know it's
hate
a long
that. That's
boat
so
Oh, for the
true.
love of my dad. You know what, though? He does bring up a very good point.
Do you expect me to drop everything to go listen to a preacher from Nazareth?
We all need bread.
We do need to, you know, survive, so work is important, and I will stay to help you out. I mean, we'll get it done much faster if we work together, and then we can find Jesus quicker.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound right.
So why are you telling me not to go then? Now, what the game wants me to do is tell him that the real life food and
I'm
water
feeling
we need to
the
keep us alive
the weight
isn't
of the
as
gears.
important as Jesus' morning breath.
It's
And
working.
you know what? That convinces him. Don't worry, kids. I'll get you some food. In the beginning. At this point, Uncle Fester tells us to find some bread and fish in a nearby house for the trip. Only problem is, nothing here can be clicked on, or jumped on, or climbed on, or prayed on. We're stuck in perpetual misery that not even God could save us from. And I was stuck here for 15 minutes before deciding to give up and make my way over to some more buildings over there.
And I walked the whole way.
Yeah, the wheels I made are finally coming to use.
2 entire minutes of nothing. And after all of that, I got there, and I can't even get in. Sorry, Jesus, I won't be there to hear your lecture. I guess I'll just have to go to hell. Thank you for playing our game and learning this important Bible story. We hope this story helps you believe Jesus is the Messiah sent by God to save the world. Well, actually, all I learned is that if you want to stop a man
Alright,
from
time to use
finding
the car
Jesus,
shield
put a
for
2-foot wall in
something,
the way.
finally.
May you feel fed by his presence and ready to serve him all your life. Yep, this is a cult.
I really need to do a messy brow. Quick, everyone! We have to go to the toilet!
Goes over this, like so. Okay. Man, do these things spin.
This here is a Sinclair ZX Spectrum, possibly the UK's biggest home computer from the 80s. You know, back in the days when games for computers came on cassette tapes. That one's Horace Goes Skiing. Do half of you even know what a cassette tape is? Bands used to record albums on these things. Let's listen to it!
Okay, I need 4 of these side. It's like listening to an image in Audacity.
Why? Now, the Spectrum may have been revolutionary for the time, but going back to it today isn't that fun at all. Take the game Manic Miner, for instance.
got
You
this.
boot it up, and then after 3 minutes and 13
Yeah.
seconds of loading,
This
it
black
takes you to this.
step really doesn't do it any favors.
And believe it or not, there is a Jesus game on the Spectrum, Galilee, which is a place Jesus went to
Wow,
one
it's
time.
actually
And
like
in that
has a
story,
system to block it from going
I think
the
he
wrong
wanted
way.
to go and see a concert and he didn't have a ticket, so he tried
That's-
to sneak in
that's
without
funny.
anyone noticing, like...
I wonder if this is
Okay,
gonna
well,
break
the game
too.
isn't about Jesus. And Jesus isn't in it. But it does count because this is a location and Jesus can be anything, even a place. So we boot up the game and this
Also, I
happens.
need to place this here. How did I not see this? Okay, okay. This makes more sense to have those left behind.
Oh. You thought it loaded? No! Because it takes a total of 4 minutes and 50 seconds to load.
Right, bag
after
11.
Which we finally
We
get to
are
a title
reaching
screen. Time to play
past the
Galilee,
halfway point.
Galilee, 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 Figaro, Magnifico, oh, oh, oh.
11 is
Oh,
here.
it took 5 minutes to load. Galilee is a text adventure. Yes, no graphics, no music, just real adventures in your head. And that's the best thing about playing the video game. You wake up with a throbbing cock. There is something very important to do, but you cannot remember what it is. What do you do now? Well, let's press enter and see. You are in the graveyard. In the distance, a field is ready for harvest. Obvious directions are north or west. Okay then, go north. You are in the graveyard. You hear groaning and screaming. What do you do now?
The pile of bags grows ever present.
Alright, fine. Oh, hang on.
In my
A maniac
room.
jumps on you and hits you. Holy shit, but we only just started! What is this, John Wick? What do I do now?
This is
attack
pretty
maniac.
straightforward.
Okay, jump on him? Call him a cunt? Right then, I don't know what to do. He's been jumping on us like a trampoline for at least a minute and I can't get him off. So, what if I hit him back? You hurt your hand.
Can Jesus be my food?
The maniac says, I'll kill you again! Hang on, what? When did he kill me the first time? What do I do now? I don't know. Ask him why? I do not see why here. I'll kill you again! Alright, fine. Kill him. You do not have a weapon. The maniac leaves. Boy, this game's going 1,000,000 miles an hour! Well, hey, I'm not done with him yet. Chase maniac. I don't understand. A maniac jumps on you and hits you. God damn it! What kind of a place am I living in where I can't walk 3 feet without a maniac leaping on top of me? You know what I want to do? Move house. I don't understand. Now he's saying he'll kill us again. What the hell is going on? I don't know. Steel weapon. I don't understand.
Okay, I need to be smarter about this. We have to take another route. What would Jesus do?
Oh
He's not
boy.
real!
Talk to maniac. The maniac says, I'll kill you again. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. I'm really running out of ideas now. Find weapon. You see the maniac. Yep, I saw him a while ago. Okay, well maybe he's just a bit glum. Take maniac on a date. You can't get that! What, is the maniac out of my league? You know what, screw it. I'm not giving him the satisfaction. Kill myself. You do not have a weapon. You are in the graveyard. You hear the rattling of chains. Well, that sounds sick. I'm gonna record them for my mixtape. I can't follow all that! Well, in that case, I really haven't got any more ideas. Give up. You give a denarius.
Yeah, I missed these pages somehow.
What? You know what? I don't want to go to Galilee anymore. Galilee sucks. I think I'm going to have my holiday somewhere else, like Suckley. Or maybe even really push the boat out and go to Licky End. But I haven't decided yet. I need to figure out which is closer once I reach Piddle Bypass!
Okay, let's get back on track. Jesus games, Jesus games. Well, they seem to be all over Steam, don't they? So let's go back on Steam and see what we can find next.
And now this
like
window
Jesus
here.
Christ RPG. Okay.
Huh. Wait, what? Oh, I built this right. Alright.
This tastes like fanny. We start off in a nice little house where we keep water, fish, and
He's
eggs
so
in treasure
British.
chests, and then waddle our way over to Mother Mary to let her know we're leaving to get our first Pokemon. Both I and your father, I mean, Joseph, will miss you.
Jesus would just kiss the maniac.
Sneef. Sneef. We walk around the town, talk to people, and find out that we can't help the organ player get wrecked because I can't perform miracles yet without traveling to the desert to get baptized. Because even if you are the Son of God, you're still useless until you get wet. We go to the oasis to get baptized and come out looking like a stupid baby.
Hello, I'm Jesus Christ. I just shat my pants.
As it turns out, I learned exorcism, and all it took was me getting a little bit damp.
Dude, I want that!
Caddy?
Suddenly, Satan of all people appears, and he is looking fire. If this guy is supposed to be the root of all
The
evil, why do I want to get a
Exio
beer with him? He
wanted
tries tempting us to
finally.
jump off of a cliff to prove
Yeah,
that we are
only
as great as
took
we say
4
we are,
hours.
And we reply, you are not to put the Lord your God to the test. Pussy. And because of that cop-out, Satan sends Beelzebub after us with all of his minions. In brown trousers. Time for a battle then. Yeah! Demonic fly uses smelly finger.
You know what? I don't want to fight anymore. Which is good, because in the game, I can always choose to refrain. I mean, after all, that is what Dad would want.
Well, I died, and we get the greatest message I've ever read. Jesus Christ was defeated. Sorry, Christians.
Right then, I guess we can't fix every problem with peace, so it's time for Jesus to cut.
Kill the demon, go to hell. Kill the demon, go to hell. Kill the Lord of the Flies, go to hell. And then I stole his wallet. And the Bible lesson we
Okay,
learned today,
now
kids,
these-
is that violence
I don't
solves
know
everything.
what this is
Jesus
supposed to
Christ
be.
RPG is an RPG where you walk around an overworld, explore buildings, talk to people for advice and items, buy weapons
buttons,
and armor,
maybe?
find party members in the form of disciples,
Some kind of
level up with experience
Easter
points
egg.
to learn new miracles, and attack everyone that disagrees with you in
Smelly
turn-based
finger.
battles.
How tabled the turn.
Sadly, though, you can't walk on water. You're not my Jesus. You can't progress throughout the game without obtaining certain miracles, which you can use in combat as well as the overworld. But in order to get those miracles, you have to do a lot of fights to get a lot of XP. I don't remember that bit in the Bible where Jesus had to grind. The thing is, though, this game may be on Steam, but it's totally free to download, and it's a totally functional RPG. I've got no complaints about it, really. Finally, after all the bollocks I've seen so far, playing Jesus Christ RPG is just like when you're starving
Yeah, it's
and you
another
finally
one of
get your
these.
food
It's
at a
video
restaurant.
and
Yes, my
audio.
favorite!
Right,
And to make
nice.
things even better, this game
This
is
goes in the
actually
back
a
this
trilogy.
time.
Yeah, 3 RPGs in one. Rise Jesus Christ RPG is more of the exact same, so I won't say anything about it. But what about Baby Jesus Christ RPG? What could this one be like? We get some intro text talking about the angel Gabriel coming down to see Mary for a bit of the old
Gabriel,
in-out,
like an
in-out, and she's not
ultra-kill?
very happy about it. Greetings, favored one. The Lord is with you.
No
I also
way, I
didn't
love
get
that
much
game.
sleep last night. So Gabriel tells Mary that she'll be pregnant with the Son of God despite her being a virgin, and her face sums it all up. And then, as if by magic, with the tiniest tap of the spacebar, she's knocked up in a single frame. Sorry, can we see that again? Disappointingly, not much else happens after that, and it becomes more of the exact same again.
Alright.
Except now you control a fat, blooming Mary as she violently shakes her pregnant stomach around. The main problem with this, though, is that
Just
I went out of
double.
the town to try and explore, when all of a sudden I was jumped by a desert thief, and Mary was surprised. So surprised, she died in one hit. Game over. And here's baby Jesus about to be stabbed. Sitting in a big poo. Fine then, I'll stock up on some weapons before I leave. Hello there, poor starving child. I don't have any food, but did you know the only food you need is the word of Jesus Christ? I'll buy something off of you. Battle saw? Perfect. I always wanted to equip the Virgin Mary with a battle saw. Oh look, it's Joseph. Come on then, cuck. Time to go to Bethlehem and give birth to our bastard child. Oh no, a tourist appeared and called us... hillbillies from Nazareth. I guess now we have no choice but to kill him with our battle saw. And luckily, Joseph joined our party pre-equipped with a giant battle hammer. After caving the tourist's face in, we look around all of the inns to stay for the night.
Oh,
And sadly,
wait.
there's nowhere to go. I can see where this is going. Time for us to have a perfectly normal and natural
Right.
birth.
Oh, ow, ow.
In a cow pat. We find
My
the right
headset.
table we need, walk in the door, and then immediately there's Jesus. Boy, that was quick. We 3 kings of Orient are bearing gifts with God unknown. Okay, then time to move on to the next game I found. Fluffy and God's Amazing Christmas Adventure. I don't know if Jesus has anything to do with this game, but he did have a lot of hair, so Fluffy must be his nickname. Oh dear.
Oh, this is some
Fluffy is
elaborate
not Jesus.
stuff here.
Fluffy is a sheep. I'm so sorry, Jesus. Can you please forgive me? Alright, so this game isn't about Jesus at all, which means it doesn't count. But the second that God appeared in the game and started talking...
Hello, Fluffy the sheep.
I couldn't bring myself to stop recording it.
Well, my name is the Lord Almighty. You can just call me God.
You can call me Matthew McConaughey. So this is one of those I'm just gonna tell you the story of Jesus games with a few interactive elements along the way. But when I say a few, I really mean a few, because most of this just goes on
Jesus
and
became a
on and
sheep.
on and on and on and on and on.
He didn't want every
Hey,
human
you know
to
what I
become a
really
sheep,
wanted
so
to do
maybe
today?
there's some furry
Become
thing.
a prophet, and like all good prophets, I need to rewrite my own version of Isaiah 9, my favorite movie in the series. But we can only edit what's already there a few words at a time. Name a
Oh.
thing that is super good. Premarital
This is
sex.
where
Name a thing
a
that
lot
is
of
really
the
bright.
names in Bone
My
2
arsehole. Name a form
for the
of
level
restraint or
select,
force that
the
is
level
really
stats
strong.
came in.
The policeman. 2 words that mean the
policeman.
same thing as smashed, wasted, and drunk. 1 word that describes what the whole world could use. YouTube.com/Caddicker. Name a profession that helps people. My dealer. A new, more exciting title for God. Mister. Name a royal title or government title given to a leader.
I love the
Yas
Mister
Queen.
one
A
the
good
most.
adjective. Oh, sorry. And good adjectives such as great man or loving mother. Bulging. Perfect. Time to export. The prophet Fluffy said in the 9th chapter of her book, there will be a time in the future when Galilee of the Gentiles will be filled with premarital sex. The people who walk in darkness will see a great asshole that will shine on all who live in the land where death casts its shadow. For God will break the policeman that binds his people. In that day of peace, battle gear will be wasted and drunk, for a child is born to us. A youtube.com/Caddicker is given to us. These will be his royal titles. Wonderful Dealer, Mighty Mister, Yas, Queen of Peace. He will rule forever with fairness and justice from the throne of his ancestor David. The bulging commitment of the Lord Almighty will guarantee this. Wait a second, you can print this? Well then that settles it. The words of Fluffy will be set in stone forever.
Oh, this needs to be backwards.
Now, to be honest, I was gonna stop the game here. But then I discovered that you can have the game read this back to you. And that made it so much better.
There will be a time in the future when Galilee of the Gentiles will be filled with premarital sex. To the people who walk in darkness will see a great asshole that will shine on all who live in the land, for a child is born to us. A youtube.com/Kadika is given to us. Everlasting Father,
Yas, Queen of Peace.
The bulging commitment
Yeah,
of the
that's
Lord
also a very
Almighty
good
will
one.
guarantee this.
And then I was going to stop the game there. But then I found something else. Super Jesus. Time to fill in more text gaps and tell the world what really happened on Christmas Day.
Super baby Jesus, the super Messiah, was born in the John Legend's house. Real baby Jesus' greatest powers were his giant
Which
feet
bag
and
was
tiny
I doing?
fingers. Super
11.
baby Jesus wins friends and conquers enemies by his exploding balls. The real baby Jesus will grow up to conquer people's hearts with his blaspheming.
And then I was going to stop the game there. I really was. But then on the main menu, I noticed this little thing in the bottom corner. DJ Fluffy Jams. I just had to. Stop looking at me like that! And what is this, I hark thou wail? Well, it's a drag and drop songs of praise beat mixer set to some Christmas hymns. And you can change a few words around and add in your own background noises. Here's what I came up with. Merry Pitmas.
Wait a second. No?
You know what? For a game that's about Jesus and where Christmas comes from, I didn't see Jesus a single time in this game. Where the hell was he? Sorry, mate, I think we forgot about you. Time to move on to the next game then. Fist of Jesus. A game that used to be on Steam and mobile phones back in 2015, before suddenly being removed forever, meaning you can't actually buy it anymore unless you already owned it before it was taken down. Or you pirate it. Like I did. I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! I didn't mean to illegally download it! Please let me come home! I'm really sorry. It's so cold outside. Please let me in, Dad! What's really sad, though, is that even after all the effort I went through to download the game and emulate
What
it,
even is this?
I really don't have much to say about it. Maybe it's because I pirated the Android version, it's the only one that I could find and get working, but this is one of the most basic beat-em-ups I've ever played. Buy something and get rid of the ads. Huh. Buy it. It's not particularly good or bad or even actually that funny. The story we have here is that there isn't one. But that doesn't matter. I'm smart. I know mathematics. Okay, well, Lazarus has come back from the dead and is turning everyone into zombies, and Jesus wants us to send him back to hell, otherwise he'll get told off. But other than that,
Oh, wait a second. This is the wrong piece here.
throw fish at the poor. The game is a beat 'em up. You beat 'em and you up 'em, charging around like a galloping sausage right into the enemy's back door. It's incredibly straightforward shit. Each level is a little arena. You can pick up weapons, you have a few unlockable special moves, and you can either survive as long as you can or kill a certain number of zombies, chickens, or dirty, stinking lepers. I remember that bit in the Bible when
downloaded
Jesus said
Jesus
to the
Christ.
sick, do the world a favor and let me finish you off. You don't even control Jesus for most of it, which is even more disappointing.
Imagine a
Instead,
modern
you play
Bible
as
where he
Judas, you know, the guy from
talks
the Beatles
about
song written by
piracy.
Paul McCartney and Jonathan Lanoon. Hey Jude.
Yes.
I mean, if you like the idea of killing sheep with the stars of Bethlehem or pulling the hearts out of non-believers because that will make them join your religion, then by all means, illegally download the game and see for yourself. But it's just a bit too wishy-washy for me. There's not much going
Right,
on
and
here.
then
And
this
this Lazarus boss fight,
goes into the
impossible. I
peace
swear
pile.
to Jesus Christ, otherwise known as God Jr., that it isn't possible. Whenever you try to get behind him to attack during this phase of the fight where he's invincible from the front,
This one,
he always gets multiple hits in or
it's
speeds off
kind
towards
of
you before you can
difficult to
even get
show
away
this
safely.
off.
And you will die. Oh, stop being such a... Oh, wait. I'm Jesus. I can't swear.
It works
Stop
very
being
nice.
such a... twat.
Alright, a bag of 12.
Here is Pathway to Jesus on the other side.
Incredible power, entrusted with a force that can open anywhere in the world. Powered by the Bible, it also opens pathways to the past.
Yep, I'm gonna need some help with this pod. Okay, we all learned a very valuable lesson today, and we're all better people for it. So yes, you heard that right. This is a video game where you pilot a time-traveling spaceship powered by a Bible that is searching for Jesus F. Christ. And on your mobile phone, no less. I always wanted to finish a phone call to my granddad's funeral
For
director.
the priest to tear out
and
my
then hop on
heart next time
Bible
I
spaceship
end
game.
up
Suddenly
near a
the ship
church.
crashes because, I
Churches
don't
are
know, maybe because the controls have been left with
difficult
a goddamn chip, and
places.
we wake up in this very strange
You need to
place.
have a high
Swipe around
level
the screen
to
to
enter
move,
them.
head for the exit, and
One time a priest like entered our house and just started insulting us because we were on some list that he had,
solely been designed for the
and he
kiddie
just
winks so they can
assumed that
easily
we
get their
were
daily dose of the man in the
like a
bathrobe.
non-Christian
To be fair, though, it
family.
isn't awful. It looks fine enough and it has decent production
and by
values,
that I
but
mean
what are
like
we
my
doing all this
family,
for?
not me.
Where and when we are.
And
This is Bethlehem.
he just
on the
like
night
completely
Jesus
treated
was
us
born.
like
Wait,
shit.
how did we time travel to the birth of Jesus? It didn't happen.
Though our airship crashed and our team
Okay, I'm trying to focus on what's left here to do.
this moment to show us something incredible.
Yeah, you hear that, kids? If your
But
spaceship
yeah,
crashes and you don't know if anybody is left alive,
like you
screw
wouldn't
them, it
expect
doesn't
someone
matter,
to
because God
speak
made
to you
you
this
crash
way in
so
your
that
own
you could
house.
see his snotty
It
little
was so
son, and that's more important than finding your
fucked
dying
up.
friends.
The Spirit of God descended on him like a dove,
same.
and a voice from heaven spoke on him, saying, "This is my son, whom I love."
And that's why I'm going to let him die on a big wooden stick. Okay, I take it back. This game isn't that good at all. It's actually a little bit... I
heard something. You're not
And like assume that like we really were like
completely broken.
being
Just
visited
check
for
out
the
this
first
AI
time.
here.
I heard something.
Would speaking to them this way really be
Who's
the
there?
right thing to do in this situation?
Do you just not like gingers? Is that what this is? Oh, and you'd think I wouldn't complain about the controls here when all you do is swipe the screen. But man, it is non-stop. You swipe for every single individual space you need to move. After a while, it kills your finger. It's just constant rubbing. I feel like Jesus is
Like bishops are so much better.
Only 12 when he was teaching in the temple.
Wow.
Was a
Kids
Christian
really
one until a
can do
year
amazing
ago.
things.
Yeah, kids, I know you don't
Did
want
they
to
hide
tidy
it
your
that
room
well?
or wash a plate, but feel free to teach Christianity. You don't even need to do your homework. It's fine.
God can work any problem for good. I have the hope that he will do just that in this situation.
Sweet! He'll finish the game for me then. And I think he might actually have to because I can't go any further. I distract this guy with the only rock available, which means I have no more rocks to distract this guy, and I physically can't continue. Hey! What do I do? Where do I go? I can't move! Help me, Squeezy Jeezy. Wait a second, why am I playing this? I'm the son of G. I can do whatever I want. I'm hungry. I want free food.
Right.
Yes!
Hi, boy. Welcome to the Beefy Boys. How can I help?
Hi, yeah, I came back to
This is
save
like
you from
another
sin.
like
I want a
weird
burger.
sponsored
Actually, no, scratch that. I
segment.
want
No,
two.
it was just him being weird in
Come on in,
public.
it's you. Come on. Yeah, it's me.
Right, every Friday, I thought
Someone
everyone
gets
else
it.
had to do the
Finally.
same.
Thank you very much. Dying for a burger.
Yeah, I don't think that's just you being dumb. I just,
Congratulations, it's a boy.
as a kid, you
Right.
just don't know
Sit
any
me
better,
down and give me all your
and
meat.
that's what they,
Okay, thank
that's
you.
what they count on.
They think I'm Jesus, but I'm actually not. Okay then, guys, here you go. Here's your table.
Alright.
Actually, can I go to the kitchen instead?
Fucking, I remember one
I need to
time
bless
in
it. Oh, that
grade
smells great.
school,
You mind if I add my own thing?
my like religious education teacher just started talking about Okay, you're not gonna believe this, but they started talking about My Little Pony porn and just explaining to us why that's a bad thing.
Hey, look, vegans!
I just want you to think about that in a school environment setting.
Miracles of Jesus for Windows 95. If you want eternal salvation in heaven, all you need is 32 megabytes of RAM. And thus Jesus said unto his disciples,
Many of
it
these-
is better to set the system
5.
color depth to 256. Yes. Oh,
What?
no. We boot the game up and I'm in
I'm
love with
serious,
the fact that
dude.
Jesus'
Like, I had
corpse
no
is the
idea
mouse
what
pointer.
they were
I
even
love it. And
talking
let's
about
begin
at
our
the
path
time.
to heaven with some puzzles.
We had one kid in class who was like, you know, but it never came up like that.
Shit, man, this music is banging. Where can I get the album?
I didn't know Jesus grew up in the projects.
First off, there's this painting game, and I made my own masterpiece that I call Leprosy Babe. Then there's Spot the Difference, and if you get it wrong too many times,
And then
burn in hell, I don't know.
in high school, had this
finally, there's
fucking
these jigsaws
creepy
to
guy
solve,
as
where
as
every
our
finished piece makes a lovely
teacher.
noise
Like
that
he was
sounds
a
like
priest,
Satan's
and
I've
he
heard
kept
pap
talking
smear's more pleasant
about
than this. What I
the
find
eventual
interesting, though,
time
is that
where we
these
will
are
be
the only
reproducing.
games on this disc, and they are all
And
memory
it made
games. Remember
everyone
what the
so
right colours are for
uncomfortable that
painting,
like
remember
we
what was different
went
about
as a
the original
class to
picture,
the
also that the kids
principal
playing can
with a
train their
request to have
stupid
someone
pea
else.
brains to remember as much holy scripture as possible.
It was weird, dude.
Hey, I know that
I can't even
sounds
begin to
cynical, but
describe
none of the
it, and
games
I'm
I've played so far
distracted
had an
right now,
entire
but I
section
could go on a
dedicated
like
to
10-minute
just
tangent
reading
about that.
prayers at you. Oh, a prayer before going to sleep in case we don't wake up. How sweet.
I want to pray for those who have no shelter, that you protect them and keep
Kind
them
of,
from
kind of an
harm.
annoying little section to do
I come
here.
to your presence and pray for the people who are suffering from illness. You are the healer, Lord. Heal
Sorry
their
you can't. I
wounds,
keep like
cure
doing
their
this here
illness.
because it's
Oh,
easier
that's
for
good.
me
I guess you
to
won't need hospitals then.
put
Guide
these
me,
together.
Lord, throughout this night and in the days to come.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool.
Bitch! Okay, time to head off to my favorite biblical game, Information. And let's check out some of the characters of the Bible.
I remember
Oh,
crying the
wow.
first time I learned
I
about
didn't know
reproduction in
Pavarotti
school.
was in it. And by the
They
way,
didn't even
Joseph, you
teach
could
us that
really
in
do with a
school because it
haircut.
was too
And
taboo
David,
of a topic.
You could do with a new
in,
face. Hang on, where's Mary?
this
Why isn't she a main character in
country for
Jesus' life?
Catholics.
Well, I guess she didn't do too much. She only birthed him. Right, fine then. Let's...
This is 5,
Let's
okay.
go and see what weapons is. Joy to the world, I did come. Time to check out the word of God now. What does
They
he
were
say
like, we
about
can't
wisdom?
let kids.
What is wisdom?
We can't let
I
kids
don't
know what sex
okay, then
is.
how about
That would make
obedience?
them
He
think
who
it's
does
normal.
not love God and does not keep his
We have
word
to be
is in
weird
for
about it,
eternal
so they talk
damnation.
about it all the time.
So you're saying I need
Wait,
to
so
be
this goes
gay?
on the
And finally,
inside?
we
But
have
what?
the story, the main event of this ancient holy
Really?
artifact.
This goes on the
From
inside?
Windows 95. And don't let the horrifying Silent Hill rusted text put you off. This is simply a very basic retelling of the life of Jesus without any interactivity.
I have to
and
deal
that's
with that
it.
insanity, yeah.
Play Miracles of Jesus
God.
right now. The game critics all over the world are saying you can buy it if you want. Yeah, I thought this was going to be one of those like Disney
I made it
storybook
made
games,
them
but with
too
added
small.
smiting. And no, it's just a boring narration telling you things that Jesus did, and apparently the narrator can't even read.
But he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees come to the baptism.
Oh boy, oh no, Jesus, stop it! No, to put that back on, what are you doing? No!
Angels came.
Okay, to be fair, there is this one awesome bit where you do safe
Right.
cracking with Jesus, but aside from that, I've got nothing to add. It doesn't even finish the story at the crucifixion. You know, the best bit just stops right here as he gets
Oh
taken
no,
away
this
after
is
being
the
caught
outer
kissing a
side.
man
It just
in a
looks
forest
like
because
this
it was
because of the
illegal back
lines.
then. Luckily, the voice
Right.
acting is easily my favorite thing.
This is my beloved son, with whom I am well pleased.
Yeah, did you hear that? God's well pleased with his son, yeah? He's well good, isn't it? You're right, proper lad. I'm God, I'm well pleased with my son. Well pleased. My
Promise
favourite
that I learned
person.
about sex because of My Little Pony when I was too young. I don't.
Yeah, come on. we're
Yeah,
gonna
I
get
don't
some
like the
ice
implications
cream.
of that
Find some
either.
boys.
Turn away from your sins and baptize yourself.
Internet is fucked, man.
Go away.
If you are the son
God,
of
I just The more I do this, the more I just think about food. I just want to make like a giant, disgusting burger and just eat it in 2 minutes.
But by every word that comes from the mouth of God.
So what you're saying is you can't do it.
If you are the Son of God, cast thyself down. And please stop my tail from coming out of my stomach.
At the end of it all, though, Miracles
This
of
goes
Jesus
where?
does
Oh,
show
this
off my
might be an
personal
antenna.
favourite miracle he ever pulled off. The time when he found the fire exit. By the way, if any of you out there are genuinely worried that I'll be damned to hell for all eternity for making this video, don't worry. I was christened, so I get a free pass. Next up, we have this special little gem known as the U
Just go and get a
Testament, game
McDonald's.
about Jesus
It's
made
like
by a guy called M. Dickey, who is
11
infamous
in the
around internet
morning.
for making the worst things.
What am I saying? 11 in the evening.
The game starts off with a character creator, and
I should address this
I am not
because
changing
I
anything
always
about it.
watch
Welcome to
back
Planet
my
Earth,
streams
Sid
and I
Harper.
feel
And here is what
stupid
the
because I
cutscenes look
often
like.
say one thing when I think the other. And I don't know why it happens. I guess
I wish Dad
I
was
just
here
was
to
never
see this.
used to speaking so much, and
The game follows your
I
journey
just
to
fucking
meet Jesus
completely lose
Christ
my
and
train
become
of
besties
thought in
with
the
him.
middle.
But first we need to get baptized, which ends up not happening because
Maybe
we're
I'm
told
just
we're a
dumb,
fool,
who knows?
and then
It's also a
look at that! Oh,
possibility.
look, the quality just got worse. Good. And then this woman appears,
My
claiming
child
to be
will
God,
be-
but we know that isn't possible because women can't do anything. And by the way, those cutscenes, yeah, I'm not doing anything to them. They just run like that.
This
at 3
could
frames
be-
a second. If my
I'm not sure, I wasn't
3090
paying
can't
attention, I
run
don't
this
remember what
beast,
that,
we are beyond saving. I guess we're dealing with a bit of a
if that's in that game.
So this
So you
fake
can't
god
really hear,
over
but
here,
this makes
she's
a nice
so
like
fake that as soon as she
mechanical
stops
sound now.
speaking,
Now that
the
this
entire
stopper
village
is
of
in
bug-eyed
place.
freaks all rush at her to beat her to the ground. But I don't join in.
Yeah, that happens.
I watch instead. Can I
No.
borrow some of your toilet roll? We run off somewhere
I just
else
feel
and
kind
lo
of
and
bad because I
behold,
feel
there
like
he is, Mr. Christ
I should be
himself.
saying
Yes,
more
I
than
know
I
he
am.
looks like an alcoholic bricklayer, but trust me,
you
it's
know.
definitely him. And at this point, all we have
As
to do
long
is
as we're
follow
having
him
fun,
and
that's all that matters.
watch stuff happen.
And other
Yeah, that's
stupid
it. Map
shit
tells
like
us where
that.
to go, we find him. Map tells us he's moved somewhere else, we find him. Map tells us he's moved somewhere else, we find him. This is
I'm
as
not
much
sure
fun
why
as a
that we
Dick
get so many
Veruca.
of
And
these,
every
like,
time
window
we find him, he
pieces.
gives us a new wisdom. A man cannot live by bread alone,
Oh, there's this
only
here
by
too.
the energy that makes it bread in the first place. What? Wheat? If anything, I just wish that more interesting stuff happened here because nothing
It's very
really
hard to speak your
does.
thoughts if you
Aside from
are
the
not,
time
like,
I got
talkative
fed up and
vocal.
decided to beat Jesus, at which point he said, "Touch me
Yeah,
again and I'll
probably.
kill you." Jesus loves me, this I know. What's that, father of Christianity? Professor
Yeah, I'm not very
Peace,
talkative,
Mr. Goodwill
IRL,
toward
you
men?
probably
You'll
can
kill
tell.
me, will you? Well,
One of the
we'll see
reasons that I
about
started
that. To be
streaming
fair,
even in
I
the first
suppose
place was
I was
to
meant to be touched
improve
by
my
Jesus and not the other way around. But
speech
come on, man,
patterns,
do you really think
which
you
I
can
think
kill
it did.
whoever you
Like
want?
watching my older
Something that I
streams
do actually
has
like a little
been
bit are the loading screens in between each
has been
area. They give
able
you
to show me
spiritual
that
quotes
I
about
have
the life of
made
Jesus from
at least a
famous
little
religious figures,
advancement in
including
terms of
Mahatma
that.
Gandhi, the Prophet Muhammad, Pharrell Williams, Jay-Z,
Is this
Bruce
even the
Lee,
right
Oprah
piece? I think
Winfrey,
this is
Jimi
too long.
Hendrix,
No, I need
Obi-Wan Kenobi, Tupac, Kanye West,
This
Eminem,
and this
Osama
other
bin
one
Laden,
here.
and
Jesus, you can't choose me. And then a 2x1.
Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden! Well, I suppose we did manage to find him, and nobody's found Jesus yet, so... Oh no, his name popped up and he made everything go pink. Silly bin Laden. By the way, on the character creation screen, you can make some absolute freaks of nature. Let me tell
MDK
you,
games
like
are so
Peter,
good.
the 33-year-old, 1 foot tall,
Though
fat
Hard
and
Time is
angry
still my
old man.
favorite.
I don't have a small wang, it's proportionally very big.
And then there's Elijah, the 11-foot-tall, topless, bearded woman with a receding hairline. Now, I know there's a few of
We're
you out
doing
there
pretty
that
well.
like
We're
getting
almost
stepped on, but
halfway
is
through
too
this
much?
book.
Do you consider it a challenge? Do you need to conquer Mount Everest? But hey, at least I know
But that
if
makes
I
me
wanna
worry
get to
how
heaven,
much
all I
time
gotta
the
do is fly a plane
actual
into a
level
building.
part
And
is
I'm not
going to
suggesting
take.
anything here, but Osama did run away and hide in a cave, and Jesus was resurrected and walked out of a cave. I'm not saying he's Jesus, but...
New gang talk.
Here is Secrets of Jesus, and there is Jesus telling us a secret. But keep it to yourself, because the policeman's after him. Hey, do you want to see the scariest thing of all time?
Ouch.
I love this artwork. It's the angriest hushing face I've ever seen. Why does Jesus look so intimidating? It's like
I
a
might
caught him in
have the shell
church
of the
touching
TV
kids. Wait a
somewhat
minute. Here are
finished
some of
soon,
the Steam
although probably
achievements.
we'll
Jesus
need
gets
to put in the
assassinated.
level
Jesus is
first before we
ticklish
can
and
close this up.
piss. And here we are, the title screen, The Secrets
Okay.
of Jesus.
What's over here? Alright.
The game starts off in Italy, where a lonely fisherman can't catch any fish, so then he starts whinging about having pizza again, and then starts complaining about his weight, and then, oh Jesus, Lord in heaven, please don't make me eat pizza again. I'm
Only if
praying
yes
to
is
the
what's
Almighty God,
heaven.
please don't make me eat pizza again. Please do not make me eat Domino's again. So then the angels say, fine,
The
shut up,
greatest.
and God himself hands
The
him a
greatest
message
Jesus
in a
of all
bottle
time
that
is
reads,
Cheddar,
don't get too excited, there's
who
nothing
is
actually
actually the
useful in this
ruler of
message,
hell.
but have you heard of a man named Jesus? Immediately we forget the plight of the starving fish man and end up in Jesus'
By the way,
crib. And guess
anyone
what?
else had this
He
problem
won't
as a
stop
kid where they
bitching
just
either.
had
I
no
don't like
brown
my house.
Legos
I can't
ever?
sleep. My neck hurts. I have OCD. Just get to the point already. Look, here's Mary doing something weird with her arm legs. Let's give her a pat.
Let's see if I can make this from memory.
Good boy.
Oh god,
Surprise!
this
For
is
God's
this is
sake,
already a
Jesus!
problem. Okay, this, and then two of these.
Where's the Writer's Nobel Prize? Secrets of Jesus is boring. There is so much talking in this damn thing. I know point-and-click games tend to
Here
be a bit
and
talky, but no
here.
joke, this is mostly dialogue. Absolutely insipid
Just swap
dialogue
these
that
around
doesn't
so
mean
it
anything,
fits.
explain anything, contribute to the plot. It's like walking into someone else's
And
text
here.
messages from the year
There
30
we go.
AD. Well, at the very least, Jesus does give us a bit of the look.
Nice.
He goes around the town being so high and mighty, it makes
Never
me
had
sick.
Legos,
He
if
finds
that
an old
counts.
man, demands his name, and then when he asks for Jesus' name in return, he replies, "Don't worry, simpleton, you can't pronounce it anyway." He disturbs the home of a naked woman, demands that she come outside because he's going to heal people. She says no thanks because I'm, you know, naked. And he says back to her that if she comes out right now, he'll use his powers to enlarge some of her. Even candles are beneath this man. Who does he think he is? The son of God? I'm
Oh,
the
okay.
light. Candles are useless compared to me. Well,
Where is
okay then,
this?
Mr. Big Shot. If you're so bright and wonderful, you can be my hallway lamp. Oh no, what's this now? Jesus Christ himself refuses to
Give
carry
me a
on
second, I
walking
need to
forward
find
on this
this.
path because there are 2 rabbits in the way. What kind of messiah are you? Clicking around, clicking around, clicking around. I have no idea what I'm doing. Can't go this way, can't go that way, can't pick this up, can't pick that up. Ruin this person's day, ruin that person's day. Shall I jump?
Yes.
Do you want to know what the name of the next game is?
Jesus in space? Jesus in space? This will look perfect on my desktop next to Manhunt 2. Stardate 9/10/18, somewhere in the Alpha Gamer system. Christians aboard the Starship Tarsus are on a mission to...
Oh man, let me guess. A mission to save an entire planet's ecosystem? A mission to end a centuries-long war? A mission to rescue a captured galactic diplomat?
A mission to share the gospel.
Hyperdrive. Check. Bibles? Check.
Sorry, dude.
Did I miss a
Bibles
bag
aren't gonna
or
save you
something?
From your own hair growing out of your eye. This is Stu Dent, and he's a lovable little Christian boy
What's
whose
going
sole
on
mission
here?
is to explore other planets and share.
Oh, I get it!
And share the good word of Jesus
Oh.
with aliens. Sadly, you never get to see Jesus in space in. Jesus in space, but it's okay. Instead, you get to see Humpty Dumpty. Oh, and they also have this robot dressed as a Sunday school teacher.
Wow, Shellbot. Is that a new hair hologram you're wearing? Nice.
I would take you out back, but luckily for you,
Still looking, by the
thou
way.
shalt not covet thy robot ass.
By the way, look at this picture. I've never seen a game screenshot where absolutely nothing looks like it belongs together, and I love it. All of a sudden, we get an extreme close-up of sunburned Buzz Lightyear, and then we're attacked by asteroids! Oh no! But don't worry, if you don't want to do it, you can skip every single minigame if you want with this little menu up here. You can't lock out the gospel of Jesus behind a difficulty wall. I do recommend that you do that anyway, though, because otherwise you'll be stuck listening to these noises whenever you do anything right.
Nice shot, Stu.
Not
nice
in any
shot,
of
Stu.
them.
Nice shot, Stu. Nice shot, Stu.
Oh, and one more thing. Shut up!
Okay, right, so here are 3 missions we need to do, and Stu Dent is very excited about them. Jeez, Gromit! And to be honest, I'm very curious how they're going to tell the baptism of Jesus Christ in space. Well, this is how. By explaining it with a fish priest. But little do they know, at my primary school, this is what all my vicars looked like. Just like with that
Alright.
fluffy game from earlier, we need to fill in blank
We'll
parts
have
of a
to do
sentence
this at
with
the
our
end
own
or
word.
something.
But
I
woefully,
can
we only
find
get to
it.
swap between a small number of sensible suggestions, making
For
this whole
now.
thing not fun at all.
Rushing time.
Well, to be fair, the way the robot says reef does make it all worth it.
Reef, 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 reef.
Get it. I haven't seen a piece
Then we
like
need to
that
decorate an underwater
anywhere.
scene to show off what we learned
It
about
just
the baptism
comes
of Jesus.
out
Oh my
here.
god, there's a shipwreck! All the cargo everywhere! So many innocent lives are dead! What caused this?
Where's my headset?
There's also a three-eyed crab up there in immense pain. Let's have a look at one last mission before we move on, though. The Last Supper and... foot washing? I didn't know Jesus was into that. And who is going to teach us about the time that Jesus opened a spa? Well, this guy's going to teach us. Chief Whack-A-Mac with his... Oh no. He's going to be offensive, isn't he?
You tell Chief Whack-A-Mac, is good or no good? Okie dokie?
Yep, he is.
Squishy Jesus.
Now this minigame is toss. What they want you to do is say if the robot here is
I don't
right
even
or
see it
wrong
in
when he
this-
tries to remember a Bible verse that he acts out. If you know it, you carry on. If you don't, you electrocute a child.
Yeah, that's just how I remember my church. Get it right or you die.
In fact, this kid is so desperate to meet his maker, he even made this device, named it after himself, and positioned it directly above him. You know, just in case he gets an answer wrong. Oh no, silly me, what a mistake I made. You better shock me then. I'm a sinner that needs to be punished, sir. He clearly enjoys it, and who am I to tell him he's wrong? But just like his crotch, I'm
Alright, back
disappointed
for
and
team.
concerned. So the lesson we learned today is that John the Baptist was a mutant fish man, and everyone in the Call of Cthulhu was right.
I'm not sure I can take much more of this shit, so I've only got enough energy left for one more game. What are we ending this pilgrimage on? Jesus in the
There it is.
This game begins with... and then... where am I? What am I doing? Who are you? Why are there Christian Facebook mingling me? I think Jesus is pretty Jesus. I don't think I've ever been this confused jumping into anything in my life. What am I supposed to make of any of this? The red pill? The red pill? Are you telling me I need to take the red pill to believe in Jesus and earn everlasting life in heaven?
Hang on
I
one
thought it was
second
just so
again.
you could vote for Trump. You there! Yes,
Maybe I
frightening
can't
woman?
Why are you hiding from the Lord?
Excellent question, and I don't know, but maybe it's because he's scaring me with billboards trying to get me to buy his merch from owmyhandshurt.com. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Actually, do you know what these things are? They are not subliminal billboard ads. They're cards, and they're a core part of the game. Cards, according to the website, penetrate into the lives of men and crushes the fetters of the lies, brackets, of the Matrix, asterisk, 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 so that anyone who has understood and accepted Jesus' sacrifice can freely see and breathe. What's that? That didn't make any damn sense to you whatsoever? Good, because the whole game doesn't either. But then again, why am I trying to find sense in this when the website also says the target of this game is that it creates a community where everyone can express their opinions, beliefs, or conclusions, but then also says 5 seconds later that the most important event in the universe was the death of Jesus Christ on the cross, so your opinion is wrong.
Now, I know you're all dying to know. How do you play Jesus in the Matrix? Jesus in the Matrix!
And after a very long time of me just running around in circles wondering if this was my punishment after I died in real life, I ended up figuring out that all of these floating red pills here are opposite to these blank cards. And to beat the game, you need to fill all of them in with the correct words in each part of certain Bible scripture to make the card light up. And according to this lady that I found in a
Yeah, I got nothing.
greenhouse?
The more messages you make visible to
Jesus
non-believers,
metaverse.
the more people will choose to leave the
I have no
Matrix.
idea
You
where
heard
that one
that right.
piece went.
If you don't believe
I
in the
didn't
Almighty,
even see it roll
you are
away.
living in the Matrix, and the only way to get out of the Matrix is to click on the correct word. Or you can say, sod all of that and follow these people running off towards damnation. And just look at how excited they are. They're the only people in this whole game actively running. They are so hyped for hell that
Distant
they are
rattle of
sprinting
Lego.
to it. Kick ass, I want to go and see. Oh, well, hell looks a lot like the place I just came from.
If you hear my voice and open the door, I will come in and we will have dinner together.
This is terrifying. Is this game a joke? Is it taking the piss? I actually can't tell. If this is all supposed to convince me not to go to hell, it isn't working, so off I go. Whee! Oh Christ! Oh my fucking Jesus, Mother and fucking Mary and God's fucking pants! Get me out of here right fucking now! Help! And I trapped myself in the game forever. Yep, I'm stuck. I can't kill myself, I can't respawn, I'm just stuck. But hey, I did kill Satan because I found his one single weakness. Draw distance. My favorite thing about this whole situation, though, is that absolutely nothing in this game can kill me. Not warfare, not heights, not lava, not even the devil himself. But getting a Bible verse incorrect does kill me. Bye, Morpheus! See you next week! And I know what you're all thinking. Where is Jesus in the Matrix? Yep, there he is. Hi, Jesus. He died for our sins, and now he's stuck in the Matrix with Agent Smith. And if you ever had any doubt in your mind if Jesus ever existed, well, Jesus is so real that you can walk right through him. Hey guys, do you like my new haircut? It's really smelly. And now, I'm sure that you've all heard of the Trojan horse. But have you all heard of the Trojan crucifix? If you're interested, Jesus Christ is still on display in the Matrix at the London Zoo for a limited time only, so don't delay, get your tickets today. London Zoo. We have animals and a dead hairy man. Yeah, I think I'm just about done here. What a trip that was. And there we go. I hope you enjoyed this video from me this holiday season, and whatever you celebrate this time of year, I hope you enjoy it. It's been a miserable couple of years for everybody, so don't take your loved ones for granted, have as much fun with them as you possibly can, and don't forget, if you do celebrate Christmas, please make sure that you are the best, good, and loving Christians you can be. You know, just like Goofy, when he found out about his son's preferences and was abundantly supportive and accepting towards him. Maxie, we don't want any queers in this house! Actually, don't be like Goofy. Goofy's a twat. And you know who I am? I am Jesus Christ. This is an actual real game on Steam that hasn't been released yet. But my boy, I am so glad that the world of Jesus games isn't going away anytime soon. Let's check it out!
An angel of the Lord appeared and said, Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take Mary home as your wife, because what is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit.
This game is gonna kill me!
Not sure what we're building. Looks like the corner piece for the TV or something.
Hello, my son.
Oh, Jesus, it's the real Jesus.
You've been a very naughty boy, haven't you?
Oh, come on, it was just a joke.
Oh, aha, aha, aha. Do you know what my favorite joke is?
I don't care.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You're going to hell. Bye.
Wait, no, stop it. No, I didn't mean, no, please don't do that. Please get your stupid smelly fingers off me. Get away. What have you been eating? You've been having casserole. What is that? Get away. No, stop taking me. I don't want to go. I don't want you to go yet. Please stop. Please, no, please stop. You don't know what you're doing.
That's pretty late for me. Okay, fair enough.
Well, at least my body's on Amazon Prime.
Please subscribe and don't forget to.
I think I was gonna say Joseph
Follow me on
Joestar.
Instagram and Twitter because it's 8 AM in the morning as I record this, and I just got the video done, and I think I'm gonna cry if you don't follow me. Please follow me.
Alright, sure.
If you want to skip the introduction or you already know what an iceberg chart is, there will be a timestamp in the description. Timeline
smooth
split.
Pieces.
As noted in the official Hyrule Historia book, the Legend of Zelda franchise has a canonical timeline, which splits into 3 separate branches due to the events of Ocarina of Time. 2 of the timelines follow Link as an adult and as a child, in which he is successful in defeating Ganondorf. But the 3rd timeline only exists in a future where Link fails to defeat Ganondorf, and Hyrule falls into decline. Blue Cucco. As part of the long trading fetch quest that lets you obtain the Big Goron sword, you're given a blue Cucco named Kojiro, While many variations of the Cucco have appeared in the Zelda series, Kojiro is the only one that's blue.
Song of Storms Paradox. When you first learn the Song of Storms as an adult, the man who teaches it to you says it's been stuck in his head for 7 years after a child played it for him. But when you come back as a child, you realize you were the one who taught him the song, and that's the paradox. The Windmill Man taught Link the song as an adult, which Link in turn taught the Windmill Man as a child.
Dead Dampé. Dampé is the gravekeeper in Kakariko Village, and you meet him when Link is a child. At this point, Dampé is alive,
And
but
we put the
visiting him
last
as an
sticker
adult
on
reveals
this.
that he passed away during Link's 7-year absence. Beating him in a race is how you acquire the hookshot. Composer Brothers. The Composer Brothers are two ghosts named Flat and Sharp, and are also found in the Kakariko graveyard. Entering the tomb that they guard is where you
Legend
find
of Zelda
the
Manga
Sun
Sign I
Song,
gave to my mother
which they
because I
both
knew I wasn't
developed.
gonna read it anytime
Being
soon.
that they're two brothers adorned in red and green clothing,
Yeah, Legend of
and
Zelda
the fact
manga,
that
I
they both
didn't
have
even know
mustaches
those
have led
existed.
people to believe that this is a reference to Mario and Luigi. Speaking of Mario references,
Mario
Is
Portraits
it like its
in
own
Zelda's
story,
Room.
or is it
After
adapting a
infiltrating
story?
Hyrule Castle, if you go into first-person mode and look through the castle's
Alright, got
windows,
this.
you can see portraits of Mario characters adorning the walls. This is mostly just an Easter egg, but also serves as another tie between the Mario and Zelda series, of which there are many.
Poe Collector
this
is the
goes
guard
on
from
the
the child
back.
timeline. The guardhouse right next to the castle town gate contains a single guard in the child timeline. In the adult timeline, this same building contains the Poe Collector. Since pretty much all the other NPCs from Castletown are
It looks
gone
like
in
this
the
from
adult
the back.
timeline,
Actually,
it
a
would
really
make
cool
more sense
TV,
that this
all
guard would
things
have fled or
considered, like,
died as
even
well.
on its
But
own.
him and the Poe Collector inhabiting the same building
boy.
makes the connection between the two
We're
seen
getting
objects.
there. Getting to this.
Shark breaking the bars in the diving pool. In the lakeside lab at the bottom of the pool, you can see a
Is
shark
something I
through the
can
grate.
do?
In the original game, this shark is just a
In the
texture,
light?
but in the 3DS remake, it's actually modeled. Despite lots of speculation, there is sadly no way of breaking the bars to let it out. Faces in the flowers in Zelda's room. If you look closely at these flowers in the courtyard where you meet Zelda, the flowers kinda look like faces.
I'm gonna have such
It might be hard to
blisters on
see,
my
but they
fingers
sort of look like
after
squished
doing this.
baby heads.
Beating the Running Man. Just outside of Gerudo Fortress, there's a man who will challenge Link to race across Hyrule. Naturally, this would seem like a side quest that players would be able to complete for some sort of reward.
Goes like
But
this.
it actually is impossible to beat the Running Man.
And this is gonna be this.
Of course, this
stage,
never stopped
I'm
players
guessing.
from speculating on ways to beat him, with countless theories and guides being developed over years, with none of them being successful.
L is real in Dodongo's Cavern. If you've played Mario 64, you probably recognize this star statue from the courtyard of Peach's castle. It's an object that captured many players' imaginations, and there are countless theories as to what it means,
Okay,
with
and then
one of the
this
most
goes
popular
on
ones
here.
claiming that it says L is real
Based in the
2401.
Twilight Princess
Regardless
game,
of
and
what
that's
it
all
really
I know.
says, the same texture is used in Dodongo's Cavern on a
So
sign
maybe
that
something
says,
made to promote
Giant
that game?
Dead Dodongo. When it sees red, a new way to
That would
go
make
will be
sense.
open. Finding the Triforce.
Sounds cool though.
In pre-release builds of Ocarina of Time, the Triforce
I wonder
is
if that's
prominently
rare.
shown. While the pieces of the Triforce still exist and are intrinsically tied to Zelda, Ganondorf, and Link, the actual physical Triforce doesn't make an appearance outside of cutscenes. 3 out of the 4 previous Zelda games before Ocarina of Time allowed you to collect the Triforce, so it wasn't too unreasonable that players would expect to find it in Ocarina of Time. Like with many things on this iceberg, there were numerous rumors that circled around internet forums and schoolyards about where you could find the Triforce, all leading to nothing.
Talking skeleton
Okay.
inside the well.
Large
Okay, there are
gears
2 talking
here.
skeletons, one in the royal family's tomb and another in the bottom of the well. And if you interact with the skeleton in the well, Navi claims it's saying look for the Eye of Truth. Now, I honestly don't know why this is interesting in any way, as it's pretty easy to find this skeleton.
Islamic censorship. In the first release of Ocarina of Time, there were a few references to Islam in various areas of the game, which were removed in subsequent reprints. This crescent moon and star texture was used prominently in the game, which is associated with Islam. It was replaced with a more generic looking texture. More infamously, the music in the Fire
I'm thinking
Temple
these can
contained
go in
Islamic
all the way,
chanting.
but it doesn't look like they
Koji
can.
Kondo obtained the chanting sound effect from a sample library and inserted it into the Fire Temple music without considering its origin. The track that Koji Kondo used was simply titled Track 76 from Voice Spectral Volume 1 by Best Service. Track 76 was used in other games, including Kakuto Chojin Back Alley Brutal. The use of Track 76 in this game received a formal protest from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and they prompted Microsoft to withdraw and destroy all available copies of the game. You can find the original Fire Temple music quite easily on YouTube. I will link it in the description. Thankfully for Nintendo, they did not receive any sort of backlash for this, and the changes made in subsequent re-releases of Ocarina of Time were to avoid controversies like this, and the changes were not made in response to any sort of controversy.
Bloody St. Andrew's Cross. In the Shadow Temple, you can see two wooden beams with a pool of blood underneath, presumably used as a torture device, which is in line with the whole theme of the Shadow Temple. This is actually known as the St. Andrew's Cross.
Stop right here as well.
Crucified on X-shaped crucifix, due to deeming himself unworthy to be crucified in the same fashion as Jesus.
That even shows you a right and wrong way. Must be important.
Fetuses in Lakeside Lab. In the laboratory on Lake Hylia, there's a fish tank with these strange-looking things inside of it. They're probably meant to be developing fish eggs or something, but some people have interpreted them as
one is
fetuses.
wrong.
Missing Castletown folk. When visiting the town outside Hyrule Castle as a child, it's a bustling marketplace with multiple NPCs to talk to.
And this one is
In
wrong.
the adult timeline, most of these NPCs are gone or missing, and the marketplace is quite literally dead. Some players made the conclusion that the Redeads in the castle town were once townspeople themselves.
What are you making right now? I'm making the
Malon and Talon have necklaces
mechanism
that
for the
Bowser's
level
face from Mario.
scrolling, I'm pretty
Official
sure.
artwork of them proves that this was an intentional nod, on top of Talon and Ingo resembling Mario and Luigi respectively.
So this
Upside down
one's
Triforce
not
in the
right
Temple of
as
Time.
well.
In pre-release screenshots, there's an upside down Triforce above the Door of Time. I honestly have no idea what sort of significance this has, so I guess it was just something they were doing.
Triforce transition.
It's a bit
There's an unused warp
finicky,
transition that shows the Triforce flying onto the
honest.
screen, which can be activated with the Game Shark code.
Manual jump. Jumping in Ocarina of Time kind of works weirdly. Outside of combat, jumping happens automatically when running off a ledge. When Z-targeting, you can jump to the side or do a backflip, but you can't jump forwards. You kind of can when doing a jumping slash, but it's tied to using your sword
Wait a
rather than an A
second.
button. In the pre-release footage, you can see Link jumping forward while in combat, while activating his sword strike independently from it. This function is still in the release version
Okay,
of the
this is
game,
weird.
but can only be activated using
I need to look at these gears more closely.
Disc icon. When plugged into the Nintendo 64 disc drive, Ocarina of Time would have the word disc next
These
to the
don't
main
match
logo on the title
the
screen.
ones
This
that
never
I
came to
see
be
here.
since the planned expansion for Ocarina of Time was cancelled, but the disc icon can still be found within the ROM.
This is a
and you can
plus,
activate
this
it
is
in
fine.
the 1.0 release with the Game Shark
This
code.
one... Okay.
Ura is Master Quest. Ura Zelda was meant to be an expansion for Ocarina of Time, which would have included more difficult dungeons, but the same overworld story and characters. Ura Zelda itself was never released due to failure of the Nintendo 64 disc drive in Japan, but it was repurposed to become the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Master Quest. Master Quest was first released as a pre-order bonus for Wind Waker on the GameCube, but the Master Quest mode was unlockable in the 3DS remake to Ocarina of Time.
It's so weird.
All Darknuts are Gerudos. At the end of the Spirit Temple, Link fights an Iron Knuckle, which upon defeat is revealed
And
to be
these have
Nabooru.
to be on
You
the
can actually
same...
see her face underneath the helmet, but more interestingly, all other
the
Iron
same
Knuckles
level,
have
I
a Gerudo
guess?
texture underneath, but with chainmail surrounding their heads. Malon is an alcoholic. This is actually a Majora's Mask reference. So in the
Yeah,
final
it
hours of
works
Majora's
like-
Mask, you can see Cremia
works
give
this
Romani
way.
a Chateau Romani, which is an implied alcoholic beverage. Quote, according to Cremia and Romani, the properties of the Chateau Romani are so potent that children are not allowed to drink it under normal circumstances. I can only assume that since Romani and Cremia use Malon's model in Majora's Mask, the person making the iceberg might have got confused between the two. Forbidden Heart Container in Gerudo Fortress. In
This
Ocarina
goes
of
in the
Time, there are
second
36
one,
heart pieces
but on
that you
this
can obtain
side-
during normal gameplay. There is a 37th piece
So
of heart in
confusing.
the Gerudo Fortress, and it's located above the room where you're imprisoned if you were to be caught by the guards. However, this heart piece is
It's
only
like
here
it's a
during
plus
the
sign,
child
but
timeline.
only on one.
You're not normally supposed to even access the
On
Gerudo
one
Fortress as
side.
a child, but even if you do, getting to this room requires either cheats or some very specific glitches.
Okay.
Aria uses Mario 64 model format. This unused NPC is known as Aria, but her model is labeled as just object_human within the game's files. According to the small bit of text on the cutting
alcohol.
room floor, her model format is closer to Mario 64's model format as opposed to Ocarina of Time's. It's long been known that Ocarina of Time started development using Mario 64's engine, but as time went on, so many modifications were made to the engine that it was considered its own thing. Shigeru Miyamoto, the producer and supervisor of Ocarina of Time, said in a 1998 interview with Nintendo Power, quote, "We were using the Super Mario 64 engine for Zelda, but we had to make so many modifications to it that it's a different engine now. It took 3 or so years to make Zelda, and about half the time was spent on making the engine." Basically, all this is to say that Aria was created before the drastic changes to the Mario 64 engine were made, and she was left unused without her model format.
Sorry you
being
can't really
updated.
see what I'm doing. I'm going to
Ocarina
explain
of
this
Time
in a
has a lot of
second.
rooms that use pre-rendered backgrounds, meaning they're static images that Link
You can
NPCs,
see
items,
maybe
and
here.
data are
Let me
placed on
zoom
top
in.
of. There are a few pre-rendered backgrounds that didn't make it into the final game.
It shows
including
that
this hallway
these
that
have
was
to
found in
have
the
this
Nintendo
top
Giggle
gear
of
here,
2020.
as well
It
as
was
make this
likely
plus
an earlier
symbol.
version of the
And
Temple
if
of
it's
Time.
like this,
The
for some reason
columns
that's
and the
wrong.
sides bear resemblance to
And
even
this
an
is what
earlier
I've been
pre-rendering
doing here,
background
making
that
sure
has
this
the
is
nickname
correct.
Hall of Time. Talking door. There's a string of unused text that says, "Hi, I'm a talking door." There's no way to activate this
I wanna
during normal
see-
gameplay,
okay,
although it
it's
does
like
exist in one of the Master Quest test
here.
maps. Red
Yeah.
object and early tower
It's
area.
rotated in
There
a
are
way that
number of
it's
beta
only
screenshots
correct
of
in
Link and
one
Ganon's tower, but
rotation,
it's unclear
I guess.
what red object is being referred to. The closest thing we found was this object.
Okay,
near the wall
back
that is
14.
apparently meant to be its home. Ganon's Castle hub run. In an Iwata Asks interview, Shigeru Miyamoto revealed that at one point in development, Ocarina of Time would have had a similar format as Mario 64, as in, you'd have Ganon's
Oh,
Castle
it's
hub
this
world,
one.
and you could access the world through it. According to
Hope they're ready to make some tracks. Because oh boy, you make an entire conveyor belt with this.
I thought about putting in all kinds of adventures into different rooms, like making a dark meadow or an ocean, like in Princess Peach's
When did this
castle
get
in
here?
Mario
How did
64.
this?
In the worst case, Link wouldn't have been able to go outside the
How did-
castle.
This was
You
on
can
my
still sort of see
windowsill.
the remnants of this in the final game, where Ganon's castle has 6 different rooms.
I don't
all with
remember
different
putting
themes
it
built
there.
around the stages, that all stem
Okay.
from a central hub. Also, the interview once again shows how much shared history Ocarina of Time has with Mario 64.
Early
Back
Dodongo's
out.
Tavern Head. It's possible to clip into the mouth of the giant Dodongo head before it's open, although this trick is only viable in tool-assisted speedruns.
Well, I'm happy I found this at least. But I don't want to break it.
Early
so I
Zelda 64 music
insert this
wiped
into
from
the thing.
existence. I can only assume that this is referring to the Fire Temple music that was changed in later releases of the game. Navi's early functionality. Before the idea for Navi existed, Z-targeting was done with a simple triangle. The developers wanted to add
Okay.
a, quote, cute fairy
I
girl
almost
to
just
give it
dropped
some
this.
more flair. But that ended up not
Holy
being possible on the
fuck,
Nintendo
okay.
64.
Also, I just realized
So
this
they made the
is kind
fairy
of
into a
blocking
simple
the
ball of
camera.
light, originally called the Fairy
Alright.
Navigational System,
Put this
which
aside
was
for
just
now.
shown to Navi later on.
Let's make some tracks. This is all the same piece.
Religion Wars.
60.
The Legend of Zelda has always had Christian references, like Stone Tower Temple, based on the Tower of Babel, the Temple of Time, a Catholic church, and official artwork of Link straight up praying to Jesus on the cross. but as you would expect, this would have a negative response
the
from
one
the
with
media and
alcohol.
parents around the world.
Eggnog is
Nintendo
good.
didn't help the
It doesn't
situation
really
because
taste
they put
that
the crescent,
alcoholic.
a Muslim religious symbol, on all the things
I don't
that
think as
related to the
drinking
game.
it as a
It should be
kid,
pointed out that Nintendo
at least
has
a little
policy
of
for
it
not
was
putting religious
is
stuff
too
in
much
their
of a
games.
problem, to be honest.
So most of, if not all, Muslim imagery was not put in the game on purpose. Early
I do
Sky
like me
Tower
some
is
eggnog. I
adult-link
got some for my
purgatory.
birthday
There's a
actually.
beta image of
It was
Link on
like
a tower surrounded
caramel
by
flavored.
nothingness. This background looks very
Ooh.
similar to the file select screen, so this could possibly have been a placeholder for
So
the file select
cool.
background, but I'm not
No,
entirely
it actually is cool.
Unicorn Fountain's true use.
I'm
The
just
Unicorn Fountain
being
is a
dumb.
beta element that was seen before Ocarina of Time's release, and was allegedly where Link would have obtained sword beams.
I have to do this
This is actually
60
the first Zelda
times.
game where Link didn't have sword beams in any capacity, so it wasn't too unreasonable that players would have expected to find them somewhere in the game.
Hidden Wind Temple. Each of the
Sad thing
temples
about
that
this
adult
is I don't really
Link
have a
visits
place
corresponds a
to
specific stage,
put
except for
this
Rauru.
set
This led to rumors
in
about an
right now.
extra temple that
I
was
need
either
to
hidden in the game or suspected to
renovate
have
my
been cut
room,
from the game entirely.
and I don't really have the shelf space for
quest
this
status
at the
screen,
moment.
There's a Triforce in the middle
So
of
I'm
the
not sure what I'm gonna
battlefield,
do with
which
this.
led to rumors that you could not only find the Triforce, but use it somehow.
Leftover Ura functionality. Ura Zelda
Link
was
has
a planned
become
expansion
Catholic.
for Ocarina of Time that would have
Yeah,
used
what a
the Nintendo
coincidence.
64 disk drive. The commercial failure of the N64 disk drive in Japan led to Ura Zelda never being released. To make a comparison here, Sonic 3 being expanded
I also have a
with
long
Sonic and
video that I
Knuckles
could
is
put
what I
in
think of
after
first
this.
when it comes to old physical games getting expansions. Sonic 3 contains a lot of content that would later appear in Sonic and Knuckles.
It's
so
from
it
that
wouldn't be
one
too out
guy
of the
who was
question to expect
calling
that Ocarina
Thomas
of Time
characters
would
Chads.
retain some elements of Ura
But it's
Zelda.
actually a well put together video.
However, no such remnants are known to exist
Would
in
Jesus
Ocarina
play
of
The
Time's
Legend of
base
Zelda? I would
Reed
love it.
item. This
It would be like,
unused
this
reed
game
whistle would have been
is
used
really
to call
bad.
Epona, instead
Those
of playing
creatures from
Epona's song
Ganon
on
are
the
really
ocarina.
rad.
A 1998 screenshot shows Link using it. Marinda item in Kakariko Village. The Marinda item was shown in a pre-release ad wherein Link could obtain it
This
in
is hurting my
Kakariko Village.
fingers.
In the final
I can
game,
just
there
do it
isn't
from the
anything of
sides,
note
that's way
under this
easier.
tree, but as you can clearly see in this footage, players have been ravenously trying to obtain the Marinda soda for years. N-coins. Within some of the game's debug text, Skulltula tokens are referred to as N-coins, and there exist 4 unused models for the aforementioned coins. They match up with the colors of the 4 main types of rupees, so they were most likely some alternate form of currency.
Missing
N-coins.
townsfolk in early Castletown. Castletown
That's
went
something
through a
I'd
lot of changes
expect
as
in
development
Crash,
went
not in
on.
Zelda.
In super early screenshots, the town looked a lot different, seemingly being more open rather than having a fixed camera angle, like in the final game. As for missing townsfolk, as the town went through changes, NPCs inhabiting the town would have also changed. However, this iceberg may be referring to this build, which looks much closer to the final version. In this version of Castletown, the townspeople would actually greet Link as he walked by, saying hello in Japanese. This feature was removed
You could
entirely
easily get
from the
like 2
game,
or 3
as well
people
as this
to
unknown
build
NPC.
Different parts of this
Early
set,
low-poly NPCs.
and
A
you
bunch of
probably
NPC
could finish
models
this in like
exist in
4
Ocarina of
hours
Time.
or 3
Either
hours
earlier
even.
versions of existing NPCs or ones that were cut
You could
altogether. This
you could
model
split
design
up the jobs on
exemplifies
this.
how rudimentary these early models were, as it completely lacks textures. Running Man in Mario Sunshine. Il Pantissimo is an NPC character in Super Mario Sunshine who will race a player in various different levels, and beating him will win you Shine Sprite, of course. Him being one of the only humans
Wait,
in all of
what?
Isle Delfino is strange enough. But what's more interesting is that removing his mask will reveal that he bears a striking resemblance to the Running Man from Ocarina of Time.
Alright, how many of
Fitting
these do we
considering
have
what they
left?
both do.
4. Okay, 5 each.
The Aria apparition.
Oh my god,
So,
really?
to interject a bit of my own opinion here, which I've tried to limit in this video, I prefer to talk about things that are mostly factual in the sense that Ocarina of Time has enough mysteries and rumors surrounding it that you don't really need to make up new ones just for the sake of it. I know, trust me, I know how stupid it sounds to prefer one type of rumor to another, but in the case of the Aria apparition, it was a piece of lore written specifically for this iceberg image. I will read the article that comes from the Zelda 64
last
Conspiracy
one.
Wiki, and I will let you be the judge
Can you see
of
my
whether
fingers?
it's a genuinely cool
How red
rumor
they are?
or just a creepypasta.
I'm not sure if you can.
The Arya apparition.
You can kind of see at this angle.
Arya, the cut human NPC from Ocarina of Time, is not Hylian. He was made as a human.
Okay, and
has
now
special properties that
probably
not
the
other
shortest
Hylians
bag in
have
this
when passing on, as shown from
in
Dante,
this
who
instruction
turns
manual.
into a ghost. In the case of Arya, this is shown in a metaphysical way, as she reappears as a normal
By the way,
NPC,
as far as I
yet
can
in a
see,
way she
there's
is a ghost
21
who doesn't have
bags.
her final wishes completed, so she remains in the code. She has higher AI than any other NPC, due to the fact that her AI and the model spreads across 2 cartridges, Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time. Due to her model being corrupted and split across multiple cartridges, her face is missing, appearing to be skin tone within game, but red in a model viewer. The only way to spawn her is to cartridge swap Zelda Ocarina of Time version 1.0 with Mario 64 and put back Zelda Ocarina of Time in a certain spot in the game,
Alright,
in
so
Wet
this
Dry
is what we're
World in
doing.
Mario 64 and Kakariko Village in
This is
Ocarina
another
of Time,
one
which
of
is
these,
where her
okay.
model data can be
Fair
found
enough.
within the original game. She watches Link from afar,
Chunky
only
bag.
interacting with him in very arbitrary ways that can never be replicated on subsequent attempts. She wants to interact with Link
Do this
due to the
15
fact that
times
Link
for
in the
fun.
early prototypes was meant to help her in side quests,
At least they had the
all of
mercy
which we
to
do not know
conjoin
what
these,
were for.
so that's less
She is
snapping
seeming
together.
non-intrusive in most situations. In the rare occasions she does interact with a player, her text bubbles are slow and not at a set rate, as if the game, or her herself, is actively creating the text in real time. The player can seemingly interact with her with the use
That's
of
an
the N64
interesting
mic
thing
when the game
to
is
do,
tricked
I
into
guess.
thinking a compatible
Okay, this will
disc
go
has been
faster if I
inserted into a
separate these,
Nintendo
I think.
64 DD. Her memory only goes as far back as when the disc version of the game was in development, as if her memory was all written on the development disc. Since this disc is lost, her memory is read only on all cartridges, so no memory can be written back to her now. She is seemingly stuck in time within her
Oh
mind.
god, what the hell?
This may change when the disc prototypes of Zelda 64 are found again and used on all cartridges. Presence in the Forbidden build. After the 1.2197 build was compiled, a game designer at Nintendo died of a heart attack. This may explain why we didn't get the early Stalfos design. Nintendo had an empty old model they could insert their experimental AI into, so they put Arya's, the game designer, soul into the NPC.
Mario
It
is
was
spitting
very lifeless
facts
at this point in development because the environment
about
around it was very
the
eerie.
Arya apparition,
The AI became
or
very dark
whatever
and
he's talking
convoluted
about right now.
because it still resembled the death of a person who used to work at Nintendo.
I kinda skipped over
The AI had matured so much
this
by
one.
August that there was no longer a need for it. At that point, the developers forgot about the death of Arya, and they wanted to put it behind them. 4 stages of convolution. It has been discovered by Glitchy Yellow 64 that copies can have a weaker version of Arya based on the condition of the 64DD cartridge or period of development. Stage 1, empty and motionless. Stage 2, very convoluted and faceless. Stage
Okay,
3,
this should
less
go a little bit
convoluted and
faster
very
now.
social. Stage 4, removed from the game entirely. You guys still with me? At this point, I would like to also quickly go over some of the stuff at the very bottom of the iceberg. Zelda 64 was Ocarina of Time's working
I
title
appreciate not
earlier
using
on
the
in
scary
development,
music for
but obviously
the
this was changed
deepest
before the final release.
layer.
Zelda 64 on Nintendo
Mario rapping
64
of every
disc
single
drive
rumor about every
does
single
have some
Nintendo
credence
game.
to it. As we mentioned earlier, the planned expansion
It's like
called
just
Pura
Nintendo
Zelda
has had
was
enough.
meant to be used with the N64 disc drive, although the iceberg may be referring to Zelda 64 in a literal sense, implying that this early build was somehow planned for the Nintendo 64 disc drive.
Let's make this in batches, like this is a factory.
N64 DD was cancelled to keep Zelda 64 from the public, seems to corroborate this. I don't know if whoever wrote this was misinformed, but the N64 disc drive did release in Japan, although because it flopped pretty hard, it never got a worldwide release. Finally, N64 DD personalizes games is just another take on the every copy of Mario 64 is personalized meme that was highly circulated when the Mario 64 iceberg was at the peak of its popularity. While the N64DD actually could both read and write data onto the discs it used, I don't think I need to explain to you that this add-on doesn't affect Ocarina of Time in any way, since Ocarina of Time isn't compatible with the disk drive, nor is it able to be personalized. I know I'm being a complete buzzkill here, and honestly, if you don't like this section of the video, I won't hold it against you. It's just that I feel like my only other two options for talking about this stuff was either to embellish it as though it were real, or ignore it completely. So this is how I'm choosing to tackle it. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much. This is a video about a 20-year-old Zelda game. On with the rest of the video.
Dual-wielding bronze hammer upgrade. Little is known about this item, but from what I was able to find out, you would find these hammers in a grotto under a rock in the Lost Woods, and they would replace your Megaton hammer. Link would then dual-wield these epic things and swing them to deal devastating amounts of damage. But once again, not much is known, and honestly, we can't be too sure. Ganon only truly dies in version 1.0. The removal of blood and other sensitive imagery in the later versions of Ocarina of Time result in Ganondorf throwing up when you beat him, instead of coughing blood. Delivering the final blow to Ganon also results in green blood rather than red blood, leading to the idea that he only truly dies in these uncensored copies of the game. The ending still shows Ganondorf being sealed in the Sacred Realm either way, but the fact of the matter still remains. He only bleeds in
Epic
the original
things,
copy.
yeah. No, that. Maybe if I do it from the end, this isn't going to cause problems.
Finally, we're at the end of the video. This was another big undertaking to make, but I couldn't have done it without my co-host for today, Panic64, as well as Husuru, who helped write a lot of stuff for the script, and was kind enough to provide me with some of their notes. Please subscribe to both of them, as they absolutely deserve all the love and support you guys have given me on this channel. Of course, Chris Cube, Error0x404, and all the other members of the Discord server who helped in creating this iceberg need to be thanked, as this video couldn't exist without them. Sites like the cutting room floor, Zelda Dungeon, and a lot of miscellaneous beta footage uploads on YouTube also made this video possible. If you've stuck around for this whole video, including this outro, I can't thank you enough for watching. Liking, commenting, subscribing.
Much shorter than the others. Okay. I'll put in another tab. See this? Don't starve creepypastas.
If you remember, in my iceberg video, I briefly mentioned this masterpiece of a story, and today we'll be reading it to you. This all happened about a month ago and just remembered it. I will not be playing Don't Starve again until that thing is out of my game. I had finally survived until day 1000 after playing as Wilson. Entire rooms of food, loot, and armor. I was getting manure from my world savannah when I noticed something that wasn't
this is what Nintendo
there
workers
before.
had to do when the NES was
Long
first
piece
created.
of land going into the ocean made of
specially
wooden
made
tiles.
Nintendo TVs.
I assumed it was supposed to be a bridge and
I feel
followed
so sorry
it.
for
It took
them.
around 10 days in-game to get to the end. Why were you walking for
They
10
had to make
days?
these,
That's like 80 straight minutes of holding the
until
W key.
the
At the
NES
end was a small
servicing
island.
was
There
discontinued,
was a
which was
fire
a long
pit
time
and
actually.
divining rods surrounded by lumpy evergreens. I walked up to the pit and the divining rod started to talk. It said, "Say pal, things are going great for you. I got more knowledge in store if you want it." A yes or no option appeared. I assumed the person was Maxwell, and after seeing the Forbidden Knowledge video, I decided to click no. And that is the end of the story. He clicked the no option and then walked a full hour back to the camp, and that's the end. He's just a smart protagonist who knew better than to click the yes button. Wait a second. Why is there still a bunch of text left? Okay, so apparently, after deciding that this was not worth it at all, he spends an hour going back to his camp, then decides, you know what, I feel like wasting my time again, so I'm going to spend another hour walking back to the island and click the yes button. What is wrong with you? As expected, I got tricked. The voice said,
I got tricked.
you fall for it again. The screen went pitch black, and when it came up again, Wilson was in a room with none of his items and his beard shaved. A campfire was at embers. I tried to walk to the left, but it was just stone wall. Red text appeared saying, "Wilson, why dot you meet your new roommate? He has been waiting for you for some time now." Once the text went away, a set of glowing red eyes appeared across the campfire. Wilson started to hold his head like characters do when they go insane and kept repeating. And at this point I was disturbed, as it seemed a bit messed up for Don't Starve. The fire eventually burned out and my health was set to 1. Wilson kept saying his lines as a ticking clock was heard. Holy shit, this guy predicted Wanda like 8 years before she came out. It took 3 times before the voice said, "Time's up." I heard a scream through my headphones. Obviously of a live human. What do you mean, obviously? Who just hears a scream and goes, "Ah yes, this is obviously of a live human." No, shut up, no one talks like that. My game crashed and there was a new file on my desktop. It was a picture file with no name. I clicked on it and it was a picture of Wilson's mutilated dead body. Okay then. Plastered to the wall by a black substance I could only assume was nightmare fuel. I went back into the game on the same world. I was back at my camp. Thank God I don't have to spend 80 minutes walking back. It was dusk for roughly 5 seconds before it was night. And that's a very important detail I want you to remember, because we're gonna come back to that in a second. I made a fire as fast as I could, accidentally maxing it. A message appeared saying, "The crew no longer fears the light of day." A few seconds later, a roar sounded. I heard my 2 trap entrance go off. I got a torch and went to see what it was. You're on day 1000 and you're still using a torch. It was horrible. An emasculated black creature with demonic red eyes on 2 legs with large claws was just standing there. I examined it and Wilson said, I went back and got an amulet to kill it. It was morning, and it was still there, just watching. I wanted to see how strong it was before I tried to fight it, so I opened console and spawned in a Deerclops. This person, like they hear a scream in a video game, they're like, "Oh, obviously this is from a live human." New boss monster. It spawned in Deerclops. The crew waited about 20 hits, and you did as well, or so, before attacking the Deerclops, meaning it had a lot of health. I went back and decided I would just wait until it loses interest. I gave up after I was down to my last meaty stew after a good amount of days spent on the game. Every 20 days or You waited for every 20 days or so in the game. During that time, Wilson would say, and that is the end of the story. And unfortunately, people didn't think this was real. I'm not sure why they didn't believe him. Maybe they're just dumb. And they asked for proof, which, like, who asks for proof? And anyways, this was the last post from our god. He kinda just vanished after this. It isn't scary, you're not scary. People just
I love the
believe
instrument
him for
voices
some
too.
reason. I'm not sure why, but there was a very funny interaction though, at the very end of this thread. I don't like this creepypasta for a few reasons. 1. There's really no sense of pacing. 2. The night monster is Charlie, but I think this from when we didn't know. 3. The monster of this pasta to me doesn't look scary, but you did some things right, like having it not be Did you just sign into this site just to make this review?
Okay. Okay, I see. This was... Oh, wait a second. It's the easiest way to do this without breaking this. Okay. I'm gonna put on the other video. It's gonna be a bit different. Oh, wait, okay.
There's not a name in the world that screams the glory days of Steam so much
bit of a different
as
video.
Flying Scotsman. Britain's most beloved steam engine, and the most famous railway engine in the world. Every train fan has a book with Flying Scotsman in it, a model of it in some form, or at the very least opinions on the many events of her lifetime. Nothing brings train fans together more so than this bright green engine. It's hard to imagine a timeline without Flying Scotsman in it. But what if I told you that that timeline almost became a reality? I'm going to tell you all in excruciating detail the story of Flying Scotsman's ill-fated tour of the United States and how she almost
Holy
didn't
shit,
return
that
home.
moment. Hi, Netcurl. Just rejoin. I don't know if you've been here the entire time or not. I'm just curious, is all. It's a bit loud, hang on, I'll turn it down. No, okay.
Flying Scotsman is Britain's most beloved steam engine, and the most famous steam engine in the world. Why is this engine so famous, you ask? Well, for several reasons. First of all, she is the only surviving member of Sir Nigel Gresley's incredibly successful game-changing A3 class locomotive. Built as A1s and converted to A3s later on, the A1s were the first ever successful British Pacific and redefined what an express engine looks like to all people. The engine itself is also famous for it is named after the service, the Flying Scotsman, which ran daily from King's Cross to Edinburgh in Scotland and back.
What did I say during the song? I just asked if Neko was here the entire time.
It became the mascot engine for the LNER in all promotional material, which of course led to what
bag 16. This one's very small. Problem is I'm running out of space to put all this stuff and I'll have to put the
That's a
TV on
fact
the
that is
window.
still disputed to this
for the
day,
time
but
being.
regardless, she's famous for it.
And this conveyor
In
belt.
the early 1960s, British Railways
We'll have
announced
to go to the
modernization
side also.
to fully transition rail motors to diesel power. Once diesels and electrics were ready to take them over, steam engines were already switched on. And that, for most engines, is one fate, the cutter's torch. In 1962, British Railways announced their plans to scrap Flying Scotsman against much heavy public criticism. One man was not going to let that happen. A man by the name of Alan Pegler. Pegler was a businessman and worked for British Railways overseeing operations on the eastern region. He had an absolute fascination with Flying Scotsman, an obsession that started when he was just a boy, and he witnessed Flying Scotsman, brand spanking new at the time, at the 1924 British Empire Exhibition. He also played a huge role in preserving the Festiniog Railway in Wales in 1951. That's not at all related to this story at all, but it's worth mentioning as it's proof to show just how much this man loved steam engines. When the news of Scotsman's scrapping went public, Pegler stepped in and bought Flying Scotsman outright from British Railways. If it weren't for this man,
Is there
Flying
another
Scotsman
bag?
would not still be
16?
around
Hang on.
today. But ironically, also because of this man, Flying Scotsman may
course.
have also been lost forever, only 10 years later. But I'm
Adam
getting ahead of
Pegel.
myself. Pegler spent ungodly amounts of money restoring Flying Scotsman to her former glory at
Where do I
Doncaster.
put all this
British
stuff
Railways
in?
was very adamant about not letting steam run on their main lines at the time, but Pegler managed to persuade them a deal that was mutually beneficial, allowing Scotsman to haul special excursion trains. In the late 60s, Flying Scotsman was the only steam engine allowed on British Railways mainline metals, hauling rail tours. During this time, she was fitted with her rather famous second tender to carry extra water. In a sea of dirty, grimy, dark, smelly, loud, unfriendly, fume-coughing, gross diesels, this bright green steam engine of a happier bygone era was a really appealing sight to people. The rail tours proved to be monumentally successful, and Flying Scotsman continued its status as a common household name. During this time, Pegler got the idea to ride
I have
Scotsman's
to
success
make room
even
before I move
further
on.
and
We've
take
been
her
live
abroad.
for 7 hours.
On a big
Technically, that
tour
means I should
of
have
the
been done
United
by now.
States.
But you know,
Now you
happens.
see, as Pegler was not officially licensed as an engine driver, he was not allowed to legally drive Scotsman on the main line in Britain. But overseas, he could. The US was not as strict about that back then. All he had to do was figure out a way of getting her there. Now Pegler was a very persuasive
Oh no, the
man,
British.
and somehow, in 1969, he managed to gain support from Prime Minister Harold Wilson. Wilson's Labour Party government helped fund the tour, under the request that Pegler use the tour as a means of advertising British companies to North America. The tour was to be a trade show on rails, and the biggest names of the time signed up, including Lloyd Bank and the Royal Shakespeare Company. The news of England's most cherished steam engine going overseas was met with much criticism. Several opposed the idea,
Am I
and
feeling,
said that if Flying Scotsman
my
is
thumb
to go
hurts.
to
Other than
America,
that, I feel
she will
alright.
never return.
I'm
But
also kinda
Pegler
hungry.
was a dreamer, and still moved forward with his plan despite the criticism.
I'm worried
To run
about
in
the amount of
America,
these
Flying
duplicate
Scotsman
pieces
would need
over
some
here.
modifications. Railroad regulations in the States were very different from the UK. In the US, steam engines are required to be fitted with a chime steam whistle, a bell, Buckeye couplers, and a cowcatcher. So Scotsman was fitted with all of them. Her second water tender would also prove to be very useful in the long distances between cities in the States. She was also to go with a special rake of coaches. The train consisted of a regular plain Jane Mark I, 3 Thompson brakes and 2 Gresley brakes, 2 named Pullmans, and the very special Devon Bell observation coach at the tail end. The 5 brakes were all refitted into exhibition cars and had their windows covered up. These were not meant to carry passengers. They held the exhibits on Britain's companies that Pegler agreed to promote on this tour. The Mark I carried the crew and ran behind the engine with corridor connections through the tenders to the cab.
And wait for back
And the observation coach
16-3.
acted as a lounge and bar. The 2 Pullmans, named Isle of Thanet and Lydia, were not a part of the train for any touring purpose. These coaches had been used extensively during World War II by General Dwight D. Eisenhower. They were to be brought to the National Railroad Museum in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where they would be left to be displayed with the preserved A4 there, named Dwight D. Eisenhower after the former president himself. All the coaches were repainted into special Pullman liveries to match the 2 Pullmans.
This needs to go.
Everything was set. Alan Pegler was ready to take the Flying Scotsman
After you're done, you
on
should
her
celebrate
big
with double
2-year
online
long
dreams
United
cake.
States tour, from Boston, Massachusetts
should,
to Houston,
yeah.
Texas the first year, and around the West Coast and finishing at Green Bay, Wisconsin the second year. Here is the story of how he did it.
Oh yeah, this one is like copyrighted apparently, this song.
19th, 1969, British Railways
Isn't
delivered
that
Flying
nice?
Scotsman to the docks in Liverpool, where the ship, the Saxonia, awaited to collect her. 3 total ships were arranged to transport the whole consist. The coaches were all loaded first onto 2 other ships, while the Saxonia was prepped to carry the engine. At the crack of dawn the next day, loading of the engine commenced. The tenders were lifted first, and finally, the engine. On the morning of September 18th, Flying Scotsman's wheels left British soil and would not touch it again for another 3.5 years.
I hope this is
The
somewhat
trip across
interesting.
the Atlantic took 10 days. On September 28th, the
I really like
Saxonia
listening to
reached
these
Boston
videos
Harbor.
while I work.
Scotsman was unloaded and touched American soil.
There's a
for the first
remastered version of Dreamscape. I didn't know that,
The train was
actually.
shunted to the U.S. Army facility in Boston where everything was set up and the engine was steamed. A large headlamp presented by Southern Railway was fitted to the engine's front here. The consist was seen completely together here for the first time. The official opening wasn't to start for another 2 weeks. Some time had been arranged to let Scotsman
Yeah, and it's
stretch
like
her wheels and test the
an
soil
army
before
song,
beginning
I'm
the
pretty
tour.
sure.
Her first run on American rails occurred
Even
on
that's
October 3rd,
copyrighted.
where she ran from Boston to New London, Connecticut.
You're making negative $10 off this stream.
Scotsman's first run did not start out all that well, as she was
I'm not
greeted
making
by
any
some
money from
children
this
throwing
stream.
stones at her as
You
she
think about
passed.
it.
One person even fired a shot. On her way back
Though
from
I
New
am getting
London,
a sick
the crew
NES
fired
to
back at
put
the
on a
attackers
shelf
by throwing lumps
eventually,
of coal
so
at them. A
that's
beautiful
fine.
case of life imitating art, huh? She returned to
I hate
Boston for the
putting these
beginning
in,
of
it
the
makes
tour. October 8th saw
My
the
fingers
official
are so
opening.
blistered,
The whole
you have no
train was
idea.
displayed at Boston South Station as the celebrations took place. Crowds gathered, and Pegler and other important people gave speeches.
This is
On
definitely the
October 12th,
longest stream I've ever
Scotsman began
done.
her 2-month-long journey
If
to
I hit
Houston,
8 hours,
Texas.
that would be essentially the same as playing Desert Bus once.
Her first stop was at Hartford, Connecticut, and she stayed there on display for a couple days. The next
made
stop
4
was
of
Penn
these.
Station in Newark, New Jersey. En
And
route to the
this
city,
goes
the
in
consist was
between
passed by
here.
the then extremely modern UAC turbo train. This was undoubtedly the only time this turbo train would come into contact with any sort of steam engine. Scotsman was stopped in New Rochelle outside the New York City limits. The only way to get through the city was underground, and steam was not allowed in the tunnels under its own power.
Letter has had a
As
nice
per
birthday.
regulations, all trains were halted and then had to be towed into the city by GG1s. Scotsman's
what?
fire was drowsed,
Why is one
and
of these-
GG1 number 4857 arrived
Huh,
to escort
okay,
the
so
train.
this goes
This first
not
towage was
here.
unfortunately
Thankfully, this is
something that
easy
would
to rip
become a
up,
norm
so
for the rest of the journey.
I can just
Several
put
of
it
the
there.
metropolitan states saw Flying Scotsman as a fire hazard and required by law that she'd have to be towed into certain areas by diesel or electrics. These towing costs would eventually pile up, costs that Pegler had not accounted for in his budget. But more on that later. Scotsman was towed
Yeah,
into New York
the
over
budget is
Hell's
one of the
Gate
most
Bridge.
interesting things about this story.
The crew's camera ran out of film before their descent into the tunnels, so no footage of that exists, unfortunately, that we know of anyway. Under New York City they went, uncoupled from the GG1, and then she glided into Newark Penn Station in New Jersey. Scotsman was on display here in New Jersey for 4 days. On October 19th, she was towed into the yard in Harrison to fire up for the next leg of the journey to Philadelphia.
I wonder what these
She
are
stood on
supposed to
display
be,
in
like
Philadelphia
indicators,
for
I guess,
2
for
days.
later.
On October 23rd, she arrived in Baltimore.
What the song?
From Baltimore, Scotsman was towed again
Oh, yeah,
by
happy
another
birthday.
GG1, this one number 4845, to Washington, D.C. In D.C., she'd be on display again for another 2 days. The next big stop on the trip was Atlanta, Georgia, which would take some days to get to. She left D.C.
I'm pretty
on
satisfied
October
with this
28th,
webcam though, like
passing
this
through
quality.
Lynchburg, Virginia,
I've never
Salisbury,
had a
North
webcam
Carolina,
of this quality
Gainesville,
before.
Georgia, and finally arriving at Atlanta on October 30th.
Hopefully I'll be able to use it
In
for some
Atlanta,
other
the
things in the
consist would be
future.
greeted by another fellow steam engine, Savannah and Atlanta number 750, departing with its own excursion along the same route to Anniston, Alabama. Both engines were to take part in the Steamorama celebration in Anniston.
Right.
750 departed first, and Scotsman followed behind it at a distance.
This is just
For
one.
unknown reasons, the headlamp on Scotsman was removed for this leg of the journey. The schedule had been arranged so each engine would stop at points on the journey and let the other one pass it, to give the enthusiasts opportunities for photos. At one point, 750 ran short of steam and delayed the cavalcade. Scotsman stuck a block section behind it. At Anniston, Scotsman met 750 again and Southern number 4501 at the Steamorama Festival. All 3 engines were lined up for about 2 hours, and approximately
God,
10,000
making
people
this
showed
conveyor
up to
belt
see
is,
them during that
I
time.
gotta say, the worst part of
After
this
the
whole thing
festivities,
so
Scotsman
far.
continued on her way to Birmingham, Alabama. The next major
just so
stop was
goddamn
Dallas,
repetitive.
Texas. From Birmingham, they traveled through Meridian, Mississippi, Vicksburg, Shreveport, Louisiana, Mineola, Texas, and finally Dallas.
But the
on
next
November
bag,
5th.
I think,
Some
has
reports
the
say
Mario
November
sprites
4th
on
as
it
the arrival
already.
date, but I have no way of confirming that. She stood on
I
display
need
in
2 of
Dallas for
these.
2 days, and then continued on her way south to Houston, the last major stop on its 1969 journey. They arrived in Houston on November 10th, and she rested on display for 5 days here. The 1969 leg of the tour was over, but they still had a lot of ground to cover. From Houston, the consist traveled back north through Fort Worth to Slayton.
Just like making trade
The
tricks
Santa
like
Fe
on the
offered
video.
up the old Slayton Roundhouse to store the whole train. The train was split up here for the first time since arriving.
Mario
The coaches
in the
were
back.
individually split up and parked in the shed berths. Pegler notes that this was the first time ever Scotsman was on a turntable long enough to turn her complete with her 2 tenders. On that evening of November 18th, Scotsman reversed into the shed where it would spend the remainder of winter until the 1970 tour began the next year. A total of 17 states traveled, over 3,000 miles covered, and all destinations met on schedule, the 1969 tour had gone without a hitch. The tour could have ended here and the story would have a very different, happier ending. But Pegler was insistent on getting his engine across the country. 1970 had a few surprises in stock for him. Just like everything else good in this world, Scotsman's tour schedule was messed up by politics. 1970 saw the voting out of Harold Wilson's Labour Party in Britain and entering Edward Heath's Conservative Party. This change in political
Orange
leadership
looks like
would
there's
spell
one
considerable
orange that I need
discourse
to
for
make.
the tour. Priorities changed, and Harold Wilson, the PM who had greenlit and helped fund the tour, was no
I'll
longer
make this
in
in
power.
advance.
The money he had promised to fund Scotsman's tour was revoked. If Pegler wanted to keep Scotsman touring in the US, he'd have to basically fund it himself. Pegler was driven by the desire to drive his own engine across the country. As the 1969 leg had proved successful enough, and they still had to go to Green Bay to drop off the Pullmans, he decided to carry on with the tour and to not bring Scotsman home, despite the looming costs. And boy oh boy, did he pay for it. The original announced 1970 schedule had to be changed significantly to stay relatively within a now even tighter budget. The train was meant to travel along the south into Los Angeles, California, and then up the west coast. From there through the North States into the
Dual
Midwest,
wheeling
and
bricks
then
right
into
now to
Toronto
get this
for
done
the Canadian
faster.
National Exhibition in September. Then they'd loop back and finish the US tour in
If you
Green
know
Bay,
of this
Wisconsin.
technique.
With no financial support, they
Lego
ditched the
Masters,
West
I'm just
Coast
one call
entirely
away.
and went straight for Green Bay first, and then to their planned Canada stops after. The new schedule took the train south first towards Fort Worth and then into Temple. From Temple, they went north into Oklahoma. They stopped in Muskogee and then turned around.
My finger sweat
From
is making
Muskogee,
it
they went
easier
back
to
into
slip
Texas
these
towards
inside
Waco.
these knobs.
In Waco, the engine derailed. No pics I could find of this, but Scotsman's rear bogie came off here due to a broken journal. She was repaired at the ATSF workshops in Claiborne, and then she continued on her way. Through Fort Worth again, and then into Oklahoma, then Parsons, Kansas, and finally arriving in Kansas City on June 21st. Scotsman rested here on display for 7 days until June 29th. Next leg was to St. Louis, Missouri. On this leg, she passed through Mexico, and then Wright City, where these incredibly surreal photos of her on a modern freeway overpass were taken. Scotsman arrived at St.
did
Louis
it.
on June 30th. Until July 6th, Scotsman was kept on display in
No,
Union
we didn't.
Station.
Wait a second,
During this
what?
time, her cowcatcher was refitted and painted
Okay,
black to
these
blend
needs to
in a bit
be
better and not stand out as much.
swapped.
Any photos of it in red were taken before St. Louis, and any photos of it in black were taken after. Chicago was the next stop. On this leg, Scotsman made a whistle stop in Decatur, Illinois.
Here we
Once
go.
in Chicago,
It's
she
time
stayed
for
there on
the
display in
titles.
Dearborn Station until the 18th. On July 19th, she set north for her original final
Does
destination,
this look fun?
the National Railroad Museum in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where she would stay for the next month on display in the yard.
Probably
At
would
the
be if my
museum was
finger
fellow
didn't hurt
LNER
so much.
engine, the A4 Dwight D.
Oh
Eisenhower.
well.
This would be the last time these two LNER engines would ever meet. Dwight did return to the UK for a brief period in 2012, but Scotsman was in pieces at that time. Scotsman was to continue on her way up into Canada to be a part of the Canadian National Expo in Toronto. The Pullman coaches Isle of Thanet and Lydia reached their final
God, if I
destination.
lose any
Isle
of
of
these
Thanet was
pieces,
left here
it's
to be
gonna be
displayed alongside
a
the
disaster.
A4. However, Lydia continued on the tour, to be returned to Green Bay when the tour finished. I could not find a concrete reason why for this.
It's like a Lego
Scotsman would continue
Minecraft
on
in
the
a
rest
way.
of her tour without Isle of Thanet. On August 19th, Scotsman left Green
I'll
Bay
hold it
and
with
traveled
this
back
hand,
to
'cause
Chicago, where she
the
was
one that
stored in
hurts
40th
right
Street
now.
Yard for a night. From Chicago, she went through Detroit, Michigan, through the St. Clair Tunnel into Ontario, Canada, through Hamilton, and finally Toronto on August 21st. She was based in Spadina Yard, where these posed photos of her and Canadian National number 6218 were taken. During her time in Toronto, Scotsman was on display at the Canadian National Exhibition, where Pegler gave cab
5,000
rides
piece
to the
puzzle.
exhibitors.
God, even
On
making
the
this
8th, she left for Ottawa, passing through
was a
Belleville. She
challenge.
stood on display in Ottawa from the 9th to the 17th at the Museum of Science and Technology. Here, a giant Canadian flag was attached to the side of the coaches. From Ottawa, she went to Montreal and stood on display there near Vertu Station until the 27th. She was met by 6218 again. Here in Montreal Yard, her 6218, another turbo train, and a diesel engine were lined up for an exciting photo shoot. A rare lineup of engines that will never ever happen again. After Montreal, she traveled through Brockville into Kingston and stayed there for 2 days. Then from Kingston, she went through Toronto
says I
again
need
to Hamilton,
5.
where she was on display for a day at James
It's
Street on
interesting,
October 1st.
because there's
On
a
October
way
2nd,
way
she
more
traveled
pieces
to
than
Niagara
that.
Falls, where she stayed on display until the end of the month. On October 31st, Scotsman would travel to Toronto for a third
Mario
time
and
to take
Minecraft.
shelter for the winter. The train was split apart again, with Scotsman being stored inside the old Spadina roundhouse. What was to happen next, no one knew. With the 2 planned legs of the tour more or less complete, and with little to no financial backing from the British government, Alan Pegler found himself in a tight spot. The Canada tour had not given him the returns he had hoped for. That, on top of a nasty divorce settlement happening back home, Pegler's money kept slipping through his fingers like sand. Bankruptcy was on the horizon.
Imagine
For
building this
nearly
on
a
a
year,
carpet or
Scotsman
something.
was left in the shed at Spadina while the crew figured out their next course
You'd
of
lose
action.
so
Do they
many
eat the huge
pieces.
cost,
I don't think it
go
would even
bankrupt,
work.
and send Scotsman home? Or do they somehow make a miracle happen and find a way to make up that money in the States? Which option do you think Pegler chose? If you guessed the latter, you are correct. Pegler had heard of a festival in San Francisco called British Week, a citywide celebration of all things British, and he thought Flying Scotsman would be the perfect centerpiece for it. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the grand financial success that could save the tour. He decided to throw a Hail Mary. Pegler was all in. It was to San Francisco or bust. There was just one problem. British Week was in San Francisco, and Scotsman was in Toronto. Preparations took some time. Pegler pulled some strings with friendships he had made earlier in the tour to create the route to California.
we've
It wasn't
started
until
them.
August
Oh,
that
no.
Scotsman was steamed up again for the final and longest leg of her journey. There were no big scheduled display events for this year. They had one goal, and it was to get Scotsman over the Rockies to San Francisco with less than 2 months to do it. On August 14th, she left Toronto en route to the West Coast, crossing the International Suspension Bridge over the Niagara River back into New York. They stopped in Buffalo, and here the train was properly set up for the long journey across the continent. Circling around Lake Erie, they traveled through Lorain, Ohio in September, and from there continued westbound through Chicago. The train was a lot less glamorous than before, with only a skeleton crew aboard it, including Pegler's 17-year-old
It was
daughter,
only skeletons
Penelope.
inside.
They had no money for a full crew, so Pegler took on whatever help he could get for cheap. This meant Scotsman actually took on hitchhikers. One of these hitchhikers was a young lady named Kathy bound for Berkeley, California, who came aboard and became the train's cook for free passage. Another hitchhiker brought on later on was a man on a bicycle named Steve, bound for Portland. He hopped aboard and later helped look after the train at Fisherman's Wharf. The Flying Scotsman seemed more like a circus train for hobos than it did a trade show for business. On September 8th, they had reached Minneapolis, Minnesota. By September 11th, Williston, North Dakota, and September 13th, Whitefish, Montana. From there, the train traversed the Flathead Tunnel and then onwards through the Rocky Mountains into Spokane, Washington. She arrived in Spokane on September 15th. From there, she went
Those
through
trains
Pasco
ride.
and then into Bend, Oregon. By September 17th, she had reached Klamath Falls.
Skeleton train
and
would
then
be
went
more
south
badass
into California
than a
through
ghost train.
Sacramento towards Stockton. From Stockton, she traversed through Altamont Pass, then through Fremont and up north into Oakland. On September 27th, Flying Scotsman had reached Oakland, California, with now only a bay separating her from San Francisco. San Francisco is located at the tip of a peninsula, with the only rail access to it coming from the south all the way around the bay. It was quicker to transport the consist there via ferry. In Oakland, Scotsman and the coaches were loaded onto the Las Plumas car ferry and were scooted across the bay to Pier 43. Scotsman was unloaded at Fisherman's Wharf, San Francisco,
Man on a bicycle
her
called
final
Steve. What a
destination,
legend.
and just in time for British Week in October.
I can't wait to put the Lego Mario on this and have it play with the sounds.
Scotsman was displayed here at Fisherman's Wharf for several weeks, and during that
I
time
almost
was the
messed
most
this
popular
up
tourist
royally.
attraction in the city. For a brief period, it seemed Pegler's crazy idea to gallivant the whole train to San Francisco just might pay off. Eventually, the restaurants at Fisherman's Wharf complained about Scotsman's placement on the wharf blocking their sea view, not to mention the 92 parking spots she was covering up. She was moved off the wharf to the State Belt's Southern Pacific Exchange Yard in the south, and this is when it all started to fall apart again. Now in a part of the city out of sight from tourists, Scotsman was no longer such the big tourist attraction she was when she first arrived. The money quickly disappeared. For all intents and purposes, Pegler had achieved his dream of driving his engine from coast to coast across the United States. He had followed through on his initial promise and then some. However, he did it at a huge, huge cost. The 1971 tour ended on
Lego
a
Mario will
dismal
be gamer
note,
with the Lego
as Pegler
NES.
officially
Yeah.
ran out of money, penniless in San Francisco with a total debt of £132,000 to rent and towage costs. The poor man had no choice but to leave his engine for the time being and find work to pay off his dues. Come 1972, Flying Scotsman was still in San Francisco while Pegler was away trying to pay the bills. Pegler did return to San Francisco in March and traversed Scotsman along the State Belt, giving passenger runs, hauling only the Mark I, Lydia, and the observation coach. During this brief time of giving tourist trips,
Oh, plus ratio
Scotsman
plus
derailed
Scotsman is not
again
right.
on March 25th, this time at a set of points. Not her finest moment. These Embarcadero excursions would only last for so long, of course, as the lawyers came knocking asking for their money that Pegler did not have. Alan Pegler was officially declared bankrupt by the High Court.
Why the fine
On
boom?
August 13th, Pegler
Oh,
had
God.
Scotsman and the train removed from San Francisco. She was ferried back to Oakland, and from there was towed to the Sharp Army Depot in Lathrop, south of Stockton. Pegler had managed to strike a deal to store her there out of sight until further notice to keep her safe from liquidators. Here is a photo of her in storage in Lathrop, left outside exposed to the elements. Note the decaying paint. But try as he might to hide her from the inevitable eventually happened. The engine was liquidated from Pegler. Alan Pegler had lost the Flying Scotsman.
Okay. Whew.
The engine he had saved from the Cutter's Torch 10 years prior was now in the hands of the United States government, with its future again uncertain. Flying Scotsman sat in storage in Lathrop, California, with no owner. When news reached Britain, the response was dour. The overwhelming fear of many were a big company like Disney purchasing the engine and turning her into an exhibit at Disneyland, never to return to Britain. It seemed those that initially said that if Flying Scotsman were to go to America, she would never return, were about to be proven right. This is where a wealthy British businessman named William McAlpine, Bill for short, comes into our story. Bill was the director of the McAlpine Construction Company. He had an adoration for steam engines, and had started collecting his own in the 60s. Bill was made aware of Flying Scotsman's plight after being approached by a powerful committee to join them in a rescue attempt. What they needed was money, and Bill had it. In December, George Hinchcliffe, the operational manager for Flying Scotsman, was tasked to go to the States to see what was needed exactly to get her home. In January 1973, Hinchcliffe was present in California working out a deal, while the railroad attorneys were preparing a writ of attachment for the engine to put it up for sale to pay off the rental fee debts. On this day, January 2nd, Hinchcliffe phoned McAlpine with the exact number
Like
needed
Bill
to pay
is
off the debts.
is short for
agreed
William
and wrote the
somehow.
check.
I don't know how.
Flying Scotsman was saved, and now officially under proud ownership of Bill McAlpine. The nation was relieved. Flying Scotsman was moved out of storage in Lathrop and towed back to the Oakland dockyards in secrecy, as some creditors were still left unpaid at this point, including the San Francisco Port Authority.
I love this
She
part.
was a part of a freight train of boxcars hauled by 3 diesels. Funnily enough, they managed to transport Scotsman without gathering public attention. It was the moving of a giant floating crane across San Francisco Bay that got a local reporter investigating. The crew managed to persuade him from filing the story of Scotsman's move until her ship was outside U.S. waters, with a very liberal supply of Scotch whiskey. Everything in this world has a price. On January 17th, she was
That's so
lifted off
good.
American soil for the final time. She was first loaded onto a barge and then scooted across the bay to the deeper waters of Oakland docks, where her ship home, the California Star, awaited her. Welded to the ship's deck with her 2 tenders on either side of her, Scotsman's 8,000-mile journey home commenced. The ship, coming from the west coast, of course journeyed through the Panama Canal. Flying Scotsman would be the first ever steam locomotive to travel through it. Here we see Flying Scotsman off the shores of Panama, a once-in-a-lifetime sight never to be repeated again. The California Star arrived in Liverpool, to the exact dock Flying Scotsman had been loaded 3.5 years before. In typical England fashion, it started to snow as the unloading began. Over 15,000 miles traveled on American soil, and 3.5 years later, Flying Scotsman touched down onto British soil, never to leave it again. Except for the one time that she did, but that's another story. Being left outside in storage, exposed to the California
Scotsman
sun
just
and
can't
rain
stay in
and
place.
the grueling sea crossing had all left their marks, and Scotsman arrived back to England in a rather sorry state. She was
Alright,
scheduled to
finally.
be restored at Derby, and British Railways instructed that she be taken there by a low loader. Bill McAlpine disagreed and insisted that if she was fit to run, then she can go there under her own steam. And so she did. The celebration was indescribable. Over 100,000 people turned up to the stations and line sides to see her running light engine to Derby. Flying Scotsman was home at last, and the nation couldn't have been happier. At Derby, Flying Scotsman was returned to former glory with new paint, and it wasn't long before she was back on the main line. Flying Scotsman was back where she belonged, in the UK hauling rail tours on the main line, and she still continues to do so to this very day.
I don't think there's any
However,
country in the
our
world
story
that
is
has
not
more
over.
fascination
First of all,
for steam
what happened to
engines
the coaches?
than the UK.
You may have noticed that in the footage of Scotsman coming home, the coaches are nowhere in sight. And you'd be right, the coaches did not return to the UK.
I believe the UK has the
McAlpine only
largest
paid for
amount
the
of
engine.
heritage
The
railways
coaches were not
in
essential
the world.
and were all left in California. So, where did they go? Well, some had better fates than others. Lydia did eventually return to the National Railroad Museum in Green Bay, where she and Isle of Thanet were kept on display with Dwight D. Eisenhower. In 2000, Isle of Thanet was repurposed by the UK and returned back to England for restoration. She is still around and currently in storage at Carnforth. Lydia also came back to the UK the following year in 2001. She is still around as well, and currently at home on the West Somerset Railway. The Brakes and the Mark I all had their own interesting adventures. First of all, one of the brakes was detached from the train at some point on the run to San Francisco in 1971. In all footage I found of Scotsman traveling to California, it's with only 4 of its 5 exhibition cars. I could not find any information on why or where the coach was detached from the train, so if anyone has any information on that, please get in contact. It may still be around and we have no idea. The 4 remaining brakes in the Mark I all made it to Lathrop, They became property of California State and were all sold off to the highest bidders. 4 of the set, including the Mark I, were all sent down to Southern California and became a part of a train-themed restaurant called Victoria Station at Universal City Walk. They were all repainted into very colorful liveries and converted into dining cars, the brakes all having new false windows cut out on their sides. Victoria Station went out of business in 1993. I was unable to find any more information on what happened to the coaches after this, but I can only assume that they were sold off for scrap. Shame. The last brake was sold off for scrap in California, with, again, no information on it. The last coach, the Devon Bell observation coach, stayed in San Francisco, where it was turned into an extension of an office building. It was a storage facility at one point, and an office, and a cafe. It remained there planted in its spot for nearly 40 years, until the Swanage Railway in England purchased it. In 2007, the coach was pulled up and shipped back to England, where it was restored back to working order. I, being a native San Franciscan, had no idea this was even here and never thought to go seek it out. However, I did find the building it was attached to a couple years ago. Here you can see the area the coach was planted has been built over by a concrete stepway. Flying Scotsman visited the Swanage in early 2019, where she was reunited
When British
with the coach
train
for the
heart
first
emoji,
time
that's
in
me.
45 years. And lastly, whatever happened to our dreamer, Alan Pegler?
Look at
Well,
this.
poor Alan was left penniless in San Francisco at the end of
bag
1971 and had to find work elsewhere to scrape up whatever money he could to pay off that massive debt he owed. He got a job with P&O Cruises out of San Francisco and spent 2 seasons on the ship, where he gave public talks about British enterprises and railways. Luckily, McAlpine managed to swoop in and cover the deed, and Pegler returned home to the UK sometime after. He remained alive and well for several years, and was still around in 1999 to see Flying Scotsman return to steam again. He even filmed the intros to documentaries on this Flying Scotsman DVD box set, of which I got a lot of the footage and information for this video film. Alan Pegler died peacefully in 2012. He was cremated with the wish that his ashes be thrown into Scotsman's firebox on the run from King's Cross to York. This tour, called the Farewell Alan Pegler Tour, occurred on October 13, 2018. A tour that I had the pleasure of being on board for. The story of Flying Scotsman's USA tour is one of the most fascinating stories in all of railway history to me.
Point of these
It happened
markers
at
now
just the right
is
time in both British and American history, seeing the very British Flying Scotsman in photos of an era of pure Americana that doesn't exist anymore. It was such a huge plight, an incredibly complicated and unrealistic undertaking, however made possible because of one man's desire to drive his engine on foreign metals from coast to coast. It took him 3 years, all of his money, and the loss of the engine itself to do it, but god damn it, he made it happen, and he had the adventure of a lifetime doing so.
And I'd really got no money left at all by this time. I mean, it was entirely my own fault. I mean, the fact that I lost all my money was what I thought I was having a ball driving the blooming engine all around North America, which is absolutely true, and I knew exactly what I was doing. And I simply took the view, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
The man doesn't seem fazed in the slightest, recollecting the time he filed for bankruptcy and lost the engine he poured everything into. To him, it was all worth it. He was a man that lived life to the fullest. I have a lot of respect for Alan Pegler and his go-get-em dreamer attitude. It's very inspirational attitude. If it weren't for him, Flying Scotsman wouldn't be around today.
Yeah,
we all owe him a lot for that. We need
think
more
that's really
Alan
sweet,
Peglers in this world.
all things
People
considered.
that aren't afraid to take the biggest of chances. I think a lot of people, for the most part, view Scotsman's United States tour with disdain, and understandably so. She did almost get lost there. But to me, it is the most interesting thing to happen in this famous engine's history. As someone who has always been fascinated by this tour for years, it has been so satisfying for me to compile everything for this video and finally tell its full story. There are still several gaps of information that are missing about this tour, so if anyone watching has any more to add to the conversation, please tag me on Twitter. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one.
And we are still not done, so let's do some video games again. Let's see. I know what we should do.
So in the last video, we discovered how you can use the game Tennis to get to glitched levels in Super
There's
Mario
also a
Bros.
channel I really like.
If you haven't seen that video yet, I highly suggest watching that video first. In this video, we'll see why the glitched levels we see can be weird versions of levels that are normally found in the game. Just like level 9-1 here being level 6-2, but underwater. There are 34 unique levels in Super Mario Bros. Well, there are 32 levels, but a lot of them are duplicates. Like for example, level 5-3 is just level 1-3, but there's bullet bills flying around and the platforms are shorter. There's a flag in the game that can convert a level into a harder version of itself, so for our purposes here,
You were going to
these
play
are
a
considered
game.
the same level.
Nah, we played
This
Icy
leaves
Tower
us
a bit
with 27
earlier.
unique
But I
levels.
don't have another banana to eat.
Then you
so
have the 2 cloud bonus rooms,
I could try
the
to
warp
play
zone
Bone
in
2 one-handed,
4-2,
but
the
again,
water
I don't
room
have
in
reason
8-4,
to do that.
and the water room used in both 5-2
By the
and
way,
6-2.
These little Goomba pieces
And then
are
finally,
really
the
cute.
cutscene
Look at
room
them.
that plays before underground
even
and water
can.
levels, as well as the underground bonus rooms, which are
yeah, you can
actually all located
sorta
in
see
the
them.
same level. Each of the 34 levels is assigned a unique
Look at these
ID of
little
sorts.
fuckers, these
But if you
little
think the
evil
ID
bitches.
numbers are simply just 0 through 33, you are sorely mistaken.
I love them.
See, the ID for each level also encodes what kind of level it is.
Okay.
There are 4 types of levels: Overworld,
Thank
Underground,
goodness for these markers, I
Castle,
would be so lost
and Water.
with this
Each of the
otherwise.
levels is organized into these 4 groups, and then
Right.
numbers are assigned within each group.
Get an orange.
Water
the
levels
lonely
have
Goomba.
numbers 0 through 2. Overworld levels have numbers 0 through 21. Underground levels have numbers 0 through
could
2.
go or an
And Castle
orange,
levels have
probably.
numbers 0 through 5. The overall ID of
But
a
I also
level
kinda want
is
to
made
get
up of
this
7
done.
bits. The lower 5 bits are the level number within the sublist.
I
and
like
the
that
next
these can
2
just stick
bits
to my
are
finger
the
and
level
I can
type,
just
where
place them
water
like
is
that.
0, 0,
It's a lot
Overworld
faster.
is 0, 1, Underground is 1, 0, and Castle is 1, 1.
Oh, come on.
This means that the ID of a level can range anywhere from 0 to hex 7F, although most IDs aren't used. We can organize them in a nice table like this. For water levels, the type bits are 0, 0, so the overall IDs are 0 through 2. For overworld levels, the type bits are 0, 1, so the IDs go from hex 20 to 35.
I should place these brown
For underground
things.
levels, the bits
Brown
are 1, 0,
bricks
and the
here
IDs
first.
go from hex 40 to 42. And for castle levels, the bits are 1, 1, so the IDs go from hex 60 to 65. So an interesting question would be, what about all those other IDs that aren't assigned to levels? What do they do? To answer this, we have to look at how the level pointers are stored in the game's ROM. There
There's
are actually
a
4
knob
separate
here.
pointer lists,
Where's one?
2 for all of the levels' tile data, and 2 for all the levels' enemy and sprite data. The level pointers are 16-bit values, and to simplify the code needed to read data from these tables, the upper 8 bits are stored in one list, while the lower 8 bits are stored in another list. This way, if you want, say, the 13th pointer in the list, you take the 13th
I got worried
byte
for a
in
second
each
that I
list
placed
and
them wrong.
concatenate them together to get a 16-bit pointer. In the table of IDs we made, there are gaps in between the different types of levels. However, the pointers to the level data are stored in one contiguous chunk. For the sprite data, all of the castle levels come first and have indices 0 to 5. Then the overworld levels in order 6
This
to
is
27.
confusing to you, don't worry.
Then
it's
the
confusing
underground
to me
levels
too.
28 to 30. And finally the water levels 31 to 33. For the tile data though,
I do
all of
find
the
these
water
videos
levels come
interesting,
first
though.
with indices 0 to 2.
I really like
then
the editing in
overworld
them,
levels,
like the way
3 to
everything
24,
flows.
Then the underground levels 25 to 27, followed by the castle levels 28 to 33. Who knows why they're stored in a different order, because it just makes things more complicated.
I want to say this is a bit
In
more
order
fun
to
than I
easily
thought it'd be.
access each of the different
Even though it
types
is
of levels,
tedious, it's
there
not
are also
horrible.
two
The
smaller
ground was
tables
horrible,
that
but
indicate
this is
the offsets at
better.
which each of the
There's
different
actually some
types
variety
start
to
in
it.
this list, in the order of water, overworld, underground, and castle. Think of this as sort of a table of contents. It's just like a page at the start of a book that tells you where each chapter starts. So for the sprite data, this table is just hex 1F, 6, 1C, 0. Remember, all of the indices mentioned in this video are 0-based, so water levels start at index 31, or hex 1F, overworld levels start at index 6, underground levels start at index 28,
It's strange
or
that the
hex
water
1C,
levels are the
and castle
first on the
levels
list
at
and not
index
like
0.
the overworld.
And the table for the tile data is just hex 0, 3, 19, 1C. In order to find a certain level in this
There's a
list,
practical
we take its
reason for
level
that.
number and add it to the index that corresponds to the level's type. For example, level 6-2 has ID hex 23, which corresponds to overworld level number 3. For the tile
Also
data,
very interesting, even
overworld
if I
levels start at index
zone
3,
out a-
so we add that to 3 to get 6. So the tile data is the 7th entry in
I
this
just like
list.
technical stuff like
And
this.
for the sprite data, overworld levels start at index 6.
We
so
should
we
watch
add
some
that to 3 to
Decino
get
yellow
9,
thumbnails
and the sprite data
on
is the
subject
10th
of
entry in
that.
this list. So now we can see what would happen if we were
That's
to try to
what me
load,
and,
say, the level with
Leather
ID
called them.
hex
They're just
43.
yellow thumbnail videos.
This corresponds to underground level number 3. And of course, there
I
is
just
no
saw that on
underground
the
level
camera,
number
this
3,
really looks
but
like
the
a Mario
calculation
level.
is still performed. For tile data, underground levels start
I
at
missed
index
one.
25, so we add 3 to that to get 28, and we find the 29th entry in the
Let's
list
see.
is the tile data for level 1-4. And for sprite data, underground levels start at index 28, so we add 3 to that to get 31, and we find the 32nd entry in this list is the sprite data for the water sublevel found in level 5-2. This means we will end up with a Frankenstein level that is level 1-4, but with an underground theme, with the bloopers and platforms from that water sublevel all mixed together.
So I probably should
Which is
be,
exactly what we get when we
I
force
might
the
do a
game to
little
load in
break
the level with
tomorrow
ID hex
from streaming
43.
and actually make some videos on how to make some custom levels
Since there
for
are only
Bone
34 entries in these
2.exe.
lists,
I did make a
if we ever
playlist
end up with
just
an
so
index
because I had
of
to link
34
something in
or
the
higher, we start to read
in the
things
game
that
files
aren't pointers to level
in the
data.
README. I mean,
This is what causes
but I haven't
glitch
made any
levels to
videos
appear,
yet, so I
which
might
we'll
just
see
do
happen
that.
in a bit.
And
But knowing all
see
this, we can fill
if,
out the rest of
it
the table we
inspires anyone
made
to make
see
something.
what levels will get loaded for the level IDs that aren't
Yeah,
assigned
I was
to
worried
anybody.
I kind of went
Since
ahead
the
too
level
much.
data is stored in a different order for sprites versus tile data, levels with these unused IDs are either a mix of 2 different levels,
I don't know if I'm even
a
gonna
normal
be
level
at
layout
home
with
tomorrow,
glitched
though,
sprites,
so
a glitched level layout with normal
Yes.
sprites, or both glitched tile data and sprite data.
I do want to make some.
But how does the game
tutorials,
even
though.
try to load a glitched level ID in the first place? In order for the game to know what levels are in which worlds, and what order they go in, there is a single table that holds the ID of each level in the order that they are played. So for example, starting with
We still
World
haven't
1,
found the Mario
level
piece.
1-1 is
Still
an
imprisoned in
overworld
a bo-
level,
in a
so it has type
bag
bit
somewhere.
01. It has the level number of 5, so this is what its ID looks
This is,
like, which is 25 in hexadecimal. This is the first byte in the table. Here is the rest of the table, which corresponds to each of the other levels. If I split them up per world, you can see that some worlds actually have 5 levels. This is because the cutscene room that plays before the underground and water levels
Loud.
is
This
actually
would
considered
actually,
its
what
own
I'm doing
level,
right now, probably
which was
would be
probably
very
done
fun
so
to
that
watch
if you
in
die
a
in one of
time
these
lapse.
levels,
Just
you don't
all
have
the
to
pieces
watch
just
the
going through there,
cutscene
like
Since
the
each
level being
world can
printed.
have a different number of levels in it, it would be nice to have some pointers into this table that tell you where each of the worlds start. Just like another table of contents,
I might
like
download
before
this
with the
video and
level
see
data
what it
pointers.
can do with it.
Here, there are 8 bytes in ROM directly before this table, which are the indices of the first levels of each world. So
We'll have to
World
make some
1
Bone
has
2
index
levels.
0, World 2 has index 5, and so on.
Well, at least that's incentive to.
So let's do a
do
small
it.
example to try to get the pointers to the level data for the first level in World 3.
If someone made
World
like a
3
hack
would
of going
correspond to an index of 2 into
with
this
like
first
harder
table,
levels or
the
just
third
custom
entry,
levels in
which
general,
is
I
10,
would probably
hex
stream
A.
it.
So we use this index 10 to find the
Almost
11th
definitely,
entry
in
into the
fact.
level ID table, which looks like it's hex 24. According to our big
That
table,
sounds
the level with ID hex 24 is level 3-1, but let's see how the level data pointers are created.
Right.
Expand that ID out into
Like
binary,
this.
and we can see that this level uses 0, 1
almost
as
running
its
out
type,
of stuff in
so
this
it's
bag.
an overworld level.
Might
And
be time
it's number
for
4.
bag.
First, let's find the sprite
I
data.
forget which one it was.
The 2 bits for the level type are
19.
actually used as the index into the smaller table we made for the level data type groups. Our bits are 0, 1, so we use index 1, or the second entry
This
in
is
this
just
table,
all
which
these
is 6.
cloud tiles.
Then we add that with the level number we got, so 6 plus 4 is 10. So we use this index 10 to find the 11th
Damn.
entry in the level
Got
table,
half the level
which is
done.
the address hex 9ED0, which is what we would expect for level 3-1.
Oh, okay.
We can do
just
the same
place
for the
these
tile
here.
data. We use type index 1
That's
again
what
to
this
get the
was for.
second entry in this table, which is 3. Add the level number 4 to 3 to get 7, and use
coin.
index 7
There
to
is.
get the 8th level in the table, which is hex A619, the pointer to level 3-1 again. The way you can tell something
afraid
weird
of
is going to
picking this
happen
up
when
right
you try
now.
to load something like World 9 is by looking at the very first table of indices we made at the start. We only accounted for 8 worlds,
these
so this
one
table
by
is
one.
only 8 bytes long. If we tried to find the 9th entry in this table, we'd overflow the table. Before going all in with World 9, let's
wait,
see what
this is,
happens when we tried to load
question
World
block.
G.
They're a little pale
World
compared
G
to the
is
instructions.
equivalent to World 16. If we try to find the 16th entry in this table, we go past the bounds of the table by 8 bytes. Remember, these two tables are right next to each other in the ROM, so we just keep cruising to find the index we need. Index 15 of the first table overflows into the second table by 8
And this is
bytes,
just a
so we
dark
get this index 1 that normally corresponds to level 2-2.
This little mushroom
However,
too.
in this context, it is instead being treated as an index into the very table that it's part of.
Gonna
So
live
now
here.
we use index 1 to find the second entry in this
Another
table,
question block.
which is this hex 29. This is the cutscene level that leads into level 1-2. And sure
Another
enough, if we
question
try to play
mark.
level G-1, we get
Maybe
the
it's a spare.
cutscene into level 1-2, though it is still called level G-1. Now let's see what happens if we try to load
There's
in
a
World
room
9.
here.
So the 9th entry into this table, we overflow by 1 byte, so our index is this hex 25. We use this index hex 25, or decimal 37, to find the 38th entry into this table of level IDs.
Mushroom.
But this table is only 36 bytes long. So
A
we
tiny
overflow
little
this table as
fungus.
well by 2 bytes. The next thing in ROM is this small table for the offsets for the enemy data table. The second entry here is 6, so that is the level ID we are going to load. If we take a quick look at our big table again, we can see that we will end up with the water version of level 6-2.
I do like that there's some
But again,
depth to
let's
this.
see why exactly that is. We expand this ID into binary. The type bits are 0, 0, so this is a water level, and the level number is 6. This means we are
This is a
going to
bit
load in
tedious, though,
water level
again.
number 6, which
But
is
we'll be
interesting
halfway
because
done
there
with
were only
this
3
once
water
this is
levels.
done.
According to this table we made, the tile data for water level number 6 is the same tile data as the original 6-2, and the sprite data is loaded from some glitched pointer. This is because if we take the level number 6 and add it to the offset for water levels in the sprite data pointer list, we get an index of 37, which is greater than 33. The glitched pointer we get from this invalid index is actually hex 1C9D, which corresponds to system RAM rather than ROM.
And there we
This
go.
is why glitched levels can be very volatile and possibly crash the game, not only because it is possible to load in enemies with invalid IDs, but also because the
Okay.
level data can be changing while the game is playing.
And now we go to bag
If you
19.
play around in level 9-1 a lot, you will start to notice that the game will crash
Gives
somewhat
you a
frequently
bunch of these
and in a
extra
different spot every time.
things here, which is nice.
So if you can
to
load
kinda
errant enemy
make
data,
it your own a little
can you
bit.
load errant level tile data and get some fun glitch levels to explore? We'll
When the
save
life
that
is
for the
like a
final
video
video
game.
of this 3-part mini-series on Super Mario Bros.
Bag
glitch
19.
levels. In the next video, we'll look at those glitch levels.
There's 3 more on the
as well as
floor.
the level format in general.
And then we'll be done. Okay, one of them fell. Okay. Let's say YouTube Home, huh? There we go.
In shape, making them recognizable even from hundreds of meters. Doom's monster sprites are beautiful, each with their own color palette and shape, making them recognizable even from hundreds of meters away.
Oh, I just saw the dreamscape.
In tight,
Thank you.
action-packed situations, their distinguishable appearances allow you to scan the group of enemies in a fraction of a second to come up with a strategy who to take out first. So yes, the sprites are great, but there are some peculiar things about them that are worth noting. In this video I will showcase interesting findings about Doom's monster sprites. Whew, where to begin? Let's
I
start
see a
off with
warp
the Doom
pipe.
Guy and zombie graphics. Most Doom fans know by now that the Doom Guy sprites were made using a clay model that was video scanned and then digitalized. It was then cleaned up and colorized. Doom fans with a keen eye probably also noticed that the Zombie Man and Shotgun Guy are recolored Doom Guys with hand-drawn heads and weapons.
Okay.
The same goes for the Chain Gunner. By stretching the base Marine sprite, it received a beefier body. Other details were then drawn by hand. There's a slight error with one of Doom Guy's paint sprites. As you can see here, there's a single cyan pixel on his arm. This pixel is rendered as transparent, causing a hole in the sprite. Some of you may remember the episode 2 and 3 teaser images in Shareware Doom when looking up the in-game ordering information. In this particular screenshot you can see quite an unusual Doom Guy sprite. Why is it unusual, you ask? Well, in the final game Doom Guy, and also the zombies, have 5 rotational sprites. The other 3 sprites are just mirrored versions of other ones. This causes a slightly weird effect in the game, where Doom Guy and zombies swap their handedness. Oddly enough, sprites with the correct handedness existed. In the official Doom manual from back then, you can see sprites of Doom Guy and zombies facing the right, with their weapon also still on the right side of their body. For some reason these sprites remained unused. It wasn't until Doom's 21st birthday, on December 10th of 2014, that the full rotations of the Doom Guy and zombie sprites were unearthed by John Romero. John Romero also released some unused Doom Guy death animation sprites. Doom Guy could be split in half, with his torso flying off separately. The second unreleased death animation is pretty much a carbon copy of the current Doom Guy death, but without the arm reaching for his slit throat. The last death animation is the same as the previous one, except he is decapitated. The Imp is one of the few monsters that is completely drawn by hand, but is still slightly based on the Doom Guy sprites. The Imp's death animation managed to use some of the unused Doom Guy torso removal sprites, except they kept the Imp's torso intact. Speaking of death animations, the Imp's jibbing sequence is pretty much a Shotgun Guy with bits of Imp in it. How do I know? Well, compare all the jibbing animations next to each other. The Shotgun Guy's wristbands and dark pants can be seen in all of them.
Oh, a star. I
How
found
to
a
think
star.
of it, the Doom Guy boots turn into Zombie Man boots as soon as the jibbing begins. Even the blood pattern is the same. The Imp initially lacks 3 of the rotation sprites when attacking. This is noticeable when you freeze the frames when it attacks, and you will see the mirroring effect, causing it to switch claws. These sprites also surface later, completing the full 8 rotation sprites for the Imp. Going back to the Imp's death animation, this black spot right here, is it just an inconveniently drawn shadow or, well, share your thoughts in the comments. The Pinky is another monster that is drawn by hand. As a reference, it used a dinosaur toy from Jurassic Park for its anatomy. You may also have noticed that the Pinky has these orange stripes or spikes on its legs when it's walking and facing you.
Ooh.
These then disappear when trying to bite you, and also when facing other angles. During development, id Software was experimenting with the Pinky's stretchy mouth. There was also a fairly brutal and bizarre death animation made once, where chunks of flesh are briefly blasted off, followed by a big explosion inside the demon. The Lost Soul has an interesting history. During development, the Lost Soul was a flameless skull that harmed the player with a hitscan-like psychic attack. This design was later scrapped and replaced with the one that's on fire.
Black holes.
However, the old
don't
skull
talk about
sprite
those
was then
holes.
recycled for the invincibility sphere. When Doom got released in late 1993,
Rule
Lost
number
Souls
one of
looked
Doom
like
is you
this.
don't talk about the holes.
When version 1.9 got released along with Doom 2, the Lost Soul received a graphical rework to the one we know today. Why was this done? Well, id Software wanted Adrian, the artist, to improve the animation. Here's something you will never unsee. Ready? That's right, Mancubus fireballs are actually Lost Souls without the skull. And speaking of skulls, I forgot to mention that this toy skull was used to help create the Lost Soul graphics.
Scary.
The Cacodemons graphics are reused for a certain Doom texture. Can you guess which one? Let me just turn around and... yep, the infamous E3M1 eye switch. The eye itself is altered to be more human-like, but the surrounding flesh remains the same. The Caco's death animation also reuses some of the Baron's death animation. The most noticeable is the protruding intestine, but if you look closely you can even see the Baron's spine sticking out in this frame. The Pain Elemental is the Frankenstein of
Another
all
layer
monsters.
done. We're like free.
Obviously, its body is just a recolored Caco, but its arms appear to be fattened imp arms, and the horns are from the Cyber Demons. Its eye could almost be a recolored partial invisibility sphere, but it seems it's not. Pain Elemental's skull spinning animation recycles an unused graphic that was made during Doom's early development. Supposedly, there were plans to add a blob monster that attached itself to walls and would spawn Lost Souls.
It's funny how we only got one cloud. Well, we are getting another one here.
Just like Doom Guy, the Baron was a clay model that got digitalized. And well, obviously the Hell Knight is just a Baron with a palette swap. There are some very minor oddities regarding both sprites. For some reason, their hooves appear to glow when they attack. Perhaps with some imagination we can assume the bright green projectile they throw shines on their hooves. Another minor oddity is how the legs seem to darken in color during their death animation. Maybe their leg fur gets soaked with fluids from its guts? I'm just thinking out loud here. The Revenant used to look very different in early Doom 2 versions. These sprites are direct photographs of the real-life model without any graphical cleanups other than removing the background. It also used to have a completely different sprite for its corpse as seen here. The Revenant sprite we all know and love is almost perfect. One of its punching frames has some stray grey pixels on the left side of its sprite. These pixels seem to come from its previous rotational sprite. If we were to join the two sprites together, you'll see that the grey pixels match the position of the Revenant's missile launcher. These pixels also appear in the work in progress sprite sheet. Oh yeah, Revenant missiles are just retextured Baron of Hell projectiles. And the most unusual one is the back sprite of Mancubus fireballs. It's the first frame of a Revenant's missile explosion. The Archvile at some point, just like the Revenant, had some rough looking sprites. These were also direct rips from the video scan. Interestingly, the early Archvile sprite appears in one of the screenshots used for the retail version of Doom 2. Quick side note, these wall textures changed over the course of Doom 2's development and are never used or seen afterwards.
And
another strange thing is that this
finishing
BFG
this.
seems to use bullets for some reason. Makes you wonder why they used a doctored image to advertise the game.
Finish this top layer.
Just like many
as well.
monsters, the Spider Mastermind was digitalized using a real-life model. Interestingly, the chain gun on the model is much smaller than the 2D sprite, which means the chain gun was hand-drawn. Spider Demon was planned to perform a magic attack at some point during development. Only a single frame of animation remains in existence before the idea got scrapped. There's a lot of stuff going on during its death animation. For one, the spider demon's forehead is briefly impaled by its own
Got some
machinery.
spaghetti that I
The
specifically
explosions are just recycled barrel
saved
explosions,
for
and
this,
for some
'cause I
reason
knew
the
I would
spider
have
demon leaves
to-
behind the cyber demon's bloody hooves.
I would
You
have
can also see
to
its original smaller
get
chain gun
something
from the
done
model
quickly.
amongst this bloody corpse. Speaking
It's
of
gonna be
barrel
very
explosions
satisfying
and
to
bloody
put this
cyber
on my
demon
shelf,
hooves,
though.
the barrel explosion's final frame
I'll
is
even
just
like
a
move
scaled
some
down
stuff out
cyber
of the
demon
way
death
just so I
frame.
can have
You
the
can even see the
satisfaction
bloody
of doing
hooves.
that.
Now ain't that weird? It's no
Okay.
secret that Arachnotrons are scaled down spider demons. Arachnotrons in early Doom 2 versions were practically
is
mini
just
spider demons,
empty.
even sporting the same chain gun and brain graphics. There are some slight errors with many of its sprites. This frame, like Doom Guy, has an accidental cyan pixel, causing you to see through it. Actually, the Arachnotron is filled with holes. Check these out. Quite sloppy, don't you think?
Mario would love that so much. Oh yeah, I didn't think
We all
about
know
that.
about the Easter egg inside the final boss's brain that is
Super
John Romero's
Mario
head
in
on a
real
spike.
life.
The original photo that was used for the sprite can be seen here.
I'm like, and even named the streamer making
Due to
Nintendo
Doom's limited
real.
color palette, Romero's face was given a more pink appearance. Now, about the gore below John's head.
Okay, and we'll get one
It is
more
actually
cloud.
a reused sprite from the Chain Gunner's gypped corpse. The Wolfenstein SS reuses the same sprites from Wolfenstein 3D. However, Wolfenstein 3D uses magenta to indicate pixels that shouldn't be drawn, while Doom uses cyan. You can clearly see a slight oversight in the SS's firing frame, where magenta pixels are present between its legs. These, of course, should have been cyan. Unique sprites were created for Doom that weren't present in Wolfenstein 3D. This is of course the jib
Nintendo
animation,
is becoming
which is
real.
for a large part a copy of the Doom Guy and Zombie jibbing sprites.
Can you believe it? Nintendo in just an hour.
So that's it for the monsters. That's all I could find so far. Doom's artists weren't only incredibly creative and talented, but also efficient in reusing existing graphics and turning them into unique sprites.
This is also a very good video.
Hey YouTube! Before we start off this video, I would like to quickly
the
promote a
difference in
product.
his voice
So there's the
confidence is
super
so-
epic MOBA app called...
So funny.
No wait, that's not right. Ah yes, here it is. This book I would like to promote. It's a book by Stephen King and F. Stubb Fitzgerald. A beautiful book with photos of gargoyles found in the United States. This one looks cool. Check this one out. And... Wait a minute. Yep, that's the same bearded gargoyle you can find in Doom. The real-life variant can be found at the Rodin Museum in Pennsylvania. Hell, you can even spot it using Google
We just
Street
beat
View.
Desert Bus, yeah.
An obscure game called Killing Time also
did
uses
pee
gargoyle
once,
for their
though,
game,
so
although this one seems
I
to be a
failed
direct
that
photograph
challenge.
and not a scan from the book. What else can we find? Aha! The weird goblin-like gargoyle.
Oh, another star.
The book says it can be found in Milwaukee, but the street doesn't seem to exist anymore.
Oh, the table
The
was
book is
white.
over 30 years old after all. Here's the lion gargoyle. It doesn't appear in the sources, so no idea where this one
Right,
can
we
be
just
found.
finished the background.
This one right here looks familiar, and this one as well.
Look at this
They
pipe.
kind of look like the red-eyed gargoyle from Doom. Which, by the way, was meant to be
That's
a
a cool
switch at
pipe.
some point during development, but ended up being decoration.
Okay.
That creepy eye switch used to look around too apparently, but the idea got scrapped. Can you imagine the eye following you around? That same eye switch also had some weird red veins covering its skin at some point. Speaking of switches, a lot of
Ooh,
variants
was
were
that
made for
here?
Doom. Some appear to have more than just an on and off state. This one here looks like an elevator switch with lights indicating what floor it is on. Yeah, Doom has a lot of switches. Look at the variety of skull switches that are very sloppily aligned. Can't unsee that now, huh? Anyway, other than the gargoyles, Doom's artists use quite a lot of real-life references for the graphics. This one, for instance. You've probably seen this texture at some point. It's based off a sculpture of Athena and Nike fighting Alcyone's. More modern objects
Doesn't
were
look
also
like there's
photographed
that
and scanned in.
many specific,
These circuit boards were used to help in creating Doom's
brown,
various computer
light
textures.
brown
Some of the
box
health
here.
textures make use of quite the unusual source material. Kevin's hairy arms were used to create these walls. Two alternative versions exist that contain wounds, but ended up being unused. It gets even more disturbing. This texture is a photograph of someone's knee with a wound on it. But its software also used photographs of nature to create textures. Photos of these rocks ended up being unused, but they were recycled into the monstrosity that we call Fireblue. Photographs from this CD-ROM called Media Clips from Ares Entertainment were also used to create textures. This one was used to make the ash texture, and this one to create the white pebbles texture. It is known knowledge that episode 1 Sky is from a picture taken in Yangshuo, China. This photo also originates from the Media Clips CD-ROM. Episode 2 Sky uses a meat eclipse photograph from the Watchman located in Zion Natural Park in Utah. The sky itself is from this photograph, but colored red. The sky from episode 3 makes use of stalagmites found in the Carlsbad Cavern located in New Mexico. The stalagmites were colored red, and the sky from this photograph was used for the background. Doom 2 skies also use meat eclipse photos. Episode 1 sky is based off this photo in Hawaii. And probably the most creative sky is the city one. The smoke and fire in the background is from the Columbia shuttle taking off. But its software also took their own pictures, of course. Most notably for the weapons we all love so much. The pistol was an orange toy gun based on the Beretta 92FS, but painted black. You can see some unused shooting frames here too. The in-game sprite is also a lot bigger than what you can normally see. ARM graphics are never seen in the game, but do exist. The next weapon in our list is the shotgun, also based on a toy gun. A Tootsie Toy Dakota toy shotgun, to be specific. The orange muzzle was removed. The shotgun was then digitized into sprites for the game. Just like the pistol, the in-game sprite only shows a small portion of the full sprite. You can even see a part of the grip here. Up next is the super shotgun, which, surprisingly, does not make use of real-life photographs. It's pretty much a severely modified shotgun. During Doom's development, there were plans to make weapons eject shell casings. This idea ended up being scrapped, but the shell graphics were recycled for the super shotgun. The work-in-progress super shotgun graphics were quite different, resembling the original shotgun a lot more. Another Tootsie Toy was used for the chain gun. You can clearly see the similar barrel here, but with the orange muzzle removed. The rest of the barrels were edited in for the final game. The Tootsie Toy chain gun was also used to create some of the wall textures. The chain gun's canister and tubes can be found here. And believe it or not, this column is also a Tootsie Toy chain gun. Don't see it? Watch this. Yeah, and the lamps you find throughout the game are also part Tootsie Toy. The rocket launcher appears to be fully hand-drawn. Just like the pistol and shotgun, the real sprite is a lot bigger than what you normally see in-game. The plasma gun is probably the most creative piece of work so far. Instead of scanning in an existing firearm and calling it a day, its software did something unusual. This is the plasma gun, a Rambo M60. Don't see the resemblance? There it is. The plasma bolt's explosion is also recycled for respawning items, teleport fog, BFG tracer impact, and BFG balls. And speaking of the BFG, this is what the BFG looked like during development, and this is the toy used to make it. Do you see it yet? What if we mirror the image? There it is. Man, these IT boys are creative folks. They reused the plasma's muzzle instead of the original one.
Okay.
Just like the chain gun, some of the toy's design was used to create textures. Even the famous exit door was made using the roar gun.
Be very careful.
We have more weapons in our list. This is the only photograph that exists of the chainsaw. It was used to, well, create the chainsaw graphics. It was leaking oil, so they had to place it in a bowl. And the last weapon is the player's fists. This is just Kevin Cloud taking photos of him punching the air. Here you can see his manly, hairy arms once again. Now for something completely different, explosive barrels. They used to have a different explosion animation during development, and there are also plans to have empty barrels, but these ended up being unused. Speaking of unused stuff, Doom has a lot of gory graphics that ended up being unused. You've got a pile of corpses, a hanging dude getting burned, another dude getting burned. Many variations were made for the skull candles. Also, a zombie man head was used as a reference for the skull graphics.
Oh dear.
Some more unused jib graphics here. Looks like there were plans to make jibs fly around like in Quake, but the idea got scrapped. And then there's these guys. I've always found these graphics to be very out of place. In the Jaguar version they were redrawn, as if they knew they didn't fit Doom's art style. Or maybe because the source material for these graphics is quite sinister. Nothing is confirmed, this is just a rumor, but it's speculated that these hanged corpses are based on the photographed corpses of Mussolini and his followers.
Look at this.
Lots of original drawings were made for Doom. Here you can see the intermission from episode 1, episode 2's ending, and the infamous bunny on a bike for episode 3.
Oh,
or Daisy. Sketches were made for
I can't
Doom guy
imagine
in
what
his
a
helmet
contra
and
version
armor.
of this would look like. Alright, I can actually bring the TV back.
The Cyber Demon, the Archvile, the Revenant, which looked a lot different, Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or, well, the Spider Mastermind with not one, but two chain guns. The original
stand up
drawing
to
of the
do this,
icon of sin and
actually.
how it was transformed into a wall texture. A traced version with simple shading was also made. The wall texture uses the original scan instead. Strangely enough, the floor variant uses the low quality version. I wonder why. And then there's this cool sketch of a Baron of Hell. Its face was reused for a texture, and at some point during development also for the title screen. Yeah, Doom went through many title screens and Doom logos during development. In the end we got this one with monsters infighting in the background. And speaking of monsters, in the previous Doom graphics feed I forgot to mention some things. Pinky's back muscles were recycled from the Baron of Houses. Barons also used to have different fireball graphics during development. When a paint elemental dies, you can briefly see Lost Souls escaping.
This is so
Here's also some rare footage of
to
Doom 2
insert.
demon models getting captured.
I feel like I've been saying this a lot, but this specifically... Oh, okay, planets aligned. No way, it's working! It needs to be secured, but damn.
Note, this is the original Revenant model without all the red goop covering its body.
I
The
can't
original, to my
lift
knowledge, broke its
really
armor. I received an
Maybe I
update
can.
afterwards, but was never recaptured for the game. And
Can
that's
see
it.
it like
Hope you
this.
found this video fun and interesting. Thank you for watching. And an extra thank you to my patrons, Andri Dicklin, Art Cox, Kappa Bitch, Chris O'Neill, Cyprian Rusen, Curtis Carter,
Can only
Jeff
go one
Russell,
way.
Joanna
It's like
Devins,
real Mario.
Joseph Coleman, Joshua Scoggins, QuakeGamer632, Rapu Hotelli,
Yeah, it
Roman
needs to be
Orehoff,
like-
Sean Wang, Stephen Bone, Ted Roddy, The Doom Guy MG, Trevor Whelan, Turbine 2K5,
aside,
and Todd
the spare
Tamash.
bag for
Your support
now.
is very much appreciated. Have a nice day.
If anyone has a video they'd like to play on the stream, I can do that, by the way. Otherwise, I'll just keep playing these probably.
With Doom Eternal around the
Oh, and
corner,
hello,
it's time to
Numpy.
analyze Doom 2016's Big Boy Challenge, Ultra Nightmare. Nightmare difficulty
We're
increases
getting
enemy
very
damage
close
by 90%.
getting this
Slap
done.
some Ultra on it, and your save game gets deleted when you die.
I finished
Pretty
the
punishing
NES and the
stuff.
controller
One
and
mistake,
the cartridge.
and it's all over.
It's
Obviously, your
to
biggest
the
obstacle
side
is surviving the onslaught
now.
of demons you will encounter. And of course,
now we are
platforming,
finishing
but
up the
that's an automatic
TV.
SS tier obstacle. Jokes aside, how threatening are certain enemies? In this video, we will go through several monster
We're
encounters
back
throughout the
at
entire
20
game, and
out
per
of
level assign a tier to each monster. At the very end, we will scale the tier list to a conclusive one.
Except
What are the
there's
rules? Most
20
importantly,
bags.
no cheating. We won't exploit critical bugs that allow you to skip fights or make them trivial. Two examples are skipping level 2's first gore nest and using the weapon wheel slowdown to do massive BHG raid damage. Other than that, we're free to use any upgrades and wounds, no matter how broken they are. With that out of the way, let's start off with level 1, the UAC.
It's like a Minecraft Redstone IRL, I know.
Alright, here we go.
I never
Wait,
played with
how
like
come
a
we started with the shotgun
Technic
already?
that much.
Where's the epic Rip and Tear intro where you obtain the
I
pistol?
just knew about it
And what about the gore
I've
nest
seen
and
it
all
and
the
I've been like...
Well, Ultra Nightmare skipped the entire
was
introduction
thinking that
section,
it looks
so we
weird,
won't factor those fights
but
into the tier list.
having this work is
The
very
first
cool.
arena, and it's already a tricky one, there are possessed, imps, and soldiers. Imps and soldiers are a bit tough to kill because all you have to fight them with is a shotgun with no upgrades for it yet. The pistol does have alright range though. Imps like to climb up high and toss fireballs at you. Possessed are not really threatening, but their lunge attack may catch you off guard and you'll take massive damage. On
The
top
video
of
is
that,
a bit
it slows
loud.
you down,
Oh,
which in
okay.
turn
I'm
makes
sorry.
you an easy target for the imps and
You have to
soldiers.
forgive me because
If you die here, it's not very punishing. You'll lose 2
the
minutes of
chat
your life
delay is
tops.
very long.
Throughout the level,
It's
are
worse the
possessed
longer
and
the
imps.
stream is, it
Nothing
seems.
to worry about. Once you obtain the shotgun's explosive shot, everything becomes a lot more tolerable.
now.
You can now one-hit kill imps with a well-placed explosive
Fucking
slug.
like hitting
Keep
it with my
moving,
finger
and
and
responses will have trouble hitting you.
having a
The
heart
final
attack.
fight is riddled with more possessed imps and soldiers. The possessed here get very dangerous, as your attention will be on the imps and soldiers and all their projectiles. The best way to avoid getting slapped upside the head by a possessed is to seek the high ground where they don't show up.
We have about 70
All in all,
pages
dying in
left
the first
of
level
this
is not very
manual as
punishing,
well.
so the monsters here are not very threatening. Possessed are surprise hitters and slow you down while dealing massive damage. They're easy targets though, so we'll place them
So I
at tier
see a
D for now.
DM, let me
Imps are
check that real
fast,
quick.
mobile, and can hit you quite hard. They're also quite tanky until you get the explosive shot. Most dangerous enemy of this level by far, so into tier D it goes. Soldiers are
Yeah,
pretty
there's no
tanky,
streaming.
being capable of surviving an
That's
explosive
Frankenstein's
slug,
monster
but they are
already.
slow. Their charged plasma bolt attack can surprise you
God,
though,
okay.
tier C. Up next is level 2, The first area has a lot of possessed and some imps. It's fairly crowded, and never underestimate how easy it is to accidentally back into a possessed who will happily bitch slap you. This area will also introduce the engineer, placed in a way to show off what happens when you shoot him.
The next area is where you will encounter the first big fight of this level. There's not much
You
room
know,
to
I'm
hide,
so
and
scared
there are
about
quite
this
a lot of
thing. I'm just gonna
enemies
put it on
to
the wall,
Also,
on the
be aware
window
of
front.
possessed roaming around. They can get an easy hit off you while you're focusing on dodging projectiles.
There we go.
After grabbing the chainsaw, there is a small area filled with imps.
Looks like
soldiers, and
we're gonna
possessed.
be building a separate
Soldiers really
piece
like
here
to
for
spam
now.
charged plasma bolts erratically.
And then we
which
should
can
go
be
to
quite
sleep
dangerous
or
as
wait
the
until
splash
this is
damage covers a
finished.
fairly large area.
It shouldn't take too long
Alright,
to finish it,
time for the
but
biggest
you know,
obstacle
your
so
choice.
far. The Gore Nest area. This area gets flooded with imps and soldiers.
There will be a
The
VOD of
dodging
this
skills must
available,
be on
so
point
you can
here.
always
Pretty
just
lengthy
watch
fight
that as
too,
well.
to make good use of the chainsaw and explosive slugs.
Whew, if you've made it this far, congratulations.
I'm just curious
You
how
grab the
many
heavy assault
copyright
rifle and
claims
plasma
this is
rifle
gonna
now,
get.
that will make fights a lot easier. Don't forget to grab the plasma stun upgrade too, as it is a lifesaver.
Big fight number 2 is the outdoor area. This is where we'll encounter the first power-up in the game, along with the Shield Soldier enemy type.
I'm very surprised
you can
that
use
someone
the power-up here
here
to
has
easily
actually
deal with
stayed
half
the
the enemies.
entire duration
But be
of
aware
the
that when it
stream.
runs out, there's still quite a few imps and soldiers left to deal with.
I'm very glad
With the
that
heavy assault rifle and plasma rifle,
this is
this
entertaining
area ain't
enough.
too bad. Plenty of spots to hide too.
For you
Don't
to
let
do
the
that.
Shield Soldier
Okay,
surprise you when you open the
these
cargo door.
large
With the
ones
plasma stun bomb,
here.
he's completely harmless, so feel free to obliterate him. The rest of the level is a cakewalk. Just spam plasma bolts everywhere and you're good to go.
So the possessed can really mess you up if you're careless. On top of that, this level's riddled with them. They're getting an upgrade, Tier C. Imps, oh god the imps. They are everywhere, are really good at hitting you, and you're not tanky enough to take more than 2 hits yet.
Should
Also
I change
upgrading
my
these
chair
baddies,
arrangement
Tier
so
A.
it's a bit more
Soldiers are not that bad once you can play with all the new guns you've grabbed.
a bit more
Let's keep them at Tier C. Engineers are very rare in this level. They're
support on my
explosive barrels
back.
with legs and placed for the player to blow up stuff. No threat whatsoever. Tier F. And last but not least, Shield Soldiers.
Alright.
While they may do massive close range damage, one is easily killed with Berserk, and with the Plasma Stun Bomb,
wait.
they are completely immobilized.
This is where the
If you know where they
Mario's
appear, they're
figure is
harmless.
supposed to go.
Tier F.
Boundary, the first big non-linear level. First thing you want to do is go for the rocket launcher secret, then go towards the Gore Nest at the beginning door. On the way there, use the sentry bot to upgrade the rocket launcher. Either upgrades are fine, but we went for the lock-on mod. After you destroy this Gore Nest, Hellraisers get
Here, and I want
introduced,
to find
but
that
they're easily
Lego
taken out with a
Mario
rocket
piece.
launcher as they stand still when trying to attack you. The imps are still nasty, but a lot easier to deal with now
There
that
it
you
is,
have the
okay.
heavy assault rifle and plasma rifle. The area where you find the yellow key ain't that bad. Imps and soldiers are easily killed. Beware of the surprise Hell Knight. Quickly stun him and take him down. The shield soldier all the way in the back stands no chance either. The bottom floor Gore Nest has many enemies in a fairly
The
small
beginning-
and hazardous area. Everything
My
packs together
professional
here,
party.
so just
Oh,
blow
that's
them up.
fun. How did that go?
Hellraisers barely get a chance to attack you, because boy, they are slow.
Oh yeah, we have the yellow key. Let's go for the Argent Cell here. Beware
I
of the
remember
imps
last time I've
and
been
another
at a
surprise
party.
Hell Knight. Stun and Plasma, easy peasy. Stay away from the explosive barrels though.
Not super
In this area we'll encounter yet another surprise Hell Knight.
parties, to be
This
honest.
one will break through the door. Once again, just stun him with a Plasma Bomb and blow him to pieces. Background soldiers, imps and Hellraisers are not very threatening either. The Gore Nest here contains a Hell Knight you can easily chainsaw to death.
The final Gore Nest holds some imps and soldiers. You need to go upstairs to finish them off, so beware of surprise charge shots from around the corner. Once everything is dead,
Actually, it's
a Hell Knight
around
will
this time
spawn.
that even
Stun
Rory
him,
should
shoot
be
him,
able to
and move
make
on.
it to the stream.
Keep in mind that 2 Hell Knights are now roaming the map.
Who
You can
knows,
either
maybe
take them on or go
she'll
straight
make
for the
it
final area.
the very end where
The
I
final
show
fight
off.
contains many imps. On top of that, Hellraisers will attempt to hit scan you from above, so prioritize them first. Imps are really good at doing parkour here, and dodging the big amount of fireballs can be overwhelming. Towards the end, 2 pairs of Hell Knights will join the party, all while you're still dealing with the
strange
imps.
how this
This can get quite tricky, and
is-
it's pretty easy
it's
to take
kind
too
of
many
like
hits here.
lifted up.
Possessed are
It
not as
doesn't
dangerous
connect
anymore,
here.
but they will try to swing at you when going for the rocket launcher. Let's keep them at tier
The
C.
typical party for
Imps
rich
are
people,
dangerous
yeah.
throughout, even with
Like
big
in
guns.
movies.
They make the final fight really difficult,
someone's
so they're getting yet
famous
another
famous.
upgrade, tier S. Soldiers are easy now,
Rich
but they can be a bit annoying in the blue key room. Still going to
I thought it was
downgrade
like an
them to tier
actual
D.
party.
Shield soldiers and engineers are just not threatening at all. Not a single instance where they can mess up your run here. Tier F. Hellraisers can deal a lot of damage if you let them attack and
Thought
if
you
you
meant like a
prioritize.
professional party,
During
like
the charge-up phase you can stun them with a single
you know,
rocket. Easier said than done
a
when you're in
big
the heat of the
gathering
moment.
to have
Tier
fun.
C. Hell Knights.
Okay, this is supposed to
They
go
hit
on a
very
TV
hard,
now.
but with the plasma stun bomb, they're quite easy to deal with. The pairs at the final fight are deadly. If you miss your stun bomb, thunderstorms, it can get very messy. Sometimes they'll even jump over them. Tier B for now.
Level 4. Let's grab that vacuum room and move on to the first fight. There are some annoying imps here, and the Hell Knight at the end can of course be stunned. The central Gore Nest area once again has many annoying imps. 2 Hell Knights appear here, but you have plenty of space to move around. On our way to the second Gore Nest, let's grab the SSG to make our lives easier. The second Gore Nest area contains a haste power-up, which helps decimating all the enemies.
Secure this
Nothing
in
tricky
place
here,
finally.
really. The summoner gets introduced too, but is easily killed with a locked-on triple rocket.
Bring out
Third
PvP
Gore
for
Nest,
entertainment.
Hellraisers, Imps, and Hell Knights spawn from many
At
directions.
an NFT
Focus on
party.
the Hell Knights first, and keep an eye on those Hellraiser lasers and Imp fireballs. The final Gore Nest is an absolute joke. Just grab Berserk and punch the living bejesus out of everything.
Possessed are no threat anymore. If anything, they are useful to upgrade the weapon upgrades. You have powerful automatic weapons at this point. There's no reason to get hit by them anymore. Downgrade to Tier D. Imps are still very deadly. Don't underestimate them too much, even with big guns. Tier S. Soldiers are getting more pathetic the bigger your guns get. Your damage output is increased, so they're getting a lot easier to deal with. Tier D. Shield soldiers and engineers are still placed
What
in
a
a way
journey
they're
this
rarely
has
threatening.
been.
They're staying at Tier F. Hellraisers spawn at positions that makes them easy to deal with. They can't hide anymore
I need
either.
to find-
Let's keep
okay,
him at
there it
Tier
is.
C. Hell Knights are still a bit scary. Plasma stun and the super shotgun help a lot, but if for some reason you lose speed,
NFT
they will palm you to death in a single hit. Tier B. And then there's the summoner. Oh,
Fate
you
worse
poor
than
girl.
death.
She is easily killed with a lock-on missiles and plasma bomb. And then there's also Berserk.
Okay,
Tier F for now.
Put this aside for
Hooray!
now,
Time for
yeah.
some platforming. Your worst tier Sesfo. First fight introduces the Revenant.
Okay.
There are also some soldiers and possessed. Nothing difficult really. Go grab some runes and Argent cells
Wait,
and
this
move
is like
on.
a special piece.
Imps at the bridge section are fairly annoying and constantly flinging their crap at you. Use the tactical scope to get rid of them. The next area has a lot of monsters, including 2 summoners, but there's a quad damage power up to turn it into a walk in the park. The bottom of the tower introduces the Mankibi. Some of them will spawn in along with Hell Knights, Imps and Hellraisers. There's another quad damage here, and use that to kill the Mankibi as they're incredibly tanky.
Oh, okay, wait.
After extending to the middle of the tower, get ready for another fight. Mostly low tier enemies appear here, so nothing too
And
difficult.
5 by
Camp
1
at the
on the
invulnerability
side.
and grab it once the
Right
mid tier
here.
demons start spawning in. Get ready for some Hell Knights and Revenants.
It was America
Time for the
Joey.
final fight. No wait,
We've done
let's grab
so
this
much.
bad boy first.
We've discovered so much
Alright,
culture.
say hello to the broken gun. The final fight is an endurance round. Just dodge everything and grab the quad invulnerability to make it even easier. You can also use the hologram here to distract the enemies.
Okay, so possessed are useful here for the super shotgun mastery. They can still launch towards you when going for it, so be careful.
This
Tier
curve
D.
here.
Imps are
I'm
really
guessing
annoying
this is
this
gonna
level,
be the TV
especially at the
screen
bridge
that we're
and while
making
climbing
right
the tower.
now.
Tier S for sure.
Looks like it.
Soldiers on the other hand are becoming sad. Not a single instance were they even remotely threatening. Tier D. Shield soldiers and engineers are still used poorly. Tier F. Hellraisers are the same like in the previous level. Their spawn positions are less annoying and can't really hide from you anymore. They'll stay at Tier C. Hell Knights still like chasing you around, but this level gives you a lot of power-ups, making them quite weak. Tier B. Power-ups also turn the summoner into a complete joke. She's staying in Tier F. And speaking of jokes, Revenants are terrible at hitting you with their slow projectiles. And when they do, it's incredibly low damage. At least they're somewhat tanky, I guess? Tier D for now. And then the Mankibi. They are incredibly tanky and their damage output is insane.
Okay,
Thankfully
so
fight them with
this
power-ups,
one.
and they're not very
I
common.
only
Tier
need
B
one
for
of
now.
these.
Yippee! Welcome to Heck. The fight
Yippee.
here contains Heck Knights, Mankibi, and Heck Razors. They can be quite scary, especially the Mankibi who are so tanky. Stay on the move and keep track where the Mankibi are so you don't actually bump into one. This is a good time to try out the hologram too.
Going through the yellow door will bring you to this big open arena. There are Hellraisers here and quite the unusual summoners. These summoners spawn in Hell Knights, so if you don't deal with them quick enough, you're gonna have to fight lots of Hell Knights, which is a bad thing. On top of that, Hellraisers will fire you with their lasers and
I got
imp
spaghetti
fireballs
with
will
fried
gravitate
chicken. I
towards
hope
you.
Mario likes
Back
it.
to this familiar arena. Cacodemons get introduced here,
Mario
which you can
love.
kill with a single quad SSG shot.
Was that one like a
Revenants,
gangster
Hell Knights,
Mario?
and Mankibi also appear.
YouTube comment.
You have quad that lasts for pretty much the whole fight, and there's plenty of
Like
space to move
a
around.
parody of that Mario
Before you can
loves
grab
you.
the secret chain gun, get ready to fight 2 Mankibi without any power-ups. You can use invulnerability to deal with the Revenants
Fuck
and
you.
Souls.
And there's like
Cacodemons
Mario,
don't
why
even
do
get
you
the chance
hate
to
me?
shoot
It's
you
like
if you
Mario
chamber them.
hates everyone.
Next arena. There is a haste power up here that can help you out dodging the millions of imp fireballs. Hell Knights will chase
another
you, imps will slap you,
sub-element
Mankibi will
here.
shoot you, Lost Souls also appear. Don't forget about them or they will mess you up badly. Holograms are useful here for some breathing space. Also, time for Siege Mode, your new best friend. More new enemies. Here are the Barons. They are bigger, tankier Hell Knights with a projectile tech, but they're also a lot slower. You can kill everything here with quad. Summoners, Lost Souls, they're all easy peasy.
Enjoy the little platforming section here. The Revenants and Mancubi are infighting, so they're not scary at all. Below is another Mancubus, but you can easily kill it with Siege Mode. There are a lot of unwilling imps here for the Siege Mode mastery. Final fight. A lot of big boys spawn here, but you get quad and you have big
special
guns.
piece.
Towards the end, some Mancubi
Bunch
and
of
Barons
these in
appear.
this.
They can be a bit scary, but you're scarier. Possessed, soldiers, sealed soldiers, and engineers don't appear in this
Last
level, so
flap,
they get to
please.
keep their rank.
Imps are still really common and like to snipe you with fireballs, so let's keep them at tier S. Hellraisers got good at hiding again, and they will find many opportunities to snipe you. They will stay at tier C. Hell Knights really keep you on your toes. Pretty dangerous when the summoner manages to spawn extra. Tier B. The summoners that spawn Hell Knights are very threatening. Those alone will up their tier to tier B. Revenants do nothing, they just waste your ammo. Tier D. Mancubi are still
Why are you such a
tanky,
little
but this level
hater?
gives you a lot of power-ups, so they're not that bad. Tier B. Unwilling. Perfect siege mode and super shotgun mastery material. They basically help the player out, so not even worth the F tier. Z tier. There we go. Kako demons are easily dealt with using power-ups. Siege mode also kills them in one shot. Their melee deals 1 billion damage though, so stay the heck out.
Might have become
D tier
real and
for that melee
invent
attack alone.
discrimination.
Lost Souls can really scam you if you forget where they appear. High damage and
Racist
completely kills
Mario
your
in
momentum
real
when they
life.
hit you. Tier B for now. And then the Barons. Like mentioned earlier, they're tankier Hell Knights, but a lot slower. Their slow speed makes them really easy targets. C tier.
And we're back on Mars. This time everything got wrecked and there are Cacodemons here waiting to get hugged. Like this one here. After the lengthy cutscene you will enter an area with lots of monsters, where you can run straight for the door or rune trial and ignore them. Pinkies. Uh-oh. Well, actually, they're not that bad.
Wait,
Just stun them with the plasma bomb. Soldiers can land some hits on you though, so keep an eye on them too. Check it out, another quad. Also, a lot of imps and some pinkies that can surprise you. Up the stairs are some more imps and Cacodemons, and after some time, a Mancubus and 2 pinkies emerge from the big door too. They're far away, so nothing too troublesome. You can save the quad damage as health insurance if you want. Gore Nest time. More pinkies will appear here, but you can distract them with holograms and stun them with plasma bombs. Hell Knights and Barons are destroyed by siege mode. Hellraisers are asleep, and there's a mega health if you frick up somehow. There's another Gore Nest towards the end of the level. Grab haste and turn the Cacodemons, Hell Knights and Mancubi into mincemeat. There are some possessed imps and soldiers at the exit. You can use these for weapon mastery challenges.
Alright, Unwilling
TV
don't
is also
appear,
pretty
so they
cool
stay
by
at tier Z.
itself.
Lost Souls don't appear either, so they also get to keep their tier. Possessed are a joke now, and pretty much super shotgun mastery food at this point. Tier D. Imps are not too bad in this level either, but they are staying at tier S because of previous levels. Shield soldiers, tier F. Just stay away. Same with engineers, tier F. Hellraisers still do a poor job of hitting you, tier C. Hell Knights are still scary, but manageable with siege mode, tier B. Summoners are completely optional, don't even bother, tier B. Revenants are just sad dudes that never manage to do damage, tier D. Mancubi are not that bad either, you mostly fight them from far away, staying at tier B. Cacodemons are not very threatening either, unless you run out of plasma cells and rockets for some reason. Just siege mode them, tier C. Barons are also fairly easy to deal with. You get a mega health, and you can siege and stun bomb them, tier C. Pinkies are dangerous if not stunned, fairly easy otherwise. Keep a good eye on them, tier C. Not much going on in the beginning, some possessed, an occupied Mancubus, some soldiers, and Hell Knights. Nothing worth writing about. The Gore Nest fight however can get pretty hectic.
At the beginning, 2 Mancubi will try to sandwich you, and imps will spawn around you. Kill everything quickly, and grab the berserk
I like how they
skill,
designed their
incoming
Lego
Hell Knights,
sets.
summoners, and more. Stragglers
Yeah,
can be taken
I'm not
down
sure
with
what the
ease using the
tooling
Gauss
they
cannon.
have for them
After
is.
a lengthy visit to Samuel Hayden's office, S. Hayden,
I just have the weird deja vu effect.
it's time for another Gore Nest.
When I
You
was
encounter
putting
a new
this
enemy
together.
here, the Cyber Mancubus.
Like I've seen this
With
in a
haste,
dream
you'll pierce
before.
straight through their tank armor. But give a little attention to their toxic goo, as it eats through your health if you
Do
stand
you think
there.
that's weird?
Time for
that
some
happens?
platforming. Whatever you do not forget about those lost souls. If they bump into you while you're busy jumping over bottomless pits, you'll get super scammed and die. On your way to the VFG, you'll encounter some minor fights, nothing threatening. The
That
Cyber
happens to me a
Mancubus
lot,
is
and I
distracted
don't
by
know-
the soldiers
I
and
don't
is
know why.
easily killed.
Alright, BFG time. You've basically beaten Ultra Nightmare at this point. Make sure to upgrade your ammo boost rune for near infinite BFG ammo. Before the final fight, you encounter some possessed and pinkies. Use
my
these to
god, my
upgrade stuff like
finger's so
Siege Mode
oily.
and the Super Shotgun Mastery.
The
How did
final
that
fight
happen?
spawns imps from many directions.
It's not even sweat, it's
Revenant,
just oil.
Soldiers and Hell Knights also join the party. Quads and BFG makes everything way too easy. Cacodemons and Mancubi also spawn in after some waves. Just BFG the living heck out of everything. Keep a good eye on those shield soldiers,
Dreaming of
as they may
Nintendo
be hiding
being
around
real.
corners and can deal massive damage. The fight ends with two
There is no
barons who are
Mario,
easily
there is
killed
no
with the BFG and
Nintendo.
chainsaw.
So, possessed are Super
Please do
Shotgun
not
food,
research
D tier.
Nintendo.
Imps are not that dangerous anymore. You're getting tanky, but they're staying at tier S because of previous levels. Soldiers are just stupid and are mostly infighting, tier D. Shield soldiers are only dangerous at the first gore nest and the final fight where they can sneak up on you. But they're still pathetic, so let's keep them at tier F. Engineers make upgrading guns annoying and that's it, tier F. Hellraisers and Unwilling don't appear in this level. Hell Knights are still really good at keeping you on your toes, but are not that bad once you unlock Siege Mode, tier B. Summoners are becoming sad again, just Siege Mode them or use Berserk, downgrading to tier C. Revenants are just still super sad dudes that will never kill you, tier D. Mancubi are still tanky beasts, so tier B.
Okay.
Cacodemons are Siege Mode bait, tier C. Lost Souls are easily killed, but
Very
forgetting about them can
close
ruin your
to
run,
finishing
tier B.
this.
Barons are easily dealt with using either Siege Mode, Plasma Bombs, BFG, or the Chainsaw,
Right.
tier C. Pinkies only appear at the end after you grab the BFG, no threat whatsoever, tier C. Cyber Mancubi are tankier Mancubi,
Oh, one of
but
these
they're a
has a
bit more
print.
uncommon, tier C for now.
Low
Lazarus
Tech.
Labs. This is where
That was
we'll
the
fight
name
the
of a
Cyber
brand
Demon.
that
How's the rest
Leather
of the
made
level
up
though?
for his first
well, you get the
4
Siphon Grenade here,
animations.
which is absolutely broken
Except it
with
was
the Quick
spelled
Weapon Mastery.
L-O-W-T-H.
The first Gorness era has a lot of imps, soldiers and Hell Knights. You can easily clear out this room
I think
with
you can
BFG,
see it in some of
especially
his,
when
like,
combined with the ammo boost mastery.
I think it was
You
a
can use
Leather
the haste as a
Watches
free
shit
health refill.
stream.
With your newfound
where
Witch Get
he
Richer mood
just
and its infinite
watched
ammo
a
capabilities,
bunch of random
you should be
videos,
able
kind
to
of
take
like
on the
me
next
right
fight
now.
with little to no problem. You also get quad damage here, so dealing with all the soldiers, Mancubi, Hellraisers, Seal Soldiers,
Supposed to
and
be
Hell Knights
over
isn't too
nothing,
bad.
I guess so.
Just be careful not to back into a Mancubus that will most likely kill you
Oh
with
wait,
its
it's
melee
supposed to
attack.
go here.
Ah yes, the Pinky Room.
We're stuck in the
So
time
many
of connecting
Ultra Knight
Lego
Metal
sets
Stones here.
forever, oh no.
You can easily cheese this fight by hiding at the Mega Health, but let's stick to the rules. You can outrun all the
I can't
Pinkies
do
with
that, I
haste
have an
and take down
appointment
many
at
of them with stun bombs
3
and some
AM,
juicy
I don't know.
BFG shots. The big circular room contains a big fight with many imps, Hell Knights, Mancubi and
Let me just
Cacodemons.
readjust
Your
myself.
stacks on hard to
This
kill at this
goes
point in the game,
here.
and you have a BFG of course. Just
And
keep
this
moving
lily
and slap
pad
anything that
goes
moves.
here.
Skipping ahead to the semi-final fight,
God.
again, lots of
Where's
imps
this?
and Hell Knights here.
Right here.
Use your BFG wisely and utilize the haste to refill your health. Pinkies and Cyber Mancubi suffer from the
Oh my
verticality
God.
of this arena.
Alright, Cyber Demon time. If you're a casual Ultra Knight player, this is the fight that will increase your heart rate and ramp up the nerves. To retain some of your confidence, you could equip the Saving Throw rune to get an extra life. The first phase is pretty easy,
and
just keep
there's
shooting
another
and don't worry too much about
printed
getting hit. He drops a lot of
detail
health and with the
somewhere
Vacuum
here.
rune, they get absorbed immediately. Save at least 3 BFG shots for the second phase. Second phase has new attacks that are harder to dodge. Stun him with the BFG, don't miss and kill him quickly. So, let's see. Possessed are a joke, tier D. Imps are not dangerous anymore, you're getting
this
tanky
one,
now,
yeah, this
tier
one,
S.
the candle
Shield
one.
soldiers, just stay away from them, Lamau, tier F. Same with
I'm
engineers,
losing the
tier
ability
F.
to type.
Hellraisers are background enemies that have trouble
God.
hitting you, tier C.
We're
Hell
so
Knights love
close.
forcing all your attention onto them. This gets especially bad when they back you into the proximity of Mancubi, tier B. Summoners, Unwilling, Lost Souls and Barons don't appear. Revenants, tier D. Mancubi are getting upgraded to tier A. The rooms are getting smaller and they're harder to avoid. Not to mention they're getting a lot more common now. Cacodemons are still easily killed with Siege
Oh,
mode,
and I need it
tier
on
C.
this side as well.
Pinkies cannot do much because of the verticality, tier C. And now the Cyber Demon. You know, with the Saving Throw rune giving you mental strength, he's actually not that bad. The nerves are the biggest enemy here. He drops a lot of
Yeah,
health,
if you
ammo
can't-
and even BFG ammo.
If
Let's
you
place him in
can't
tier A.
stay awake, then by all means
Alright,
go to
we're in
bed.
Heck again. And this is where the game turns into a joke. You're so powerful now that all fights blend together. It all boils down to Siege mode
Try
and
to
BFG.
speed up
But let's
the-
go straight to the tiering.
Because I also want
Imps
to
are a
eat some
nuisance,
food.
but not dangerous.
And
Tier S.
the spaghetti
Hellraisers,
is
no matter how much they
tempting me.
try, they cannot hit you.
And Mario
Tier C.
is revoking
Hell Knights
my
cannot
right to
touch
eat
you.
spaghetti
Rooms are
right
too
now,
big.
so
Tier B. Some of
I
those
need
spawn
to
imps is genuinely
prove
pathetic.
him wrong.
And you get Berserk, down to tier D. Revenants, still not doing anything. Tier D.
But it's
Mancubi are still tanks, but also not as dangerous anymore. Tier A. Cacodemons, tier Siege. Lost Souls never get the opportunity to surprise you. now that they respawn in front of you.
See,
Down to
where
tier
will
C.
we place
Barons appear in
some
big rooms,
knobs?
little threat, just use the BFG or Siege, tier C. Pinkies also appear in big rooms and are
Alright,
easily
and this is
dodged.
also
The one
like
instance
here.
they spawn in a tiny room,
This will be
you can
for
easily
the
stun bomb them,
thing to turn
tier C.
channels on.
Cybermancubi are still very stationary and non-threatening. They're getting a bit more common now, tier C. Then there's the Spectre. It's like a Pinky but without the armor plating. Easily killed and don't get a chance to surprise you with their choreographed
Okay, I see what
spawns.
these special
Tier F
pieces
now.
are for now.
Next level, also a complete joke, except the ending. Two
Which people
Kakudemons,
forced me to think
Mancubi,
by
and Barons appear right before the
the
boss fight,
ability to-
and they can be a bit tricky. A BFG shot should take care of most of them.
The real threat is the boss fight. The first phase is quite annoying because
Nah,
it's
you
invulnerable
type
most of the
fine.
time. The scrolling orb attack is weird and cancelling it feels inconsistent.
Well, just
it
think
can
if you
also lunge
type,
at you and deal massive damage, and its slam attack has a huge
non-perfect
radius.
sentences,
Phase
you're
2 is where it
just
gets really
stupid.
tricky. Again,
But I actually
equipping
prefer if
saving
somebody
throw
like
can help with
doesn't
the
type
nerves. The situational
super
awareness is really
correct
put to the test here.
grammar,
You must consistently move around
like a
and dodge
chat room or
incoming
something,
projectiles.
because then it's
They drop
more
health and ammo,
informal.
but their attacks deal so much
Somebody
damage you can
types
still
like
die easily.
with perfect
Surfing
grammar
grenade
all the
helps you
time,
gain
they
armor
just
during
sound
this fight too.
pissed to me.
Games are still the same.
Or just
Annoying,
passive
but not
aggressive.
dangerous. Tier S.
Finish my spaghetti
Hell
Coke,
Racer still
Mario
cannot
likes
aim.
it. It
Tier
just goes
C.
in the void
Hell
and
Knights
Mario
appear in big rooms where they cannot
enjoys
touch
it
you.
there.
Tier B. Summoners are pathetic. Tier D. Revenants, oh, what did they do to you? I'm sorry, I've lost faith in you. Tier F. Mancubi are common enemies now and still tanky as ever. Tier A. Unwilling, Tier Z. Kakudemons, Siege or Turretem. Tier C. Lost Souls are awfully
Yummy
used.
again?
They
Oh,
keep
Rory.
spawning in front of you instead of surprising you. Tier C.
No
You face
sense.
4 Barons in
Rory is
succession
the
at the
only-
end.
okay.
Close quarter combat can really mess you up if you're slacking. Tier
What
C.
looks like,
Pinkies are easily
music
dealt
player
with
or
using
something.
holograms and stun bombs. Tier C. Cybermancubi only seem to appear when the fight's about to end. They are alone
Look at
and
that,
easily
looks
killed.
so nice.
Tier C.
Look at this
4 Spectres
right
appear
here.
towards the end from 2 directions.
That's gonna
They can
come in
potentially
just a
scam you.
second.
Easy to deal with using holograms, siege mode and stun bombs. Still getting a tiny upgrade to Tier D. The Hellguards are
And
tough
this is
cookies.
probably
You
gonna
must really
clip
learn their
right
attacking
on
patterns
here.
and not miss your BFG shots. Tier S because saving throw gives you an extra chance.
And I
Level
placed this
12.
wrong.
I am Vega. Once again, this level's a joke.
And
BFG and
last
Siege
bag
mode everything.
incoming.
Even if you play sloppily, you will most likely not die here. It's not worth going
This is
through
a
each
bit
monster
worrying,
encounter
though.
since all fights blend together at this point. So let's retain the tier list as it is and move on to the final level. Yeehaw!
Okay, here we are, the final level. All fights except the boss fight are easily won by spamming Siege mode and BFG balls. So let's go straight to the Spider
Well,
Mastermind.
this looks
Ah
complete
yes,
to
the
me.
poor girl who was forever stuck in tier F. If you haven't used it up yet, switch to saving throw to calm down the nerves. Nerves will be at an all-time high. This fight will decide whether or not you will flush 6 hours of stinking gameplay right down the bog. She is surprisingly agile and has many high damaging attacks. Use the Siphon Grenade often to
looks
heal
like
up and to
everything is
regain
here.
armor. The ammo boost rune makes her drop BFG ammo every now and then, so you can stun her frequently. Because saving throw is a thing, and the fact to get a lot of BFG ammo will place her in
And,
tier S.
So far, all
This
tiers
still
were
doesn't
absolute.
clip on
You
here.
can see that a big bulk of
Right.
demons are in the C tier. Let's
keep this
scale the
around
tier
just
list
in
into a more
case.
relative one. How do demons compete against each other?
Last bag to open.
So, as you can see, the Spider Mastermind redeemed herself as S tier, and she can cause the most punishing death in the entire game. Imps regain S tier because of the first half of the game, where they're very deadly. Hell Knights are a high priority monster, so we up him to tier A. Barons and Pinkies compared to other C tier demons are more dangerous, so let's move them to tier B. Soldiers and Possessed also remain a relatively high tier because of the early users. And there you go, Doom 2016's Ultra Nightmare tier list. What do you think of this tier list? What was your experience with Ultra Nightmare? Let us know in the comments.
Oh, I
Many
think
thanks to
Mario
Peter
is
for
in
helping
this
out
one.
with the footage and ranking the fights.
We're making
And
things
of course,
real.
thanks to my sexy patrons, Andrei Koval, Andri Diklin, Art Cox, Balsam, Cadence,
Here's my spare bag,
Kappa
by the
Bitch,
way.
Chris O'Neill, no, not Oni, Cyprian Rusin, Curtis Carter, Jeff
Oh,
Russell,
sorry, just hit my
Joanna
mic.
Devins, Joshua Scoggins, Justin Wang, Mobuild, Matthias Sippert,
Oh, there he
Michael
is.
Donogue,
There he is.
Quake Gamer 632, Raven King, Richard Luster,
It's
Donan
him.
Orehoff, Sean Huang, Stephen Bone, Stephen Halustik, Ted Ruddy, the Doom Guy MG, Trevor Whelan, Turbine 2K5, Todd Tamash, and Xenia. Your support has been amazing these last couple of months. See you all in Doom Eternal.
Alright, let's see. What would be appropriate for this? I wanted to... How to make a Lego Mario. Before 2011. There we go. Mario is real in your house. We've been live for almost 9 hours. Holy fuck. Alright. It's almost 2 AM. But you know what? It's fine. I can't find peace here now. Professional Mario tutorials. The best. Oh, come on. This is just one? Yeah, it's just one. Okay. I made a big green thing somewhere in here. There it is. He's real. Should go to sleep right after finishing this. I will. Well, I will also eat something and then I'll go to sleep. Thankfully, I already made the thumbnail for this stream, so hooray. Okay, and this goes like here. Then it's like upside down, but I don't see directions. Mario is real. Oh hell yeah, let's go, let's do this.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole.
Oh okay, this is supposed to be a channel turning thing. Kind of loose. Can I turn this actually? Okay.
I've been called upon to take care of business once again. Apparently, there is a game worse than big rigs.
Oh, it's
worse
this thing
than Dr. Jekyll and Mr.
that
Hyde.
stops it.
Worse than Crazy Bus or Desert Bus. It is known as Hong Kong 97, and I've been getting requests for it up the
Eat
ass.
Sleep Mario.
The requests are so
t-shirt.
far up the ass, it's time to shit them out. The game was made
That's
for the
very
Super
cool how this
Famicom
works.
in Japan,
I-
but never saw
again,
its way
I
to
made
the
it
rest
and I
of the
don't
world.
even know how.
This is one title that we definitely didn't get on the Super Nintendo. It was made by Happysoft. Happysoft was most famous for making Hong Kong 97, their one and only masterpiece. On this one occasion, they rose from the depths of hell, excreted this unholy turd onto the earth, and then descended. Masterpiece. On this one occasion, they rose from the depths of hell, excreted this unholy turd onto the earth, and then descended back to where they came. Supposedly, the game was so horrible, it barely even came out on the Super Famicom at all. Stores rejected it, and its release status is a mystery. It's so rare that to this day, not a single cartridge or physical copy has shown up at all.
Power
I
of
can't even
Mario.
find a picture of one. So the only way I can experience this game is the same way as the rest of the internet. No. No way. How do you like that soundtrack? That won't get annoying at all. I've heard games with 5-second music loops before, but not with lyrics. There's options for 3 different languages. Strange considering how the game didn't travel very far, at
What
least
is
not
this?
until
Oh,
the
it's for
internet
the
got a hold of
Mario.
it. Alright, I'm picking English. We will sell your original SNES games. 1/3 of the gross profit will be yours.
Hey,
We
look at
welcome
that.
games of any kind. Oh, I bet.
Don't-
So
don't-
please send us
Hello,
your
Dennis
floppy.
again.
Send us
You've
your
made it.
floppy.
You've made it.
Would you
to
like
a
to sell
good
our
point.
products at your store? We're looking for dealers worldwide. Enough already. How desperate could they be to sell this game? And I guess still nobody bought it
Mario
because
is
nobody
about
can
to
find a
become
physical
real.
copy. Then finally the title screen appears. Jackie Chan. Apparently Jackie Chan is in the game, who I doubt gave any consent to Happysoft or was even aware of it. The image is stolen from the film Wheels on Meals. The game was released,
Hong Kong
made, or at least
97 in the
copyrighted in
Lego Street.
1995, but set in the future
Oh, we get to
of
clip this on
1997.
finally.
The year
Unfortunately, you can't
1997
really
has
see this very
arrived.
well,
A herd of...
unless I do it like here. Hang on.
This can't be real. No. No. Somebody's pulling my leg. A herd of fucking ugly reds? Was a herd of ugly reds too weak? Did they really need the F word to fucking drive home the fucking point? This was before cursing in games was common. I remember how shocked I was when I first played Rambo on NES and saw the word hell. But here, they dropped the F-bomb! They did it! A game made for the Super Famicom! It's the closest you'd ever get to a Super Nintendo game that says fuck. And the music is still going. A herd of fucking ugly reds, period, are rushing from the mainland.
are we
Crime
really
rates
doing this?
skyrocketed.
Okay.
Hong Kong is ruined. Therefore, the
And I
Hong
need to
Kong
fill
government
up this
called Bruce
entire
Lee's relative,
10
Chin.
by 4 with 1
Bruce
by
Lee's
1
relative.
black
Just happens to be as
black,
skilled as Bruce Lee.
tiles.
Not a brother, a son, or
Doors.
even a cousin. Just some unspecified relative. It doesn't make any sense. Like, if you were related to, I don't know, Michael Jordan, would that mean that you're automatically good at basketball? Okay, so Bruce Lee is in the background. The guy at the podium is Chris Patton, former governor of Hong Kong. And over there is Jackie Chan. Which one is Chin? For the Massacre of the Reds. Chin is a killer machine. That's Chin? It's Jackie Chan playing Bruce Lee's relative Chin. Oh, Chin. What a name. Could it be any more common? Oh, wipe out 1.2 billion of the red communists. Stop. I can't take anymore.
This is the
I
newest
haven't even seen the game
technology I
yet.
have ever seen.
Oh, wipe out 1.2 billion people. And if I'm not mistaken, in 1995, that would have been the entire population of China. Bruce Lee's relative is so powerful, he's the equivalent of 1,000 nukes. He's gonna murder the entire population of China by breaking their necks. Even when Bruce Lee would take down 20 people, it took him a little bit of time. But now comes Qin. You don't fuck with Qin. However, in mainland China, there is a secret project in progress. A project to transform the deceased Deng Xiaoping into an alternate... It's killing me. So apparently, for the character of Deng Xiaoping, they used an actual image of a real Chinese leader, Deng Xiaoping. Spelled differently, but pronounced very similar. When the game was made, this guy was still alive. Couldn't they have at least had the courtesy to wait for him to die before transforming him into an ultimate weapon? This is the most epic, absurd opening to any video game I've ever seen. Nothing compares. That'd be like if I made a game called New York 2017. Motherfucking demons from the planet Jupiter have arrived through the Manhattan portal. The leader of United States calls upon Master Joe, John Wayne's half-cousin's stepson, to annihilate the 2.5 octodecillion alien scum of the universe. However, on Jupiter's secret moon, a master plan is conceived to resurrect the astro-demonoid Dill Clinton into a mecha doomsday machine. Now that I've digested all that, let's play the game. One hit and the game's over. Why would I expect anything more? No. Oh, please. I hope that's not a real dead body. No, there's no way they'd have such bad taste. That's gotta be an actor. Or we're looking at some guy who died on that date and time in 1992. Oh, this couldn't get the Nintendo endorsement? I'm so shocked that this didn't come out on Super Nintendo. Every time you die, it resets the whole game. You have to go through the whole introduction again. This is almost as tedious as Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Great game, but you have to wait through a long, drawn-out game over screen just to get back to the title screen, select your file, and load the game all over again. That is some fucking bullshit. But this is a game that isn't even good. Not even close. And no, the song never stops. No sound effects either, just that same loop. Even when the game restarts, it doesn't interrupt it. The song never needs to reboot. It's quite impressive, actually. Nothing can stop that loop. You'll be hearing that in your dreams. So let's talk about what's happening here. Obviously, it's a 2D shooter. Nothing more to say. What you see is what you get. Qin's only method of attack is throwing projectiles, because if you're related to Bruce Lee, that means you can shoot white balls. This guy is so good, he does it all with his back turned. Everybody he hits, they don't just die, they burst into an atomic fucking explosion! And it's inside a square, like they just slapped a picture of a mushroom cloud on there. Why is the background Coca-Cola? Did they run out of ideas? Like, what should we put there? Anybody got any ideas? Anybody? Coca-Cola. Alright. You know, there was a movie called Hong Kong 97. It came out in 94, 1 year before this game. That can't be a coincidence. So I'm going to consider this a movie-based game. Just so I can say it has nothing to do with the movie. In less than 5 minutes, the final boss appears, Deng Xiaoping, played by Deng Xiaoping, who has been transformed into a so-called ultimate weapon. What kind of ultimate weapon is that? He's just a head! After you kill him, the game continues and loops endlessly. So there's no real ending to the game. Unless maybe you kill 1.2 billion people without getting hit once, but who would ever try that? The strange thing is that Deng Xiaoping actually died in 1997.
Right.
The game predicted the future. In fact, 1997 was the year the United Kingdom returned their rule of Hong Kong back to China. The movie from '94 forecast this in the tagline, 99 years of British rule are about to come to an end. Hong Kong will never be the same. The movie stars Robert Patrick, the T-1000 from Terminator 2, Judgment Day. And Judgment Day takes place in 1997. Part of Deng Xiaoping's ear is sort of cut off. Like when Mike Tyson bit off a piece of Evander Holyfield's ear in 1997. The car, I'm willing to bet, is a Mercedes-Benz in which Princess Diana died in 97. And what was the year Coca-Cola launched Surge? 97. And it's no coincidence all my Surge protectors were made in China. Rebooting the entire game after you die, just like Symphony of the Night, 97. Jackie Chan, Rumble in the Bronx, New York City, the Big Apple. The year Steve Jobs returned to Apple in 97. The unstoppable, unrelenting song is called I Love Beijing Tiananmen, also known as I Love Peking Tiananmen. Peking duck is a famous duck dish from Beijing. And Scrooge McDuck had his 50th anniversary in 97. The game was such a titanic failure.
Mario
Titanic, the movie from 97. Why was this game's sole purpose to direct us to the number 97? Huh. Like the NGC 97 galaxy in the constellation of Andromeda. The Princess Andromeda, who was chained naked to a rock to be sacrificed to a monster. Like Princess Leia and Jabba in Return of the Jedi. The special edition of Star Wars in 97. Oh, fuck, we're back again. Man, I was just trying to get a final answer here, but I went full circle. Like the song that keeps looping. A game that keeps repeating. Maybe it's all about a cycle. An endless cycle. Old shitty games that become new again. The past becomes the future, birth and death, on and on. It's a cycle of life. The game is the meaning of life. And the thing that keeps life going, reproduction and food, which becomes shit. The game is fucking shit there.
Have been made. Man, alright. What? I do. Oh man, let's do The Town with No Name.
Time for another nerd episode, but first I want to talk to you about this video's sponsor.
It's a great episode, yeah. Oh, we're making the stand now.
I guess the reason they tell you not to do it is because this game has the soundtrack and track 1 is the game file, so it doesn't work. Anyway, today we're going to play A Town with No Name, but first we got to talk about the system it ran on, the Commodore CD-TV, which was basically a home computer and a CD-ROM drive crammed into an aluminum coffin. Know what CD-TV stands for? Compact disc television? No. It actually stands for Commodore Dynamic Total Vision. Wow. What a shitty, redundant acronym. Because it's the Commodore CD-TV, which means Commodore Dynamic Total Vision. Kind of like how DC Comics is technically Detective Comics comics. Ever notice that? Alright, I just gotta go get my CD-TV somewhere over here. Telegames, Coleco, Famicom. Where is it?
The TV show stand.
I don't have a CD-TV right now to play it. Although the CD-TV is basically the same as the Amiga 500 PC, which I also don't have. But Town with No Name can be played on anything using the Amiga Advanced Graphics Architecture chipset, as found in the Amiga CD32. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, God.
Alright, here we go again. But before we can play the game, let's talk about the cover. Ugh, look at this ugly mess. Even the weird Mega Man from the NES cover would look at this thing and vomit. Oh, and it says on the back here, congratulations, you have been personally selected from literally thousands of possible candidates to experience the Town with No Name. Huh, the Town with No Name. Well, the front just says Town with No Name, no the. Let's see if the disc, and the disc says Town with No Name. Okay, all right, let's pop this fucker in here. Oh, good thing I didn't throw away the paint can.
Enhance your game. enhance your life. Become a true
Enhance
CD32
your life?
master and reach a whole new level of gaming excellence with this brand new add-on sold at these fine retailers.
It's flat
Oh,
ones
it
here.
looks worse than I thought it would. So the train stops and this guy gets off and just squashes the
such a
happiest
great
spider
game,
in the world. Why is there so much blood?
The idea of someone making a game like this is just so funny to me.
Unbelievable. The lip sync is actually worse than Drake the
Like-
99 Dragons.
Like, can you imagine
Oh wait, hold on. The
these
town
people
with no name?
sitting around and
Okay,
making this?
so if we assume
and
that
then
the
making this
title
like,
in the actual game is the one
Microsoft
that's
Paint?
correct, that would mean the back of the box is correct. But the front is wrong, which is actually worse. The disc is wrong. The spine is wrong. And let's see what it says inside the manual. It says, nothing! The town with no name. More like the instructions with no words. Oh, I thought the instructions in Home Improvement was bad, where it's all covered up. This is even less helpful. From an
now the
idea
corner
by
pieces.
Charlie Watts, the drummer from Rolling Stones. Oh, was the game drawn by Keith Richards while he was on drugs? Music by The Jester. Oh, that's quite a jest. Oh boy, it's another menu. I can get back on the train, head into
okay,
town,
I
or
see.
talk to the old timer.
This is
Fuck
upside
this, I'm
down.
getting back on the train.
Come back, Shane.
He shot a kid?
My name's not Shane, kid.
Wouldn't it be funny if I just dropped this right now when
This
I
is
was
just-
placing this on the other side of the
Boy,
TV?
that's a new one. I thought I was hallucinating. I thought it was the paint fumes coming from my CD32 add-on, but no, it's the game. So here it is, for real this time. So you walk into the town and some asshole immediately starts shooting at you. From what I can tell, he can't kill you, so all you have to do is click on him.
Dang, that's torn it. Ugh.
For Fred fuck's sake, what's with all the blood? This game has more blood than Mortal Kombat. And
Okay,
the
I need
front of
to
the
fix
cover
this.
says entertainment for all ages. Where's the E ESRB when you need them? Turns out the guy you killed is the little brother of Evil Ebb, the leader of the Hole in the Head gang, and now he'll stop at nothing to hunt you down. So on to yet another menu. That's pretty much all the game is, navigating menus. It's basically Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, but in the Wild West, and way worse, believe it or not. All right, let's go get a drink at the saloon. Another ear-splitting hit from the Jester. So in the saloon, you get a drink, if you can catch it.
I know this is
You
supposed
can
to
also
go
play
on
this
the
shitty
inside.
card game. It's just 3-card Monty, but you can't get out of it until you played 3 whole games of it, and it goes on forever. You can also go upstairs and check out the rooms. One room has a hooker that you can sleep with. Yeah, entertainment for all ages.
Oh no, what a time to discover I have a hygiene problem.
But she'll reject you until you take a bath. And then... Well, that was horrifying. The last room is some guy throwing knives at you, and I'm dead. Well, the Evil Dead reference is a nice touch, but trust me, you're gonna get sick of it. Oh, cool, I'm back at the beginning. At least Plumbers Don't Wear Ties lets you start where you left off, but this game has no mercy. So after playing through the same shit over and over, I found out something. Basically, all you have to do to progress the story is to walk into a location and then
I feel
leave.
like I wanna
Every
make this a
time
bit
you
different.
leave, you get a cutscene with the Back to the Future font for some reason. I guess because the third Back to the Future takes place in the Wild West. Then a new guy comes to town and you duel him. You don't need to do anything, just walk in, walk out, and that's it. Each location has absolutely no bearing on the story except for the saloon, which we'll get to in a bit. They're just pointless diversions meant to waste your time. There's a store with this creepy fuck who sells you a special offer.
Step right up, sir, step right up and take advantage of today's once-in-a-lifetime, never-to-be-repeated mega special offer.
This is just This is fine, I guess.
Yeah, a special offer. It's one baked bean. Man, I hope that's a joke. I can't imagine anyone putting themselves through the torture of collecting all 425 of these. There's a jailhouse where you can see the rogues gallery. It's supposed to be the guys who try to kill you, but I'm pretty sure it's the creators of the game. Honestly, for creating this shit, they deserve to be put in jail. All right, next is the church. Ah, that jester, that fuck. So here you can talk to this priest who mumbles something and then, flies into the ceiling. The stable has this googly-eyed horse, and I love that damn horse. It's hilarious. You can try to steal it, but it kicks your ass all across the town. Still love it, though. There's the blacksmith, where this Clint Eastwood-looking guy is just hanging out. You can talk to him, or you shoot him. Whatever you want.
I'm just getting the Lego Mario ready.
I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. My head gets blown clean off, and there isn't a single drop of blood. I mean, the spider bleeds like it's nobody's fucking business, but your head, like, come on. Like I said, all you have to do is enter a place, then exit, and duel. The first guy is Nasty Ned. He's really easy. Just click on him when you see him, and he's dead.
And I need to make this.
That really hurt. Oh, I've got a follower now, so bye.
Zippy Zeke, on the other hand, is a bastard and a half. He pops up all over the place, and you only have like a second to hit him, which is almost impossible because the cursor on this thing is slower than a turd coming out the asshole of a constipated snail. The only way to win here is to watch the pattern, figure out where he'll be, and put your cursor there.
All right.
Then you hit that button faster than diarrhea coming out the asshole of an unconstipated cheetah. The third guy you fight is Crafty Clint, but he ain't that crafty. He just comes in at the bottom corner of the screen and you shoot him. Eventually you'll get stuck. I ran around every single location, clicking every single option before I finally found out what to do. The next guy only comes out when you head to the saloon and choose to play cards. Seriously, how was I supposed to know that? He explains the rules for like an hour, and it's really obvious that the voice actor was just reading a cue card because he stumbles in places.
The loser has to pay 1 cent per point. 10 picture cards and aces all cost 10 cents.
Eventually I win, and he gets pissed off.
Nobody beats me and nobody cheats me. And you've been trying to do both.
Alright. Here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. Just turn off the ticker and the video. Make this a bit... Put something on here to make this stable. There we go. Alright. Now is this going to work? Okay, yeah. Oh. And oh, the crank fell off. Yeah, this needs to be swapped. That thing. Oh, Mario? Guess it's waiting. Yay! That's genuinely so cool. Yeah, it's very cool, very nicely put together, this. I feel like it's supposed to be a bit better, though. Now it made like sounds and shit. But who knows? But it's cool. We got it. And we got this. Oh, I pressed the wrong button? Yeah, okay. Oh. He's dead. It's back here. This antenna, it can be extended like this. I haven't put the NES in front of it as well. Here is that. Anyone missed it? There. Cartridge here. And that's the entire set assembled. Right here. Maybe I can enable autofocus on this. Okay. No, it doesn't look like it wants to go up. Unless we focus, autofocus. There we go. And there we go. And it works on its own as well. Yeah, it looks very cool, even has the hinge. Controller looks like that. Focus. Yep. Very cool set. Definitely will be somewhere on my shelf. And the cartridge can go inside the console. I like to keep it like that, so it's more visible. And yeah, the control plugs out. Very cool, very cool. And you've made it this far into the stream. And I'd like to thank everyone who's been here, even for a while. It was a lot of fun to put together, so yeah, I'm glad that it's been enjoyable to watch. And yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do next time, but definitely gonna be something more standard. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Good night.